Chapter 3780. She gathered her divine conscience and opened her divine eye. She scanned their heads, but didn't see the black crystals marked by the Heavenly Fate Empire. She was certain that they weren't from the Heavenly Fate Empire. The little girl wasn't anxious at all and said very mildly, "So the Clear Heaven sect still has you remnants." They probably weren't remnants. These people were probably from the Clear Heaven sect headquarters in the Divine Province. After all, her old opponent had always held the Clear Heaven sect's power. She thought that when she was in Shuntian Prefecture, she had already gotten rid of everyone from Clear Sky sect, including Fangu and Fanxioa. Those bastards had all gone to hell. She truly didn't expect her old opponent to secretly preserve a portion of their strength. Among the remaining remnants, there was actually a candidate for the Transcendence Realm. It wasn't easy, although this Transcendence Realm cultivator looked like she had just broken through to Mystique Venerable Realm and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Spiritual Venerable Realm or Immortal Venerable Realm. However, Arbor knew very well that someone who had broken through to early-stage Mystique Venerable Realm could probably crush 100 or so Deity Realm powerhouses with ease. Moreover, she was merely a mere level 15 Great Spiritual Master. In this Mystique Venerable Realm cultivator's eyes, she was probably just a weakling. Therefore, they didn't take her seriously at all and didn't even surround her. They clearly knew that under their own strength, this little girl had no chance of escaping. Therefore, what was the rush? She was merely a little chick that they could squash to death at any time anyway. The leader with a saber scar openly admitted his identity and said with a smile, "We underestimated you before. Now that we're here again, you won't be able to escape alive." So what if they admitted they were from the Clear Heaven sect? Could a weakling like this little girl counterattack and kill them? Ha ha ha, don't joke around. Those people who chased after her previously lost their lives because they were weak. They were completely different from those people before her. Xiaomu gazed at them strangely before abruptly flinging out a ball of divine energy with her palm. A loud boom shook half of the Phoenix Grove. Halfway through Pill Refinement, Do Fenghua, who was at a critical juncture, didn't even look up under the protection of these people. She continued to calmly carry out her actions. Duan Yu and Mo Yin abruptly stood up from underneath the tree. Following the sound, they looked up towards the depths of the forest, a hint of confusion flitting through their eyes. "I'll go over and take a look." According to his professional judgment, the person who could make such a big noise must be his wife. It couldn't be helped. His wife was such an arrogant and unscrupulous person who considered everything beneath her. Duan Yu quickly reached out to grab him. Jojo has Rotten Peach Blossom and the others by his side, so don't worry. On the other hand, if we go over now, we won't be of any help. Why don't we continue to wait here for the Do clan's young master to refine the medicinal pills? We can rush over in a few minutes, right? That's right, Crown Prince. Looking at the time, young Master Do's pill should be coming out soon. Mata nodded. When the time comes, you two and Big Brother Moo should take it first before heading over. Emolian thought about it and agreed. Rotten Peach Blossom, Little Tai Sui, and the others were all by Jojo's side, so there was really no need to worry. Half an hour wouldn't make much of a difference. Emolian then sat down with Duan Yu. On the other side, Eldest Chin's Omega Katoka team, which had just stepped into the Phoenix Grove's entrance, coincidentally ran into Ming Yassi's team. Before they could greet each other, they were shaken by a huge quake. Chapter 3781. Ollie rolled his eyes and muttered offhandedly, "Who knows what the little stoic is up to again?" Ming Yassi couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He truly didn't want to ask his younger brother how he knew it was the stoic face who was up to no good, because he was also thinking the same thing. There should be a large group of students who haven't arrived yet. Let's go to the nearby fortification first and see if we can purchase 2 portions of medicinal herbs from the pharmacy first. Omega Kitoku said aloofly. Eldest young Sir Chin nodded with a grin. Okay, we might even run into Jojo by chance. Chin Jiu hastily interjected. I wonder how Fifth Brother and the others are doing now. He was really worried about Fifth Brother. Nothing would happen to him with Seventh Brother, right? The two of them already had some animosity to begin with. Seventh brother probably wouldn't target fifth brother all the time when they were outside, right? Previously, Chinjo had insisted on keeping fifth brother in his team, and eldest brother and second brother also agreed. However, fifth brother himself didn't agree and had them find Chin 13 instead. First, it was to take care of 13. This child was introverted and antisocial. If their team didn't accept him, probably no other team would. Moreover, although Chin 13 didn't have any cultivation, he had awakened a special speed ability. He could run when he encountered danger, and no one could catch up to him. He also wouldn't be a burden to the team. Fifth brother only did this out of consideration for them. Although Sister Chin one was also with fifth brother, Chinjo was still worried about fifth brother's safety. Little fifth and the others should be arriving soon. Eldest young Sir Chin said with a smile, but Phoenix Grove is so big, so they might not necessarily run into each other. Let nature take its course. Chinjo could only nod his head. Let's go. Seeing that everyone from the Chin estate was heading toward the small supply point, Ali hastily said to Ming Yasi, "We're going too. If we can get medicinal herbs at the supply point, it'll save us the trouble of going into the forest to pick herbs." Ming Yasi nodded, and the group quickly moved toward the small supply point. "Hey, old Chi, your business has been really good recently," a shopkeeper from a nearby shop said in a joking tone. Before the Omega Katoku could ask, an old hand reached out from behind the counter and waved at them. No, we don't have the herbs you want." Chinjo grabbed the old man's hand and pulled it out with all his strength. Half of the old man's body was pulled out of the counter. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help but facepalm. This old ghost's face had been beaten so badly that even his own parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. A shopkeeper next to him exclaimed, "Old man Huang, what's wrong with you? Why do you look even worse than before? You weren't dragged out and beaten up again, were you?" At this moment, old Chi too was about to burst into tears. At noon, he went back to take a nap, but not only was he beaten up, even the 500,000 spirit coins hidden in the cracks of the wall was taken away. The savings that he had accumulated over the years were all gone. Sob, this was truly a fatal blow. How could he have expected that he would continuously run into academy students who cheated him? He didn't know who had poached him and beaten him up this afternoon. His old man's face was beaten up so badly that he couldn't see anyone anymore. When he thought of his 500,000 spirit coins, he wanted to cry. At this moment, the surrounding stall owners began to sympathize with old Chi. Chapter 3782. Sure enough, when one was down on their luck, even cold water would get stuck between one's teeth. Before today, that old man was still in high spirits, but unexpectedly, he was beaten up twice in one day and one night. He was truly miserable and miserable. Chinjo wanted to laugh when he saw his sorrowful old face. He smoothed out the creases on his collar and placed him back on the counter. Suppressing a smile, he said, "You definitely have medicinal herbs here. Don't be secretive and take them out openly. We'll take as much as you have. We won't shortchange you." When the old man heard the word money, he instantly got goosebumps all over his body. He frantically waved his hand and said, "I dare not accept your money. It's just that I've already provided 3 batches of medicinal herbs this morning. I don't have them now." The more he spoke, the lower his voice became. The old man was used to observing people's expressions, so when he saw young Master Omega Katoku's darkening expression, his heart instantly thumped. He wasn't going to get beaten up again, right? The old man repeatedly swallowed his saliva and hastily said, Right, just now. 2 batches of medicinal herbs were delivered at noon. Just 2. Money. I don't want your money anymore. You take your medicine and leave the store." As the old man spoke, he turned around with a bitter expression and took out 2 packets of medicinal herbs from the cabinet, placing them on the counter. Eldest Chin was just about to reach out to take them when a palm reached over and directly pressed down on one of the packets of medicinal herbs. 1 packet per person. Eldest young Master Chin shrugged non-committally and directly took the packet of medicinal herbs, handing it to a taciturn alchemist in the team. Ming Yasi turned to glance at that old man, feeling that the other party was a bit strange. That old man, whose face had been beaten so badly that he didn't even look human, actually shrank back in horror when he saw them looking over, as if they were some kind of scourge or ferocious beast. It was truly like seeing a ghost. One set of medicinal herbs could at least recover one person's combat strength, and it would be much more convenient to harvest medicinal herbs after recovering one's strength. Both teams were rather satisfied with this outcome, so they didn't find fault with the old man and directly left the small stronghold after taking the medicinal herbs. After the old man saw them leave, he let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was in so much pain that tears flowed out. However, he muttered to himself, "This time, I didn't take their money. They won't be able to come back and beat me up, right? Old Chi, they should be students from the royal school." A few stall owners beside him smiled and said, "Yes, the words Royal Academy are embroidered on the clothes. The Royal Academy is one of the top academies in the 3 prefectures. The students who come out from there are indeed all very unique." Old Chi wanted to laugh at that person's face. In his opinion, he was more like a violent maniac. Forget it. Since he couldn't afford to offend him, he could just hide. At most, he would stop doing business in the next few days. He hurriedly packed up his things and went to a nearby inn to avoid the limelight for a few days. He wouldn't sell it, all right? This time, Old Chi managed to escape in time and managed to avoid the arrival of the royal school students on the second day. Arbor didn't know that after they violently beat up the old man that night, the old man was also beaten up by Mo Lien and Duan Yu the next morning at this moment. She was leading the 3 people with the saber-scarred man to stroll around the garden in the Phoenixwood Forest. Previously, the ball of divine energy had exploded in time and directly blasted one of the spiritual realm men into smithereens, turning him into a wisp of ash. Chapter 3783. The knife-scarred man and his 3 subordinates hadn't expected such a thing to happen at all, so they were completely unprepared. The spirit realm man among them was relatively weaker in terms of cultivation. When the divine power ball exploded, a torrential heat wave rolled over. This guy was the first to be hit, but he was crushed to pieces in a matter of minutes. How unlucky. At this moment, the man with the knife scar under his eye was truly furious. He hadn't expected that one of the 4 would die before the battle even began. Sure enough, his master's warning was right. Don't underestimate that little girl. Little bitch. One of the men cursed vaguely. When I catch you later, see if I don't torture you to death. A cold light flashed in Arbor's eyes. They'd specifically chosen the densely wooded areas of the Phoenixwood Forest to run to, leading people further and further away. Surround them. The knife-scarred man shouted coldly and waved his hand. The 3 people formed a triangular formation and abruptly leaped out from behind Qiao Mu, directly encircling her in the center. The man's eyes revealed a mocking sneer, and he teased, "Little bitch, let's see where you can run to." Arbor looked at them expressionlessly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing an extremely strange and mocking expression. "When your master sent you here, didn't he warn you?" "Warn what?" The man shouted coldly, shaking all the fat on his body. "You little bitch, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. See if I don't Before he finished speaking, he felt a dagger slashing horizontally at his neck. That dagger was very strange, as if it had appeared out of thin air, instantly drawing a thin line of blood on his neck. But this guy's reaction was very timely. When he saw the dagger appear, his entire body fell back, narrowly avoiding that fatal blow. Therefore, the dagger only made a small cut on his neck and did not harm any vital organs. The man roared furiously, "Little bitch, you asked for it." He covered the small wound on his neck with one hand and took out a bottle of hemostatic medicine from his inner world with the other. He was just about to swallow one. Suddenly, a large amount of black blood gushed out from the small wound on his neck. Piu. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, it sprayed out. The man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He quickly pressed down on the wound on his neck and looked at Arbor in horror. The little girl in front of him was still expressionless as she looked at him indifferently. That expression, in his eyes, was especially like that of a ghost. It was so cold that it was almost frightening. What did you do? Another man reached out to grab Arbor's arm. Damn it. The man with the knife scar scolded angrily. That dagger was poisoned. Hand over the antidote. Arbor looked at them coldly. You want to win with numbers? How dare a few small fries yell at my JoJo? A red figure abruptly appeared next to Xiao Mu and ruthlessly punched the face of the man who was about to grab Xiao Mu's arm. Ouch! The man's face was full of pain. He took a few steps back and looked over in horror. The man with the knife scar couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He suddenly kicked his partner beside him toward He-chun and ran away without hesitation. TSK, TSK. Just now you were in high spirits and looking like you wanted to bully my JoJo. Why are you so scared now? Chapter 3784. You're a transcendent realm, yet you don't even have the strength to fight. Aren't you too cowardly? Ma Shi-chan said with a cold gaze. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding trees grew like all living things. They creaked as they struggled to move to the left and right, completely enveloping the place like a wood spirit purgatory. The man with the scar did not dare to look back. He tried his best to move forward. He only wanted to leave this purgatory as soon as possible and return to report to his master. His master had been chasing this little girl for so long. Did he not know what kind of terrifying creature she was? She had a portable spirit domain. When the spirit domain opened, she could summon a transcendent realm at any time. The man with the scar stopped cold all over. There was some fear in his eyes as he looked at the two men standing in front of him. To be precise, one of them was only 8 or 9 years old, but the tyrannical saint power fluctuations on his body terrified him. You're already over 100 years old, yet you're bullying a little girl. Don't you feel ashamed? Little Tai Sui said expressionlessly with a cold face. If he knew how to feel ashamed, he wouldn't have come looking for trouble with JoJo, Dao Wuji said with a smile as he hugged his sword. He moved his limbs. Little Tai Sui, I'll go first. I haven't exercised my limbs in a long time. Let's play with this kid. With that, he flew up with his sword and slashed at the man's face. Boom! The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already set up a wood spirit domain. No matter how big the commotion was, no one would notice. Therefore, Dao Wuji did not feel the slightest psychological burden when fighting with the man with the scar. In any case, he greeted him with the most powerful moves. The man with the scar groaned inwardly as soon as he started fighting. He was only a transcendent realm, early stage, mystique, venerable realm cultivator. How could he be compared to Dao Wuji? Dao Wuji had already entered the late stage, spiritual venerable realm and was about to enter the peak stage. He could kill an early stage, mystique, venerable realm cultivator in a matter of minutes. After 3 slashes, the man with the scar was sent flying by Dao Wuji and fell heavily at Arbor's feet. His triangular eyes moved slightly, and just as he was about to violently seize Arbor, he saw the cold light in the little girl's eyes. A 5-tailed white squirrel with fluffy white fur appeared beside him. It stepped on one of the man's thighs. With a crack sound, the man with the knife scar let out a wail. He looked at Xiao Mu in horror, and he regretted accepting this fatal mission immensely. No wonder his master had repeatedly reminded him not to let his guard down. It turned out that this fiend really had a myriad of tricks up his sleeves. She didn't really run around the Phoenixwood Forest in a panic. The more she ran, the more secluded she became. She did it on purpose because all her tricks were waiting for him here. If Arbor could hear his thoughts, he would definitely sneer at him. All of his tricks? Are these all that I have up my sleeves? Wishful thinking. Bang, bang. Little Tai Sui tossed the 2 wretched figures that had been brutally beaten before Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu ruthlessly stomped on one of the people's leg bones and tossed him a poison pill with an apathetic gaze. You want to properly play with me, is it? She nodded and said coldly, sure. This man was the stinky hooligan who had been vaguely flirting with her. How dare he flirt with JoJo's Lotus? He must be tired of living. Chapter 3785. Little Tai Sui and Dao Wuji both looked at the expressionless Charles, then looked at each other. They felt like that person was going to be in big trouble. However, this had nothing to do with them. Who asked these idiots to be crazy and want to deal with Charles? Reality would teach them how to behave. When Arbor flicked a pill into the man's mouth, he reflexively wanted to spit it out. But was that possible? The pill melted in his mouth and disappeared without a trace. That person's face immediately changed. Not knowing what had happened, he crawled back and took 2 steps back. You, what did you do? Although he didn't know what pill the little girl had fed him, it couldn't be anything good. The man opened his mouth in horror, his voice trembling slightly. Arbor looked at him coldly and said meaningfully, "Don't worry. You'll taste it in a few minutes. Didn't you want to play? You're playing with yourself." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was walking over. When he heard this, he felt a chill all over and rubbed his arm. Strange. When Lord Jojo said this, he felt a little scared. At this moment, the drug was starting to take effect. The man suddenly fell to the ground and curled up. He arched his body and covered a certain part of his body. His face was purple and red, and he let out terrifying roars. Little Tai Sui and Dao Wuji were also shocked. Dao Wuji, in particular, took 3 steps back and stayed far away from the man. It was as though he would be infected if he got close to the man. So scary. What was that man going through? Seeing the veins on his head bulging and the man rolling back and forth on the ground while covering that part of his body and begging for mercy, Dao Wuji couldn't help but tremble. Little Tai Sui swallowed and silently took a few steps back. He reached out a small hand and subconsciously tugged at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's sleeve. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal put away his mischievous smile and coughed in all seriousness. He asked Lord Qiao Qiao in a small voice, Qiao Qiao, what medicine is this?" Arbor turned to look at them. Curious? The 3 men, big and small, shook their heads at the same time. His appearance was somewhat strange. When they shook their heads, their bodies were stiff and motionless, so Arbor could only see 3 big heads shaking vigorously. "This pill has a good name." Qiao Mu's gaze shifted downwards. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal subconsciously jumped back and pulled little Tai Sui in front of him. "It's over." "Doom pill?" The 3 of them exclaimed and looked at Qiao with strange expressions. Initially, he didn't have a name, but when he thought of it earlier, he felt that it was a more appropriate name. Her words were vague, and she wanted to bully Charles. She couldn't even bully her in her thoughts. Since he had such thoughts, he was done for. Jojo's methods were crude and simple. He was just that strong. Not long after, the unlucky guy who ate the doomed pill suddenly let out a tragic howl. A soft pop came from somewhere on his body. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, little Tai Sui, and Dao Wuji all took a few steps back and looked in horror at a certain guy who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, unable to get up again. It really exploded. It looked like it was in pain. Of all the places, it only exploded there. How terrifying. Chapter 3786. Arbor turned around and waved at the 3 people far away from her. "What are you doing? Hurry up and pack up. Let's go." The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurried over and hugged the little fellow. He rubbed her little head. "Jojo, I'm scared." Little Tai Sui rolled his eyes. Dao Wuji couldn't help but roll his eyes as well. How shameless was this fellow? Jojo should have fed him the medicine that killed him. Arbor patted the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. "Don't be scared. I'll be gentler in the future." "Everyone, when have you ever been gentler?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but chuckle. He winked at Arbor and nodded. All right, my ass. Stop acting cute." Little Tai Sui walked over and tugged at the corner of his robe. "Go pack up." "Pack up?" Of course, it was the 3 men who had lost their ability to fight. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal sucked the man with a knife scar over. He pressed his hand against the man's head and smiled at him. The man with the knife scar knew at once what fate awaited him. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Sir, venerable Immortal, please spare my life. I can confess. I cannot. Who asked you to confess? How could your confession be trusted?" Of course, the easiest way was to search his soul. The man with the knife scar knew that he didn't have long to live. His eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "You want to kill me? Then let's die together." The venerable peach blossom immortal didn't even look at him. He lifted his finger and completely sealed the saint power around him. The man with the knife scar's pupils constricted. His entire head drooped listlessly. It turned out that in the hands of a venerable immortal, self-destruction was just a joke. The venerable peach blossom immortal narrowed his eyes and quickly searched the man's soul. They are all disciples of the Clear Sky sect. The venerable peach blossom immortal was somewhat familiar with this sect's name. Back in Shuntian Prefecture, hadn't this sect already been destroyed? It turned out that the Clear Sky sect's forces were also distributed in the 3 prefectures. I found the contact information. The venerable peach blossom immortal smiled faintly at the little girl. He raised his hand and patted her little head. This time, we will definitely uncover the evil person hiding behind the scenes. Where's their contact point? The little girl asked with a sullen expression. The outskirts of Dragon Flame City, the venerable peach blossom immortal said with a smile. Arbor looked coldly into the distance. This time, when he returned to Dragon Flame City, he would drag him out. That guy had been hiding for a long time. It was rare for him to find something useful in the minds of his subordinates. He hoped that he could end this once and for all. Don't worry, it will definitely be a big surprise. The venerable peach blossom immortal tugged at the little girl's hand. Let's go. Arbor raised his hand, and a few blue flames fell on the bodies of the knife-scarred man and the other 2, slowly burning them. Wait! The venerable peach blossom immortal stopped in his tracks and extended his hand to block Arbor. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a few colorful flowers burrowing out from the wooden vines that had been surrounded by Hishirchin. They crawled toward their feet in a dense mass. Soon, this circle of strange little flowers covered the ground, completely trapping them in the wood spirit realm. Arbor flicked his finger. A bead landed on the flowers and was corroded into pieces in a matter of minutes. One interesting poisonous flower. Chapter 3787. It had to be known that the golden bead she had flicked out was actually corroded in less than a second by the poisonous flower juice. One interesting flower. Who knew where it crawled out from? Arbor squatted down and waved her hand at Ji Chun, little Tai Sui, and Dao Wuji. Chirp, chirp. The little white squirrel shrunk to the size of a palm and jumped onto her shoulder. Its 2 black, bead-like eyes stared unblinkingly at the gorgeous flowers and plants on the ground. Arbor's 2 small hands were covered in a layer of Vajra talismans. Just as she was about to reach out to touch the flowers and plants, her wrist suddenly moved. The little blue snake, which had been lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly crawled down. It opened its bright dog eyes, no, snake eyes, and gave her a happy expression. That should be a happy expression. Its 2 watery eyes blinked cutely at her. Arbor looked at it expressionlessly. The little blue snake slithered down to the ground and rolled around among the flowers and plants, happily nibbling on them. Everyone, haha, they had never seen a snake that liked to eat flowers and plants. The strangest thing was that the originally densely packed and colorful little flowers seemed to have been frightened by the little blue snake. They shrank back listlessly. The little blue snake chased after the fleeing flowers and plants, continuously nibbling on them. Ji Chun, little Tai Sui, and the others were a little dumbfounded. This little snake seemed to really like these extremely poisonous flowers and plants. Arbor expressionlessly looked at the little blue snake nibbling on the flowers and plants. After a while, she shouted at the little blue snake, "Come back." The little blue snake flicked its little tail, turned its little head, and grinned cutely at her. With a whoosh, it swam over at lightning speed. Cuteness my ass. Xiao Mu expressionlessly grabbed it back again and walked out of the forest that had dispersed. The 3 people with the saber-scarred man had already been burned to ashes and no longer existed. The venerable peach blossom immortal waved his hand and released the surrounding forest. When the wood spirit domain was opened, the little flowers that had been half-eaten by the little blue snakes retreated back into the soil as if they were fleeing, not daring to come out again. Xiao Mu expressionlessly walked forward a few steps before abruptly stomping down with her foot. Goo goo, there seemed to be some green juice sputtering out from the soles of his feet. Xiaomu squatted down and casually picked up a branch to poke at. In the middle of the green liquid, there was a small, reddish-gold flower. It was drooping its small head, looking a little bitter. Arbor reached out and pulled out the man-eating flower. As soon as the man-eating flower came out, it was very excited. It opened its huge flower pot mouth and wanted to swallow the reddish-gold flower under its feet. Jojo grabbed the little man-eating flower's head. Something good. The man-eating flower nodded vigorously. This thing's cultivation level was close to the saint level. It usually only ate high-grade poisonous flowers and poisonous plants. A weak chicken would not care about it. Arbor nodded and threw it to the ground. He pointed at the colorful little flowers that had retreated back into the soil. Those are yours. This is just for you to see. The man-eating flower was dumbfounded. If it had eyes, nose, and mouth, it would probably be fuming right now. Scam. Oh no, Scam. What do you mean by just for to see? Was it not for Sir to eat? Master's attitude was very bad. Asking for advice. Arbor glanced at it indifferently and hooked his finger at the reddish-gold flower. Come. Chapter 3788. Whoosh! The little reddish-gold flower hurriedly jumped on her white palm and shook its body obsequiously. What a joke. Instead of being swallowed by the man-eating flower, it was better to act cute. The little reddish-gold flower was very beautiful. Its petals and tiny roots were reddish-gold, but the stamen inside was colorful and fragrant. Woof, woof, woof! The three little puppies instantly rushed out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to get rid of the flower. The little reddish-gold flower shook its small body very humanly and lay limply on Arbor's hand, pretending to be dead. Arbor, what kind of weirdos were these? It was one thing for the little blue snake to eat flowers, but that was because these flowers and plants were all highly poisonous after being nurtured by the poison flower king. The little blue snake liked to eat poison, so it wasn't strange for it to eat poisonous flowers and poisonous plants. But what were these three little puppies trying to do now that they had jumped out? These three fellows also specially chose good things to eat. They could even chew on the 2 eggs of the holy bee swanee. They were clearly 3 weak little puppies, but their way of doing things was quite strange. Arbor also didn't understand. She felt that there was something unusual about these 3 strange little puppies. Come here, Arbor roared. The 3 little puppies shook their heads and circled around her feet, barking nonstop. They were so noisy. Arbor stretched out her leg and lightly kicked one of the little puppies. She said in a bad mood, "Shut up." Arbor raised her hand and touched the little reddish-gold flower in her palm. "I'll call you Little Poison from now on. 1 drop." Arbor took out an empty bottle from her inner world and expressionlessly said to the little reddish-gold flower. The little flower was also a tactful master. It hurriedly swayed its petals, and a drop of golden liquid suddenly sprayed out from its stamen. Arbor sucked it into the porcelain bottle and immediately sealed it with a few talisman seals. This poison didn't have the slightest trace of sweetness, but it was extremely corrosive. If he didn't make a few defensive copies on it, it would definitely corrode the bottle completely, and there was no way it could be stored properly. This flower seemed to be even more poisonous than the man-eating flower. Although it was only a small flower, it was not as big as the man-eating flower. However, in terms of poison and combat prowess, the crimson golden flower was definitely more powerful. With a cold expression, Arbor stuffed the poison flower king into his star field. When the little man-eating flower saw that the food in its mouth was gone, it anxiously circled around Arbor's feet. Arbor sucked it into its palm and shook the porcelain bottle in front of it. "Give me a drop of venom." The little man-eating flower immediately shook its head like a rattledrum. Jojo glared at him fiercely. "Hurry up." The man-eating flower bitterly opened its trumpet-like petals and spat out a drop of green venom. Arbor kept it in a bottle. The little fellow also squeezed out a drop of venom from the little blue snake. The moment the 3 drops of venom mixed together, if she hadn't forcefully used her spiritual power to suppress the bottle, the venom would probably have burst out of the bottle by now. It was really very poisonous. It was enough for her to make 2 cauldrons of corrosive poison pills. After stuffing all these little things into the star field, out of sight, Out of mind, Arbor kept the sealed bottle of venom in his inner world. He planned to find time to refine a batch of very interesting poisons when he was free. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at the little girl with a slight smile. Chapter 3789. Just as he was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed. He had already swiftly moved to the little girl's side and abruptly yanked her to the side, avoiding a spear that was attacking from the air. With a crisp clang, the tip of the reeds ferociously stabbed into a large tree in the back with a gust of wind, directly collapsing the upper half of the huge tree. Half of the tree fell to the ground with a rumble. Hushurchin's eyes deepened, and her gaze sharply shot to the side of the forest. Many men and women in white robes suddenly emerged from there. If they weren't wielding bows and arrows, they were clutching spears. Over 100 people surged out all of a sudden and surrounded them. These people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. They came so abruptly that Hushurchin, little Tai Sui, and the others couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Hushurchin's gaze swept over them, and a faint trace of astonishment involuntarily appeared in her eyes. The 100 or so people standing in front of them were all experts at the 6th level of the divine realm or above. Even in the divine prefecture, experts at the 6th level of the divine realm or above were considered upper-middle level experts. Moreover, over 100 of them had inexplicably rushed out at once. It was truly somewhat rare. The crowd parted to the sides, and a tall and handsome man slowly walked toward Arbor's group, accompanied by 2 beautiful women in white. Guests from afar. "Put away your weapons," the man said indifferently. The white-robed men and women who were originally glaring at them covetously all straightened the bows and spears in their hands and no longer aimed at Arbor's group. "Honorable guests." The man's gaze paused briefly on the little stoic's expressionless face, and his gaze once again bypassed little Tai Sui, Dao Wuji, and Hushurchin. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The little white squirrel lightly jumped twice on Arbor's shoulder, raised its paw, and roared threateningly. Unfortunately, it was such a silly and adorable little thing, so it definitely wouldn't have any lethality. What was even more laughable was that it would have been better if it hadn't opened its mouth. As soon as it opened its mouth, the gazes of the white-robed girls all landed on it. Their eyes were practically lit up by little heart-shaped stars, and they all revealed yearning expressions toward dear Chirpy. "Now, what a cute little animal. Is a little squirrel? I really want to hug you." The white-robed girls subconsciously took a few steps forward, but they were stopped by the 2 women beside the white-robed man. A handsome man with a slender figure wearing a white robe smiled at the little stoic and the others. "This humble one is the Feng clan's current clan head, Feng Changqing." The little stoic looked at him expressionlessly. If it weren't for this little girl's eyelashes that would flutter once or twice from time to time, Feng Zhangqing would really think that this girl might just be an ice sculpture. He-Chin coughed lightly. He had also heard a little about the Phoenix clan. Speaking of which, thousands of years ago, Shurchin's ancestors were a branch of the Phoenix clan. After thousands of years of changes, their clan was getting further and further away from the Phoenix clan's bloodline. Therefore, He-Chun did not intend to tell these people that they might have been a family thousands of years ago. Seeing that the little stoic's small, cold face was taut, and she didn't say anything for a while, he had no choice but to reply, "What business do you have with me? We set up the Poison Flower King at the entrance to guard against the enemy. I wonder which one of you took it away." Feng Zhangqing's voice was low and sweet. Chapter 3790. His attitude was very humble, making people unable to feel any ill will toward him. Instead, his voice seemed to have a slightly bewitching effect, making people involuntarily want to lower their guard upon hearing it. The little stoic glanced at him expressionlessly. "It's mine." Everyone coughed. Little Tai Sui couldn't resist coughing lightly. This fellow was too concise and comprehensive. The small reddish-gold flower she took away just now turned out to be something the Phoenix tribe used as a defensive formation, but now it was pocketed by the little stoic. This really was little Tai Sui, and the others didn't know what to say. After all, they did indeed snatch someone else's item by force. "It attacked me, so I subdued it," the little stoic added expressionlessly. At first glance, there really wasn't anything wrong. That's right, the flower attacked first. We subdued this flower, so isn't this equivalent to this flower already being ours? Feng Changqing carefully sized up this stoic face and inexplicably had a feeling of, what should I say? He had the misconception that he couldn't continue speaking. The other members of the Phoenix tribe also looked at each other in dismay. You look at me, I look at you, and then they turned back to look at their clan leader, Feng Changqing. The atmosphere inexplicably chilled. All of a sudden, the corner of Yuan Shurchen's mouth silently twitched. He pretended to cough and said, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. This Phoenix tribe leader, Feng Changqing, discreetly flickered with wisps of holy power fluctuations. If there were no surprises, he should be a person whose strength was about the same as little Taisue's. Judging from the Phoenix tribe's stance, could it be that their entire tribe was at the God realm? Then perhaps there might be a few other transcendent God realm elders and consecrators in their tribe. For safety's sake, Yuan Shurchen felt that it was better to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Wait! Feng Changqing helplessly stretched out his hand to block their path. I am sorry. That golden saint poisonous flower is our tribe's protective item. The implication was that they should quickly return it. That was their tribe's sacred item, so they couldn't rashly give it to them. Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. Suddenly, a 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron appeared in his hand. Feng Zhangqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but cry out. 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron? The group of Phoenix clansmen looked at each other and thought in their hearts, what is the clan leader doing now? Shouldn't he be praising others? Shouldn't he be capturing them as soon as possible and forcing them to hand over the golden saint poisonous flower? Arbor's eyes were cold and emotionless. With a flip of his hand, the 3 poisons in the porcelain bottle fell into the small cauldron. Soon after, what dazzled everyone was that she casually took out several medicinal herbs and threw them into the small cauldron. The Phoenixes were dumbfounded. The Phoenixes had been in seclusion for a long time, but they boasted that they had the best alchemy skills in the world. Even if he had lived in seclusion for many years, his alchemy skills were still inseparable from society. But today, when he saw it, he felt that he seemed to be out of touch with the world. Was there anyone who could refine pills so casually? She didn't even weigh the medicinal herbs and directly put them into the medicinal cauldron. Wouldn't the cauldron explode if she did this? Obviously, the small cauldron in the little girl's hand showed no signs of exploding until now. Something was about to appear in it. Chapter 3791. A layer of golden quicksand suddenly jumped out of the cauldron. Like a thin layer of golden sand coat, it nimbly circled around the little girl's palm and slowly formed a quicksand ball. It looked very eye-catching, and all the Phoenix clansmen were stunned. Wow! Several girls in the Phoenix clan couldn't help but clap excitedly. Amazing, amazing, what amazing alchemy skills. It turned out that the little girl didn't refine pills, but poisonous sand. The other members of the Phoenix clan looked at these silly girls speechlessly. Hey, stop admiring her. She ground out a handful of poisonous sand, and her purpose is already very obvious. She's going to feed it to us. This group of people actually applauded the enemy so innocently. They really didn't know if they were spies sent by the enemy. Feng Changqing saw the little girl holding the ball of poisonous sand in her hand and hurriedly waved his hand. Don't, little girl. If you have something to say, we can discuss it properly. The other members of the Phoenix clan hurriedly nodded. I've already subdued the little poison, Arbor explained expressionlessly. It's mine. Everyone, would it kill you to say a few more words? Feng Changqing couldn't help but sigh and nod. Mrs. Alchemy's skills are extraordinary. That golden saint poisonous flower can indeed play a greater role in your hands. One had to know that although they had let the golden saint poisonous flower guard here for many years, they had never been able to make it spit out a drop of poison. This flower was very spiritual. Cough. The gentle members of the Phoenix clan naturally wouldn't force it. Miss, is your poisonous sand really refined from the golden saint poisonous flower's poison? A girl from the Phoenix clan asked excitedly. No, With a flip of her small hand, Xiao Mu showed the despairing little man-eating flower and the little blue snake to everyone. And their poison. Everyone, they could guarantee with but that if their clan leader hadn't suddenly relented, the little girl would definitely have used them to test the poisonous sand. The poison of the blue spirit snake emperor, the corrosive poison of the man-eating flower, and the terrifying poison of the golden saint poisonous flower. There was probably no antidote in this world. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly and silently took back the man-eating flower that was tilting its head. Another Phoenix Clan girl shouted excitedly, Miss, can I ask you, how did you make the golden saint poisonous flower spit out poison?" Arbor looked at them strangely for a while. Simple. Everyone looked like they were all ears. Little Tai Sui, Endless Saber, and He Chen's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. They felt that the little girl's next answer would probably make the group of idiots from the Phoenix Clan feel like they had nothing to live for. I stepped on a hard and curled my finger at it. Everyone was speechless. If words could be used to express the feelings of the Phoenix Clan, it would probably be fuck. Where did this weirdo come from? They had lived in seclusion for many years. Could it be that the world had evolved into such a state? Did a creature like the little stoic really evolve from humans? The group of Phoenix clansmen all had incredulous expressions as they stared at the girl. The little stoic glanced at them expressionlessly and said coldly, "Move aside." Feng Changqing reflexively blinked before hastily saying, "Miss, our clan has a request." Chapter 3792. Arbor glanced at them aloofly and suddenly pulled out the spear stuck in the ground, throwing it at a youth in the Feng tribe's group. Bam! That spear brushed past the youth's ear and directly smashed into a piece of turquoise behind them, directly shattering it. The Feng tribe youth's handsome face darkened, and he raised his hand to touch it. TCH. A thin trickle of blood dripped down his handsome face. Zhang Fei. Everyone involuntarily exclaimed. This younger brother of the Feng tribe's clan leader had a rather fiery temperament. Just now, he threw a spear at the little girl because of a disagreement. Now, the little girl wanted to get back at him, right? Truly a little fellow who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, everyone silently thought. It was also very rare to see Feng Zhangfei suffer a setback. Zhechen blinked and walked up to pull the icy-tempered little girl back to his side. He stroked her small head and comforted. "Let's not waste time with them. Let's go and find that little fatty Qi Xianxian later." The little fellow nodded. That's right. Meeting up with Qi Xianxian and the others as soon as possible was the most important matter. Feng Zhangqing hastily went up to stop them again and said sincerely, "Everyone, there is indeed a matter in the tribe that requires the little girl's help. Of course, there will definitely be a reward. Little girl, you're an alchemist, so you must know how precious the phoenix flower is." Arbor originally didn't want to pay attention to this fellow, but her small ears clearly twitched when she heard the words phoenix flower. Feng Zhangqing was a quick-witted fellow. He could clearly sense that although the little stoic was expressionless, the quick-wittedness that flashed through her eyes indicated that she cared about the phoenix flower. He hastily continued to entice the little stoic. The phoenix flower is a saint-rank medicinal ingredient. Its preciousness lies in the fact that as long as the phoenix flower is refined into a liquid and a drop is added every time you refine pills, you can guarantee a 100% success rate. I believe that every alchemist and physician should know this. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Feng Zhangqing. Feng Zhangqing instantly had the misconception that he wanted to break down. This stoic baby, you won't die even if you give her a little more expression, right? Why couldn't you see anything on this little fellow's face? You simply couldn't see any emotion on her face. Whatever happiness, anger, helplessness, or admiration, there was none. There was only facial paralysis. Which family raised such a child? Didn't they feel sad looking at her every day? She was so beautiful and cute, but she was expressionless following behind Feng Changqing. The two slightly older girls from the Phoenix clan hurriedly persuaded Arbor. "Miss, as an alchemist, you must be very clear about the effects of the phoenix flower. We don't need to elaborate on this point. If you're willing to help the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix clan will contribute a phoenix flower to you. 2. Just as the two women finished speaking, they heard a cold and crisp voice. Feng Zhangfei covered the small wound on his face. His eyes narrowed as he said, unhappily, "Don't push your luck." The little stoic turned around and ran off. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on Feng Zhangfei. Feng Zhangqing, what a brat with character. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he hurriedly said, 2 flowers it is. Eldest brother. Feng Zhangfei gloomily and angrily glanced at his elder brother. All right. You're already over 100 years old. Don't be so calculative with a little girl. Feng Zhangqing smiled gently. Chapter 3793. Feng Zhangfei's expression was gloomy. The Phoenix clan lived in seclusion all year round. In fact, they were all very simple people. Feng Zhangfei was no exception. He only felt that after a few hundred years, these secular people seemed to be even more difficult to get along with than what his grandfather had described. Miss, friends, please follow me, Feng Zhangfei said politely. Miss, your refining skills are unparalleled in the world. This time, I hope you can help save our clan's sacred object. Let's take a look first. What do you mean? Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but shout. This guy meant to take a look first and see if he could save it? Zhangfei. Feng Zhangqing glanced helplessly at his younger brother. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Feng Zhangfei. Since she had agreed to the clan leader's invitation, the little girl and the other 3 followed him to the Phoenix clan's territory. Feng Zhangqing led the group and walked a few steps. He looked back at the little girl and the others and said with a smile, "Follow our steps. Don't take the wrong path." After walking around the forest repeatedly for a while, the expressionless Sir Jojo suddenly found that the area in front of him had widened. A towering ancient tree that was estimated to be thousands of years old appeared in front of them. A jade stone appeared in Feng Zhangqing's hand. He flicked it into the trunk of the ancient tree and embedded it. Tiny circular vortexes slowly spread out from the tree's body. In a flash, the giant tree slowly shook and a small door opened from the bottom. Arbor knew very well that all of this was just a smokescreen of the Phoenix clan. Countless arrays had been set up in this place. It wasn't as simple as a defensive talisman array. However, this was the clan's private matter. Sir Jojo wasn't interested in studying it. She was only here to make a deal. Once the deal was done, she would leave immediately. She had no interest in studying the Phoenix clan's habitat in depth. Please. Feng Zhangqing was polite. He smiled and nodded at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal and the others. When the group walked through the small door in the tree hole, their eyes suddenly widened as if they had turned into another world. It was as if he had walked through an ordinary door and walked into a world of exotic flowers and grasses. Flowers bloomed everywhere in front of them, and their fragrance overflowed. In the distance, there was a wide, circular lake. Under the sunlight, the lake shimmered with a faint green light. Everyone took a deep breath and felt a refreshing smell coming from the air. They felt refreshed, as if they had just eaten a vitality pill. All the pores on their bodies opened up. Arbor narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He found it rather novel. This place was not an illusion, but a real space. He did not expect that in the depths of Phoenix Wood, there would be such a divine domain that was sealed off and used as a place for cultivation. That's right, the habitat of the Wind Clan was a very rare god domain. No wonder their clansmen were all above the god realm. It turned out that there was such a unique cultivation treasure. Yuan Shichen also smiled and looked at them. This place is not bad. Feng Zhangqing nodded. This is a divine realm that our ancestors found. At that time, for the sake of safety, all kinds of formations were set up outside. There were many ancient formations that should have been lost in the world by now. The group followed Feng Zhangqing and walked inside. They saw many Phoenix clan disciples meditating and cultivating around the lake. On the circular lake, looking from afar, there was a small green island located in the center of the lake. Chapter 3794. Many gorgeous and colorful birds were slowly flying around the small island in the center of the lake, chirping incessantly. That's our sacred land, Feng Zhangqing said with a smile. the sacred relic grows on it. However, it fell several hundred years ago. Now it's getting weaker by the day. At the mention of this sick holy relic, everyone lowered their heads, looking listless and pitiful. Arbor uttered a no. Everyone, what was going on? They suddenly had an impulse to not continue chatting with this little stoic. Feng Zhongfei even rolled his eyes at the stoic without concealment. I'm telling you, if you not only fail to cure our sacred relic, but also worsen its condition, you'll have to pay with your life. After Feng Zhongfei finished speaking, Feng Changqing turned around to glare at his younger brother before hastily saying, "Little miss, don't feel burdened. Although our sacred relic's condition is very bad, it probably won't get any worse. Your pill medicine skills are so good, so you'll definitely be able to help it. Even if you can't help, we won't blame you. This is probably our clan's fate." After saying this, Feng Changqing let out a long sigh. The little stoic then uttered a no. Everyone, Feng Changqing also wanted to cry. Why didn't this child like to talk? Would she lose a strand of hair or something if she talked to him? It wasn't that the little stoic was unwilling to talk, but she simply didn't understand the current situation. She hadn't even seen their sacred relic yet, so there was nothing to talk about. Feng Changqing led Arbor and the others to the lakeside and released a talisman from his sleeve. In an instant, a long, winding bridge constructed from rainbows extended from the lakeside to the island in the center of the lake. Arbor glanced at it. This Feng tribe's foundation was quite deep. At this time, many Feng clansmen had already been attracted by them. In the Feng tribe's habitat, the Feng clansmen generally built tree houses to live in, and the tree holes below were dug to store their belongings. The Feng tribe liked clean and gorgeous things, so their tree houses were built very gorgeously. The patriarch's tree house was built like a small palace. These phoenixes usually stayed in the clan's land to cultivate. It was rare to see outsiders enter. When everyone heard the news, they all gathered around the lakeside. Even the group of people who were meditating by the lakeside were woken up by the commotion. The moment the rainbow bridge appeared, the members of the Phoenix clan clamored to go over together. Patriarch Feng Zhongqing was obviously a very gentle leader. He turned around and said to the noisy clansmen, "I'm going to take the guests over now. If you want to come over, be quiet." The little stoic expressionlessly stepped onto the rainbow bridge and pattered towards the island in the middle of the lake. Seeing this, Feng Zhongfei muttered, "I wonder who owes a few million spirit coins." Everyone followed Feng clan leader to the island in the middle of the lake. It was only then that the little stoic realized that due to visual effects, they felt that the island in the middle of the lake was extremely small when they were at the lakeside. However, the moment he stepped onto the island, he discovered that the island was not small at all. A towering ancient tree grew in the center. It was shaped like a phoenix with its wings folded and its head and tail joined together to form a round shape. In an instant, it gave rise to a shocking feeling in everyone's hearts. Phoenix Wood, Chapter 3795. This truly was a rare phoenix wood. Unfortunately, the tree itself was already in a half-withered state. The scarlet leaves on the tree trunk had long disappeared, and the withered wood was drooping in a disorderly manner. It looked very listless at first glance. Arbor took a few steps forward and pressed her small hand against the withered black tree trunk. A vigorous vitality burrowed into the phoenix wood's body. In a split second, it made those withered branches sway as if they had come to life. A faint light red glow abruptly drilled out of the tree trunk and disappeared in a flash. The two withered branches that were originally drooping on the ground suddenly moved and wrapped around Sir Jojo like a human's arm. The Phoenix clansmen were shocked at the same time. Feng Zhongfei's voice stuttered. "BB Big Brother, what's going on? Who the hell was this little girl?" They had never seen the Phoenix wood so close to someone before. Why was it acting so abnormally today? This Phoenix wood had probably existed here for more than a few hundred to 1,000 years. It was the first time these Phoenix clansmen had seen the Phoenix wood so willing to get close to someone. Feng Zhongqing's eyes, however, contained a hint of excitement. He could tell that although the little girl's movements were very secretive just now, however, He could still clearly see that there was a trace of surging vitality around her small hand that was pressed against the tree trunk. The little girl should be a cultivator of the wood spirit origin, and her wood spirit origin was probably at a very high level. How high was it? To the extent that even the phoenix wood was willing to get close to her. Xiaomu was also a bit fond of this wilted phoenix tree. For some reason, when she saw it, it was as if she saw the former sapling. The sapling was even more wilted than it back then. It was only a small stalk, but now it was thriving and would soon grow into a towering tree. Hello, little girl. Feng Zhangqing originally almost blurted out the words little stoic, but then he coughed to cover it up and asked in all seriousness, Little girl, can this 1,000-year-old phoenix wood still be saved? 1,000-year-old phoenix wood, Arbor muttered to herself. He Chun, Tai Sui Dao, and Limitless Blade looked at each other, silently exchanging a look of speechlessness. What was the meaning of this? This was what it meant to get whatever the little girl wanted. It was pure luck, even though the phoenix wood in front of him looked half dead. But in this world, was there anything that Jojo could not save? Since Jojo had saved the phoenix wood, it was only logical that he would be able to obtain a piece of 1,000-year-old phoenix wood and 2 phoenix flowers for free. 5,000 points and first place in the preliminaries were all in one go. There was a 99% chance that the heavenly axiom was Jojo's relative. Otherwise, why would the heavenly axiom hand him a pillow every time Jojo dozed off? Yes, a 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. Feng Zhangqing said excitedly. Little girl, can this 1,000-year phoenix wood still be saved? Xiaomu nodded her small head firmly. There's hope. The group of phoenixes were all smiles at that moment. Everyone gave the little stoic classmate a sincere and friendly smile. Even Feng Zhangfei, who had been looking at the little stoic as if her nose was her nose and her eyes weren't her eyes, instantly stopped talking. But it will take time. However long it takes, it doesn't matter. Miss, if you have any special needs, feel free to tell us. Chapter 3796. 3 days. Feng Zhangqing was slightly startled. 3 days? What did this little girl mean? Could this dying phoenix would be revived in just 3 days? Was that possible? You all must leave, the little stoic said expressionlessly. I need an absolutely quiet space. Sir Jojo felt off all over, mainly because he was being stared at like a national treasure by a bunch of idiots. Feng Zhangqing naturally didn't have any objections. He nodded repeatedly and said, All right, don't worry. When the time comes, my clansmen will all leave Lake Hard Island. Arbor nodded. This was great and would avoid a lot of trouble. Feng Zhangqing then turned to look at the trio and said with a smile, There is a phoenix springs southeast of Lake Hard Island. If the 3 of you don't have anything to do these few days, you can go there to meditate and cultivate. Arbor imperceptibly swept a glance over the Phoenix clansmen and discovered that these guys' eyes immediately lit up when they heard the words Phoenix Spring. Evidently, it should be a good place to go. Since that was the case, then she should also go sightseeing. She thought this in her mind, but her small face was completely expressionless. Her large, black eyes glanced at Feng Zhangqing and his brother standing across from her, and saw that they were also looking at her. The little fellow then asked with a taut face, Is there anything else? What the hell? Feng Zhangfei couldn't resist rolling his eyes. This little fellow's tone and attitude made them feel like, Why aren't you idlers scramming yet? They really had seen a ghost. Arbor was stupefied. I need absolute silence here. Even if you hear any commotion, don't come up to disturb me. The implication was that you bunch of buffoons should stay far away from me and don't come here to make noise. Feng Zhangqing and the others were a bit shocked. Although the Phoenix clansmen had lived in seclusion for a long time, they were also very clear that if a large reclusive clan like theirs truly walked into the secular world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Not to mention that everyone was extremely respectful to them. There were at least 2,000 of them in their clan, and all of them were experts above the divine realm. If they walked onto the continent, it would absolutely be a huge blow to the 3 provinces, all right? But this little girl didn't seem to care about them at all. It really made their teeth hurt. Actually, the little girl only wanted to chase them away so that she could tour around Phoenix Island and look around. Needless to say, after those noisy members of the Phoenix clan left, the little girl's cold expression instantly became much better. "Jojo, why do you dislike them so much?" Everlasting Blade asked weakly. "You're making my head hurt," Sir Jojo said grumpily. Limitless Blade and Ji-chun looked at each other and quickly shut their mouths. If they quarreled, they would also be despised by the little girl. However, after chasing away those masters, the little girl seemed to have taken over the island as a king. She waved her small hand and said to them, "Let's go. Let's walk around." As soon as she stepped onto this small island, she felt that the divine power on this island was many times higher than on the land where the phoenixes lived. If he could cultivate for a few days in such a dense divine domain, his cultivation would definitely soar. Why aren't those Phoenix clansmen cultivating here? The little girl asked curiously. The concentration of divine power at the lakeside where they were was much lower than here. The divine power here is almost close to saint power. Chapter 3797. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said faintly, "If they cultivate in a place where saint power is distributed for a long time, their foundation will be damaged. If the divine power is too dense, there will be a backlash." Arbor looked confused. She never seemed to have any negative effects. No matter where she cultivated, there would only be a difference in speed. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at her silently. He knew why the little girl was puzzled. He said faintly, "You are not an ordinary person." Puffed. Dao Wuji laughed and immediately closed his mouth expressionlessly. He looked like he was saying, "I didn't laugh just now." With their cultivation, staying here for more than 12 hours is not good for them. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal said with a smile. Feng Changqing is an exception. Oh, in that case, even if he didn't chase them away, those nagging members of the Phoenix clan couldn't stay on this island for long. Feng Changqing is an immortal supremacy, so he can stay here and cultivate at any time. The little girl blinked and glanced at them. "What about you?" "I think clan leader Feng was right. There's indeed a good holy region in the southeast. It seems to be worth cultivating there for a few days." Arbor's eyes lit up. She quickly waved at them. "Let's go." But little Tai Sui pointed at the phoenix tree that was hugging the little girl with two pitch-black branches. The phoenix tree seemed to be clinging to the little girl and wouldn't let go no matter what. Sir Jojo raised his hand and patted one of the branches of the phoenix tree. He muttered, "Let go first. I will send them over first and come back later. Don't worry, I will definitely save you." The little girl reached out and stroked the trunk of the phoenix tree. Definitely. Regardless of whether her original purpose was to obtain the 1,000-year-old phoenix tree or the heart of the 1,000-year-old phoenix tree, she had inexplicably liked this withered tree when she saw it in Arbor. She just followed her heart and wanted to save it, regardless of whether she gained anything or not. The phoenix tree seemed to understand the little girl's words. It loosened its branches and let the little girl out. Arbor's eyes curved slightly. "Let me think about where to start." This phoenix would have been sick for a long time. With the little bit of life force in her small body, it would be difficult to restore this phoenix wood tree. If little tree was awake, then there must be a way. However, wasn't the little tree still diligently cultivating in seclusion to grow? She couldn't disturb it. Should he turn back and let little soil nourish the tree first before watering it with water? After that, she used the exuberant life force in her body to help it recover properly. Of course, this was not as fast and reliable as Chio doing it personally, but it should at least be effective. And then she could open her divine eyes and go in to see what was wrong with this phoenix wood. "Jojo." Arbor regained his senses and glanced at Yuan Shurchen. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his hand and patted her head helplessly. "Those 2 eggs of yours are jumping out again." And 3 little puppies, little Tai Sui and Dao Wuji, silently added at the end. Arbor took a closer look. Sure enough, the 2 eggs and the 3 little puppies seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their eggs flew and the puppies jumped, bouncing all the way forward. When he saw a pool of green spring water surrounded by piled-up stones, he was stunned. Those guys looked as if they had seen a relative they hadn't seen in 800 years. Plop, plop, plop. Chapter 3798. After a few loud splashes, the 3 puppies and the 2 buying eggs all jumped into the water, completely burying themselves in the spring water. The 2 eggs had been in the water and in the fire. After all, they were 2 sacred beast eggs, so they naturally wouldn't be in any danger. But the 3 puppies looked so weak. They wouldn't drown in the spring water, right? Arbor hurriedly took a few steps forward. With a sullen face, she stood by the spring and scolded, "Ada era san." Little Tai Sui. Every time it heard Lord Jojo call out the names of these beasts, it always felt a little funny. She was too lazy to come up with names, so she just called them whatever was easy to pronounce and popular. With a few splashes, the 3 puppies crawled in the spring water under them, revealing their 3 little heads. They looked at their little master in confusion and barked twice. Arbor rolled her eyes and looked them up and down for a while. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. She turned to look at the expressionless, venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. "Peach Blossom, didn't you say that the Phoenix clan members can't stay here for long?" Naturally, they wouldn't have the guts to soak in the spring water rich and sacred power. Even she could feel that the closer they got to the Phoenix Spring, the richer the sacred power. When they reached the Phoenix Spring, they couldn't feel the divine power at all. It was obvious that the Phoenix Spring was a true sacred region. No wonder the Phoenix clan leader said that Ji Chun and the other 2 could come here to cultivate. It was indeed a good place for them to cultivate. Ji Chun smiled at the little girl. Obviously, these 3 puppies aren't ordinary dogs. Dao Wuji and little Tai Sui tried their best to suppress their smiles and nodded. At this moment, Holy Sun Mi Yin, Fairy Ginkgo, Fairy Peony, Thin Tucho, and the Luo brothers who were cultivating in the Star Domain also strongly requested to come out. It was rare to feel such rich, sacred power fluctuations. It would be stupid not to come out. As a result, the Phoenix Spring was filled with people. The spring water was also occupied by the 2 eggs and the 3 puppies. Arbor glanced at them and turned around speechlessly. She waved her hand. "I'll come and pick you up in 3 days." A large group of people was making a ruckus. How troublesome. Holy Sun Mi Yin looks back at her. What is she doing? "You're too noisy." Of course, Everlasting Blade answered him. Holy Sun Mi Yin turned to look at him in confusion. "I haven't said a word since I came out." Little Tai Sui made a hand gesture and expressionlessly said, "Now that so many of you have come out, even the air has become somewhat thinner. This is how noisy it is." Everyone was speechless. Is it our fault? Just how much did Jojo despise him? After the little girl made arrangements for He-chun and the others, she no longer cared about how they were cultivating. He hopped back to the Phoenix tree. As soon as he stepped into the range of the Phoenix tree, he could clearly feel the tree's joyous aura. It seemed like this withered tree also welcomed her very much. She was a young lady who had connections with trees. Lord Jojo secretly showed off. He reached out to summon Little Water and Little Earth and gave them a few instructions. Little Earth Lump ran forward with its 2 short legs and drilled into the roots of the Phoenix tree. Its voice came from below the roots. Master Silver, the roots of this Phoenix tree are buried very, very deep. I have to go down and take a look to find the source. Otherwise, I won't be able to see clearly. Chapter 3799. It's fine. Just lie there. I'll see what's going on later. Arbor hurriedly stopped it. Since she wasn't sure if there was any danger in the depths of the ground, she naturally wouldn't let the little dirt lump take the risk. "Yes, master." The little dirt lump answered obediently. Arbor asked Lord Sacred Water to release some water to nourish the phoenix wood. Then she instructed the 2 little ones, "Wait a moment. I need to use my divine sense to check the specific situation of this phoenix wood. Don't move until I tell you to." "Oh." The 2 little ones responded obediently again. Arbor then sat down cross-legged and focused her mind. She gathered her divine sense into her eyes and opened her divine eye, carefully looking at the roots of the phoenix wood. The roots of this phoenix wood were indeed, as Little Dirt had said. They were intertwined and very complicated. Her divine sense went dozens of meters underground, but she still couldn't see the end. She couldn't help but exclaim loudly in her heart. This wasn't just a 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. Arbor became slightly excited. With such a huge root system developing, this should be a 10,000-year-old phoenix wood tree. Although she didn't know what this phoenix wood had experienced, seeing a 10,000-year-old holy tree about to wither after encountering such a thing really made her feel a little uncomfortable. The little girl made up her mind to save this thing no matter what. She released her divine sense inch by inch and explored the depths of the ground. It was endless. After an unknown amount of time, a faint light naturally appeared on Arbor's body. Little Water Child and Chirpy, who were squatting beside her, became a little worried. Will Master be okay? Little Water Child's transparent little hand hammered Chirpy's big, white, fluffy head. The little white squirrel shook its head repeatedly. No. Then why does it feel like Master has been looking for a long time? Little Water Child had a serious expression. It had indeed been a long time. The little white squirrel also knew that Master had used her divine sense to investigate the actual situation underground. It had been about 2 hours. If it were anyone else who came to check, they would have already exhausted their divine sense and fainted. However, the little Master who was sitting there, other than his face being slightly pale, did not seem to have suffered any special injuries. The two little ones did not dare to carelessly call out to her, lest they disturb her and make things worse. Just like that, he was on tenterhooks for almost 4 hours. Arbor suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The enchanting strands of blood landed on the roots of the phoenix tree, producing a sizzling sound. Immediately, the entire phoenix tree began to shake. Master, Little Water Child and Cho-Cho were almost scared to death by her. Arbor raised his hand and said calmly, "I'm fine." It was just that he had overused his divine sense. It seemed that the limit of her divine sense consumption was around 4 hours. Continuously consuming her divine sense would make her physically and mentally exhausted, and her divine sense would reach a state of exhaustion. But soon, she could feel a warm current flowing into her chest and abdomen, washing her meridians. At the same time, spiritual energy was slowly condensing and gathering in the depths of her consciousness. The speed at which her divine sense was gathering was a little fast. At least, Arbor felt that if other people were to reach the same level of exhaustion as her, they might not be able to recover as fast as her. The withered branches of the phoenix tree shook rapidly. Suddenly, something jumped up from the roots. Chapter 3800. A small ball of sky-blue crystalline substance suddenly flew to Arbor's fingers. Arbor was slightly stunned. She looked at the faint blue, soft ball on her fingertips and couldn't react for a long time. This was the frost dew that had the natural effect of refreshing one's mind. Arbor had an uncertain expression. The main thing was that this was too surprising. What was the frost dew? Even she had only seen a few records of it in the medicine codex. It was a sacred medicine that had always existed in legends and could improve one's divine sense. For me, Lord Jojo reached out and placed his hand on the phoenix wood's trunk. His eyes lit up slightly. Then wait a little longer. When I recover, I'll go down and help you get rid of that thing. Lord Jojo had already discovered the abnormality when her divine sense reached the bottom just now. The bottom of the phoenix wood had actually been hollowed out by an extremely bold little beast. That fellow had even built a nest there. Over the years, it had continuously absorbed vitality from the phoenix wood's body. Its appearance was also very strange. It had a bird's head and a snake's tail. Its entire body was covered in tiny black lumps, and it looked rather ugly. When Arbor's divine sense stared at it, it seemed to sense something and even raised its head to glance in her direction. Its perceptivity was not bad, but that was all it could do. Arbor was most annoyed by things that didn't work hard and wanted to take shortcuts. They didn't hesitate to hurt others. Just like that disgusting talisman master Tan Efe of the Clear Sky sect. He couldn't do anything but put a blood-cursed talisman on people. He used people as furnaces to cultivate and stripped their bloodline power, essence, and spirit for his own use. It was simply nauseating to reap without sowing. How could there be such a good thing in the world that one could obtain power without doing anything? If everyone was like this, wouldn't the laws of the heavenly Tao be messed up? Why did the world fear and hate talisman masters so much? Was it because of talisman masters themselves? No, it was because some evil talisman masters couldn't control their selfishness at all, so the world classified talisman masters as evil. Arbor had no intention of subduing this strange vermin bird at all. She just wanted to kill it. Moreover, it was so ugly that even Jojo couldn't be bothered to look at it. The frost dew slowly floated into the air and seeped into her body through the space between her eyebrows. She could feel the faint chi of the clear spring flowing under her skin and quickly seeping into her conscious. His already dried-up conscious was suddenly infused with a tyrannical force. At the same time that his consciousness was refreshed, his consciousness began to revolve rapidly, rushing towards the direction of the 6th level of consciousness. The effect of the frost dew on recovering consciousness was really too good. Not only did it fill up her originally dried-up conscious pool in less than a quarter of an hour, it also made her already loosened divine sense even more powerful. Therefore, it could be said that using one's divine sense more often could also improve the effect of training, especially when Xiao Mu replenished a ball of clear frost dew after exhausting her divine conscious to the point of exhaustion just now. That feeling truly was exceptionally satisfying. Lord Jojo opened his eyes and reached out a small hand to touch the phoenix wood. Then he muttered to himself, "Wait, I'll prepare to go down now." Seeing a branch of the phoenix would entangle the corner of her clothes, the little fellow hurriedly comforted him. "Don't worry, that ugly monster below can't do anything to me." Chapter 38:01. Of course, she had full confidence in saying that. That ugly fellow below, judging from its battle prowess, was only a divine beast that had just reached the divine realm. How could Sir Jojo not be able to kill it? She eagerly stretched out her little fist and called out to the little lump of dirt under the roots, "Little dirt, take me down." The lump of dirt immediately jumped up and used its big head to break open the ground. It dug and quickly penetrated into the soil below. Little water child looked at it expressionlessly. "Master, I'll go too." It leaped and Chio hurriedly followed. The two little ones hung on her body together. The little lump of dirt flattened itself and wrapped itself around Sir Jojo like a roll. Arbor poked its head out of the roll and asked with a stoic face, "What do I look like?" "Like the meat filling in a burrito," the water child replied honestly. Sir Jojo immediately retracted his head and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, Jojo's lotus isn't here. It definitely didn't look good like this." "Master, sit tight." Arbor was stuck in the roll and said unhappily, "Your master, I'm standing." "What sit?" Being wrapped in that layer of dirt, it really wanted to dig 2 holes in it and see what was going on outside. "Master, go ahead. Little dirt doesn't hurt." Speaking of which, all the soil in the world could be absorbed by the little lump of dirt, just like how any water could be swallowed by holy water. So digging a hole was something was really too convenient for the little lump of dirt. It just had to dig in and casually dig a little, and the sand around it would obediently move to the sides. The reason why it wanted to wrap Sir Jojo inside was that the lump of dirt was worried that Sir Jojo would be covered in dirt, not that it was afraid that the surrounding soil would drown Jojo. If one looked at it from afar, they could see that this holy land was like a moving arrow of earth drilling a hole in the ground. Everywhere it passed, the soil would retreat, and it didn't take long for it to reach a few hundred meters underground. The roots of the phoenix tree were everywhere. Layers upon layers of intertwined roots intertwined together, but these roots were all dark green, and many of them had broken or rotted away. Looking at it with his divine sense was not as shocking as seeing in person. Arbor stood in the middle of the intertwining roots, like a tiny ant lying in the middle of a forest. It was so small that it was almost pitiful. "Master, this fellow is asleep." The little dirt lump stretched out 2 small hands and 2 small feet, and a mysterious smile appeared on its small, square, and bumpy face. Let's go together right now and slaughter it together. The dirt lump muttered into Xiao Mu's ear. The little water baby couldn't help but roll its eyes. It's such a big lump. If it fights here, then what about the Phoenix Woods roots? Wouldn't that be a huge blow to his vitality? Arbor nodded and looked up. Just now, the small lump of dirt had swooped down with her all the way, but now it had already opened up a slender tunnel from top to bottom that could allow people to climb up quickly. That would do. Arbor reached out and took out a bag of red and green feathers from its inner world and stuck it to its head and arms. The little dirt lump, the little water baby, and Cho-Cho all looked at her with expressions of looking at a weirdo. In the end, the little water baby couldn't hold it in. Master, what are you doing? Is it like it's kind? The three of them shook their heads in unison. Chapter 38:02. You're so beautiful, Master Silver. The water child praised sincerely. The little dirt lump couldn't say anything more flattering, so it just nodded furiously at the side. Even if Master Silver was covered in feathers, it was still so beautiful. Arbor, I'll go lure it up. Why do these feathers look so familiar to me? The little lump of dirt mumbled to itself. The feathers of the blue one and blazing fire. The water child rolled its eyes. Every time they shed feathers, Master Silver would follow behind and silently pick them up. The little dirt lump immediately showed an expression of admiration. Master Silver is a model of diligent and thrifty housekeeping. These feathers can be exchanged for medicinal herbs at the pharmacy or sold for money. This didn't seem like a compliment. Arbor had already gone a little further at this time and stood in front of the bird-headed snake-tail beast. Looking at it up close, it realized that the little black lumps on its body were really ugly, and there seemed to be a faint green juice in each lump. The little dirt lump's face was also lumpy, but it was just cute. No matter if it turned into a square or a rhombus shape or whatever, its lumpy face was much cuter than most people's. This bird-headed beast in front of it was too ugly, too ugly. Arbor secretly complained and pulled out a clump of soil from the side and threw it at the bird-headed beast's big head. Patter! The bird-headed beast immediately woke up, and a pair of fierce little eyes glared at Arbor. It immediately straightened its snake tail, and its little eyes flashed as it stared at Arbor. Who are you? Damn, this beast could actually speak human language. But it made sense. This was a guy that had evolved into a divine beast, so logically speaking, it should be able to transform. Arbor looked at it with a cold little face and suddenly moved its feather-covered arm. You're from the Blue Wand tribe? The bird-headed beast shook its head. Why do you have blue wand feathers and blazing phoenix feathers on your body? What was going on? Was this person mutated? That's right. I'm the descendant of the Blue Wand and Fire Phoenix. Arbor lied with a straight face, bullying this beast that had just entered the god level and hadn't seen the world. Xiao Mu continued. I've taken a fancy to your lair. Scram. Chirp, chirp, little water and little earth. The bird-headed snake beast was furious. It had been squatting in this nest for hundreds of years. Don't think that you're so great just because you're the descendant of the Blue Wand and Fire Phoenix. How dare you rob my lair? You must be tired of living. Come up if you have the guts. If you win, I'll scram. If you lose, you scram. Arbor hooked his finger at the beast and took the lead to leap out of the narrow tunnel. The bird-headed snake was indeed very straightforward. How could it stand Arbor's provocation? It swam up quickly, but suddenly stopped halfway. At this time, Arbor had already jumped up to the ground. After waiting for a long time for that guy to come up, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. She poked her head out of the cave and roared. Bird-headed beast, are you dead? I won't fall for it. You're lying to me. You've been shedding feathers all the way. You're not the descendant of the Blue Wand and Fire Phoenix at all. You're a human in disguise. You must have gathered a group of people and are waiting for me up there. Arbor, what's going on? Why did this guy suddenly become enlightened? Arbor looked at the feathers on his body, took them off, and put them back in place. With a whoosh, he jumped back into the cave. From afar, he looked at that guy coldly. You think I can't do anything to you if you don't come out? Arbor's eyes rolled, and a plan came to her mind. Chapter 38:03. If this thing stayed in the roots, and didn't leave, she couldn't fight with it here, so as not to destroy the roots of the phoenix wood again. At first, she really didn't know what to do with it, but Lord Jojo wasn't anxious. Since she had found the reason, she would slowly torment this thing. Anyway, she had agreed with Feng Zhangqing and the others for 3 days, and now, not even half a day had passed. The little guy simply ran up with the little dirt lump and didn't let the dirt lump fill the tunnel that had been drilled. With her eyesight, she looked down a few hundred meters and happened to see the ugly bird-headed beast lying in its nest, raising its bird head at her in a show of force. "Later, I'll chop off your head and kick it like a ball," Lord Jojo sneered in her heart. Looking at the small black lumps all over its body and the way the green liquid was flowing, it should be a poisonous beast. This thing was poisonous all over, parasitic, and the roots of the phoenix were like a parasite. It would be strange if the phoenix wood was fine. Not only did this thing rely on the phoenix wood, but it also drained its life points over the years and discharged the toxins in its body. Therefore, the surrounding phoenix wood branches were black and wilted, which was a sign that it was poisoned. Arbor's big eyes turned, took out the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, and slowly began to refine the medicinal liquid. Her small hand took out a large soup pot from her inner world, and Arbor kept pouring the nutrient liquid into the pot. Chirps, who was at the side, watched with its small eyes a little straight. It smacked its lips, jumped to the side of the soup pot, lowered its head, and took a bite. "The taste is not bad, right?" Lord Jojo muttered to herself. Although her cooking skills were really not that good, her pharmaceutical skills were extraordinary. Whether it was the pills or the medicinal liquid, the taste was quite good. Arbor took out a small soup spoon and scooped a mouthful. She fanned the medicinal liquid with her small hand, and a fragrant smell slowly drifted into the cave from the entrance. She knew very well about the medicine she was refining. They couldn't even resist the temptation of rotten peach blossoms, let alone a little beast that hadn't seen the world. He was not afraid that Ta would not take the bait. Arbor pulled out a sneer and deliberately placed the soup pot at the entrance of the cave. He held a spoon and poured the soup spoonful by spoonful onto the phoenix wood branch as if he was watering flowers. Little water, little earth, and little chirps squatted by the side of the pot, holding their own small spoons and occasionally drinking 1 or 2 mouthfuls. Arbor watered the phoenix wood while continuously taking out medicinal herbs and putting them back into the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron to continue refining. All kinds of medicinal soups were freshly made. Pots and pans of various sizes were lined up in Arbor. He practiced all the way until night, and only then did he stop for dinner. Little Water and Little Earth cooked the vegetable soup and roasted the meat. Lord Xiqiao ate a small bowl of holy rice and patted her small belly. She found a more comfortable place to lie down under the branch of the phoenix tree and went to sleep. The bird-headed, snake-tailed beast below felt that it was going crazy. How torturous! Can you mend the hole in the cave? Various fragrances of pills, herbs, and dishes wafted in the air. He was really going to drive the beast crazy. This human must have done it on purpose. It was so obvious that he wanted to lure it up. This little human must have an accomplice waiting for it up there. It would be stupid to walk right into the trap. It had been entrenched in the depths of the phoenix wood's roots, so the human would definitely not dare to do anything to it. Chapter 38:04. But once it foolishly climbed up, it would definitely be out of luck. Bah! Did it think it was stupid? It stayed near the roots and refused to go up no matter what. Let's see what this fellow can do to it. Seriously, it was too fucking torturous. The smell of the pill and medicine really made its heart itch unbearably. The most ridiculous thing was that it originally wanted to quickly fall asleep and ignore the fragrance. Unexpectedly, the pill fragrance kept drilling into its mouth and nose. Even when it was asleep, it couldn't resist it. It was really unbearable. Endure, endure, endure. It had to endure. If this fellow knew that the deceitful Charles had arranged more than 10 basin-sized medicinal soup pots at the entrance of the cave, it would naturally emit the fragrance and permeate the soil. It would probably go crazy on the second day. Arbor woke up in high spirits after a good night's sleep and started a new round of pharmaceutical work. On this day, Arbor specialized in refining poisons. In any case, she had already collected enough poisonous flowers and poisonous herbs. For the entire day, Arbor had been fiddling with her 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. After refining until night, she suddenly realized that the 6th star on the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron had lit up. The little girl couldn't help but be overjoyed. Her 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron had taken another step forward. She could very clearly feel that within the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, there was a faint fluctuation of the artifact spirit's thoughts, revealing its gratitude to the little master. Haha! Could it be that the artifact spirit would appear the moment all the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron lit up? The little fellow stroked her small cauldron while thinking about the good things in her heart. However, the movements of her hands didn't stop. She continued to multitask and continued to work on her poison refining work. If the previous medicinal fragrance was able to make the bird-headed snake beast endure, then the current medicinal fragrance was able to make the bird-headed snake endure. The fragrance of the poison almost made the bird-headed beast go berserk. With so many special poisonous fragrances mixed together, the bird-headed snake beast in the nest couldn't help but drool. Wu life was too torturous. It smelled so many delicious things, but none of them were for it. That human girl should be a devil. The bird-headed beast's eyes bulged as it secretly racked its brains. It secretly made up its mind that when the little girl fell asleep late at night, it would swim up and swallow the poison. The little girl had refined so many poisons. After he swallowed all of them, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if that guy came to help, he wouldn't have to be afraid. On this day, not only did Xiao Mu refine over 100 bottles of poison pills, but she also produced several dozen pots of poison liquid and poison powder. She placed the pots, bowls, ladles, and basins in a row at the cave entrance before going to rest and sleep. If you don't take the bait today, I'll make you pronounce my name backwards. The little girl was pleased with herself. She leaned against the phoenix wood's roots, turned over, and hugged a branch of the phoenix wood to sleep obediently. I'll definitely kill you today, the little stoic thought to herself. I'll let you reap without sowing, and I'll let you gnaw on the phoenix wood. The little girl had already thought of how to deal with this bird-headed beast. The latter half of the night was very quiet. The bird-headed snake beast, which had been stimulated by the special aroma of the poison pill's venom to the point that it couldn't sleep properly, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. It followed the spiraling tunnel and crawled up. As it crawled, its small eyes vigilantly emitted a green light. It paused from time to time, preparing to flee down at any moment. Humph! This little human was probably already sound asleep and unconscious. Wait until it released some poison and let her sleep even more deeply. Chapter 38:05. This treacherous bird-headed beast climbed to the top of the cave and only stuck out half of its head. It immediately saw a circle of soup pots placed near the entrance of the cave. Its eyes instantly emitted layers of green light. It was so happy that it wanted to sing loudly. Wow, isn't this delicious food delivered to my door? After drinking so much poison, its physical strength would definitely be promoted by several levels. At that time, it would no longer be a beast that had just entered the deity realm. When its realm stabilized, a few mere humans would be of no use. Perhaps it could even eat the heart of the 10,000-year-old phoenix tree. At that time, it might even break through to the transcendent realm in an instant. Ha 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 ha. This fellow was extremely happy. Its bird head moved and poked out of the cave. It stretched out its beak to peck at the basin full of poisonous sand. Wow, delicious. This basin of poisonous sand was simply too wonderful. This was simply the most unique delicacy in the world. Bang! The bird's beak seemed to have knocked against an iron plate, and it almost became crooked. The bird-headed snake beast almost cried. It was too fucking painful. Its mouth was almost crippled. This girl's thoughts were too vicious. This seemingly unconcealed medicinal basin actually had a defensive talisman array reinforced. Under the night sky, who would pay attention to a thin layer of defensive talisman array? The bird-headed beast naturally could not see it clearly. The bird-headed snake beast hurriedly climbed out of the cave with a fierce glint in its eyes. It was only because it was not prepared that it was shaken away by this talisman array. Look at how it used its iron spike tail to break this damn defensive talisman array. In the blink of an eye, the bird-headed snake beast's tail flew and landed on the ground with a muffled bang. Pain, 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 pain. Fuck, this is too painful. The bird-headed beast looked back with a dumbfounded expression. With this glance, its fucking bird eyes were about to pop out. The pots and pans that were originally full of pots and pans on the ground were now gone. The little girl was standing behind it, looking at it with a cold gaze. It was tricked. The bird-headed snake beast was about to shrink back into the cave when it suddenly realized that the cave entrance had been sealed by 3 layers of defensive talisman arrays. It had no way out. It could only fight. A fierce glint appeared in the bird-headed snake beast's eyes. Did this human brat think that he was afraid of her? There were sparks in its small eyes. When it saw that there were no helpers behind the little girl, its courage was boosted, and it quickly swam towards the little girl's side. Bang, 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 bang. The bird-headed snake beast looked around in astonishment. What was going on? It was completely blocked by the talisman arrays that were like iron walls. Now, it seemed to be trapped in a huge transparent container. No matter how hard it tried, it could not break out. The combination of the triple binding glyph and confinement glyph was fully unleashed around the bird-headed snake beast, suppressing it and trapping it within. Arbor's 2 small hands slowly came out from under his sleeves. He looked at the ugly beast in front of him in despair. At the same time, he controlled the glyph formation around it. And, at the same time, a divine sense suddenly drilled into the glyph formation. Arbor closed his eyes and began to peel off the beast's flesh and bones. Yes, deprivation. In the past, he could deprive the beast's inner world. Now, he could deprive the beast's flesh and bones. Arbor did not know what kind of strange skill this was. It seemed to be innate. Usually, there was no need for it, but at critical moments, it could have a miraculous effect. This little beast was like a parasite that had been residing in the 10,000-year phoenix wood. Chapter 38:06. The honest 10,000-year-old phoenix tree didn't know how to resist. And just like that, it continued to absorb the power that others had painstakingly cultivated for 10,000 years. Everything it had now was sucked from other people's blood. When Arbor deprived it, he didn't have any psychological burden. It was just so natural. The beast trapped in the confinement talisman array roared in pain and suddenly begged for mercy. It felt that it was too unlucky. For hundreds of years, it had lived peacefully in its nest without making any progress. It had always been very comfortable. It didn't expect that a little girl would come today and actually want to torture it to death. The bird-headed snake beast spoke human language and kept nagging and begging for mercy, saying that it would never dare to parasitize the roots of the phoenix tree again. It begged Arbor to do good and let it go, and it would find another place to settle down. In the end, Sir Jojo listened to it mumbling in the array for a long time without any expression. He didn't even say a word to it. It was too infuriating. Why were humans so hateful nowadays? The bird-headed snake beast moved its curved snake body in a frenzy, and its eyes spewed out traces of green light wrapped in scarlet. Good. Since this fellow was determined not to let it live, then it would fight it out with her. The bird-headed snake beast thought for a moment. Although it was very reluctant, its life had reached the critical point now, and it was at the juncture of life and death. If it didn't fight with all its might, how could there be a way to live? The poison it had stored for a lifetime was all going to be wasted here today. When Arbor saw that this fellow suddenly stopped talking, he became a little suspicious. He raised his hand and placed more than 10 defensive talismans on his body, wrapping himself layer by layer. The innermost layer also covered himself with an eggshell defensive barrier. Perfect. At the same time, the bird-headed snake beast had already burst open the tiny black lumps all over its body. A large amount of scarlet-green liquid gushed out of its black lumps, and when it spread over the soil, the poison immediately seeped into the soil, completely dyeing a few of the branches of the phoenix tree into an abnormal strange green. Arbor's gaze became a little more severe. He called for a small amount of soil and water to go up together, and they all poured over the main root of the phoenix tree. The bird-headed snake beast released all the toxins in its body, and its entire body went limp as it lay on the ground. When it took a closer look, it almost fainted from anger. He saw that the shameless girl was covered in a defensive talisman array from head to toe. Like a round ball, it rolled towards him. Due to the instant the poison exploded, the bird-headed snake beast had already broken through the outer layer of the confinement array glyphs. However, it had yet to catch its breath, and its entire body was somewhat listless. Arbor didn't care at all as he stepped on Venom and jumped forward. This was because her entire body was covered with talismans, and her feet were also surrounded by the power of talismans. The poison could not even think of getting close to her. Of course, as the ancestor of poison, even if she was contaminated by this disgusting poison, she should be able to quickly detoxify it. After she stepped forward, she simply stretched out a small hand with the Vajra amulet attached to it and pressed it flat on the snake beast's head. He continued the process of stripping the bones and blood that had not been completed just now. After a quarter of an hour, Arbor successfully stripped the divine beast's bones and blood from the bird-headed beast body. A drop of bone and blood condensed into the size of a grain of rice, showing a faint green light, gently jumped and swayed between her fingers. "Big Ape," Arbor called out. Chapter 3807. With a wave of his hand, he released the big guy that was dancing excitedly in Paradise Planet. "Go and advance." Arbor threw the drop of bone blood at her fingertip to the big ape that was pounding its chest and howling. She looked at it speechlessly. The big ape quickly absorbed the drop of bone blood. Then it howled twice and was thrown into Fish Orchid Planet by Xiao Shui to advance. At this time, the bird-headed snake beast that had its bone and blood extracted had completely given up. Arbor glanced at that thing. Although she despised it, she felt that the venom on the ground was still a little useful. She took out a large bottle and filled it with the venom on the ground. She then moved out the large and small basins that she had put in her inner world and began to water the phoenix wood with a nutrient solution. As she watered it, she muttered softly, "I'll go down and repair your foundation later. We'll be fine soon. You're a 10,000-year-old phoenix wood. I believe that if you want to send a message to the Phoenix clan, you can still do it." Arbor's small hand paused and patted it. "Why don't you tell them?" The Phoenix clan thought that this was a 1,000-year-old phoenix wood and regarded it as a divine object. If the phoenix would send a message to Feng Zhangqing with its thoughts, Feng Zhangqing would immediately lead more than 2,000 Phoenix clan members and dig 3,000 feet into the ground. They would spend 10 days and 8 nights, or even longer, to find that parasitic beast and cripple it. Russell the phoenix would shook its dry branches as if to convey the joy in its heart. It hugged Lord Jojo intimately. Arbor revealed a rare, sincere smile. Usually, her smile was forced to curl the corners of her mouth or chuckle twice. Her expression was completely different from a chuckle this phoenix, which was quite arrogant. It looked down on Feng Zhangqing and the others. Arbor felt that she quite admired this phoenix wood's small temper. That's right. The Phoenix clan members looked like a bunch of clowns. None of them were reliable. Arbor took out a small stool from her inner world and sat under the phoenix wood. She sincerely chatted with it. "Little wood, do you want to change to a better living environment?" Chio, little water, and little earth. Her master seemed to have turned on his bluff mode again. "Although this place isn't bad, look, there are dangers everywhere. There are also many humans and beasts coveting you. Isn't it too restless?" The phoenix tree rustled and shook its branches to express its agreement. Arbor touched its trunk. "I'll help you fix the foundation later. I'm leaving tomorrow. From now on, we will never meet again." The phoenix tree had lived for 10,000 years, so how could it not understand the human language? At this moment, the 2 branches of the royal phoenix tree hugged Lord Jojo and swayed her small body. Arbor shook his head decisively and said expressionlessly, "No, I can't stay here any longer. The world is so big. I need to go everywhere to gain experience. Only then can I slowly improve my ability. Although this divine territory is not bad, it's still not the best, Arbor said with a serious face. I've discussed with the Phoenix clan that the treatment time is 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, I'll leave. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. It's fate that you and I have met. When fate ends, it will be gone. Every time her master turned on her bluff mode, she would suddenly act out of character. Chapter 38:08. However, when the stoic face was chatting with you, there wasn't much expression on her small face. The Phoenix would listen attentively and didn't seem to move for a long time. It was as though it was carefully pondering how to solve the problem at hand. The little girl said that the world was very big and she had to walk around. That was right. She was still young, so she indeed had to walk around and broaden her horizons. There was nothing wrong with her words. Then if she walked around, it would walk around with her, right? The Phoenix would suddenly emitted a strange luster, and a mass of green paste-like substance that exuded a rich vitality suddenly flew into Arbor's hand. Little water, little earth, and little Chirp's 3 lower jaws all fell off. That mass seemed to be the essence of holy wood. Could it be that this Phoenix wood had already grown to an existence that surpassed the 9th level of spiritual wood origins and was almost no different from holy wood? That was right. It was the heart of a 10,000-year-old Phoenix wood, so it naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as 100,000-year-old Phoenix wood. The little girl was still thinking about how to continue duping this fellow. Who knew that a paste-like substance would suddenly fly over and be absorbed by her spiritual ruin realm in a split second? This 10,000-year-old Phoenix wood's heart was almost no different from the holy water's essence that she absorbed previously. It was powerful, full of energy, and filled with the aura of an ancient 10,000-year-old Phoenix wood. Arbor was petrified on the spot. She originally wanted to have a good chat with the royal Phoenix tree. The 10,000-year-old Phoenix wood's heart was like the essence of holy wood. The moment it entered Arbor's spiritual ruin realm, Chochio was the first to sense this abnormality. Chochio's pleasantly surprised voice instantly rang out. Master, what did you do? Did you just save the world? How could such a powerful wisp of holy wood essence be injected into it? Furthermore, this wasn't its own holy wood essence. This was another kind of holy wood essence that was almost comparable to it. Chocho instantly let out a few wolf howls and howls. It was as though it had returned to its initial state of being a small, crooked tree that was letting out strange wolf howls. You're not a wolf, Arbor said expressionlessly. Master, are you ready? Prepare for what? Arbor was confused. Prepare to break through to the deity realm. Chocho cried out. Master Silver, I might have to sleep for a long time again this time. Once you step into the deity realm, the entire star field will take a step towards the deity realm. At that time, we won't be able to use the star field for a few days. Master Silver, you must protect yourself well. After Chocho forced himself to say a few words, he hurriedly shut his mouth to prevent himself from going berserk and immersed himself in cultivation again. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. When he looked up, he opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The entire Phoenix tree began to tremble. It was as if Phoenix Island was trembling as well. The earth trembled and the island in the center of the lake rippled, but it did not affect He-chun and the others who were meditating and cultivating in the Phoenix Spring. The saint power in the Phoenix Spring Sanctuary was very abundant, and everyone was very happy to take it. The sound in the sacred region was completely blocked out, so no one noticed the abnormality there. However, the Feng clansmen who were cultivating by the lakeside all sensed this unusual tremor. Feng Zhangqing and Feng Zhangfei hurriedly set up a rainbow bridge and rushed over to the island in the center of the lake with a group of clansmen. They saw a strange scene from afar, so strange that it was unforgettable. Chapter 38:09. They saw the little girl standing under the phoenix tree. Her small white figure was fluttering in the wind. The phoenix tree in front of him, however, shook its huge body and pulled its knotted roots out of the soil bit by bit. Yes, its countless roots buried deep in the ground were slowly pulled out of the ground. The scene shocked almost everyone. What did this phoenix tree want to do? It wanted to run away. Phoenix Island began to slowly shatter from the inside. As the phoenix tree's huge body was desperately climbing up from the depths of the ground, this pitiful island was destroyed with all its might and gradually fell apart. Arbor looked at everything in front of her expressionlessly. After the phoenix tree's holy wood essence merged into her body was undergoing a transformation. The most important thing was that she must immediately find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion and not continue to stand on this island that was on the verge of collapse and stare at Feng Zhangqing and the others. The two high priests of the Phoenix clan, who had rushed over after hearing the news, looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and repeatedly cupped their hands in the direction of the phoenix tree. "Quick, everyone, kneel down and worship our clan's saintess." Everyone was dumbfounded. Worship who? These two high priests were second only to the chief grand elder in their clan. When the chief grand elder was in seclusion, all the clan's affairs were handled by the clan leader and these two high priests. The two high priests basically had the authority of the deputy clan leader in the Phoenix clan. Moreover, they were already old and had deep qualifications. They were respected by everyone in the clan, and no one dared to disobey them. When the clan leader, Feng Zhangqing, saw them, he had to respectfully address them as high priests. At this moment, the two high priests knelt down at the same time. They thought they were kneeling down to the phoenix tree, but unexpectedly, they were kneeling down to the little girl. "Quick, kneel down! Kneel down!" The two great consecrators turned around and glared at the phoenixes. How could the Phoenix clan members dare to refute them? Although everyone was dumbfounded, they all obediently knelt down. Feng Zhangqing was about to kneel down when he was stopped by the angry Feng Zhangfei. "Big brother, they're crazy. Should we go crazy with them?" "Kneel for what? Where did the saintess come from?" The Phoenix clan had never had a saintess. "How dare you?" The two high consecrators glared at Feng Zhangfei angrily before bowing repeatedly in Xiaomu's direction. "This darn brat is insensible. Please forgive him, Saint Lady. Quick, kneel down and pay your respects." Not to mention the phoenixes, even Sir Jojo was a little confused. Needless to say, she herself was quite disgusted with the titles of saintess and saintess. When she heard others call her saintess, she reflexively thought of the pretentious saintess of the Sun Moon Temple. After Du Chunjiang left, Nie Yawang seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He probably went back to his nest. Why were these people kneeling and worshipping her, and even calling her saintess? What a joke. Arbor was speechless as he looked at the people who were led by the two consecrators. They cupped their hands and bowed to him. His small body was a little stiff. "The saintess has been born." A great consecrator wiped his old tears and turned to Feng Zhangqing with excitement. "Our Feng clan has hope in the future. Clan leader, the saintess has been born. The phoenix tree can be saved." Feng Zhangqing was still dumbfounded. Chapter 38:10. He was really curious. He didn't know where this saintess came from. Why were the two consecrators so agitated? "Quick, go and ask Great Elder to come out of seclusion." The other consecrator also turned around and instructed the two clansmen behind him, "Tell Great Elder that the saintess has come into being." Everyone, two great consecrators, this Phoenix Island was about to completely collapse. Shouldn't it be more appropriate for them to leave as soon as possible? At this very moment, the 10,000-year-old Phoenix tree finally broke free from the shackles of the ground and completely pulled its roots out of the ground. After a round, it shrank a lot. After a few rounds, it shrunk to a height of 3 meters. In an instant, the crown of the tree was wrapped in crimson leaves. It grew leaves. The Phoenix tree actually grew leaves. Feng Zhangqing looked at everything in front of him in shock and involuntarily got up from the ground. 3 days, no, 3 days hadn't passed yet. Sure enough, the little girl had brought the Phoenix tree back to life. Not only did she bring it back to life, but the Phoenix tree also crawled out of the ground. "Big brother, this Phoenix tree has become a spirit." Feng Zhangfei cried out in alarm. "What does it want to do?" "It's been following the little stoic face." Could it be that it wants to run away with the stoic face? These words were simply the thoughts of many Phoenix clansmen. That was their clan's sacred object. How could it run away with the little girl? They absolutely couldn't let it run away. Shut up. All of you shut up. The two consecrators immediately jumped up and cupped their hands at Arbor. They turned around and berated Feng Zhongfei. Stinking brat, what are you saying? How dare you be so rude to the saintess? What stoic face? Even if the saintess had a stoic face, she was still the Phoenix clan's most honorable saintess. Humph! Our ancient Phoenix clan scrolls have records of this. When the Phoenix clan's ancestors found this divine realm in Phoenix Forest, the Phoenix tree had already existed in the divine realm. It can even be said that the reason why this area we cultivate and became a divine realm is entirely because of the sacred power released by the Phoenix tree when it breathes in and out. The Phoenix tree has become a sacred object that our clan has worshipped for generations, but it has its own autonomy. Our ancestors have clearly instructed us that if there comes a day when the Phoenix wood forms its own consciousness and wants to leave, we are not allowed to stop it, the High Consecrator said with a serious expression. That's right. We've been using this divine territory. Over the past 1,000 years, the Phoenix clan has been living in seclusion and has gradually grown stronger. The Phoenix tree has always been a sacred object of our clan, an existence akin to our benefactor. The clansmen can only worship it and cannot be disrespectful to it. The group of Wind Race clansmen looked at each other before lowering their heads and lowering their necks. Since the high priest had said so, they naturally had no reason to force the Phoenix tree to stay for them and continue to be the Phoenix's protector. But just the thought of letting the Phoenix would run away like this made his heart ache. Sigh. The clansman let out a long sigh. It was fate, not luck. What was to come would come in the end. Saintess. The high priest bowed toward Arbor and said with a smile, "This island is about to sink. Let's get out of here first." Arbor looked at the two high consecrators expressionlessly and suddenly jumped onto the branch of the Phoenix tree. At that moment, everyone only saw the little girl in a white blouse under the red leaves. Her delicate little face was paralyzed. At this moment, a claw-shaped scarlet flower with several tasseled phoenix tails suddenly drilled out from between the leaves. Chapter 38:11. Everyone looked on in shock, unable to utter a word for a long time. The entire Phoenix Island collapsed in an instant. Arbor looked back, only to see that the Phoenix Springs sacred territory was wrapped in an invisible sacred power, unaffected by the collapse of the island. Hu Shichin and the others were soaking in the Phoenix Spring, completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. Following an arc of white light, they suddenly sank into the lake. Arbor frowned slightly and quickly released her divine sense to take a look. She found that everyone was still meditating in the Phoenix Spring. However, the Phoenix Spring was like a spherical isolation shield, completely shielding them from the outside world. Arbor heaved a sigh of relief, hugged the Phoenix wood, and smashed into the water with a bang. Saintess! The two high priests were shocked. As soon as Arbor entered the water, she was like a fish in water. She quickly paddled away, hugging the Phoenix wood, and her speed did not slow down at all. When she swam to the vicinity of the Phoenix Spring, the little fellow was anxious, so she did not care too much. She boldly opened her star domain and threw the Phoenix Spring, along with Hu Shichin and the others, into the forest planet. After doing this, she did not have time to look at them again. She could only close her star domain first. Turning her head, she saw that the two high priests had anxiously entered the water and rushed toward her. Arbor kicked her two short legs, and with a whoosh, she swam toward the surface of the water with the Phoenix wood. With a splash, the little fellow poked her head out of the water, flicked her long black hair, and suddenly turned her head to look. She saw that many members of the Phoenix clan had fallen into the water, and the entire Phoenix Island had completely disappeared at this time. It had all turned into gravel and dust, falling into the depths of the lake. Arbor blinked her big eyes and lay on the Phoenix wood, but her entire body had already left the water. Her body was clean, without a drop of water, and her small face was still expressionless. She only silently looked at the few members of the Phoenix clan opposite her. Whoosh! The Phoenix wood rose into the air and rushed back to the shore in a few minutes. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one on the shore, Arbor boldly opened her star domain again. She quickly touched the Phoenix wood, gave a few instructions, and threw it into the forest planet first. After closing the star field, she shook her body slightly. She knew that she had to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. Moreover, he really couldn't stay in the god domain and wreak havoc anymore. Although it was an excellent choice to advance in the divine territory, this place was rich in divine power after all. However, once she absorbed all of the divine power during her advancement, it was conceivable that this divine territory, without the Phoenix, would not be able to quickly recover its divine power. Perhaps due to the excessive consumption of divine power, even this divine territory would face the fate of falling apart. If she continued to wreak havoc, she wouldn't be able to live with her conscience. It was better to leave a good place for the Phoenixes. She had to leave this place as soon as possible. The two high reverends hurried over and only relaxed when they discovered that Xiao Mu was fine. Feng Zhangfei and Feng Zhangqing also rushed over as fast as they could. Feng Zhangfei immediately noticed that the Phoenix wood was missing and immediately asked, "Where's the Phoenix wood?" The Phoenix wood had bloomed just now. It must have bloomed, right? Xiao Mu expressionlessly looked at him and indifferently spat out. He ran away. What? Feng Zhangfei's face was full of astonishment. Feng Zhangqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Zhangfei, that's enough. The high priest said that the Phoenix wood has its freedom. Nothing can be forced. Chapter 38:12. If she ran away, then so be it, even though this matter was quite inconceivable. However, since the consecrator had already said so, they naturally could not force the Phoenix tree to stay and continue to serve as their Phoenix clan's sacred artifact. The Phoenix tree was not a slave or possession of their clan's land. Arbor glanced indifferently at Feng Changqing and his brother, then turned around and waved her hand. Farewell. Holy Maiden, please wait. The two great consecrators hurriedly said, Our great elder is rushing over. Please meet with our great elder before you leave. Arbor turned to look at them. I'm in a hurry to advance in seclusion. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. The two consecrators hurriedly glanced at her and nodded repeatedly. Then hurry up and bring the Holy Maiden to the clan's seclusion cultivation place. Arbor waved her hand. I'll go out and find a place. I can't be bothered to harm you bunch of idiots after saying that. She did not explain further. She turned around and ran out of the Phoenix clan's residence along the way. Open your door. Arbor's indifferent voice floated into everyone's ears. The two consecrators were stunned. Then, they hurriedly waved their hands and had someone open the door of the Phoenix clan's residence. Are we letting her run away just like that? Feng Zhangfei asked with a puzzled expression. The two consecrators turned to glare at Feng Zhangfei at the same time. Feng Zhangfei rubbed his nose helplessly and pursed his lips. We can't be rude to the Holy Maiden. It's good that you know. The two consecrators snorted at him and turned to look. They saw a green-robed old man stepping through the void at an extremely fast speed and arriving in front of everyone. Greetings, Grand Elder. Where's the Holy Maiden? The green-robed Grand Elder asked anxiously. The sacred teachings left behind by their ancestors had come true. Could the day of their Phoenix clan's reappearance be far away? The Grand Elder looked around excitedly, but he did not see the girl suspected to be the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden's advancement is imminent. She's entered the Phoenix Forest. Nonsense. The Grand Elder's face immediately darkened. Why didn't she bring the Holy Maiden to our clan's cultivation place? The power there is abundant and rich. It will be more convenient for her to advance. I think the Holy Maiden doesn't want to trouble us, the two consecrators said weakly. Is there anyone protecting you? The two consecrators were stunned. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. There's no one by the Holy Maiden's side. Quick, quick, go out and look for him. She shouldn't have run too far. She's probably hiding somewhere nearby. The Phoenixes hurriedly opened the door of their residence and went out in groups to look for Jojo. On the other side, After Arbor left the Phoenix clan's residence, he hurriedly found a place with dense woods nearby. The place in Arbor happened to be densely packed with trees. The trees formed a circle, and there were many low shrubs in front, which made it easy for people to hide. Arbor found a tall tree with a large shrub in front of it, dug a hole, and went in. Then he began to set up defenses. The advancement this time was of the utmost importance. Although time was of the essence, the necessary preparations could not be neglected. Arbor flicked her finger several times, setting up multiple layers of defense, confinement, binding, and overlapping talisman formations around her. Afterwards, she set up a dozen or so mirage talisman matrices in the vicinity. Xiao Mu's projection could be seen meditating and cultivating inside each of the talisman matrices. Every Sir Xiao Xiao was expressionless. After doing all this, Arbor scraped out a drop of blood from her fingertip, drawing talisman in the air, gathering talisman power. Chapter 38:13. With a heavy expression, Arbor drew runes and connected them, reinforcing the Vajra talisman, gravity talisman, and shielding talisman on the tree. In the blink of an eye, the tree Arbor was on seemed to have disappeared from the world, and no one could find a trace of its aura. She knew all too well what kind of commotion she would cause when she advanced. She didn't even need to think about it. It would definitely be earth-shattering. If everyone rushed over to Feng Yulin's side, wouldn't it disturb her important advancement? Thus, the shielding talisman formation was of the utmost importance. It completely sealed off her spirit energy fluctuations. Even if they wanted to find her, they would have to break through the dozen or so illusion talisman formations first. After doing all this, Arbor used the flying talisman to rise up from the inside of the tree hole. She stuck to the top of the tree hole and looked coldly at the ground. Under the tree hole, on the originally empty ground, Arbor's illusion appeared again. She sat there with a cold aura, just like the real person. Her eyes were sharp, and she looked down on everything. After adding a dozen or so defense talismans to the illusion, a Saint-grade golden talisman, summoning talisman, floated out of Arbor's fingertip and slowly rippled behind the illusion's head. The primordial beast she summoned last time was too powerful, so after Arbor summoned it for the first time, it would return home on its own. But since it could return home, this Saint-grade golden talisman, summoning talisman, could summon it again. She just didn't know if it would summon the same species. After everything was settled, Arbor summoned the mechanism diagram from her consciousness and used the ready-made formations in the diagram to set up a triple heaven and earth-killing formation within a radius of 5 kilometers. If you dare to break the formation, I'll kill you back to the Yellow Springs. The 9 Hells Purgatory will be waiting for you. No matter who it was, no one could stop her from advancing to the deity realm. 5 Spirit Reincarnation. No matter who it was, if they dared to hurt her, they would die after everything was done. Arbor expressionlessly put countless defense talisman formations on her body, then slowly closed her eyes. Just like the Mystic Realm and Spirit Ascension Realm, Arbor couldn't hide in the star field to cultivate with such a huge leap in cultivation. Firstly, it would affect her ability to absorb world spirit energy from the outside world. Secondly, it might affect the transformation of her star domain from spirit realm to God realm. The advancement of her God domain was too important. She wouldn't gamble on it unless it was absolutely necessary. The moment Arbor closed his eyes, he could clearly feel the entire star field beginning to close. Fortunately, she had already received the little tree's hint and moved some necessities into her inner world. Her little companions were all left in the star field, including the little blue snake on her wrist. She had also thrown it back. The moment Spirit Realm turned into a star domain, although the star domain was very turbulent, the benefits were also enormous. Although she was alone now, when she thought that everyone was by her side, her heart was filled with endless courage. Xiao Mu was sitting cross-legged in the air a dozen or so meters above the tree hole. As he closed his eyes, he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once this absorption began, all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 kilometers of Phoenix was sucked over. It It was like a whirlpool that was spinning at a high speed and suddenly exploded in the sky. This was just the beginning. All the teams training in Phoenix Wood couldn't help but stop and look at the strange direction in the sky. Chapter 38:14. Strangely, the sky suddenly turned dark and silent. Qi Xian, Duan Mu Qing, and the others who were gathered together immediately stopped and looked up. I don't know where Jojo went. He should be fine, right? Qi Xian asked worriedly. He shouldn't be. Duan Mu Qing shook his head. You forgot that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, His Excellency Little Tai Sui, and the others can come and help at any time. And Little Fatty nodded as well. Xiao Xiao will be fine. But this strange phenomenon in the sky seems a little strange. Could it have something to do with Jojo? Don't be so suspicious. Everyone talked as they walked. When they saw that the sky had completely darkened, they couldn't help but stop. It was still afternoon, but the sky was already as dark as the middle of the night. It was too strange. The situation in front is unclear. Let's find a safe place to stay first and continue when the sky is normal. Okay. When Jojo wasn't around, everyone was used to listening to Duan Mu Qing's orders. When they heard him say that, they naturally nodded in agreement. At the same time, many of the other training squads and mercenaries in the Phoenix Woods also stopped. Some cautious team leaders made the same decision as Duan Mu Qing. They stopped their team's movements and temporarily made everyone stay where they were. Everyone didn't know what was going on. They also didn't know that the sky was changing and that someone was advancing to the godly state. Most people only felt that the sky was so strange that something big was about to happen. Just as everyone was attracted by the sky phenomenon, Arbor, who was hiding in the tree hole and cultivating, could clearly feel that all the spirit chi of heaven and earth was flocking towards her. Right now, the tree she was on was completely enveloped by dense spiritual energy. Eben couldn't see the tree's true appearance. A whirlpool formed by heaven and earth opened above the tree's head. Endless spirit chi swirled in the center. All the spirit chi within 1,000 miles was flocking towards her without any resistance. Even a blind person could see that there was a problem with this level of spirit chi. Outside Phoenix Woods, Gu Yishuan, who was supposed to return to the academy a few days ago, didn't actually go back. As for Huang Qishan, Su Fuge, and Zhong He, the three of them were also by his side. 3 days ago, they joined a small mercenary group called Fierce. The leader was a rank 14 Great Spirit Master in his 40s. He had a strong physique that ordinary Great Spirit Masters didn't have. He looked very powerful. Let's go take a look. The captain of the Quang Meng mercenary team, Wang Quang, was not a person who was afraid of trouble. He was a guy who would appear wherever there was danger. Seeing such a phenomenon, not only did they not set up camp like the other teams, but they were also in high spirits. Although Gu Yishuan didn't say anything, he had some doubts in his heart. For the sky to be so abnormal, it was either that someone was advancing in rank or that a treasure had appeared. Captain, a seductive woman, whose face was painted red and green like a monkey's, but grinned. Our spy is back. Our little bean is back. Tell me about the situation ahead. Someone is advancing. It's in the forest ahead. Little Bean's eyes flashed with excitement. He's advancing to the godly state. He's probably about to enter the 5-spirit reincarnation. Then what are we waiting for? Haha. Chapter 38:15. There are actually people advancing in a place like the Phoenix Forest. Aren't they just waiting to be killed? The female mercenary in the ferocious mercenary team smiled sweetly, her eyes flashing slightly. Wang Quang laughed out loud and stretched out his large palm, holding the woman's shoulder and nodding approvingly. Yao Hong is right. Everyone get ready. We will set off now. Xiao will lead the way. All right. The dark and skinny mercenary named Xiao Do immediately stood up and led the team into the Phoenix Forest. The ferocious mercenary team, including Gu Yishuan and the other 3, had a total of 25 people. Huang Qishan approached Gu Yishuan and whispered to him, "Are we really not going back to the academy? Do we still have to go in with them to stir up trouble?" Gu Yishuan clenched his fists unwillingly, We joined Wang Quang's mercenary team so that we can enter the Phoenix Forest as cultivators. If we leave now, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Another royal school student, Zhong He, could not help but say. Su Fugue glanced at the worried Huang Qishan and grinned. "Brother Huang, you're not scared, right?" "What a joke, why would I be scared?" Huang Qishan glared at him and glared at Su Fugue. "I already said that Brother Huang would not be scared off by a few words from teacher." Su Fugue shrugged. "Besides, we are not going to cause trouble. It's just that there is a strange phenomenon in the Phoenix Forest. As cultivators, we have the obligation to go and investigate." Su Fugue's words were dignified and were quite persuasive. If Huang Qishan did not know this person's character well, he would have been fooled by him. "Hey, are you guys going or not?" At this moment, one of the members of the mercenary team turned around and frowned at the 4 royal school students behind them. He could not help but shout at them. "Go, go, we're coming." Gu Yishuan and the other 3 responded and quickly rushed over. "Boys, don't worry. Since you are here to train in the Phoenix Forest, we can't let you return empty-handed." Wang Quang hugged the woman who was twisting and turning around and smiled at Gu Yishuan and the other 3. "If you follow Brother Wang, you'll be able to pick up some benefits." Gu Yishuan nodded, thanked Wang Quang, and quickly followed after them with Huang Qishan and the other 2. Wang Quang was right. Since they had entered a mountain of treasures, how could they let them return empty-handed? He had to dig up something from the Phoenix Wood Forest to bring back. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Wang Quang hugged the woman beside him as he chuckled and said, "I wonder who it is that has the guts to advance in a place like this." "Brother Wang, although I don't know who it is, it's definitely someone with a bad brain." Xiao Dou laughed. "There are so many mercenary teams here, as well as teams of experiencers. There might even be some murderers who escaped from the city." "Ah, she's advancing here. Isn't she just waiting to be besieged?" "That's right. It's fine if you say that she's going to find a secluded place in the city to advance. There are guards in the city to maintain law and order. Even if there are experts who have designs on her, they would still have to consider the people above." One of the mercenaries pointed to the sky. "Ha, that's right." Xiao Dou laughed again. "Now, this person is a fat piece of meat in the eyes of all the experiencers." Chapter 38:16. Wang Quang narrowed his eyes and nodded. "You're right. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Why didn't you stay at home and advance steadily? Why did you have to come to such a holy place to gain experience?" This was the way of the world. There were many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill others and steal their treasures. There were a few other bold mercenary teams that moved at the same time as Wang Quang. They had the same idea as Wang Quang and the others, which was to rush over and get some benefits. It took courage to advance in such an unstable environment because everyone knew that advancement wasn't something that could be done in a day or a few hours, especially for Arbor, who had to go through the 5-spirit reincarnation to break through to the immortal state. No matter which part of the process went wrong, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Many of them had been stuck in a certain realm for 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years. When they saw others advance, their eyes turned red with jealousy. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be great to follow the group and cause trouble? Anyway, they weren't the unlucky ones. Everyone was just following the crowd and causing trouble. There was nothing to be afraid of. At that time, when that person failed to advance, there would definitely be someone who would kill him first. Many people had the idea of following along to watch the show and then return with something for free. Killing others and stealing their treasures? Just thinking about it made them excited. Shi Lang and his mercenary group of more than 30 people had the same idea. While rushing, they kept an eye on the changes in the weather and headed toward Arbor's hiding place. As soon as they arrived, Shi Lang found that there were more than 100 people who had arrived earlier than them. These mercenary teams didn't move forward. They were all huddled together and talking noisily. Shi Lang rolled his eyes and went up to greet them with a smile. "Hey, isn't this the leader of the Dai, or a mercenary group? Ah, this is Queen Fu Sha from the Dafeng tribe, right?" Queen Fu Sha, who was wearing a red veil and had a hot body, glanced at Shi Lang and snorted. "What's wrong with everyone? Why are you all standing around here and not continuing? Shi Lang smiled wretchedly at the crowd, his face revealing a trace of confusion. Captain Shi Lang, there's something you don't know. There's a large-scale formation here, and we're still thinking of a way to break it. A mercenary group leader smiled and said to Shi Lang, "Ah, that's right. You're a 5th-rank mercenary group. There are no less than 7 or 8 12th-rank Great Spirit Masters in your mercenary group. How about this? Let your subordinates try to open this array formation." Shi Lang chuckled and glanced at the mercenary group leader. Wishful thinking. He wanted his subordinates to take the lead. If something happened, wouldn't his men die at the very front? Did he think he was stupid? Shi Lang swept his gaze around with a fake smile. Everyone present has a higher cultivation base than my legionnaires. Why don't you all go first? Everyone secretly cursed the old fox. They hesitated and paced back and forth outside the needle technique. For the time being, no one dared to step forward. Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. A delicate rebuke came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a tall, thin, and average-looking woman walk over. Behind her were 2 young men and 2 young ladies. One of the young ladies looked like a well-bred young lady who had been raised in a boudoir. Chapter 38:17. The girl's face was beautiful and gentle. Her eyes were like a feather as they fluttered across everyone's heart, especially the tear mole at the corner of her eye. It perfectly complemented her soft face. She was truly a naturally charming little beauty. Lin Jin'er was enraged by the way the mercenaries were openly sizing her up, and she roared at the Shi Lang mercenary band. "Are you guys blind? How dare you look at our junior sister like that? Do you know who she is? She is the daughter of the City of Shadows' first city lord, Mu Jinghong. 4th Miss Mu Xiaoxue." The mercenaries immediately retracted their malicious gazes. The City of Shadows was a behemoth that no one dared to provoke. It was a hidden sect that transcended the 3 prefectures. There were countless experts among them. No one dared to provoke them. Moreover, it was said that their first city lord, Mu Jinghong, was a very unreasonable person who was very protective of her people. For people from such a large sect, everyone had a life lamp. If their life lamp was extinguished, Mu Jinghong would naturally receive the message. Then, they could only wait to be unlucky. Those who dared to challenge the City of Shadows would eventually be killed by the countless experts sent by the City of Shadows. Thinking of this, the few daring mercenaries couldn't help but shudder and quickly retracted their gazes. "Umph," Lin Jin'er smiled proudly. Mu Xiaoxue said gently, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. My senior sister's temper is quite fiery. She only wanted to protect me. She didn't mean to target you. May I know why everyone is blocking the way? We want to go into the depths of the forest to pick some herbs. Can't we pass through now?" Mu Xiaoxue was good-looking and very polite. Coupled with her soft voice, the mercenaries around her felt very comfortable listening to her. Hence, one of them couldn't wait to explain to her what was going on. Lin Jin'er frowned and turned to Zhao Yi and Qi Fa. "Senior brothers, what should we do now?" The purpose of their trip was to pick the phoenix flower. Xiao Shui was worried that they wouldn't be able to differentiate the real phoenix flower, so she followed along. The journey was really quite bumpy. They didn't want to recall their experience at Oxhead Mountain again. Who would have thought that when they finally arrived at the Phoenixwood Forest, they would be blocked by some kind of broken array, unable to continue forward. Mu Xiaoxue was also very anxious. The map marked with the phoenix flower clearly indicated the direction. They had to go through this place. What should she do if she was stuck here forever? "Why don't you all listen to me?" Shi Lang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Since there are so many of us here, there's no reason why we can't even break a small array formation. How about this? Each team will send out 3 of their strongest members and let them work together to break this formation. What do you all think? This is a very fair method." Wang Kuang hugged his woman and smiled. He waved his hand and pointed at the 3 strongest mercenaries in the team. As a result, each team sent out 3 members and walked forward. More than 20 people lined up in front of the array barrier. At the same time, they gathered their strength and threw out a punch. Boom, 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 boom. Huge tremors resounded throughout the entire Phoenixwood Forest. Chapter 38:18. After a flash of light, the 20 or so people disappeared in front of everyone at the same time, giving everyone a fright. "What's going on?" Lang shouted in a stern voice, his suspicious gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. The others were also looking at him suspiciously. After all, he was the one who suggested that each team send out 3 people. Now that 20 or so people disappeared at the same time, shouldn't it be his fault? Lang was naturally depressed. His people had also disappeared, okay? What's going on? What's going on? After a few screams, many people suddenly disappeared on the spot. A bunch of idiots. Air's face darkened as she shouted, "Retreat." This was the activation of the formation. However, when everyone retreated, they felt as if their legs were fixed in place. A layer of floating light enveloped them, and in a matter of minutes, everyone present was dragged into the formation. "Captain, be careful." His assistant, Suha, raised his axe and chopped off the head of one of the wooden dummies. The head rolled on the ground. The others were also attacked by dozens of wooden dummies. They stepped on a large patch of yellow sand and held their weapons as they fought against the wooden dummies that surrounded them. "Damn it, where did these things come from? Everyone be careful." Xiaoro, the maid with a red scar on her face, protected her Miss Xiao Shui as they retreated. The 3-foot-long sword in her hand flew back and forth. Wherever it went, the wooden dummies' heads would be reaped. However, there were too many wooden dummies in this place. It was as if there was an endless stream of them. After killing one batch, another batch would appear. At the same time, the eyeballs in Xiao Mu's closed eyes moved slightly, and she pursed her small, rosy lips in displeasure, enveloping them with dense spiritual energy. Her fingers suddenly moved and quickly formed a seal. 3 runes flew out like flowing light. "A bunch of people who deserve to die. How dare you come and disturb Jojo's advancement? Leave all of you behind." For a moment, everyone fighting the wooden dummies in the formation felt the pressure on their bodies increase. Waves of cold wind blew from all directions, rolling up wave after wave of earth tornadoes. "Ah!" a mercenary exclaimed as he was surrounded by a group of wooden dummies. His head was twisted off on the spot. The others' faces changed. All kinds of fire and water spirits attacked the wooden dummies. At first, they didn't want to waste so much spiritual power, but these wooden dummies had suddenly become so powerful that they had no choice but to treat them seriously. They were here to see if there were any benefits to be gained, not to be killed in this strange formation before they even got close to their target. Dell was already regretting her decision. She had always been a very cautious person. Coincidentally, he walked nearby and saw so many people gathered around. His curiosity was piqued. She really wasn't here to break the formation or take advantage of the situation. However, curiosity really killed the cat. Now, the entire team had been tricked by her curiosity. The wooden dummies came one after another, as if there was no end to them. They did not know that Arbor had used the mechanism diagram to set up the triple heaven and earth killing array. Right now, they were only experiencing the first stage. "Everyone, let's work together and carve out a path." Lang shouted angrily. At this moment, no one could hold back anymore. If they didn't fight with their lives on the line, they might really die here. Everyone waved the weapons in their hands, and all kinds of spiritual energy smashed down without any regard for their lives. Chapter 38:19. Kill! Lang and the others roared angrily as they charged forward and furiously hacked at the wooden dummies in front of them. Gui Xuan furrowed his brow and kicked away the wooden dummy. He turned around and asked Huang Qishan breathlessly, "Old Huang, don't you think it's a bit strange?" "Of course it's strange. These damned wooden dummies seem to be endless." "That's true." Zhongyi nodded. "No, don't you think this method is familiar?" Huang Qishan stilled, but the overwhelming number of wooden dummies that came at them did not allow him to think too much. Everyone wanted to cry, but had no tears. They could only wield their weapons and continuously hack, their movements very mechanical. At the same time, 3 fugitives gathered together and did their best to kill the black shadows that flew in front of them as they roared angrily. "Old Hang, How is the formation breaking? We can't hold on much longer here. This is the triple-layer killing formation of heaven and earth. An old man with white hair and a white beard who looked benevolent said as he stroked his beard, "The wooden dummies that we just broke through are the first layer of the formation. This is the second layer. If we want to break through, we'll probably have to expend even more effort than before. Old Hang, don't waste words. Hurry up." The person who spoke had large and small eyes and a ferocious face. It was the captain of their group of 4, Gui Chiu. He was born with a deformed left hand and was vicious and merciless. His left hand was half the length of his right hand, and his palm was 2/3 smaller than an adult's palm, like the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old child. These 4 people had committed a major crime in Lee City, exterminating a medium-sized family, stealing the treasures of the family, and escaping. That family's entire family of 208 people had been killed by them. Right now, these 4 people were being pursued by the large and small families of Lee City. They had no choice but to run out of the city and hide in the perimeter of Phoenix Wood. Phoenix Wood was extremely large. After they ran in, they hid in it for more than half a month. Right now, the large families of Lee City had gathered the elites of their families and formed an adventurer team of over 1,000 people in order to enter Phoenix Wood to capture these 4 vicious people. These 4 people had stepped on the bottom line of all the shioja in Lee City. They didn't even let go of a baby who wasn't even a month old. They were truly insane. The reason they came to Arbor to break the array was also because of fate. Among the 4 of them, Old Hang was an outstanding formation master. He could see that there was a large formation here, so he knew that there must be something unusual going on. When the 4 fugitives learned that someone was breaking through to the God Realm here, they immediately had evil intentions. He wanted Old Hang to break the formation, kill the person who broke through, and snatch the Dharma treasure from her. After all, those who broke through to the divine realm and wanted to go through the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation would more or less bring a few treasures with them to defend against the heavenly fire and heavenly thunder. However, what they didn't expect was that they would only find out how powerful this damned triple-killing formation of heaven and earth was after entering the formation. It wasn't easy for them to rush over from the wooden dummies. Now that they were surrounded by the ghost spirits, they could only bite the bullet and continue to kill. Chiu Gui felt extremely resentful. His intuition told him that if he could break through this formation, he would definitely torture the person in the formation to death to release the vicious aura that had been in his heart for a long time. At the same time, Ming Yasi's group once again silently encountered Omega Kitoku's group. It was a dark day. Fortunately, both sides had night pearls in their hands, so they could see who the other side was. Chapter 38:20. They could very well fight over the other party's rubies, but everyone was well aware of both parties' strengths. If they really fought, it was really unknown who would emerge victorious, so there was no need to make a big fuss. Yili pursed his lips and said, "For some reason, I have a premonition that such a big commotion is related to Stoic Face. Those familiar with Stoic Face should know that wherever this guy passed, there was not a single instance of peace and tranquility. The experiential training in north-facing Great Forest and a treasure hunt in the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm were the best proof." Ming Yasi expressionlessly glanced at Omega Kitoku and the others. The 2 teams silently parted ways and walked in the same direction. Eldest Qin saw that the atmosphere was not good, so he couldn't help but giggle and sway his body. He floated to Ming Yasi's side and said, "Crown Prince of Ming Province, there's an earth-shattering surge of spiritual energy ahead. Do you think we'll be in danger if we go over now?" Ming Yasi glanced at him and replied with a chuckle. This guy was trying to find a topic to talk about, right? While everyone was silently walking, they suddenly saw the tree branches in front of them move slightly. They saw a team of 8 walking over from a slanted path and coincidentally met up with their 2 teams. Ugh! The 3 teams looked at each other and caught a faint hint of gunpowder in each other's eyes. At this time, Omega Kitoku and Ming Yasi simultaneously had the same thought. Why did we encounter this guy? Has this guy recovered his strength yet? Aha! What a coincidence, fellow students. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Mata couldn't help but jest. Eldest Chin waved the small fan in his hand and glanced at them with a grin. He waved his hand at Mo Lien and Duan Yu. Prince Mo, Prince Chun, how are you two? Everyone was currently sizing up the two of them from head to toe. If they hadn't recovered their cultivation, after so many days, they should have become stray dogs. But now, Prince Mo, Duan Yu, and the others looked neat and tidy and refreshed, so they should be. Duan Yu curled his lips and smiled faintly at eldest young Sir Chin. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're doing very well. Eldest young master chuckled. Disappointed your sister. One of the Omega Kitoku's men stepped forward and whispered to the Omega Kitoko, second young master, we don't have much time left. We need to act as soon as possible. Omega Kitoku flipped over the identity card in his hand and looked at the time on the back. Less than 70 hours had passed, and they still seemed to have gained nothing. Time was indeed a little tight, and they could not continue to mingle here. Eldest young, Sir Chin's gaze swept over Mo Lien and company. Jojo isn't with you? Mo Lien swept a glance at him, looking as if she couldn't be bothered with him. When they were teaming up earlier, everyone clearly knew who was on the same team. Now he was deliberately saying this. He wanted to remind him that Jojo was not by his side. Wow, my heart hurts. This guy was purposely poking at his heart. How infuriating. Eldest young, Sir Chin blinked as an imperceptible smile hung on his lips. He suddenly pointed ahead. Wow. Look over there. What's going on? Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Following a series of anguished wails, countless people were sent flying and rolled into a pile, their wails echoing everywhere. Duan Yu took advantage of the situation to shift to Mo Lien's side, only to see a man sprawled on all fours, smashing over from where he was originally standing. Closely following that, a coquettish woman slammed into that man with a bam and cried out in pain. The array spat them out. Chapter 38:21. Rewind time to 15 minutes ago. Arbor had inserted several mystic talismans into the triple heaven and earth killing formation, filling it with ghostly aura. Everyone who entered the second layer of the killing array was killed by the ghost spirits. The mercenaries led by Shi Lang, Wang Quang, Dai and Queen Fu Sha had truly suffered heavy casualties. In the end, Dai made a prompt decision and hastily expressed her stance, requesting that they be released from the formation. After all, Dai and her group merely rushed over to take a look out of curiosity, but the result was tragic. Hence, the formation spat out Dai and her group on the spot. As for Wang Quang, they originally wanted to enter the formation to search for the person who had broken through, to kill and seize the treasure. The formation had already been broken to this extent, so how could they back out and let their previous efforts go to waste? Moreover, they secretly despised Dai's cowardice in their hearts. As expected, this woman was terrible at leading a team, retreating in the face of difficulties, Hence, Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others outside saw these fellows from the Dai, a mercenary group, being flung out by the formation and landing in front of them. Duan Yu expressionlessly gazed at those pitiful people who looked like they had weathered many hardships. He asked with a sneer, "Did you see who?" He dared to bet his head that the person who set up the formation was 99% likely their Jojo. These people wanted to break the formation and enter because they wanted to affect Jojo's advancement. That was it, right? For some reason, Dai could clearly sense traces of evil from these people. She had already recognized many of their identities. The Crown Prince of the Divine Province, Song Province's Prince Chun, as well as the Crown Prince of Ming Province, the young masters of the Qin Estate, and the Mu Estate. Why were all these heavyweights gathered here? Dai, it was a smart person, so she naturally wouldn't go against Mo Lien and her group, whose strength far exceeded normal people. She obediently stood up and straightened out her clothes before bowing to Mo Lien and the others. She said respectfully, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, everyone, our Dai, a mercenary group was merely passing by this place and was inadvertently sucked into the formation. I explained this matter to the senior in the formation, and the senior was kind enough to let us out. Our mercenary group had no intention of disturbing Senior's cultivation. Mo Yin, Duan Yu, Ming Yasi, and the young masters of the Qin estate couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What happened? What's Senior? Shouldn't Jojo be the one in the array? Mo Yin immediately understood what Dell meant. Dire, and the others probably didn't see who was inside the formation at all, right? Therefore, she secretly felt that the person who was able to set up such a powerful formation must be an extraordinary senior. Duan Yu also instantly understood Dai Er's meaning. He speechlessly glanced at this disheveled woman and waved his hand. Withdraw. Dell and the others heaved a sigh of relief. To tell the truth, they simply didn't care about Duan Yu and the others' haughty attitude toward them. After all, these people before them all had extraordinary statuses, and none of them were people that a small fourth-grade mercenary group like theirs could afford to offend. Thank you for sparing my life, Senior. Dell swore that she would never be curious about anything that had nothing to do with her anymore. Let's go. Mo Yin sent a look at Duan Yu, Mu Xingqian, and the others. She immediately abandoned the Omega Kitoku, Ming Yasi, and the others and hurried toward the large formation. Chapter 38:22. He wanted to see who dared to force their way into the formation and wanted to disrupt Jojo's advancement. That person was simply outrageously audacious. This place is surrounded by a formation barrier. Mata reached out to touch the transparent barrier in front of them. As long as you don't actively attack this kind of large formation, it won't suck people in, Duan Yu said indifferently. If you accidentally touch it, you'll only be repelled and won't be injured. So that Dell and her mercenaries must have attacked the formation before, which was why they were sucked in. Mo Lian's eyes darkened. Where do we get in? Mu Xingqian asked anxiously. Will Jojo be all right inside? After all, according to what Dell said earlier, there were more than 20 people who attacked the formation at the same time. More than 100 people had been sucked into the formation. Even if nearly half of them had died in the formation, there were still at least 70 to 80 people remaining in the formation, trying to break open the formation and harm Xiqiao. How could Mu Xingqian not be anxious? Don't worry, I have a way to get in. Mo Lian took out a vine branch from a sapling from her sleeve. However, the vine nimbly drilled through the barrier without any hindrance. It even dragged Mo Lian into the formation. Before Mo Lian went in, she grabbed Duan Yu's arm. Mu Xingqian and the others also hastily grabbed Duan Yu and followed the suction force into the barrier one by one. After the group passed through the formation barrier, their vision darkened. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in a scene of yellow sand filling the sky. Wooden dummies swarmed over from all directions. Just as they were about to attack them, they seemed to have sensed something and moved their arms and legs in a daze. Then all of them stopped. Mata, who jumped in fright and assumed a defensive stance, immediately breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the wooden dummies didn't come over to attack. She heaved a long sigh. Heavens, where did Jojo get so many wooden dummies that can run, jump, and hit people? This should be a ready-made, large formation in the mechanism diagram. Mo Yin said, Jojo used it to set up this killing array to prevent anyone from getting close to her body. It will hinder her from advancing. It looks like the little stoic is about to advance successfully, eldest young Sir Qin said with a grin. Duan Yu and the others all turned to glare at him. Why did this guy come in as well? Eldest young master raised his hands pitifully and said, I'm also here to help. Humph. Mo Yin glared at him before turning around to walk forward into the sand-filled sky. He had to find the eye of the array as soon as possible and get out of the array to find Jojo's correct position. Unsure if Rotten Peach Blossom was with Jojo, Mo Yin frowned. He still had to find his wife as soon as possible. He didn't feel at ease leaving his wife in anyone else's hands. It was best to keep her by his side. On the other side, Shi Lang and the others were almost driven mad. He looked on helplessly as a level 12 Great Spirit Master mercenary beside him was pierced through by 4 or 5 ghost spirits and turned into black ash. Shi Lang couldn't help but regret rashly entering the array to throw away his life. Gu Yishuan, Huang Qishan, and the others were also starting to regret it now, especially after seeing more than half of Wang Quang's mercenaries dead or injured. It was too late for regrets. Now, everyone had almost exhausted all their spirit energy. After 2 rounds of devastation from the wooden dummies and ghost spirits, they were simply too exhausted. Hurry and put in more effort. We'll be able to break this array soon. Chapter 38:23. Bang! Wang Quang felt that the barrier in front of him seemed to have been broken. When he saw a green forest appear in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. With her head covered in yellow sand and dust, the bewitching woman who was battered and exhausted no longer had the slightest bit of her seductive appearance. She looked like a miserable beggar, but her eyes bloomed with joy. Brother Wang, we've broken the formation. We've broken it. Thank the heavens, who knew how long they had been fighting with the wooden dummies and ghost spirits in that damned sand formation. At least they were still alive. Looking at her side, of the 25 people in the mercenary group, only Gu Yishuan, Huang Qishan, Zhong He, Sufage, Wang Quang, Xiaodou, and herself were left. 25 people died to only 7 people. This kind of sacrifice rate was simply shocking. Yao Hong didn't know if she should kneel down and thank the heavens for their mercy. Yes, it was broken. Wang Quang couldn't help but feel a bit more bitter in his heart. The phoenix forest appeared in front of them again, surrounded by trees and green scenery. It was no longer that damned place filled with yellow sand. The unkempt Shirlang couldn't help but laugh loudly. With a knife in his hand, he glared fiercely, looking back and forth. Come out for me. This sneaky little person actually hid in the phoenix forest and didn't come out. If I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you to vent my anger. The Shirlang mercenary group was actually only left with him and 2 level, 12 great spiritual masters. The entire Shirlang mercenary group had suffered a disastrous loss this time. Too deceitful, really too deceitful. On the other side, Queen Fusha's situation was slightly better. The 5 people from Shadow City, Lin Zhen'er, Zhao Yi, and Qi Fa were more or less in a sorry state. As the daughter of the first city lord, although Mu Xiaoxue was just an ordinary person, she had the powerful maid Xiao Rou by her side to protect her. In addition, she had many protective treasures. At this time, she looked like the cleanest and most elegant person. Everyone relaxed at the same time and let out a long breath. Shirlang sat down on a piece of loose stone under the tree. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said coldly, I didn't expect that formation to be so difficult to break. The others also slumped down one after another. They had fought with their lives on the line with the ghost spirits for a long time, and now they were mentally exhausted. One had to know that the previous wooden dummies were still manageable, but the subsequent fight against ghosts was simply a painful torture. How could an ordinary person fight with a ghost spirit? After they had used up all the talismans they had on them, they could only use all kinds of spiritual energy to deal with the ghost spirits. This was because ordinary physical attacks like punches and kicks were completely useless against the ghost spirits. If one was caught off guard or unable to defend in time, they would be torn to pieces by the countless ghost spirits without any chance of survival. Leader, what do we do now? One of the level 12 soul masters in the mercenary group asked while panting. Of course it's to find that damned person who set up the formation. Shirlang gnashed his teeth and said. Suddenly, Yao Hong cried out, Ah, look! At this moment, everyone was still tense. When they heard this ear-piercing cry, they all frowned at the same time and looked in the direction Yao Hong was pointing at. They saw that behind the level 12 soul master who had spoken, the ground was constantly moving. A white bony arm stretched out from the ground and suddenly grabbed the soul master's neck from behind. Shit, a white bony arm stretched out from the ground. Chapter 38:24. Everyone was greatly shocked as they struggled to jump up from the ground. They took up a defensive battle stance as quickly as they could and surveyed their surroundings. They saw that the skeletons had grabbed the back of the spirit master's neck and dragged him over. At the same time, countless skeletal arms emerged from the ground and stabbed into the defenseless great spirit master's body. Everyone only saw that the Great Spirit Master's body trembled as dense black air began to emit from his body. He was completely done for in less than a second. Waves of fear involuntarily emerged from their hearts. This was too frightening. In front of them was a Great Spirit Master of the 12th level. Although his spirit power had been completely exhausted and his body was exhausted to the point of no return, his cultivation was still at the 12th level. He'd been at the 12th level of the spirit realm, but he'd been strangled to death by a few skeletons that had burrowed out of the ground. How frightening! Threads of cold air emerged from the depths of everyone's hearts. Yao Hong's shrill voice sounded again at this time. "Look over here, there, and there." Now that everyone heard her ear-piercing screams, they reflexively tensed their bodies. Everyone's pupils contracted in unison as they looked in the direction she was pointing. There were several places that Yao Hong was pointing at. The earth began to slowly arch upwards. More than a dozen bony arms abruptly shot out from the earth. "Run!" someone howled. Everyone turned around and ran toward the path in the forest. They'd been tricked. They'd definitely been tricked. When they saw that a place that looked like Phoenixwood Forest had appeared in front of them, they'd assumed that they'd broken through the formation and returned to Phoenixwood Forest. Humans are like this. Once they return to a familiar environment, they'd involuntarily relax and slack off. Who would have thought? They hadn't left at all. They were still in the formation, but the scene in front of them had changed slightly. That Great Spirit Master of the 12th level had been slaughtered on the spot because he'd let his guard down. The person who'd set up the formation was too good at grasping people's hearts. It was simply terrifying. Gu Yishuan ran a bit slower and almost had his ankle grabbed by the skeletal beast that had shot out from the earth. He staggered a step and gritted his teeth as he threw out a fireball, smashing the skeletal hand to pieces. When everyone saw that he, a rank 10 great spiritual master, was able to shatter the skeletal hand with a single strike, their hearts relaxed slightly. It seemed that it wasn't that these underground skeletons couldn't be resisted. It was just that things had happened so suddenly that the exhausted level 12 great spiritual master didn't have time to resist. "Don't let them get close." Queen Fusha's expression changed drastically. These skeletons were very strong in close combat, but if they were far away, using spiritual energy to deal with them would definitely be a one-hit kill. Unfortunately, their spiritual power was almost depleted, and they were barely able to keep the distance between them and continue fighting. As Gu Yishuan ran, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Earlier, he had been too impatient and only cared about running. Now that he looked down, he was shocked to find that his trousers had been torn open, and there was a very obvious white bone handprint on his ankle. The pitch-black fingerprints made him feel a chill in his heart, and his whole body couldn't help but shiver. "No, it's fine. Don't scare yourself. It's just a few more white bone handprints. After we get out, I'll find a way to apply some medicine to remove them." Shi Lang led his only subordinate and ran to the front. Chapter 38:25. Right now, he was so scared that he pissed his pants. He ran for a distance in a panic. Suddenly, a slope appeared under his feet. Shi Lang almost couldn't control himself and almost rolled down the slope. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Yao Hong was the first to roll down the slope. Everyone's expressions changed, and they stopped running. Wang Kuang, on the other hand, still had some affection for this woman. Seeing this, he hurriedly followed. Suddenly, the sound of spiritual energy colliding came from the slope. Shi Lang and the others were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. They reflexively wanted to run back. However, when they turned their heads, they discovered that the slope was surrounded by a large group of white skeletons. If they dared to rush up, it would be like sending sheep to the tiger's den. Everyone could only run down the slope. When they looked up, they saw that the white skeletons only surrounded the slope and didn't come down. Shi Lang and the others had just run down the slope when they were suddenly hit by a few streaks of spiritual energy. With a wail, they fell to the ground. "Who are you people?" Wang Kuang fell to the ground. His hands were bound behind him by divine power. Half of his face was rubbing against the ground. There was a large shoe print on his face. He was glaring hatefully at a deformed man who was hugging Yao Hong. The deformed man acted as if there was no one around and did not hold back at all as he touched Yao Hong. Slap! Wang Quang's face was immediately slapped. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He was a level 14 Great Spirit Master. He was very clear about his strength. However, he was immediately bound by divine power. That ugly, deformed man with different lengths on his left and right hands was actually a deity expert. We've already found the eye of the formation. A kind-looking old man smiled and nodded. They came at the right time. Let's use their blood to break the formation. What? Wang Quang and the others showed a frightened expression. They saw the old man suddenly grab the last level 12 Great Spirit Master mercenary in the Shilang mercenary group. Amidst his miserable screams, he kicked him into the eye of a whirlwind. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that the person's skin and flesh were scraped off by the eye of the wind. His entire body twisted and fell to the ground. With a bang, he smashed into the eye of the formation. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the entire formation barrier suddenly disappeared into nothingness. Wang Quang and the others were overjoyed to find that they had really reappeared in the Phoenix Woods this time. They could even smell the unique fragrance of the Phoenix Woods. Old Hang frowned and exclaimed. His eyes fell on a person who was less than 5 meters in front of him. A little girl dressed in a white robe, with snow-white skin and exceptionally delicate features, was sitting under an old tree. Above her head was a whirlpool of spiritual energy. He's going to advance to the divine realm at such a young age. Old Hang smiled with a hint of envy in his tone. How enviable. It's a pity that you don't have the life to continue. Ghost Dragon used its deformed short hand to grab the woman's waist. Yao Hong only felt that the deformed hand was like a soft, poisonous snake. It moved back and forth between her waist and buttocks, causing her entire body to stiffen. A sliver of fear appeared on her face. I hate those arrogant young men and women who rely on their aristocratic family's inheritance the most. Among the 4 outlaws, a well-built man crossed his arms and sneered. This formation made us waste so much effort. We definitely can't let this little girl off easily. Chapter 38:26. Wang Quang and the others didn't dare to respond at all as they listened to the 4 people talking among themselves. These 4 people's cultivation realms were much higher than theirs, so they simply couldn't muster the slightest thought of resisting. Right now, they only wanted to preserve their own lives. As for everything else, they would just take whatever step they took. Since this little lady dares to advance while hiding in this phoenix forest, she must have many good items on her. The outlaw's eyes revealed a barbaric glint. He held a large axe and swung it down at the little lady's head. Wang Quang, Shilang, and the others couldn't help but be secretly alarmed by the power of this axe. They estimated that the power of this attack had already reached the level of a level 3 God Realm cultivator, far from what they could withstand. The Phoenix Forest trip was truly too unlucky for them. Bam! However, this strike of the axe only managed to open a tiny crack in the barrier above the little girl's head. It was a very small crack, but the moment the axe was lifted up, it slowly closed up. At this moment, the little lady, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed to absorb spiritual energy, instantly opened her eyes. For a moment, everyone present subconsciously held their breaths. Those eyes were as deep as the night, without a trace of white in them. Her pupils were covered in an abnormally pure, pitch-black color, which was abnormally bewitching. The man swinging the axe and hammer was also startled. He tightened his grip on the axe and roared, "How dare you scare me?" Hence, he swung the axe again at the little lady's head. Before his axe could land on the little lady's head, it was abruptly struck by a piercing bone nail and sent flying, smashing into a nearby tree with a swish. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, Mu Xingchen, ACI, and the others walked out of the forest path and sized up these people. Jojo. Mata pointed ahead agitatedly. Wait. Duan Yu reached out to stop him and turned to look at the man who had thrown away his axe and hammer and was looking at them in astonishment. How dare you be so arrogant? Mo Lien sneered and pointed at him. Gu Yishuan and the others were horrified to find that the deity realm expert, who was originally in front of them, had actually been blasted apart by the power of this finger. Fuck, what kind of power was this? Eldest young, Sir Qin narrowed his eyes. It looked like this guy and Duan Yu had indeed recovered their strength. Now, he was suddenly glad that he didn't act rashly earlier. What was going on? Jojo stood up. Mata suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention was once again pulled back, and they all exclaimed in their hearts. Sure enough, the little girl with the cold eyes really climbed up from under the tree. She held the thunderclap sword in her hand and was approaching them step by step. Oh my God, Jojo's current state. Why does it make people's hair stand on end? Could it be that this fellow would enter a state of complete disregard when he was cultivating? This isn't Jojo. Yas and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. It's an illusion talisman matrix. When this fellow's pitch-black eyes looked at them, they inexplicably felt a little cute amidst the creepiness. What was going on? Rustle, rustle. A gust of wind rustled the grass. Everyone reflexively turned to look and saw a dozen or so Sir Jojo standing up with the same thunderclap, sword, and cold killing intent on their faces. Chapter 38:27. Our dear Mo Yin gazed at the pile of wives in front of him and inexplicably thought of those little ones piled on top of him in the Tower of Punishments, desperately clamoring to move the gold. It's over. What do I do when I have no resistance at all? Prince Mo couldn't help but cover his handsome face with his hand. At the same time, more than a dozen expressionless little girls had already stood up from the underbrush. Their pitch-black pupils locked onto their group of external targets with thunderclap, swords in their hands, and they closed in on them inch by inch. Duan Yu hastily tugged at Mo Lien's sleeve. Hurry and think of a solution. How could he bear to be so ruthless against this pile of Jajas? They couldn't win in a fight, but they didn't want to flee either. After all, Sir Jojo had set up so many illusion talisman matrices here, which meant that her main body was probably nearby. Hurry and think of a solution. They're coming. Mu Xingqian yelled worriedly. The illusion talisman matrices that Jojo had set up on the periphery would probably attack indiscriminately once they were triggered. These weren't their Jajas. They were merely a dozen killing machines. In the blink of an eye, a Jojo phantom wielding a thunderclap sword had already pounced over and unhesitatingly slashed in Lin Jin'er's direction. Lin Jin'er was simply about to vomit blood from anger. She hadn't fucking plucked a single phoenix flower along the way, yet she kept encountering life-threatening situations. She recognized at first glance that this stoic face was the damn woman who attacked her group on Oxhead Mountain. This damn little bitch. Did she really think that everyone in the City of Shadows was freaking vegetarian? Lin Jin'er had just summoned her spirit weapon from her conscious and was about to pounce on one of Jojo's phantoms. She didn't expect a gust of wind to come from the side. Lin Jin'er would never have thought that while she was fully focused on dealing with that little bitch, someone else would actually attack her from behind. She was instantly sent flying by this gust of wind and crashed heavily onto the ground. It was only after Ming Ya's attack that he realized he had some conditions to launch, seeing that Mo Lien, Duan Yu, Eldest Qin, and Omega Katoku were all looking at him. He expressionlessly withdrew his leg. And it was at this moment that the little stoic's sword came from the air. The Thunder Crash sword was mixed with a flash of lightning as it landed heavily on Lin Jin'er's left shoulder, completely tearing her flesh apart. Lin Jin'er let out a blood-curdling scream as she was once again sent flying by the ferocious sword light. Senior Lin, Mu Xiaoxue's figure swayed amidst the wind and fallen leaves, which made her two senior brothers' hearts ache. Zhao Yi and Qi Fa quickly ran to their junior sister Xiao Shue's side and comforted her in a low voice. It's all right, junior sister. Zhen'er is a cultivator and her body is strong. She won't be defeated by this attack. That's right, junior sister. You, on the other hand, have to be careful. Activate the defensive barrier that Master gave you first, so that you won't be accidentally injured by swords and sabers when we fight later. Thank you, senior brothers, Mu Xiaoxue said with tears in her eyes. Go and see Zhen'er. Be careful. Zhao, he suddenly bellowed, and pulled Mu Xiaoxue into his embrace. He abruptly raised his right hand and sent out a flash of spirit energy, slashing the sword light that suddenly arrived to the side. One of the JoJo phantoms had a cold expression on her face as she quickly slashed at them again. Zhao, he was enraged. He mobilized all the spirit energy in his body and abruptly punched at JoJo's phantoms. You actually dare to hit my sister? Chapter 38:28. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but be enraged when he saw this. He just so happened to be standing next to Zhao Yi and Mu Xiaoxue. When he saw that Zhao Yi actually dared to attack his sister so fiercely in order to protect Mu Xiaoxue, he immediately drew his sword and slashed at Zhao Yi's arm. Shilang, Fu Sha, Gui Qiu, and the others were also being attacked by JoJo's group. Just as they were about to retaliate, they were beaten up by the equally unreasonable Duan Yu, and Mo Lian, and the others. For a moment, the scene fell into a rather chaotic scene. If swearing was useful, they really wanted to hurl a string of curses Mu Xingqian and Mo Lian, Duan Yu, Ming Yasi, and the rest of the Imperial Academy students. Were they freaking sick? Or did they cultivate all day at the Imperial Academy until they became stupid? Didn't they see those dozen stoic faces rushing over murderously and attacking them indiscriminately? What was going on? However, that formation master, Old Heng, was especially alert. When he saw that the situation was off, he stealthily slipped out from behind a tree. His formation skills were very exquisite. After he left, he only set up a small smoke screen, which actually prevented everyone from noticing him. By the time another brawny man beside Gui Qiu discovered him, Old Heng had already fled without a trace. That brawny man gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, Old Heng, this damn old dog, actually took the chance to slip away. If this old geezer stayed here, he could definitely set up a temporary formation for them and help them escape. However, they didn't expect that this geezer would actually take the chance to run off by himself and leave them here. Gui Qiu's expression also appeared extremely unsightly. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted, "Careful!" A sword intent fiercely attacked that brawny man's back, ruthlessly sending him flying out and crashing into a tree. Ah! The brawny man bellowed. When he flew out, he activated a defensive barrier for himself. Hence, this strike didn't injure his internal organs, but his old face was a bit embarrassed. The little girl's phantom expressionlessly chased after him with a sword in hand. Those who entered the formation would die. The thunderclap sword was instantly raised high. The third move of the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique, 10,000 swords returned to origin, was formed in a matter of minutes. A huge sword that covered the sky, and the earth whistled as it fell towards the head of the burly man. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Shilang cursed angrily in his heart. This paralyzed face's phantom could actually execute such an astonishing sword move. This was too inconceivable. You're not the main body. You're just an illusion of a glyph array. Can't you be more normal? Something even more abnormal was happening next to him. When Mata saw that JoJo had used such a powerful sword move, he stopped fighting and clapped. Wow, JoJo is so powerful. Everyone was speechless. He knew that the people around Qiao Qiao were probably a little crazy. A loud rumbling sound came from the other side. The sturdy man was hit by the sword move, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could turn around, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Ghost Qiu was horrified to discover that his companion's head had been sent flying by that little girl's sword. Logically speaking, this girl should be trying to break through to the immortal state, right? But she hadn't reached the immortal state yet. How could she kill his companion, a level 3 god-tier master, so easily? At this point, Ghost Qiu finally realized how wrong his previous decision was. 2 of the 4 fugitives gave up their lives here. Chapter 38:29. To be able to advance so steadily in the Phoenixwood Forest, how could he not have some sort of skill? Hence, Gui Qiu, had truly misjudged her. Gui Qiu regretted it now, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at the expressionless little girl who raised her sword and turned around while holding the brawny man's head. When her pitch-black pupils stared at him coldly, Gue Chio shuddered and had the urge to flee immediately. This girl's expression was seriously too strange. She didn't look like a human at all, but like a creature that crawled up from the ground. One of the phantoms raised his hand and waved heavily, and a dozen phantoms pounced toward Gue Chio and the others. Gue Chio made a prompt decision and immediately swallowed a large number of pills. He suddenly stomped the ground and actually used the last bit of Earth Spirit energy to escape using the Earth Escape technique. He was really a bit scared. This girl's situation was completely different from a normal person's. Could a normal person who hadn't advanced to the god realm kill a god cultivator with one strike? He fled very quickly, and Sir Jojo's phantoms actually didn't chase after him. Her stiff little head turned around inch by inch, and her cold gaze landed on Omega Kituku, Xiao Mushue, Chi Fei, and the others. Everyone retreated in unison and fled behind Duan Yu, Mo Lian, Mu Xingqian, Duan San, and the others with fear in their eyes. They exclaimed, "Hurry and think of a way to leave." Gue Chio escaped using the Earth Escape technique, leaving them, the unlucky ones, here. They were surrounded by Sir Jojo's phantoms, so how could they escape successfully? Fu Sha, Wang Kuang, Xiao Mushue, and the others subconsciously hid behind the strongest person present. As a result, Mo Lian, Duan Yu, Mu Xingqian, Omega Kitoku, and the others were all surrounded by Sir Jojo's phantoms. At this moment, everyone was surrounded in a circle. Their expressions were tense as they gripped their weapons tightly. From the looks of it, they were about to attack at any moment. Mu Xingqian suddenly turned around and punched Xiao Dou beside him. He said angrily, "Don't hit my sister." Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, all right? Is she really your sister? You need to get a grip on reality. Where did you get so many girls? Your Highness. Queen Fu Sha was protected by several subordinates. When she saw that little stoic approaching with a sword in hand, she involuntarily shuddered. Hurry and think of a way to make them leave. She really couldn't control her hand. What if the stoic face meowed and hit her? Wouldn't she be able to resist? This doesn't make sense, does it? Duan Yu cast a sidelong glance at Mo Lian beside him and shot her a look. Mo Lian was a little confused. These people always thought that he had a way to deal with a bunch of Jojo-sama. What was going on? Seeing so many wives jumping around in front of him, he felt very helpless. The figure raised her sword and slashed at them. Everyone cried out in surprise. Mu Xiaoxue clenched the offensive spiritual weapon in her hand and gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to release it, someone kicked her and she fell backward. Mu Xiaoxue fell to the ground at once, and aggrieved tears welled up in her eyes. Chi Fei and Zhao Yi quickly helped their little junior sister up and glared at Mata. "Why did you hit her? Don't hit Jojo." "What? You bunch of idiots." Chapter 38:30. Didn't you see that stoic face come up with his sword and slash you all together? Now, he's attacking indiscriminately. This bunch of idiots' behavior was truly an eyesore. Chi Fei supported little junior sister Mu Xiaoxue, who was on the verge of tears, and gently consoled her before turning to look at them in a huff. In reality, he didn't dare to truly quarrel with Mo Lian and the rest. What if he infuriated these maniacs with explosive combat strength? They might even point a finger at him and kill him on the spot. Hurry and think of a solution. Duan Yu blocked Sir Jojo's lunging sword with a hopeless expression. With his cultivation, it was naturally no problem to deal with the illusions in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. He could only dodge and dodge. Jojo's illusion followed up with a flying kick and a leap, pointing its sword at Duan Yu's chest. Duan Yu heaved a long sigh and raised his hand to pick up this little fellow that was lunging at him. This wasn't an illusion, but a solid entity. However, its tiny hands and feet were icy cold, and its eyes were shooting out a vicious glint. Although it was caught by Duan Yu, the thunderbolt sword in its hand was still aimed at his head. Everyone, with this guy's savagery, can't you guys be a bit more forceful and restrain these illusions first? Hey! Duan Yu angrily glared at the unmoving Mo Lian, his handsome face about to turn green. What was wrong with this guy? He dawdled for half a day and still hadn't made a move. He understood now. This guy just wanted to watch him get crippled by JoJo's illusions. What an unscrupulous jerk. How could Yin know what Duan Yu was silently criticizing in his mind? He racked his brains for a countermeasure. The vines were probably useless against these JoJo illusions. But what about the soul fragment? Crown Prince. Mu Xingqian couldn't resist calling out. If this guy still didn't make a move, JoJo's Thunderbolt Sword illusion really would chop Duan Yu's head. At the critical moment, Yin took out the soul fragment wrapped in the essence of the sacred wood from her inner world. Everything froze in an instant. The expressionless Si Qiao Qiao, who had been slashing and slashing at the crowd, suddenly stopped. Although their pitch-black eyes were unperturbed, at least their gazes were focused. The bunch of JoJo turned their heads mechanically and looked at the soul fragment in Yin's hand. Qin Exen stared at Yin's hand, and her gaze flickered before she slowly lowered her gaze. She didn't expect Yin would also find a soul fragment of her. Would Xiao Mu tell Yin about her soul self-detonation? That's impossible. Translator's words: S, Duan Us to S, Mian Ways, Mos Mie. She's, of course, S writes her, JoJo of hers is she, was a person who was used to protecting herself. So how could she possibly tell anyone about the soul explosion? Of course. Tease it stopped. Mata breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, JoJo's illusions were all staring blankly at the soul fragment in Yin's hand. Where's JoJo? Yin stroked the little figure in her hand. A certain someone who was pacing back and forth in the essence of the sacred would turn around and pointed behind a large shrub. JoJo was hiding there as expected. Mu Xingqian and the others all sighed in relief. Just as they were about to walk forward, they suddenly heard a loud boom. The entire Phoenixwood forest trembled slightly from this huge tremor. The trees rustled and swayed, making creaking sounds. Chapter 38-31. Everyone was running towards the source of the sound when a burst of intense light suddenly exploded in front of their eyes. In an instant, everyone's 5 senses were blocked. Damn it! Gu Yishuan clenched his teeth and endured the pain from his ankle. His body swayed along with the tremors of the earth. Then, he couldn't control himself at all and was instantly flung away by the force of the tremors. He slammed into a mound of earth, and his head was smashed open. A miserable scream came from beside him. Gu Yishuan turned his head and saw that the beautiful and elegant little princess of the City of Shadows, Mu Xiaoxue, was also flung to his side. Because Mu Xiaoxue had no cultivation, she was like a duckweed swaying in the water. Along with the tremors of the earth, she was flung to the east and west, constantly colliding with the thorny bushes. There were a few faint bloody scratches on the back of her hands and calves. As such, it aroused a trace of manliness in Gu Yishuan's bones. Such a beautiful girl, but now she was suffering from such an unexpected disaster. How pitiful! Miss Mu. Gu Yishuan hurriedly reached out and grabbed her, barely managing to stabilize his body in the tremors. Mu Xiaoxue looked at him with tears in her eyes and said softly, "Young master, if you save me, I will definitely ask my father to thank you properly." Gu Yishuan's heart skipped a beat. If he could establish a relationship with the little princess of the City of Shadows, then he wouldn't have to worry about his future development. At the same time, Gui Qiu, who had previously escaped through the earth, had no choice but to burrow out of the ground like a groundhog after the tremors. Originally, he wanted to hide for a while longer. Who knew if he would encounter those little perverts again? Who knew? Plans couldn't keep up with changes. He was forced to burrow out of the ground, but the tremors in the earth made him swallow 3 mouthfuls of mud and dust. His entire face collapsed. After burrowing out of the ground, he happened to find Old Heng standing behind the bushes, controlling a flying sword and mumbling something. Gui Qiu was so angry that his eyes were red. He stepped forward and grabbed the old man's chest. "You old ghost, you slipped away so quickly. So you didn't run away, but came here to get something first? Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Old Hang comforted him with a smile. Didn't I see an opportunity and take advantage of a loophole? If it wasn't for that, I would still be imprisoned in that talisman formation. How could this situation have occurred? You came at the right time. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is in a riot here, which means that the person has successfully advanced into the divine realm and will soon attract the punishment of the 5 spirits' reincarnation. Ghost Chio was slightly shocked. This person actually entered the deity realm so quickly. However, Old Hang said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. All we need to do is stand here and watch, and take advantage of the opportunity to attack. We don't need to do anything else, and we'll be able to obtain all the benefits." 5 spirit reincarnation. How could a woman successfully pass through it? And in such a chaotic environment, what a joke. The heavenly Tao had always been stricter towards women. Over the years, there had been countless female cultivators who had lost their lives in the 5 spirits reincarnation. Why is it that other people have to die when crossing the 5 spirits reincarnation, but you, a young little stoic, can successfully cross it? That was impossible. In particular, the lightning fire that descended from the sky was simply too perfect and too huge. The strands of spiritual energy that seeped out of it made the people standing in the distance uncontrollably apprehensive. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others, who were madly dashing over, happened to see the lightning fire bombard down with an abnormally mighty momentum. Their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Chapter 38-32. Normal people wouldn't be able to withstand such a fierce attack from lightning and fire, right? Old Hang's eyes narrowed, revealing a strange glint. Ghost Joe looked back, feeling a bit nervous. They've caught up. These students from the royal school were all perverts who did not even bother to reason with you. Boom! Everyone looked at the scene before them in bewilderment. Old Hang's initial calmness turned into terror. The instant he fell to the ground, one of his old legs couldn't help but tremble. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Earlier, he was rather worried that if this lightning and fire came crashing down, Jojo would be smashed to the point of vomiting blood. Who knew that the lightning and fire that came crashing down from the sky would actually strike Ghost Chio, who had turned to look at them, and turn this unlucky fellow into ashes on the spot. It was truly vanishing into thin air. There was no chance of survival at all. Even the soul remembrance fragments had completely dissipated within the Phoenix Wood Forest. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, Mata, ACI, Omega Kitoku, and Eldest Chin all expressionlessly glanced in that direction. It was very normal. Who told you to go near, Sir Jojo's cultivation area? They were very calm because they were familiar with Xiao Mu's routine, but that didn't mean that others could be as calm. Queen Fu Sha screamed from her throat. H. This, it struck the wrong person. Everyone's hearts were probably filled with an inexplicable and bizarre emotion right now. If saying fuck could solve the problem at hand, they could say 100 sentences in a row to vent that trace of anger in their hearts. After the lightning and fire dissipated, the last bit of smoke and dust also dispersed. Everyone only saw the little girl sitting in the tree hole. She slowly opened her eyes, and a pair of eyes as black as the starry night emotionlessly stared at them. "It's not the real body," someone shouted, and everyone felt a bit of a headache. How many freaking illusions did you create to wait for them here? Hand over your life. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure emerged from the grass nest and pounced into the cave. Then, it struck the phantom with its palm. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others were caught off guard. When they caught up, they saw Jojo's afterimage instantly dissipating under the other party's attack. Jojo, even though he knew it was just an illusion, Prince Mo couldn't help but feel his heart clench. In the blink of an eye, the second lightning fire fell from the sky. With a boom, it smashed Old Hang, who was rolling and crawling away from the battle zone, into pieces. No one was lucky enough to survive the thunderfire. Old Hang was dumbfounded. Before he knew what had happened, he realized that his entire body had dissipated. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. Just as he was about to crawl away, he was used as a scapegoat by a black shadow who had launched a sneak attack on him. He was directly hit by the furious thunderfire and was killed in a matter of minutes. The heavenly Tao was instantly enraged. Countless bolts of lightning and fire smashed down with heavenly might. It wanted to exterminate that black shadow that had attacked Arbor just now. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heavenly lightning fire was not something that was easy to deal with. Was it coming for them? How freaking blind was the heavenly Tao to strike the thunder fire into such a ghastly state? So many bolts of lightning and fire came down, but it didn't strike the main character and only struck them, the idle people present. Hey, big brother, wake up. You struck the wrong person. On the other side, after Arbor successfully advanced, he waited and waited, but the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation didn't come. Chapter 38-33. On the other hand, Mo Yin, Duan Yu, and the others outside all felt miserable. Instead of their Charl, they were met with a bunch of inexplicable lightning and fire. These lightning and fire didn't have eyes and directly struck them. They treated them the same way they treated Gu Yishuan, Lin Zhen'er, and the others at the same time. The shrubbery around them suddenly rustled. Suddenly, a bunch of strangers holding swords and sabers pounced out from all directions, shouting at them. When the leading elderly saw Mo Yin and the others surrounding them, it was obvious that they deliberately came to disturb the saintess's cultivation. His eyes instantly turned red from anger. You bunch of rascals! The Phoenix tribe's head, Consecrator, raised his hand and pointed at Mu Xingqian and the others as he cursed. Surround them all. You bunch of rascals dare to disturb our saintess's advancement. Kill without mercy. Hey, uncle, what's up with you? Why did you suddenly pop out of grass nest and want to make an example out of them without any explanation? Who is the saintess? Speak clearly, hey. Mo Yin and the others looked at each other, bewildered. Who exactly were these people who suddenly popped out? Why did they surround them for no reason? They wanted to kill and chop at the slightest provocation. Were they crazy? Sir, speak properly if you have something to say. Duan Yu glanced at the fuming Phoenix tribe's head consecrator and inexplicably felt that the bunch of people in front of them seemed to be perhaps related to Jojo. He glanced at Mo Yin from the corner of his eyes. Prince Mo was baffled and directly replied, I don't know her. What saintess or not? How would he know? Moreover, at the mention of the saintess, Prince Mo would think of that loathsome saintess of the Sun-Moon Temple, Nie Yaowang, just like Jojo. Nie Yaowang was courting death and harming people on the Duchun River. Later on, she heard the news and escaped. They had never been able to catch her. Nobody knew if she had retreated back to the nest of the Tianyan family. Just thinking about it made them feel suffocated. Meanwhile, the Feng clan's head consecrator raised her hand and ordered Feng Changqing to lead his men to surround Mo Yin, Duan Yu, Mu Xingqian, and the others. Over 2,000 deity realm experts came out in full force. Everyone had a dumbfounded look on their faces, all right? What kind of damn situation was this? They had come to the Phoenix Forest to gain experience. So how did they end up encountering a group of idiots who want to chop anyone they saw without any explanation? As the saying goes, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. With so many deity realm powerhouses, even Mo Yin and Duan Yu felt a bit of a headache, let alone the two high consecrators and that young man in the lead. It was obvious that their cultivation was at the transcendent God realm. It was a little tiring to resist it head-on. There was no need to create so many powerful enemies for no reason. Okay? Besides, Mo Yin and the others were completely a loss right now. They didn't know why the other party had brought so many clansmen to surround and annihilate them. Mu Xingqian stepped forward and quickly said, Everyone, let's talk nicely. May I know who you are? You don't need to care who we are. That old consecrator fumed with rage as he scolded. You only need to know that you fellows must pay the price for offending our clan's saintess. Lin Zhen'er's shoulder had yet to fully recover from the sword strike, so she staggered forward with a pale face. Sir, you have to be reasonable, right? Lin Zhen'er endured the pain and said, We simply don't know who your saintess is. How could we possibly disturb her advancement? When she said the word advancement, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 38-34. Lin Jinner's eyes abruptly widened as she shrieked. You're talking about that little bitch? Smack! An empty slap landed on her ghastly pale face, causing her to fall backward as if her bones were falling apart. Dirty your hands. Duan Yu coldly swept a glance at Lin Jinner. The Feng clan's head consecrator's furious rebuke was suddenly heard. Seize her! Several Feng clansmen flew up and dragged Lin Jinner out of the crowd like dragging a dead dog. Feng Zhangfei looked at the head consecrator exasperatedly. Why was he as impulsive as a hot-blooded youth at his freaking age? Even if there was a quarrel between two young ladies, you should have let the young ladies resolve it. You, a head consecrator, attacked a woman just because she cursed the holy maiden. Seriously, you're too degrading. Bah, where did this holy maiden come from? He wouldn't admit it. Lin Jinner's complexion was ghastly pale by now. On the side, Mu Xiaoxue swayed like a willow leaf in the wind. She walked up a few steps and forcefully tugged at Lin Jinner's arm. She looked at the Feng clansman mournfully and sweetly begged for mercy. Don't capture Senior Sister Lin. Senior Sister Lin is just outspoken and doesn't have any ill intentions. The Feng clansman who captured Lin Jinner expressionlessly glanced at Mu Xiaoxue. One of them suddenly jerked his arm and flung Mu Xiaoxue, who had no cultivation at all, away. Seeing that the delicate Mu Xiaoxue was about to crash into the wooden pillar next to her, her two senior brothers, her flower protectors, quickly leaped out and supported Mu Xiaoxue like guardian deities, gently comforting the weeping little princess. Little junior sister, don't cry. Don't worry, little junior sister. Junior sister Lin will be fine. Hey, you guys are too much. In order to make his presence known in front of Mu Xiaoxue, Gu Yishuan also stepped forward with a sullen face. He stood in front of Mu Xiaoxue and her senior brother and coldly gazed at those Feng clansmen. Who exactly are you people? Queen Fu Sha couldn't resist interjecting. Gu Yishuan once again interrupted Queen Fu Sha's words and straightened his back. Capturing people without reason and without question? Don't you think it's too much? Feng Zhangfei blinked. What about it? Gu Yishuan was momentarily stumped by Feng Zhangfei's words. He wanted to be more unyielding, but his kung fu was not up to par. The strength of Feng Zhangfei's group was obviously much higher than his. At this time, it was actually the most appropriate thing to do. We are from the ancient Phoenix clan. As Feng Zhangqing spoke, the entire area fell silent. Everyone stared at Feng Zhangqing and the others as if they were looking at strange objects. Phoenix clan? The Wind clan that people had only heard of but never heard of? Mo Yin raised a brow and met Duan Yu's eyes. To be honest, the appearance of the Wind race people here was both surprising and reasonable. The legends of the ancient Phoenix clan had always been passed down in Phoenix Grove, but no one had ever encountered them before. This woman is spouting nonsense, slandering our holy maiden. Kill her on the spot. The head consecrator pointed at Lin Jinner, who had been pushed to kneel on the ground. Lin Jinner's pupils immediately shrank. She didn't understand how her cursing of that stoic face had escalated to the level of losing her life. These Wind clansmen were so unreasonable. No, don't. No. Chapter 38-35. Sobbing, Mu Xiaoxue extended a frail hand toward Lin Jun, and her senior sister Lin reverberated in everyone's hearts. Qi Fa, Zhao Yi, and Gu Yishuan couldn't bear to see her like this. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound coming from the tree hole, and a small white robe flashed before everyone's eyes. Subsequently, everyone saw a wisp of long black hair fluttering in the wind. That expressionless little person walked out of the tree, whole unruffled and unruffled. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the little girl's large almond-shaped eyes glinted with a cold light, appearing exceptionally bright in the night. What blinded everyone's eyes even more was that the little girl's eggshell defensive barrier was reinforced with who knew how many defensive talismans, and the defensive spirit artifacts all over her body were shining brightly. People couldn't help but want to laugh at her. So this was how ballers advanced to the divine realm, speaking of which, it really was very strange. Sir Jojo had already successfully advanced an hour ago. Afterward, she waited inside the tree hole for a long time, but not a single bolt of lightning came. She only heard the noise outside the tree hole getting louder and louder. At first, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. But the more she listened, the more familiar voices sounded. Duan Yu's big brothers? Mata'az Lien's. They were all here. But what was up with the 5 spirits' reincarnation tribulation? Why wasn't it coming? If it wasn't coming, did that mean it wouldn't come in the future, or would it still come in 2 days? This was completely unreliable, all right? Sir Jojo had activated all his defensive spirit artifacts and even used so many defensive talismans. So he had all kinds of defenses on his body. It wasn't coming? Then what if it came when Sir Jojo was unguarded? Who could she reason with? When Duan Yu and the others saw the little fellow, they felt that this little cutie was very comical. Those who knew her well understood this expression all too well. Don't be fooled by her expressionless face all day long. It was also divided into different levels. First level expressionless face, second level expressionless face. Now that this fellow had a 9th level expressionless face, it meant that she was having a mental breakdown. If the little crown princess had a mental breakdown, would she say it? She wouldn't, all right. With her temperament of wanting to save face, humph, there was no way she would say it. Saintess. The 2 consecrators' eyes were brimming with tears. Thank goodness the Saintess is all right. Duan Yu expressionlessly glanced at Mo Lien and discovered that the latter was also expressionlessly looking at Charles. That's right. Who would have thought that after being separated for just a few days, their Charles would inexplicably hook up with a group of people from the Phoenix clan and foolishly be dragged away by others to become the Holy Maiden? He really couldn't miss a single glance. The 2 of them sighed inwardly. Arbor looked up at the sky. Thus, all the phoenixes raised their heads to look at the sky. What instructions did the Saintess have? The 2 consecrators excitedly expressed that the Saintess was not an ordinary person. She must have discovered something. The reason why the Foam clansmen had stayed in Phoenix Forest for so long was because they wanted to live in seclusion. Secondly, they simply couldn't leave Phoenix Forest. The Saintess had discovered the enchantment. The Saintess must be able to open this barrier. Come. Arbor raised a soft little finger and beckoned to the sky. What did the Saintess mean by come when she suddenly pointed at the sky? Mu Xingqian's mouth twitched, and he pulled Mo Lien back 2 steps. Duan Yu, Mata, and Omega Katoku's group all retreated in unison as though they sensed something. Wait for me. I'm not done updating today. Chapter 38-36. An enraged ice tornado rushed down from the sky, as if the Milky Way was flowing in reverse and surging against the current. A gust of chilly air directly assaulted their faces. Everyone immediately cried out, "Mother!" and one by one, they hurriedly crawled backward. However, how could they make it in time? That ice tornado landed on Chi Fa, who couldn't crawl in time, and instantly froze him inside. Countless ice tornadoes descended from the sky, crushing a perfectly fine man into powder in a matter of minutes, as if they were demonic creatures capable of destroying dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Everyone was shocked, all right? This was the water spirit tribulation of the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, right? But the problem was you freaking, did you sweep the wrong person? Everyone wished for nothing more than to kneel down to heavenly law right now. No, bro, you're heavenly law, you're big bro, but you can't mess around. Those 2 thunderbolts just now were, because you were blind and didn't see the passers-by clearly. Everyone didn't blame you after the incident passed, but what was going on now? The little girl told you to come, and you freaking came at moment's notice? Emolian secretly suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth. Probably only she, Duan Yu, Mu Xingqian, and a few others present understood. The little fellow didn't make the ice tornadoes come down to smash others at all. She made the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation come to smash her so that she could quickly transcend this 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation. It was that simple. Senior Brother Qi, Mu Xiaoxue screamed miserably, and her head tilted to the side as she fainted in Gu Yixuan's arms. Guishuan's heart surged as he hugged the delicate Mu Xiaoxue. He turned to glare at Arbor, his eyes wishing for nothing more than to spit out raging flames. Crown Princess, you've gone too far. What have I gone too far? Sir Jojo glared furiously at Guishuan. It's you bunch of bystanders who gathered here to mess around. Otherwise, how could Heavenly Law be blind and not strike me, but you guys? Come! Jojo roared at the sky. Boom! Come! Come, come! Boom, boom, boom! Everyone, the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation was really complete this time. Previously, there had been lightning and fire. Now there were ice tornadoes, earth tornadoes, and with spirit arrows. All of them descended from the sky. When other people go through the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation, at most there will be a lightning fire tribulation that is already considered to have angered the heavenly Tao. This guy was different from others. This fella's reincarnation tribulation of the five spirits was truly a true reincarnation tribulation of the five spirits. Every single heaven and earth origin spirit was given to him once. This couldn't be any better, okay? The problem was that when others transcended their tribulations, they were all transcending life and death tribulations. Not to mention the great tribulation of lightning and fire. Just the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations were enough to kill a person, making it impossible for them to regenerate. But this guy was different. Not a single one of the five spirits' reincarnation tribulations had landed on her. They had all been endured by others. Most importantly, she kept pointing at the sky and saying, "Come, come, come. Come my ass. Don't come, okay?" Mu Xingqian also dodged 2 heavenly lightning bolts in a row. He glanced at Mo Lien with a wry smile. The meaning in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. Hurry up and stop your wife. Is your wife crazy? This five spirits reincarnation tribulation was really amusing. Every time, it didn't hurt the main character, but implicated the fish in the moat. Even an idiot should know by now. How was the heavenly Tao blind? That was simply brain damaged, okay. The onlookers were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Chapter 38-37. Jojo, don't come. Mata couldn't resist shrieking as he somersaulted to dodge a wooden arrow falling from the sky. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he hastily said, "Jojo, hurry and let your relatives go back. Please don't make a fuss." He was about to die, not to mention Queen Fu Sha, Wang Kuang, and the others, whose spiritual energy had already been depleted. They were all bitterly holding on right now. Who knew if they would be killed by the 5 spirit essences left behind by Heavenly Tao in the next second? Arbor couldn't help but frown when she heard the clamor of the crowd. She raised her finger, and the dozen or so Jojo's phantoms sitting motionlessly around her immediately moved, pouncing to protect Mata, Mu Xingqian, and the others. It was truly infuriating. Heavenly Tao didn't even strike Sir Jojo's phantoms. It blindly struck several times in Wang Kuang, Lin Zhen'er, and the others' direction. Wang Kuang was about to cry. If he had known that there was such a trap in this world, he wouldn't have come here to court death with the intention of killing people and seizing their treasures. What should he do now? When Arbor saw countless bolts of lightning and fire flying toward Emolien, Duan Yu, and the others, she frowned and dashed to their side. The bolts of lightning and fire instantly turned and charged toward Wang Kuang's group as if venting their anger. The thin youth named Bean was instantly shattered by the bolts of lightning and fire. He was utterly baffled and had no idea how he died. Hurry and get away from that witch. Get away from her. Lin Zhen'er screamed, as if she had discovered something. She ran desperately into the forest, stumbling and stumbling. Due to the 5 spirits' sudden attack earlier, the Feng clansmen were protecting Feng, Chongqing, and Duan Yu, so how could they care about Lin Zhen'er's life or death? Instead, she took the opportunity to escape. Mo Lien twitched his mouth and took the opportunity to grab his wife. Jojo, Xiao Mu patted his chest and asked in bewilderment, "What should I do? Won't this 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation elder come down? Will it come find trouble with me the next day?" Duan Yu, is this why you keep calling it come, come, come? Forget it. Ollie, who was standing at the side, snapped at her, Can't you see that the heavenly Tao doesn't want to strike you at all? Let's not beat around the bush. You're deliberately staying here to lure the heavenly Tao to strike us, right? Arbor cast a sideways glance at that guy and couldn't be bothered with him. With a nervous expression, he continued to ask Mo Lien, "So, am I considered to have passed the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation or not? Was there need to ask? If you transcend the tribulation, you're just chopping the melon-eating masses. Once you're done transcending, all right." Mo Lien held back her laughter and nodded. "It should be done. Are you trying to laugh?" Jojo puffed up his cheeks in displeasure. His expression seemed to say, "Don't you dare laugh." "No, I don't feel like laughing at all." Mo Lien quickly shook her head. "What's so funny about that? Everyone also passes the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, so there's nothing strange about it, right, Jojo?" Duan Yu rolled his eyes at his lack of integrity. Arbor nodded. "Since that's the case, then forget it." She looked up in distress, and Ollie quickly shouted at her, "Don't come." Everyone, "No. Don't you guys feel that the sky is so dark and dense with nebulae, as if it's about to explode?" Chapter 38:38. Yao Hong pinched his fingers and gulped. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky with a terrified voice. Everyone felt a headache when they saw her pointing at the sky, following Yao Hong's line of sight. Everyone was shocked. Yao Hong was right this time. The sky was densely covered by thousands of nebulas, forming a flowing galaxy. It looked like it could explode at any moment. "What is this?" Wang Kuang was terrified. On the other hand, Mo Lien and the others were quite astounded. Why was the power of the star domain suddenly overflowing? The strongest power in the world, star power, was also called holy power by them. Could it be that the 3 states were suddenly filled with holy power for Jojo? Arbor looked at the origin power of heaven and earth roiling in the nebulas and expressionlessly turned to say to Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others, "You guys stay here and absorb. I'll take the 5 spirits and leave this place. Let's meet at the southern entrance of Phoenix Grove later. If you see Duanmu and the others, help me tell them that our team has earned enough points. Tell them they don't have to work anymore." After saying this, Lady Jojo patted her husband to comfort him. Then, she quickly turned around and dashed toward the depths of the forest. Everyone, could this weirdo be any weirder? Sure enough, as soon as she moved, the 5-colored origin power in the sky ran away with her. Seeing this, Wang Kuang, Zhao Yi, and the others wanted nothing more than to curse. She should have fucking scrammed a long time ago, all right? That 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation was probably sick in the head. It originally came for the stoic face, but it only hovered in the air and started to go blind when it slashed down. Let's go. This area was enveloped by star power. Everyone below the transcendent realm felt the terrifying suppression of the expansion of their bloodlines. It was as if they would be crushed to the point that their bones would crack if they stayed here for another minute. They couldn't stay here any longer. Wang Kuang and the others looked at each other and scrambled to their feet. Like stray dogs, they sprinted toward the entrance of Phoenix Grove in the opposite direction of Arbor. Now, no one dared to run in the same direction as Lady Jojo. After knowing her ability to summon lightning and fire at any time, no one was willing to follow this girl. You can go wherever you want to go. Don't appear in front of us and continue to harm us. What a peerless weirdo. There was probably no one else like her in the entire 3 prefectures. Gu Yishuan hugged the fainted Mu Xiaoxue tightly and ran with the team towards the entrance of the forest. However, the more he ran, the more pain he felt from his ankle. It was as if every step he took was like stepping on a needle. It was so painful that he felt a little despair. He took a moment to look down. The originally pitch-black fingerprints had become even darker in color. The skin around the fingerprints even showed signs of ulceration. Why would it turn out like this? Gu Yishuan's heart slowly began to panic. His ankle had been grabbed by the skeletons in the formation. Could it be that he had been poisoned? He didn't dare to think about it any further. He hugged Mu Xiaoxue and kept a distance from the others. Now, because of his ankle injury, his running speed was getting slower and slower. Zhao Yi caught up with him and sneered. He raised his hand to hug Mu Xiaoxue. No need to trouble this young master. I'll carry junior sister. This brat harbored unfathomable intentions and even wanted to climb up the social ladder recklessly. Dream on. Chapter 38-39. His hands were empty as Mu Xiaoxue was snatched away from him. Anger flashed through Gu Yishuan's eyes. However, the sharp pain in his ankle made him powerless to fight with Zhao Yi for anything. The fact that Zhao Yi was able to carry Mu Xiaoxue away to a certain extent had lightened his burden. Let's go, let's go. Many mercenary teams scuttled out of the forest. Taking advantage of the first glimmer of dawn, they followed the large group and rushed out of Phoenix Wood Forest. Behind them, a large nebula covered the entire sky. The sky was supposed to be slightly bright, but at this moment, it was still dark because of the dense nebula. Only an occasional ray of light seeped out from the star power, appearing very weak and small. And Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and the others quickly meditated and closed their eyes to enter a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Mu Xingqian and the other members of the Phoenix clan retreated out of the dense star power range. They looked up at the sky and couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Jojo was truly a peerless oddball. Everywhere he went, all kinds of things started to become abnormal. So many strange things actually happened when he was just advancing a cultivation level. It had to be said that this fellow was a miracle in and of itself. Sir Jojo, who was being talked about by everyone, headed deeper into the forest. If someone was here right now, they would definitely discover that this oddball was indignantly glowing with a 5-color cloud above his head. Thunder and fire crackled, but they didn't descend for a long time. Arbor ran to a secluded area before stopping to catch his breath. He looked up at the cloud that was emitting sparks in the sky and felt inexplicably angry. "Come down," the little fellow shouted angrily. "If you don't come down, then don't freaking ever come back. Why don't you hurry up and come down, all right? You look like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Fuck, if you stick your head out, you'll be stabbed." She would rather be straightforward. When everyone broke through to the God realm, they all underwent this 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation. There was no reason that she couldn't, right? Moreover, it wasn't like she was lazy and didn't want to undergo it. She had already called out "come down" countless times, but this fellow just kept tossing and turning without any other reaction. What a crafty person! The origin of 5-colored spiritual power rolled and trembled in the air angrily for a while. Not long after, it left Arbor and left, twitching. Now, why did he run away? Mr. Jojo instantly felt a little uncomfortable. She chased after the origins of the 5 colors spiritual power, following it for 2 miles, shouting at it, "Come back! Come back! Come back!" Return, the latter didn't even bother to pay attention to this guy. Leaving behind a few long afterimages of spiritual energy, he immediately left with his tail between his legs. If this source of spiritual power could transform into a human form, it would definitely have a pained expression on its face. Was this guy sick in the head? He had already stopped striking her, but she couldn't stop for a moment. She even chased him for 2 miles. She really was a peerless weirdo. Qiao Mumu's small face was expressionless as she stopped walking. She could tell that the heavenly Tao was sick. Wasn't he just here to tease her? After teasing her, she left. Not a single strand of the 5 spirit origins landed on her body. The 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation was over just like that? If it was over, then it was over. Qiao Mu's small face was taut as she walked out of Phoenix Grove. She had arranged to meet Jojo's Lotus at the southern entrance of the forest. Now it was time to rush over and meet up with them. The sound of the wind. Chapter 38-40. Arbor quickly turned around, and in an instant, she saw a thorn-like earth blade emerge from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the earth and stone beside her feet were cut into 2 and suddenly exploded. Arbor coldly looked back and saw a sneaky black shadow trying to retreat into the forest. The wood spiritual power quickly slid around her wrist, forming a long vine that suddenly hooked the other party's ankle and pulled fiercely. The black shadow followed this tyrannical force and was immediately pulled out of the grass nest by Arbor. He fell heavily to the ground and let out a muffled groan. Xiaomu didn't even spare that person a second glance as she tossed a god energy ball over with a flick of her hand. Since there was a simple and fast way to deal with others, Arbor was too lazy to do it herself. The divine power ball suddenly bombarded the other party's body, and a huge force heavily pushed him out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The black mask on the guy's face fell, revealing an extremely ordinary-looking face. Arbor glanced at him and then looked away. She didn't seem to have seen this person before. She didn't know where this clown came from, but he just had to stay here and make trouble with her. Just now, it was this person who scattered the illusion she left in the tree hole, right? Since he wanted to take her life, she naturally wouldn't let him go so easily. Thinking of this, Arbor had 2 more divine power balls in her hands. Before she threw them out, she suddenly saw the man's feet fiercely stomp on the ground, and like a fierce tiger, he pounced in her direction. He actually had the tendency to fight with his life. Arbor's lips curved into a sneer. She held the 2 divine power balls in her hands and threw them in the other party's direction without hesitation. At the same time, she jumped up, stepped on the void, and nimbly flipped over. She stepped on a swaying branch and coldly looked over. After hearing 2 loud, rumbling sounds, the surrounding trees were all flattened by the divine power balls. A circular depression appeared in the middle of the ground. The man fell into the depression and spat out mouthfuls of blood, trying his best to climb up from the bottom. The little lady is quite vicious and merciless. A cold voice abruptly appeared behind Xiaomu. Arbor wasn't frightened by the newcomer. He turned his head to look at the newcomer with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with coldness, and there was not the slightest hint of joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. 3 people stood behind him. It was an old man in his 80s with a short beard. He was the one who spoke, and his triangular eyes looked at her calmly. 2 slightly younger men in their 50s were currently staring at her hand with strange expressions. Just now, this young lady threw out 2 divine power balls. She was really generous. Unfortunately, he was about to die. Do you have any last words? An old man in his 50s asked coldly with his hands behind his back. The black shadow man, who had finally crawled out of the pit, raised his head at this time. His pair of narrowed eyes revealed a little bit of hatred. Why are you still talking nonsense with her? Hurry up and kill this woman. This young lady was very strange. According to his understanding of this young lady, he guessed that she might have more than 2 or 3 divine power balls in her hands. He waited with great difficulty until this young lady was alone and released a signal to them. He didn't want to mess things up again. Who are you people? Arbor curiously glanced at the 3 old men. These 3 old men didn't look young. Chapter 38:41. She opened her divine eye and scanned the area, but did not see anything strange in the heads of these 3 old men. If it was not Tian Yun's men, then who could it be? It was obvious that she didn't recognize the man lying in the pit. Naturally, she did not know when she had offended him, but it did not matter. Since they came looking for trouble, then she would take care of the trouble as well, and there would be no more trouble. Arbor's gaze turned cold. A pair of pitch-black eyes, containing a cold light of nirvana, locked onto the black figure in the pit. Looks like you all want to die. Her figure moved, and in an instant, she pounced down from the treetops. Her slender figure turned in a circle in midair and was suddenly blocked by the old man in his 50s. The old man held a hook in each hand and fiercely hooked it towards her head. Clang! Arbor did not dodge at all and directly let the hook fall on her defensive barrier. The old man's fingers trembled slightly from the rebound force of the barrier. His eyes instantly narrowed, and a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. He shouted, "Damn girl, you came at the right time." His hands clasped together, and with one free hand, he clapped his palms towards her chest. At the same time, the other 2 old men did not stay idle. At this time, their figures also moved, and like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, one of them kicked towards Arbor's calf. That kick was swift and fierce, as if it was going to break Arbor's calf. The other person silently flashed behind Arbor, and summoned a black broadsword from his consciousness. Aiming at the back of Arbor's head, he chopped it down. A three-sided attack, each move wanting to take her life. In the blink of an eye, Arbor's figure was surrounded from three sides and disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already retreated 10 meters away and came to the side of the black figure who had crawled out of the pit. Boom! The three pincer attacks simultaneously fell on the place where Arbor had left, and the surrounding soil was instantly blasted into a scorched wasteland. The old man's pupils constricted. Yet at this moment, Qiao Mu had already grasped the shadowy man's throat and coldly asked, "Who exactly are you?" The man narrowed his long and dark eyes and spat out a few words with great effort. You will never know, ah." A terrifying divine sense suddenly pierced into the depths of his consciousness. The black shadow man felt a dull pain in his head and immediately wanted to cry out. However, Arbor did not give him much room to fight back. Ever since she advanced to the deity realm, she could already search souls on her own. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with the person in front of her. She searched for useful information on her own. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her was someone she knew. She had never met him before, but she had definitely heard of his name. In the Aurora Sandland, Miss Jing Minyao of the Panga clan had sent this man to the Yu family of the Shuntian prefecture to collude with Yu Batian and assassinate her in the underground arena of Qianluo. Yu Hui, whom Arbor had met in Qianluo's underground fighting arena, was actually guided by this person. This person's name was Brother Go, and she was also familiar with it. He was a good dog by Jing Minyao's side. She did not expect that Brother Go would still want to seek revenge after Jing Minyao had been dead for so long. He even chose such a time when she was alone. As for the three old men, to put it bluntly, Brother Go had issued a kill order in the black market and summoned 3 killers. Brother Go's reward was 1/10 of the underground treasures of the Panga clan. Chapter 3842. Everyone knew that the family of the former leader of the Panga clan had been annihilated. However, it was said that the treasures that the former leader had left behind were forever buried under the yellow sand. Nowadays, many people were still going to the former base of the Panga clan to search for treasures. They were still dreaming of digging out the treasures and making a fortune. No one knew that the treasures of the former leader of the Jing clan had already been taken away by Mr. Jojo in a talisman. The surviving members of the Panga clan, under the leadership of the new leader, had already gone far away to live their good lives. They wouldn't say a word. Therefore, Brother Guzzi didn't know the truth. He even went back and searched for several days, but he still couldn't find the residence of the Panga clan members. However, he couldn't accept it. His beautiful and proud little princess, who could have become the high and mighty crown princess of the Divine Land, was killed by Arbor just like that. Brother Guzzi wanted to avenge his beautiful princess, Jing Minyao. However, he felt that he wasn't strong enough. After thinking hard, he thought of going to the underground black market of Jiawei City and issuing such an order. The underground black market of Jiawei City was independent of the 3 provinces. Although it wasn't as superior as the 4 major cities, it was protected by the City of Shadows. It had always been a place where crooks mixed with honest folk and wasn't controlled by the 3 provinces. He went there to issue a mission and issued a bounty. Most of the people there were fugitives who had fled to this place to accept his mission. He only had one purpose, which was to kill Arbor. He had to let this woman know that she couldn't escape from the punishment of others after killing Miss Jing. At this point, Qiao Mu already understood this person's thoughts very well. After tossing Brother Go, who was foaming at the mouth and twitching nonstop onto the ground, Qiao Mu didn't even look at him. She directly summoned a dagger from her conscience and slit Brother Go's neck. Brother Guzzi didn't even have time to open his eyes before he died on the spot. Perhaps he couldn't figure out what had gone wrong even at the moment of his death. Why didn't the little girl say a word to him? Why didn't she ask him anything? Why did she search his soul and slit his neck so quickly? Looking at the other party's expressionless, paralyzed face, a faint chill rose from the hearts of the 3 elders. The little girl was too cold. Now that the person who issued the mission was dead, did that mean that the mission was already over? If they wanted to continue, even if they completed the mission, no one would be able to lead them to the treasure trove. Damn it. When the three old men thought of this, they all sighed in their hearts, and their hearts were filled with grief. How could such a fat piece of meat fly away just like that? The old man said with a sullen face, "The grudge has already been formed. Even if we let this girl go today, she won't let us go." With this young lady's ruthlessness and vengeance, not only would she not let them off, she would definitely beat them to death, right? This girl definitely has more than one god Powerball on her. Lock her down. The old man in his 80s shouted. The three of them attacked at the same time, using their divine senses of varying heights to lock onto Arbor in a small area. Even if Arbor wanted to use the teleportation talisman now, it would be useless. After all, her consciousness was locked down. Even if she moved, they would immediately find her through the trajectory of her movements. Among the three old men, two of them were level 10 divine realm cultivators. Chapter 38:43. The old man in his 80s was actually an early-stage spiritual venerable realm cultivator. When he pressed down with his hand, Arbor inexplicably felt a trace of suffocation. Good heavens, as expected of someone who had stepped into the transcendent God realm. His aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. If it were someone else like Arbor, who had just stepped into the transcendent God realm, they definitely wouldn't be a match for these three old men. But who was Arbor? Although she couldn't fight the three old men in front of her at the same time, it was more than enough for her to escape from their hands. The three of them were fantasizing about locking her conscious. Did they really think that her conscious was only 50 to 60% of her spiritual energy like an ordinary person's? Arbor reached out to summon the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron from her conscious and slammed it toward one of the old men in his 60s without saying a word. The other party was shocked, completely not expecting this little stoic to have such a strange move. In the blink of an eye, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron had already flown in front of the old man. The old man hurriedly reached out to press down, wanting to support the large cauldron that was flying over. He thought that this large cauldron was just a bit heavier than ordinary cauldrons. Unexpectedly, he was sent flying the next second, and his back hit a tree trunk hard. The old man couldn't hold back for a moment and spat out a mouthful of blood. Arbor calmly glanced at the other party, and a holy power ball flew out from her inner world and immediately smashed toward the old man. Huh, did you think this great aunt didn't have a backup plan? Boom! After the dense holy power light exploded, all the people meditating and cultivating under the nebula instantly opened their eyes. Mo Lien abruptly stood up, and her fierce phoenix eyes looked up in the direction of the sound. Jojo was in danger. Arbor threw down a holy power ball and immediately ran away without looking back. The moment the holy power ball exploded, it blasted one of the old men in his 60s into pieces. At the same time, Arbor swiftly stuck several flying talismans on her body. After running a few steps, she instantly soared into the air and flew toward the depths of the forest. Damn it! The elder in his 80s was truly infuriated by the little stoic. He raised his head and swallowed a pill before chasing after her. His only remaining companion couldn't help but call out in a trembling voice, "Brother Gao, stop chasing." How could Gao Dong listen to his words? At this moment, his heart was filled with anger. He was actually tricked by a brat who had just entered the deity realm. Do you think you're so great just because you have the God Powerball and the Holy Powerball? He wanted to see just how many holy power orbs this little brat had on her that she could throw around like this. The other old man in his 60s was shocked. After this brother, Gao, took a pill, the aura on his body rose steadily. Now, it had reached a level that he could not recognize. Late-stage spiritual elder realm? Immortal venerable realm? Or was he a late-stage immortal venerable? He did not know, but he could feel the aura on Gao Dong's body rising bit by bit, as if the saint energy had skyrocketed and could no longer control the rising rhythm. At this moment, Gao Dong's eyes also revealed a hint of carefreeness. This feeling of his cultivation realm soaring was truly too tempting. If he had known earlier, he would have asked that person for 2 more of these pills. At this moment, Arbor suddenly turned around and glanced at him with a focused gaze. The pill that person took had an overwhelming stench unique to Tianyin. Could it be that Tianyin's forces had already infiltrated Jiawei City's underground black market? Chapter 3844. Or could it be that Tianyin had already started plotting to place some sugar-coated pills with ulterior motives in the underground black market and began to wantonly trade them? Arbor coldly turned to glance at that person. This person's aura was continuously rising. With her current cultivation, it was still too difficult for her to deal with a venerated immortal. Unless Arbor flung out 3 teleportation talismans. But no matter where she teleported to, Gao Dong's divine consciousness would lock onto her. Wherever she teleported, Gao Dong would immediately change directions and catch up to her. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking closer and closer, Arbor expressionlessly lowered her head to glance at her palm. She abruptly tossed out that sage-grade golden talisman, summoning talisman. An angry roar came from the void. It sounded like a dragon, but wasn't a dragon, like a beast, but wasn't a beast. A cloud of mist spread out behind Arbor in a few breaths' time. A sharp claw stretched out from within and abruptly tore that 60-year-old old man, who couldn't stop in time and was charging over with a face full of terror, into pieces. Gao Dong helplessly watched as one of his companions was torn apart by that thing inside the mist. His expression immediately darkened, and a furious glint condensed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the bounty order for this trip would actually cost the lives of 2 of his old brothers. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? Today, this little girl had simply crossed his bottom line as a person. She was bound to lose her life here, no matter what tricks she could pull off. Gao Dong instantly flew up and evaded the primordial beast from afar. Although he didn't know what was inside the mist, he could tell that he was no match for the ferocious beast, even though he had already reached the peak of the immortal venerable realm, judging from the way it tore his old friend apart with its claws. However, even if he couldn't provoke it, couldn't he avoid it? As long as he circled around that primordial beast with extreme speed and charged directly behind it, that would do. No matter how fast the little stoic was, could she be faster than him, a peak venerated immortal? Today, he wanted this stoic face to die without a doubt. The instant he brushed past her, Gao Dong desperately suppressed his churning qi and blood at the risk of being suppressed by that beast's roar. He flew several steps into the air and chased after the stoic face. As soon as Xiao Mu sensed that heavy pressure assaulting her, she had already activated all the spiritual weapons in her body without any room for objection. Her opponent's palm, which was accompanied by flames, suddenly pushed her back. The little girl was sent flying a few meters away by the force of the blow. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. His eyes were filled with cold mist as he lowered his head to look at the few drops of blood on the ground. Her bright eyes stirred slightly as she chanted several hand seals, and a few talisman seals appeared on her body. The tip of a sword slowly emerged from her left hand. With just a trace of it, a majestic and mighty force swept over, instantly pressing down on Gao Dong, who wanted to fly forward. His footsteps tilted slightly, and his body seemed to be pressed down heavily. Xiao Mu's eyes flickered with an abnormal luster. She gazed at the sword in her hand that was emerging piece by piece, and her heart was filled with a deep sense of satisfaction. "Come out, my friend, come out, come out. Kill this bastard who dared to hurt me. Send him to hell. Little treasure." A familiar voice caused Arbor, who was in the middle of drawing her sword, to stiffen. "How dare you, old thief!" A stern shout, accompanied by a projection, suddenly appeared above the entire Phoenix Grove. Chapter 3845. At the same time, Emolian, Duan Yu, and the others, who were sprinting toward Arbor, seemed to be enveloped by a heavy pressure at the same time. Their footsteps were so heavy that they could barely lift them up. Mu Xingchen had no choice but to halt his steps and look up at the sky in astonishment. He saw an apparition that blotted out the sky above Phoenix Grove. A heavy pressure swept over, causing everyone in Phoenix Grove to fall to the ground uncontrollably, unable to move at all. Time seemed to come to a standstill, and everyone inexplicably held their breaths. For a moment, The entire Phoenix Grove was so quiet that only the faint sound of the wind could be heard. Even the chirping of birds and cicadas instantly ceased. Arbor's small hand that was pulling out the Fushi greatsword trembled slightly, and a trace of guilt inexplicably flitted across her heart. Strange, why was it that every time she wanted to pull out the sword to play with it, she would summon Master, who was far away in an alternate dimension, over? The little fellow blinked with an obedient expression and quickly stopped pulling out the sword. She retracted her small hand into her sleeve and looked up at the apparition pressing down on Phoenix Grove. At this time, Gao Dong, who bore the brunt of the pressure and was paralyzed on the ground, couldn't make a sound at all. Even breathing felt abnormally extravagant and extremely difficult for him. Arbor squatted beside this big shot who ascended to the venerable immortal realm after taking the medicine. She placed her small hands on her knees with an obedient expression. Xian Huang's apparition descended from the sky and was enveloped by a layer of faint black mist, but that graceful figure and extremely beautiful appearance could still be clearly distinguished. Our dear Qiao Mu was very obedient. She had an instinctive premonition that if she didn't behave obediently in front of Master, she might be out of luck later. Xian Huang curled her lips, and the indistinct black figure appeared in front of the little girl. She raised her hand and patted her head. Xiao Bao, don't you remember what I told you? Master said before your soul reintegrates, you must remember not to use this Fushi greatsword. The little crowned princess nodded her small head repeatedly. Unexpectedly, Xian Huang flicked her forehead, and she instantly reached out to cover her small head. Her round eyes moved. Your soul exploded before, and your soul fragments were split into 5 different places. Xian Huang paused and lowered her head to look at her little disciple. Although I've taken back one of them, there's still 4 strands of soul remembrance that you need to take back. Arbor nodded in understanding. I can sense that there are 2 parts of your soul in this forest. 2. Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up, and his little ears couldn't help twitching. Did this mean that there were 2 fragments of her soul in the Phoenixwood Forest? He didn't know where it was or how to find it. Xian Huang saw that the little fellow was puzzled, so she helplessly raised her hand and touched her head. You can feel it, Xiao Bao. As long as you calm down and use your divine sense to sense it, you will definitely be able to sense its location. This child probably had a knot in his heart about his own soul explosion, so he had never truly felt the places where her soul had fallen. Perhaps she still subconsciously felt repulsed by those soul wills. Otherwise, if she approached the vicinity of the soul wills, she should have immediately felt it. Arbor obediently replied with an "oh." Clearly, her master had long been used to her way of killing a conversation with just 3 sentences. She nodded indifferently and continued. Only after collecting these soul wills can you use the Fushi greatsword. Do you remember? Chapter 3846. Sir Jojo still nodded obediently, indicating that he understood. Xian Huang's eyes rippled with a faint smile. She stretched out a finger and said softly, "Close your eyes." Qiaomu obediently closed her eyes, only to feel an icy finger tapping the center of her forehead. A powerful divine will then permeated into her divine sense, alerting all the defensive divine artifacts in her divine sense. The golden talisman Jade Tome made a long buzzing sound, but it was quickly suppressed by the strong divine thought. Little treasure, this is the essence of the space-time profound that your martial uncle and I have studied for many years. Now, I will pass it to you. You can comprehend it yourself when you are free. You are a child with great fortune. No matter where you go, you must let me and your martial uncle rest assured. Do you understand? Sir Jojo thought to himself, I am very obedient. Of course, I will not let you worry. Arbor opened his eyes and felt that there was a heavy silver ball in his hand. Xian Huang lovingly touched his little disciple's head. There is a part of the space-time power here. Before you comprehend the space-time profound, you can draw a part of it and use it at any time. Protect yourself well, good child. Remember to be obedient. Master, when will you and martial uncle come to see me again? Arbor was anxious and quickly asked. We will meet. Xian Huang sighed softly. Tian Dao, that old thing is coming. I will go and have a good chat with it. Remember my words. Do not rashly use the Fushi sword again. As for him, after saying that, Xian Huang's cold gaze swept over to Gao Dong, who was sitting paralyzed and pretending to be dead. Did he really think that he would not have to die by pretending to be dead? He actually forced her precious disciple to vomit blood and draw the Fushi sword. He really had guts. Old thief Wang Liang, you bullied the younger generation at your age. Death is not to be regretted. Gao Dong's whole body trembled, and he could not help but tremble. He fiercely shrank his body and shouted, "Say, senior, spare my life. Say, senior, spare." A colorless space as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly wrapped around his body. An ice-cold chill inexplicably sprung up from the bottom of Gao Dong's feet, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Arbor turned his head and saw that his master's phantom in the void had already retreated, and the entire Phoenix Grove had returned to its original tranquility. She pouted and felt a little melancholy in her heart. The chirping of birds rang out once again. It was as if the entire world had suddenly come alive. Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others hurried to Qiao Mu's side as fast as they could, and they just so happened to see Gao Dong, who was trapped inside a square, transparent barrier. His entire body was stiff and upright, and his expression was warped. He was soundlessly crushed into pieces by a strange energy fluctuation, dissipating before them with a bang. Everyone's expression changed. Mata opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. The scene just now was simply too shocking. What kind of power is this? Eldest young Sir Qin also sucked in a cold breath, and his gaze flickered as he looked at Arbor, who was sitting at the side with an obedient expression. Why did he feel that this child was a little too obedient now? The little fellow was sitting right next to the dissipated Gao Dong with her hands on her knees, and her tiny body was ramrod straight. Her expressionless little face carried the sign of facial paralysis. If it were not for the fact that her gaze would occasionally glance at them, everyone would really think that this little thing had entered a meditative state to cultivate again. Chapter 38:47. Cough, cough. Everyone couldn't help but look at her exasperatedly. The little girl was accustomed to using an expressionless face to conceal her mental breakdown. She might be sitting there obediently now, but something big must have happened earlier. She just couldn't be bothered to tell them. Mo Lien quickly walked up and reached out to pull his wife up from the tree. When the little girl saw this, she quickly hopped up from the ground and looked at him calmly. "Let's go." Don't you think you should tell everyone what happened just now? Jojo, did a mighty figure pass by here earlier? Qin Jiu asked in confusion. No, Arbor replied expressionlessly. Everyone couldn't resist throwing this word at her. Then who was the projection above Phoenix Grove? Ollie couldn't resist rolling his eyes, and also asked, "It can't be that all of our eyes are playing tricks on us, right?" When that projection's aura pressed down, everyone was pressed to the ground and couldn't walk near you at all. What projection? Arbor glanced at him indifferently with a stoic expression that said, "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Mo Lien couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He held his wifey's hand and said, while suppressing his laughter, "Jojo, let's move together." Sir Jojo immediately pulled her hand out of his and expressionlessly said, "We're not on the same team." Puffed. Duan Yu couldn't resist laughing out loud. Damn, this little girl was too funny. Looking at her serious expression and Mo Lien's pitiful appearance next to her, puffed, they really couldn't hold back their laughter. "Jojo, you're too heartless. My heart hurts when you say this." Mo Lien looked pitiful. The little girl nodded and patted him. "You'd better stay away from me. Don't think that you can snatch my identity tablet and ruby just because I'm alone now. If I don't recognize my family, I won't even recognize myself." Everyone, Mu Xingqian was speechless. "We won't steal your identity card. Don't worry. We don't want to continue suffering in the future." When they were training in the Phoenix Forest, they were courting death and snatcher things. How are they going to live in the future? It's not like I won't be able to live a good life after I leave. Pooey. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. "As long as you understand." She waved her hand and was about to bid farewell to everyone. She still had to enter the forest to continue looking for her companions, Duanmu Qing and the others. I don't have time to waste with these people. And Mo Lien tugged at her sleeve and looked at her pitifully. Jojo, you said earlier that you would meet up with us after luring the 5 spirits away. Arbor couldn't wait to jump into the pit. Yes, she had just said that it was an instinctive reaction, wasn't it? When she saw Mo Lien and Duan Yu, she instinctively wanted to leave with them. Now that she had sobered up and thought about it, bah, I'm not in the same team as them. Why should I leave? Of course I won't leave with them. Be careful. Arbor waved her small fists and glared menacingly at eldest young, Sir Chin's group, whose mouths were twitching. Afterwards, she turned around and broke into a run towards another part of the forest, truly parting ways with Mo Lien and the rest. Chapter 38:48. Duan Yu couldn't resist the urge to burst into laughter. He turned to look at Mo Lien's hopeless expression and gloated, "You can't keep her either. Ha 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 ha." Mo Lien, this fool, also couldn't keep Sir Jojo. What a joke. Omega Katoku's eyes flickered. When she led her team past Mo Lien's group, she glanced at Mo Lien and sneered. When Mo Lien looked over at him, that troop had already left his side. He was so angry that his teeth hurt and his heart stifled. His head throbbed, and his handsome face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Mu Xingqian's mouth twitched, and he patted Mo Lien's shoulder sympathetically. Don't worry, Jojo still wants you. It's just that the competition hasn't ended yet, so she simply thinks that we aren't on the same side as her, and are all her potential competitors and enemies puffed. When he said this, even he couldn't resist laughing. Fuck, he had to think of a way to team up with Jojo in the future. Otherwise, it would be too heart-wrenching. If he didn't team up with the little lady, he would be despised by her all the time. He simply couldn't live like this. Prince Mo was already very regretful. All right, but Mu Xingqian and the others were still making sarcastic remarks beside him. If he had known earlier, he would have stayed in the same team as his little ancestor no matter what. He definitely wouldn't have given up such an important team spot to Qi Xianxian and her group. Duan Yu blinked and consoled with a grin. Don't worry. Even if we don't rob Jojo, we can still rob others. From the looks of it, the 1,700-plus teams from the Royal Academy should have all entered the forest. We should act now. Mo Lien looked like she had nothing left to live for and was still immersed in the little lady's disdainful gaze. On the other side, Omega Katoku's group was silently walking into the forest. The eldest young sir followed beside him and said with a grin, "Second brother, did you notice?" The little girl deliberately changed the topic and didn't want to talk to us about the shadow that appeared in the sky above the Phoenix Forest. A member of the Qin clan added, "I don't know who that person is, but his aura actually enveloped the entire sky above the Phoenixwood Forest, making people unable to even think of resisting. Also, did you see that? What kind of container was that old man imprisoned in? Shattering into pieces within minutes? Not a vessel." Eldest young Sir Qin shook his head mildly and said with a smile, "It does seem a bit like the power of the void. It's as if I'm trapped in a transparent space and can be crushed into pieces at any moment." Hearing this, everyone was shocked to realize that it was indeed as the eldest young master had said. The old man seemed to have been torn to pieces by the power of space, completely unable to resist. "A powerful spatial expert?" Qin Jiao exclaimed in a low voice. In the entire 3 continents, he had never heard of anyone who could control the power of space. Even the 3 powers that transcended the 5 spirits completely didn't include the power of space. All right? Although the power of void annihilation achieved the same result as the power of space through different means, its main purpose wasn't to shatter the void, but to generate void fire. It was fundamentally different from the power of space. Qinjiao took a deep breath. If he was saying if, that big shot who grasped the power of space was really related to Jojo, then who would dare to provoke this stoic-faced little lady in the entire 3 continents? A Qin estate disciple exhaled lightly. Marvelous. Chapter 38:49. Moreover, Lady Jojo abandoned Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others and rushed into Phoenix Forest alone to search for Duanmu Qing, Qi Xianxian, and the others. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. Lady Jojo abandoned hubby just like that. Would hubby cry? But Darling's heart was bitter, so she could only hold it in. And Mole Yin and the others must have recording talisman matrices around them right now. If she was in the same team as them, according to the mentor's troublesome nature, they would definitely accuse her of cheating at the last minute. How could that do? She was someone who even had the heart of a 10,000-year-old phoenix tree, so she couldn't casually cause any trouble. What was a phoenix flower worth? She even brought the 10,000-year-old phoenix tree back home, so she could have as many flowers as she wanted in the future. When she thought of this, Lady Jojo's mood improved, so she took out the extremely thick silver ball that Master left for her and studied it. She held it in her hand and immersed her divine perception inside. She saw a vast ocean with two streaks of power that resembled the Milky Way slowly rippling inside this small silver ball like ribbons. Arbor's eyes lit up when she absorbed one of the streaks of power. She suddenly disappeared from where she stood, and when she reappeared, she was already in the center of the forest 1.5 kilometers away. This was the space-time power that Master left behind. She said that it was a power that she could use before she comprehended the profundity of space-time. She absorbed less than 1/10,000th of the space-time power that resembled the Milky Way just now. She felt that she could use it continuously for about 6 hours if she stored it in her body. The little fellow's eyes were sparkling, and she also absorbed a small bit of the power of time to test it out. As she waved her small hand, the fluttering leaves in the surroundings suddenly stopped moving. Time froze, although it only froze for a few seconds before the leaves started falling again. If this happened during a battle, it would suddenly stop moving for several seconds. Huh! Lady Jojo was a bit happy. She then used the power of space that existed in her body to continuously move around Phoenix Forest. Occasionally, she would appear beside a Royal Academy team, and before they could react, she would immediately beat them up with her small fists and snatch their rubies before scampering away. Fuck, everyone was about to explode, all right? Where did this guy come from? Why did he suddenly appear beside you and attack you without saying anything? The funniest thing was that there was an unlucky team that was robbed twice by Sir Jojo. When Sir Jojo appeared beside them for the third time, the captain hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't fight. You already beat us up half an hour ago. We'll leave the rubies to you. Crown Princess, do you want an identity card? Hand it over. Hand it over. We'll hand over everything. Arbor, why didn't they say so earlier? He made her waste her time. Who wants your identity cards? She just wants to collect points. With a flash of light, the little fellow quickly moved away from them. The unlucky team members all heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Anyone who was robbed 3 times in a row would feel hopeless. Okay? Hand over the ruby. A group of 7 ran down from a small alley and surrounded them with swords and sabers in their hands. The captain really wanted to cry. What kind of bad luck did their team have? They had an unreliable alchemist, and until now, he still hadn't been able to break the seal on them. Chapter 3850. For the next few days, they had been living in the open in the Phoenix Forest, living a miserable life. After being robbed 4 times in a row, they no longer had any red gemstones to hand over. Sob, sob, sob. He felt that his team was probably the most pitiful among all the teams in the royal school. One of the female students in the team cried out, Just now, the Crown Princess robbed us 3 times, and we've already handed over all our red gemstones. We don't have any red gemstones left. Take your identity badges. Following that, a dang sound was heard as the female student threw her identity badges onto the ground. With a hopeless expression, she said, Let's go back to the school, leader. Sob, sob, sob. It was too torturous. If this carried on, she was going to go crazy. Life without a cultivation base was really hard. She didn't want to be an ordinary person. The life of an ordinary person was really too hard. Little Fatty looked at them with a dumbfounded expression. Chi Xuan Xuan's eyes lit up and asked anxiously, The Crown Princess? You guys really saw the Crown Princess? Where is she now? Don't listen to their nonsense. Duan Mu Qing said coldly. Even if the Crown Princess was here to rob, There's no reason for her to rob them 3 times. The crown princess wasn't stupid robbing them once, and taking away the red gemstones was enough. Robbing them 3 times in a row, what the hell was that? Leader said with a hopeless expression. You guys don't have to believe it. The crown princess did rob us 3 times. You can look at the recording screen when you go back. The crown princess comes and goes without a trace. She mysteriously appeared in front of you and attacked you without saying a word. She didn't even give us a chance to refute. Why did they feel like crying when they thought of this? Little Fatty pursed his lips and looked at them sympathetically. He then exchanged glances with Duan Mu and the rest. They guessed that the little crown princess, this troublemaker, had used something like a teleportation talisman to hide in the forest and rob the students passing by. Which direction did she go? The captain casually pointed to the south. It was only after Duan Mu Qing ran off with his teammates that he faintly sighed. Don't hold too much hope. Your crown prince consort is a weirdo. Don't think that she's really waiting for you in the south. The little crown princess's figure suddenly flashed, and she stood on a branch of a tree. She happily looked at the remaining spatial energy in her body. After continuously using it for more than 2 hours, she still had at least half of the spatial energy left for her to squander. It was so much fun. The little fellow couldn't help but clap his little hands. Then, he heard a woman's laughter drifting into his ears. Little big brother, TSK, you look a little too pitiful. Who did this to you? Let me help you, okay? That feminine voice caused a layer of tiny goosebumps to appear on Arbor's arms for no reason. Looking down the tree from the corner of her eyes, she saw that under a camphor tree not far away, a woman dressed in revealing black was half squatting there. Her fingers were like snakes caressing the handsome side of a person in front of her. Looking down from where she was, she could see that person's thin lips were tightly pursed with a pained expression on his face. It was actually someone familiar. Arbor blinked, and his gaze landed on that man's limbs. His mood instantly seemed to be covered by dark clouds, and his eyes darkened. His limbs were all broken. Was this woman in front of him the one who did it? She could do whatever she wanted just for her own selfish desires? Chapter 38:51. Just as Arbor was about to descend, a ball of black fog suddenly floated to her side and rubbed against the back of her neck. It felt rather cold. The little fellow shrunk her neck and turned her head to look. She saw a small claw reaching out from the fog and trying to grab a strand of her hair. Arbor was curious. She reached out her white and tender hand and shook the little claw. I'm fine. She raised her hand and touched the ball of black fog. She could feel that this fellow's feelings were very complicated and mixed with a hint of displeasure. Could it be that it was apologizing to her? Because it didn't protect her properly just now and let her take old man Gao Dong's attack and spit out blood? Arbor tried to use her divine sense to communicate with this primordial beast. Why must you be wrapped in this black fog? Sir Jojo was still somewhat curious. Don't you want to come out and see me? She could feel that this fellow in front of her was a little resistant to seeing people. But why? Arbor reached out and reached into the black fog. She casually felt around. Hongmeng, when are you going back this time? If you don't come out and see me now, you won't have another chance. Who knew if she would be able to summon it again next time? This beast was very powerful. She used a sacred-grade golden talisman to summon it here. She estimated that it could only stay here for half a day. It would still go back. As for where this primordial beast came from, Arbor wasn't sure. It could be the holy region, or it could be the border of the wilderness. This Hongmeng seemed to be conflicted for a long time. Then, it reluctantly poked its little head out of the black fog. It's furry. Arbor's eyes instantly widened. She raised her hand and instinctively touched Hongmeng's little head. Wasn't this fellow a little too cute? Its head was like a little bear's, and its belly was round. It sat there, swinging its 2 short little legs. A pair of black eyes were looking at her, and they were very quick-witted. The most conspicuous part of its forehead was the word summon, faintly appearing between the white fur. Arbor had thought that this vicious beast would be the type that looked mighty and domineering. Back then, when he saw it tear out a claw from the black fog, he thought that it was a ferocious beast with a head of copper and arms of iron. However, when he saw it, he was immediately discouraged. It's not even as sturdy as a snow leopard. Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly, thinking to himself that it was no wonder that every time this guy appeared, he would always be so mysterious, shrouded in a cloud of black fog, and never dare to show his face. If others knew that the primordial beast was actually such a cute thing, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Since it was so cute, it could only hide in the black fog and not see anyone. The primordial beast didn't know why the little Master Silver's attitude towards it had suddenly changed 180 degrees. Could it be that his little Master Silver was still angry at him for failing to protect her? The primordial beast rolled over and stood up. It walked in the air with its short legs and hopped towards Arbor. Arbor said expressionlessly, "You'd better go back into your black fog. This way, it would appear more mighty and domineering. It would also make her feel less annoyed, Master's silver heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The primordial beast expressed that it didn't understand. If Chio, Little Water, and Little Earth were here, they would definitely mock this fellow and solemnly warn it. Master doesn't like cute things. Chapter 38:52. After being delayed by this primordial chaos on the treetop, by the time Xiao Mu looked down again, there were already no traces of that man and woman in her sight. They moved them away so quickly. Arbor frowned slightly. She jumped down from the branch and landed lightly on the ground. Stepping on the soft soil beneath her feet, Xiao Mu circulated her divine conscious and swiftly spread it out in all directions. Although she didn't like the people from the Qin estate, seeing that person's arms and legs were all broken, she felt a trace of sympathy for them. Thus, she decided to lend him a hand. To the current Arbor, helping people was really just a matter of lifting a finger. Her divine sense was extremely powerful. It didn't take long for her to discover the figures of that woman and the zither cultivator in front of a small cave 100 meters to the west. He sure ran fast. Xiao Mu narrowed her indifferent eyes and disappeared from her spot in a flash. After more than 2 hours of experimentation, Arbor was now able to control the power of space in her body and accurately arrive at her destination within 5 kilometers. Thus, Arbor arrived in front of the cave in a mere breath's time. The sound of thunder echoed in her ears. Arbor expressionlessly raised her head to look at the dark sky. She saw dark clouds looming over her and thunder rumbling. It looked like a thunderstorm was about to descend. Seeing that this was a very normal natural occurrence, Arbor lowered her head and took out an oil paper umbrella from her inner world. As soon as she opened the umbrella cover, the torrential rain fell as scheduled. It's really heavy, Arbor thought to herself. On such a stormy night, who would have thought that the lofty 5th young master of the Qin estate would actually be suffering such torment in such a simple and crude cave? Arbor stepped on the puddles of water in a flash and slowly arrived at the entrance of the cave. A woman's playful laughter came from inside. It was as soft as a venomous snake, causing one to be unable to help but feel disgusted. What a shameless woman. Not only was she brazen, she even broke someone else's arms and legs for her own pleasure. She deserved to die. Arbor's small face was incomparably cold as she stepped on the puddles of water and entered the cave. The cave was extremely dark. Only sporadic flames could be seen burning under a small, crude stove made of stones. There was a small stew pot on top of the stone stove, and he didn't know what was being stewed inside. A faint wisp of smoke was drifting over. The little girl sniffed and immediately revealed a look of disgust. What a shameless woman. She dared to stew this kind of salty medicine just to satisfy her own selfish desires. The little girl quickly walked over and kicked the woman's back without saying a word. Every kick was accurate, and the woman immediately rolled towards the corner of the wall, her big head fiercely knocking against the wall. It wasn't that Meng Meio's cultivation was weak, but the main thing was that she really didn't expect that in such terrible weather, in such a remote cave in Phoenixwood Forest, they would actually be inexplicably attacked. She was completely defenseless. She was secretly happy that she had picked up a handsome man along the way. She thought that she was really blessed and could get anything she wanted. He planned to finish drinking the nourishing soup and then go find this beauty to do some good deeds. Thinking of this, his heart was very happy. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly interrupt him? Too deceitful, truly too deceitful. Her pot of all-nourishing soup was also kicked to the ground by a little girl with a stoic face. "Ah!" Meng Meiyu screamed. Chapter 38:53. She abruptly turned around and glared unwaveringly at the stoic-faced girl with a pair of gloomy eyes. She harshly rebuked. "Where did this damn girl come from? You actually dared to spoil the all-nourishment soup that I painstakingly refined with great difficulty?" She was simply audacious to the extreme. Meng Meiyu was about to explode from anger at Arbor, especially when she saw the other party's tranquil little face. She couldn't help but ridicule her from the bottom of her heart. Which family did this girl come from? She dared to barge in so boldly and interrupt her fun, yet she didn't show the slightest bit of guilt. This vice cult master Meng glared at Arbor in a bad mood and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "You? You don't deserve to know my name." Arbor took a step forward and flung out a vine whip without a second word. The vine whip scuttled out with a whoosh and whipped at Meng Meiyu's wrist with lightning speed, tightly binding her left wrist. Meng Meiyu was incessantly enraged. She lightly shook her wrist and made a wriggling snake pose. She coldly glared at the little stoic in front of her and said gloomily, "Don't blame me for being merciless since you're courting death." This was truly a case of refusing to take the path to heaven and barging into the doorless hell. She didn't even go out and ask around. Was she, Meng Meiyu, someone who would suffer losses? Who in the entire demonic cult dared to provoke Vice Cult Master Meng? Who didn't know that Vice Cult Master Meng's reputation was widespread? This little girl, who only had a faintly discernible wisp of spiritual energy fluctuation all over her body, she dared to meddle in Vice Cult Master Meng's business? Ha ha ha. This was truly hilarious. Arbor narrowed his eyes and coldly gazed at this girl whose wrist was shaking like a snake. Suddenly, he heard a shrill hiss from that girl's mouth, and a poisonous glint shot out of her eyes. Her originally normal hand extended several dozen meters forward like a withered branch. She didn't pause at all and directly reached in front of Arbor. Just as that withered branch-like hand was about to grip Arbor's neck, a cold glint of light flashed across his eyes. Meng Meiyu suddenly let out a startled hiss. Half of the withered branch on her left arm was chopped off by Arbor's startled swan dagger. Yes, cut. Meng Meiyu's branch-like arm retracted and returned to its original state. The broken branch that had fallen to the ground also reverted back to the shape of a finger. Bastard! Meng Meiyu covered her crippled hand and glared at Arbor. Something seemed to be surging out from the depths of her eyes. "Ha!" Sir Jojo glanced at her. "It's fused with the snakewood." As a demonic body master, Vice Sect Master Meng was also a rank 13 fire Great Spirit Master. Logically speaking, his strength should be quite good. However, this was only true for other people. Against Charles, he really had no chance of winning. Arbor was now a Grade 1 God tier master. Although his divine sense was still at Grade 6, it wasn't far from Grade 7. As for the Divine Ruins realm, it had yet to open. The main reason was that the star field was still evolving. She reckoned that after she successfully transitioned from the star domain to the divine domain, the spiritual ruin realm in her body would also be able to take a step towards the divine ruin realm. Even if her current advancement was a bit incomplete and not fully mature, it was still more than enough to deal with this Grade 13 Great Spirit Master in front of her. Moreover, the startled swan dagger had long been promoted to a divine artifact. The power of its dagger was naturally not something Meng Meiyu could block. Chapter 38:54. Arbor was too lazy to talk to this woman. How could she be happy to talk to such a shameless woman? In order to make the man listen to her and enjoy a moment of pleasure, she actually crippled his arms and legs? What kind of operation was this? Was this something a human could do? Obviously not. So seeing Arbor take 2 steps forward, Meng Meiyu's expression changed instantly. She subconsciously stepped back and looked at her with vigilance. "What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't come any closer," Meng Meiyu screamed. She covered her injured finger and took a few steps back. Suddenly, she turned around and saw the man lying motionless on the ground with his eyes closed. Meng Meiyu suddenly shouted at Arbor, "Don't you want this man? Fine, I'll give him to you. Miss, we've only met by chance. We'll mind our own business. You don't have to fight with me over a man." Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. "Do you think everyone is as dirty as you?" She still wanted this man? Tui, what did she want him for? Wasting food is a waste of energy. She was just touched. As for the rest, Sir Jojo felt that this woman in front of him was thinking too much. Meng Meiyu saw Arbor approaching her and quickly turned around. She wanted to reach out and grab the man's neck. She wanted to hold him in her hand and use him to threaten Arbor. However, before her fingers could touch the man's neck, she was swept away by a strong force. Meng Meiyu hit the stone wall heavily. She spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. She frowned in horror and shrank back inch by inch like a worm. "When you broke his arms and legs, you didn't think you would end up like this, did you?" Arbor said coldly. Meng Meiyu hurriedly refuted. "No, it's not like that. I was separated from my companions and accidentally found this little brother in the forest. I found him, and he was already like this." Meng Meiyu hurriedly explained. And if I hadn't appeared in time and killed the 2 wild wolves in front of him, he would have been eaten up by the wolves." Arbor was stunned. He recalled the startled swan dagger that was suspended in the air and sized up the woman. Although she was dressed impudently, there was a hint of wickedness in her eyes. However, his expression when he spoke was extremely serious, and it didn't seem like he was lying. "Oh." Arbor glanced at her indifferently and looked at her carefully for a long time before walking towards the man lying on the ground. She squatted beside him and grabbed his cold wrist. He could clearly feel the other party's body shrink back, and fear flashed in the other party's empty eyes that had no will to live. He wanted to retract his hand, but how could a good-for-nothing like him, who had no cultivation, retract his hand when Sir Jojo was so strong? After taking his pulse, Chiao Mu creased her brows. It seemed that the filthy woman wasn't lying. This injury seemed to have been there for a day or two. The external injuries were very obvious. Other than the 4 limbs that had been cruelly used, there were indeed traces of being bitten and bandaged by wild wolves on his arm. When Arbor looked back, he saw that Meng Meiyu had already crawled to the door like a crawling worm. Seeing her cold gaze, Meng Meiyu was so scared that she peed her pants. She didn't care if it was raining cats and dogs outside, and rolled out of the cave. Chapter 3855. She even let out a series of screams. "Miss, I'll scram right now, scram. I don't dare to disturb you anymore." She forgot to say the last, probably because there was a steep slope near the cave, and she rolled all the way out of the door. Arbor glanced back coldly, intent on giving her a hard time. He kicked up that half pot of all aspect and nourishment soup on the ground and directly kicked it over that fellow's head. Meng Meiyu was rolling down the steep slope. Now that the pot of soup covered her head, the rainwater mixed with the medicinal liquid splashed down, wetting her eyes, nose, and mouth. She also wailed and continued rolling down the steep slope. This fellow landed on the ground with a thud, and the icy rainwater splashed all over her body, but she still couldn't stop the fire in her heart. It was clearly just a little bit of the all-aspect nourishment soup. How could it be so unbearable? This medicine had been improved by someone? Meng Meiyu's eyes widened in horror. After Arbor sent Meng Meiyu away, he lowered his head to look at little Fifth Chin, whose eyes were tightly shut and complexion incomparably pale. She didn't know what to say about him. Every time she saw this person, he seemed to be in a very wretched state. She remembered that when the countdown was 100 hours, she had even run into his team. At that time, he was beside the other 2 Chin family members, and he still looked fine. Why was it that in a mere 3 days, after she made a trip to the Phoenix clan's dwelling and advanced in rank, he had become so wretched? Who could be so heavy-handed to a member of the Chin estate? Arbor couldn't figure it out, no matter how he thought about it. Even eldest Chin's Omega Katoku was in this Phoenixwood forest. If they dared to attack Fifth Chin like this, weren't they afraid of being killed by eldest Chin's Omega Katoku? Arbor put down the Chin Shio's wrist and that fellow subconsciously shrank back. His eyes were still tightly shut, as if he didn't need to face everything in the outside world as long as he kept his eyes tightly shut. She really had the mentality of an ostrich. Xiao Mu rolled her eyes and rumbled as she took out some bottles and jars from her inner world. After rummaging through them, she took out a small bottle and poured out a pill from it. Bone Sculpting Divine Pill. He remembered that when he was in the Shuntian Prefecture, a student from the Dawnlight Academy was injured by a flock of birds in the environment. All the bones in his body were shattered. If he had this kind of bone-molding divine pill, he wouldn't have had to swallow the poison and rush to the Yellow Springs. It was a pity that she didn't have a 4-star at that time, so she didn't have so many strange medicinal herbs. She could make the bone sculpting divine pill. She had always kept this matter in her heart. Although it was not to the extent that the Sacred Heart would feel sad or anything, she would definitely feel regretful. After all, such a young life had fallen in front of her. After the opening of 4-star, whenever she had the chance, she would make all the pills she could and save them. She was just like that. She could be indifferent and ignore the laws, but there were always some things that she was willing to try to do, and she didn't need anything in return. The Zither cultivator's injury was much lighter than that of the student from the Chengwang Academy. Therefore, as long as he consumed the bone-molding divine pill, he should be able to recover in no time. It could even be said that using the bone-molding divine pill on the current Qinxiu was really a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Arbor saw that this fellow was still like an ostrich with his eyes shut, looking like he didn't want to hear or see anything outside. She rolled her eyes and didn't waste any more words with him. She directly pried open his tightly pursed lips and violently slapped that bone-molding divine pill into his mouth. Chapter 3856. The divine rank pill melted in her mouth and completely didn't require her to expend any more effort. The Zither cultivator's long eyelashes trembled, and he finally couldn't resist abruptly opening his eyes. In the depths of that pair of pitch-black eyes that resembled stars, 2 weak pools of water rippled faintly. He was extremely similar to a startled wolf cub, and his eyes carried a trace of bewilderment, unease, and indescribable fear. Arbor chuckled, but her expression didn't change at all. It was as if that chuckle came from someone else's mouth. The Zither cultivator had actually recognized Arbor's voice long ago. After all, this little stoic's chilly yet somewhat adorable voice was truly too easy to recognize. He didn't know what to say, so he looked at her blankly for a moment after opening his eyes. If you counted that time at the Weishi Corridor Workshop when she treated the 8 types of medicinal powders in his body, then this was the 3rd time she had saved his life. This was already the 3rd time she had saved him. Speaking of which, the two of them really had an ill-fated relationship that couldn't be cut off. Bone-molding divine pills cost 10 million spirit coins each. Remember to return them to me after you return. Arbor expressionlessly threw him this sentence before standing up and walking to the side. Money again. A trace of light finally returned to 5th young Master Qin's bewildered eyes. His mind finally cleared up a bit, and he turned his head to look in the little lady's direction. She would charge him a large sum of money every time she treated his illness. Since she loved money so much, then why did she have to restrain herself from accepting those precious gems, paintings, and various rare medicinal herbs he sent last time, ultimately letting him burn them to the ground? Seeing her calmly squatting on the side and fiddling with the stone stove that she had kicked over just now, the 5th young master couldn't help but open his mouth. His voice was so hoarse that even he himself was slightly surprised. You. Arbor took out her family's clean small soup pot from her inner world and stewed a small pot of mushroom stew for herself. She turned around to glance at that man and expressionlessly said, "If you want to eat, add another 100,000 spirit coins." 5th young Master Qin struggled to sit up. He fumbled around his waist and took out a spirit coin card, handing it over with an unsightly expression. Only after moving did he shockingly discover that he could actually move his limbs. What kind of miraculous pill did the little stoic feed him for the effects to be this fast? 5th young Master Qin was somewhat astonished, and he looked towards the stoic face. However, The little stoic wasn't surprised at all. With the injuries on his body, it was already very slow for him to be able to move. This meant that this guy's body was too weak. Last time, I said that I would give you the dragon tendon bone nourishing pill, but you didn't want it. If you had eaten the dragon tendon bone repairing pill, would you be so weak now? At least my body will become stronger first, and I'll be able to escape faster in the future. Fifth young Serchin glared angrily at him as he unhurriedly took that spirit coin card from his hand. Is it enough? Arbor asked. He glanced at him calmly. We don't accept credit. Fifth young Master Chin felt that even if he were a corpse, he would probably explode and come back to life from the stoic face's fury. Arbor walked to the entrance of the cave and looked around. His expression was a little conflicted as he frowned. Sigh, the rain is really annoying. It seems that I can only stay here for the night. You, why do you dislike me so much? Fifth young Master Chin still couldn't hold back the question in his heart and asked. In the past, he thought that she looked down on people without any cultivation. But ever since they met at the Mu Estate's entrance. Chapter 38:57. The zither cultivator discovered from the bottom of his heart that this little stoic didn't even disdain those lowly beggars who didn't have any cultivation. She had even lent them a helping hand. For the sake of these beggars, the little stoic didn't hesitate to teach some aristocratic young masters and misses a lesson. As a result, the zither shio couldn't understand this at all. From this incident, it was enough to prove that the little stoic probably wasn't such a superficial person who insisted on using a person's cultivation to determine their depth. Could it be that he couldn't compare to those dirty beggars? They were both people without any cultivation. So why was she so kind-hearted as to help those beggars without any compensation? But when facing him, she had to haggle over every ounce with him. He was a calm young master with excellent self-restraint, but every time he was angered to the brink of exploding by this stoic face, he would toss all of his good self-restraint to the back of his mind. Arbor glanced askance at him, not wanting to answer this question. Could she tell him that it was because she didn't want this guy to owe her a favor? So she had to settle the bill with him? She couldn't be bothered to explain. There's 20 million in the spirit coin card, the zither shio said coldly. Arbor was taken aback. She uttered an "oh," and expressionlessly turned her head to look at that person. She was a bit rueful in her heart. Although this fifth young master was physically weak in all aspects, she really didn't expect him to be such a rich person. Since she accepted his money, the little fellow didn't have any psychological burden in doing things. In any case, it was a matter of settling the bill. She didn't want this zither shio to owe her a favor and have a chance to bicker with her in the future. I'll give you the change later. Arbor handed him a small bowl of holy rice and half of the mushroom stew. No need. Fifth young Master Chin said apathetically. This bit of money really wasn't much to him, but for some reason, there was a stifling anger in his heart that he couldn't vent. That won't do. The little lady was still very principled. Since we agreed on 10 million, then I won't charge you a dime more. If she charged him a dime more, wouldn't she be the one owing him a favor? Ha! Was Sir Jojo's favor that easy to obtain? Dream on. Arbor squatted by the side, holding a bowl of holy rice in his small hands. He picked up the stewed meat in the pot with his chopsticks and took a bite. He couldn't help but frown. It wasn't as delicious as Jojo's Lotus. Arbor wondered if Lotus, who had insulted Jojo before, had recovered from his grief. How should I comfort him later? Arbor thought to himself, but his face remained expressionless. Fifth young Master Chin ate a mouthful without tasting the food. The holy rice was soft and easily melted in his mouth. It was no wonder that people in the entire imperial capital would fight every day for this bowl of rice. As for the stewed meat with mushrooms, to be honest, the taste wasn't that great. It was a little salty, and it was a little hard to eat, but he ate them all. Since he bought it with money, it would be a waste if he didn't finish it. Of course, the little girl couldn't finish the remaining half of the pot of mushroom stew. She frowned as she looked at the half-filled pot and got up to pour it out. Chin Shio frowned and called out to her, "What are you doing? Pour it out." Boom! An S-shaped thunderclap streaked across the horizon, abruptly lighting up the night sky and illuminating a dark figure at the cave entrance. If it was another lady, they would definitely shriek in fright. Yet the little stoic was still expressionless. Her small hands moved faster than her brain, and a volley of concealed weapons flew directly at the cave entrance. This was truly awesome. Chapter 38:58. Qin couldn't resist closing his eyes to observe 3 seconds of silence for the people at the entrance. Ah! Ow! Hey, Io! Io, Io! A barrage of needle-like, concealed weapons rapidly landed on the people at the entrance, and several howls were immediately heard. The little girl took out a illumination pearl from her inner world and heartlessly shone it at the entrance. She saw 5 or 6 unlucky fellows covered in mud lying limply at the entrance. Their necks were crooked and their eyes were drooping, and they were already foaming at the mouth. Oh right, those concealed weapons seemed to be coated with poison. Was it bone-softening powder or vomiting medicine? She couldn't remember. In any case, she smeared a layer of poison on all the concealed weapons that Duan gave her when she was bored. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, they were used to trick people. Sir Jojo blinked. But why did the attire of the people in front of the cave look so familiar? She lowered her head and looked at the pure white uniform she was wearing. Then she looked at the other party's muddy monkey appearance. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to see that they were wearing the same academy uniform as her. It was just that the white had long been dyed pitch black. Oh, they were Royal Academy alumni. No wonder they looked a bit familiar. Qin expressionlessly looked at the unlucky fellows at the entrance. He truly didn't want to sympathize with them. The main reason was that he was also very unlucky in his current position, so he didn't have the energy or strength to sympathize with others. Sir Jojo pattered to those people and expressionlessly said, "Hand over all the rubies you have." Qin This guy actually had the personality of looting a burning house. He couldn't bear to look at it, all right? Those alumni looked so miserable right now. Couldn't the little fellow treat them a bit better? She opened her mouth to ask for points by robbing rubies. He inexplicably recalled that day in Wind Thunder City. This imp also insisted on bringing him back to the academy to exchange for points. He felt a bit irritated for no reason. The little fellow was holding an illuminating pearl in her hand. At this moment, the entire cave was illuminated by the pearl in her hand. Who couldn't see her paralyzed face clearly? Crown, Prince Consort. The head of the students, who looked like a mud monkey, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. What a tragedy. Meeting the little crown princess 4 times in a day. What kind of tragic life was this? That's right, this was the team that the little crown princess had robbed 3 times in a row with the little spatial energy in her body. When the 8 people in the group saw the young crown prince consort, their eyes revealed a trace of extreme misery and despair. Sob, what a tragic life. Didn't he tell Fatty and the others where the little crown princess went? In the end, the other team members did not manage to find the little crown princess. Instead, it was their 4th encounter with the little crown princess. What kind of melodramatic plot was this? What should I do if I want to cry? Behind them came the sound of sobbing. The young female teammate of their team was really crying. She was crying very sadly and miserably. The little crown princess looked at them expressionlessly. She also recognized them. They had robbed people 3 times in the afternoon, and they seemed to be the same group of people. Fate was such a wonderful thing. What could she do about it? Who are those behind you? The members of Team Fate scattered to the sides, allowing the group of alumni behind them to show their faces. Arbor looked at the few people in front and found them somewhat familiar. Chapter 38:59. But since they were schoolmates, they must have met each other before. Xiao was too lazy to carefully identify them. She swept a glance at them and very dutifully shouted, "Hand over the rubies on your bodies." Everyone, if they were capable enough, they really wanted to beat this little crown princess to death. It was too infuriating, asking people to hand over their rubies at the drop of a hat. How much of a scammer was she? Wait a minute. The people at the back spoke weakly. They didn't want to argue with this little crown princess. They dug out their rubies from their pockets and handed them over with a hopeless expression. If they didn't hand them over now, they would probably be beaten up and search for their rubies. As long as they weren't idiots, they would be able to recognize the situation in front of them. Arbor reached out and took the rubies from one of them. She glanced at him and frowned slightly. "You guys look a little familiar." That person's mouth twitched. He said with a speechless expression, "Crown Princess, have you forgotten? We met on the Bull's Head. You even gave us a ride." "Oh, is that so?" She looked at the few mud monkeys again and vaguely recognized their faces. She nodded and said, "Oh." That person observed a moment of silence for himself and then said pitifully, "Crown Prince Consort, this one is Chiu Fu. These are Lu Pinwen, Han Jing, and Zhang Mingqiu. A few days ago, it was the four of us who rode in the Crown Princess carriage. We only parted ways when we reached the entrance of the Phoenix Woods." Arbor completely remembered now. Wasn't it just the Phoenix Woods? She wanted to cheat them of their rubies, but they were smart enough to stay outside the woods and not dare to enter. "Haha, it's a small world. Look, it's raining heavily outside. You took our rubies. Can you let us in to take shelter from the rain now?" Xiao Mu stepped to the side to make way, and that group of mud monkeys all ran inside noisily. The two teams had 15 people, and all of them looked miserable, as if they had been abused by Feng Yuan. What a bunch of unlucky kids. Looks like they haven't been able to recover their cultivation after all these days. Half of the test had already passed. Without cultivation, he couldn't open his inner world. All he did was wander aimlessly in the Phoenixwood forest. From time to time, he would be chased and beaten by the beasts in the forest. His days should be quite difficult. Xiao Mu lowered her head to look at the small stew pot in her hand before pattering her way out of the cave. "Crown Princess, what are you doing?" A few pitiful cries rang in her ears. The little Crown Princess turned her head around with a stupefied expression, her gaze landing on the few of them. "Throw away the leftovers." As soon as she finished speaking, the 15 people from the two teams all stared at the small soup pot in her hand. Can it not fall? Can you leave it for us?" The little Crown Princess suddenly felt a little embarrassed being stared at by these people. Arbor stiffly held the pot of mushroom stew. She said expressionlessly, "It doesn't taste good. It's fine." Chiu Fu, Lu Pinwen, and the others walked up and stared at the soup pot in her hand. It was as if she were to throw the things in the pot out, it would be a very wasteful act. Chapter 3860. Actually, this was just leftovers from half a pot. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at them and silently handed the soup pot to Chiu Fu. 2 drops of tears actually flickered in that fellow's eyes, and he simply prostrated himself in gratitude to Arbor. The 15 people surrounded that pot. Without chopsticks or bowls, they directly grabbed the small mushroom stew with their hands and ate with elation, as if they were eating some delicacy. Fifth young Master Qin put down the chopsticks in his hand. Looking at this group of students' sallow and emaciated appearances, he instantly felt a bit unwell. Weren't they all spirit realm cultivators? Logically speaking, they should be much stronger than a normal person like him. Why were they so miserable in a different environment after having their spiritual senses and spirit energy sealed? Wasn't this a problem? Arbor lowered her head to look at her small hands. She was very clear about how her culinary skills were. It was just something that could barely be eaten. Cooking was just about cooking the food. Judging from Chiu Fu and the others' expressions, it was as if the dishes she cooked were very delicious. Thinking back to her previous life, when she was especially destitute, she still had to dig for wild vegetables with the team to eat. She felt that just soaking the wild vegetables in soup was the world's most exquisite delicacy. Seeing Chiu Fu, Lu Pinwen, and the others like this, Arbor's heart stirred slightly. When people were extremely hungry, even if they could eat a mouthful of wild vegetable soup, it would still be the world's most delicious food. Her days in this life were too good, and sometimes she couldn't recall those desolate events from her previous life. If this half pot of small mushroom stew had been placed in her most impoverished days in her previous life, it would have been something that couldn't be bought with money. Wasteful and shameful. The little fellow silently chanted 3 times in her heart and made up her mind to never waste ingredients again in the future. A half pot of small mushroom stew for 15 people was wiped out in a matter of minutes. Of course, It was impossible that it was enough. After all, 13 of the 15 people were grown men. How could half a pot of small mushroom stew be enough? It was just enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Arbor speechlessly glanced at them and said indifferently, "Do you want white steamed buns? The kind without any stuffing." Who cared if there was stuffing or not at this time? The 15 heads simultaneously nodded vigorously at her. Arbor took out 30 white buns from his inner world and threw them to them. Each person took 2, and everyone wolfed down the food in an unrestrained manner. Arbor looked at Xiao Fu and asked expressionlessly, "How long have you been hungry?" Xiao Fu thought for a moment. "I've been hungry for as long as I've been apart from you." They could only blame their team's bad luck. Not long after they entered the forest, they encountered a pack of wild wolves. While fleeing, 2 of the team members were injured, and one of the alchemists went missing therefore. What happened next was a tragedy for their team. Without the help of an alchemist, there was no way to remove the sealing pill on his body. The 7 of them still had to protect a female team member. The past few days had been as miserable as one could imagine. The past was simply unbearable to look back on. Xiao Fu felt his balls ache. Arbor glanced at them. "Is your team missing someone?" "That's right. Not long after we entered the forest, the alchemist got separated from our group while we were retreating in a hurry. After that, we have been searching for that alchemist in the Phoenix Woods. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find him." So pitiful? Arbor glanced at them. No wonder there were no spiritual energy fluctuations on your bodies. So the alchemist got separated. Chapter 3861. Then what was the point of playing? After the pill master went missing, the entire team couldn't possibly recover their strength during the competition. That was why Xiao Fu and the others also knew that they couldn't keep the rubies on them at all. If they could give them to the young crown princess, then give them to her. In any case, giving them to someone else was the same, so why not give them to someone they were familiar with? Xiao Fu and the others thought in distress, and this strange thought flitted across their minds. It was as if they would be more willing to give them to the crown princess. Arbor looked at them rather sympathetically. "Do you want to drink water?" The 15 people nodded in unison. Arbor took out several large jugs of water from his inner world and tossed them to them. "It's already late tonight, so have a good rest after eating. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything else." Sitting on the side, 5th young Master Qin remained silent from beginning to end. If he hadn't been able to see through it before, he was now able to see it clearly. The little stoic really didn't like him very much. Otherwise, why didn't she say anything to the other students when she gave them steamed buns and water? Why didn't she extort money from them? Originally, these things weren't much to her at all, and she would give them out depending on her mood. If she was in a good mood, the stoic face would probably be willing to give anything. If she was in a bad mood, then she could only chuckle. So the little stoic was in an extremely bad mood towards him? Then why did she come to save him? The 5th young master couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. And he also didn't understand the stoic face's complicated and ever-changing thoughts. After so many days, Xiao Fu and the others ate until they were full for the first night and didn't have to endure hunger anymore. It had to be known that they were truly unlucky. Their party encountered a pack of wild wolves whose combat strength was much stronger than theirs, and they faced the situation of being besieged by thousands of wild wolves. All the offensive spirit weapons they could take out were basically used up in that battle. It was to the extent that they didn't have any methods to capture animals at all in the later stages of the battle. A group of miserable normal people shuttled through the mountain forest. One of the team members also vomited and had diarrhea for a long time because he accidentally ate a type of wild grass. As a result, everyone didn't dare to carelessly eat any plants in the forest anymore. Hence, everyone held onto the determination that cultivators would be fine even if they starved for a few days, and they starved themselves for several days. They subconsciously made themselves forget the fact that they were just a bunch of ordinary weaklings in any case. The more he spoke, the more tears he would shed. After nightfall, the weather suddenly turned cold. Everyone curled up their bodies and leaned against the cave wall to continue resting. Arbor heard a soft cry of pain. He opened his eyes slightly and turned his head to look under the moonlight. 5th young Master Qin was currently hugging his arms in a corner of the cave, curling up into a shrimp-like ball. His entire body trembled slightly in the cold wind. He pursed his lips tightly and tried to suppress the sound of pain in his voice. Arbor leaned over expressionlessly and asked indifferently, "How are you?" But this guy didn't pay any attention to her. He just leaned against the cave wall and continued to groan in pain. Her body curled up even tighter. Arbor was speechless. She reached out and grabbed his wrist to check his pulse, muttering to herself, "You really are pampered. You eat the same thing and drink the same water, yet you still have stomach discomfort." Truly, it was tiring to meddle in other people's business. Sir Jojo reluctantly took out silver needles from his inner world, found the right acupoints, and pricked him twice. Then, he took out a blanket and covered him. Chapter 3862. Early the next morning, Qin Xiu opened his dazed eyes and sat up, still clutching a thin blanket in his hand. By now, the temperature had risen again, and the fellow covered in the blanket was sweating profusely. Perhaps it was because he was sweating, but he felt much better than yesterday, and his body also felt much more refreshed. Among so many people, only the little stoic had an inner world. So it went without saying who this blanket belonged to. Arbor walked into the cave against the light. When she saw everyone rustling and getting up, she said expressionlessly, "There's some hunted game outside. Go wash, peel, and roast it yourselves." Qiu Fu and the others were overjoyed when they heard this, and they repeatedly thanked her before hastily leading them out to work. Arbor had already strolled around the vicinity and knew there wasn't any danger, so she didn't bother to care about those people. She had already eaten breakfast outside, just now, a bowl of porridge, a meat bun, and 2 pastries. She felt a little stuffed, so she stretched her limbs while she was at it and hunted a few wild rabbits and flamingos for them. She definitely wasn't taking care of these weak academy classmates out of the goodness of her heart. Miss Jojo, a female teammate in Qiu Fu's team, cheerfully ran to her side and said, "The game has already been washed and roasted. Let's eat together." Arbor shook her head. "You guys eat." "Okay then." The female student nodded and turned to look at 5th young Master Qin. "This student, you should also eat." The morning light was just right. A group of Imperial Academy students sat around several grills and started eating in a lively manner. The 5th young master held half a roasted rabbit leg in his hand, and his gaze flickered as he looked in the direction of the cave. His line of sight inexplicably landed on the little stoic, only to see her expressionlessly walk out of the cave with a taut little icy face. She didn't speak to anyone and went to pick herbs nearby, minding her own business. After last night's rainstorm, the smell of vegetation in the forest was very dense today. Sir Jojo picked herbs for a while when she immediately heard the sound of swords clashing in the wind. The little guy pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a while. Then, he suddenly stood up and hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound. Qiu Fu and the others had just finished eating. When they saw the little crown princess turn around and run off without another word, they hurriedly followed her. However, they were just a group of ordinary people after all. How could they keep up with Arbor's speed? They could only roughly follow her. After running for about a li, they saw a large pack of wild wolves in front of them. Qiu Fu and the others were startled and quickly stopped. "I'm fine." Lu Pinwin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the scene before him. At first, they thought that they were unlucky enough to encounter the pack of wolves again. However, when they took a closer look, they realized that the situation was already under the control of the little crown princess and the others. It was the young crown prince consort's teammates who were fighting alongside her. Qi Xianxian pushed aside a wild wolf and kicked it away. She then turned around and smiled at Arbor. What a coincidence! They had only robbed a few students from the royal school when they encountered a pack of wild wolves. They didn't expect that Jojo would rush over when they were retreating while protecting that group of weaklings. They'd been very worried these past few days. Now that they saw that Arbor was fine, they were naturally overjoyed. After the pack of wolves was chased away, they looked at each other with smiles. Before they could speak, they heard a rustling sound. A rain of arrows suddenly shot down from above the forest. Chapter 3863. Fuck! Qi Xianxian and the rest were enraged. They had been on tenterhooks for a few days and had finally met Charles. The main thing was that they had not even exchanged a few words with him before he came up with such a joke. They did not know how long these mediocre archers had been hiding in that tree, and now they were taking the opportunity to shoot at them. A portion of the arrows were fiercely shot towards the defenseless students. The crowd immediately let out a few cries of agony. Some students were shot in the hands and feet, while others were shot in the buttocks. One person was even worse off when an arrow brushed past his forehead. Not only was his face disfigured, blood spurted out from his wound. His companions were so frightened that they could not help but cry out in pain. Qi Xianxian waved her purple light, treasured sword, and a bolt of lightning covered the sword. It exploded a cluster of dense trees, and a wretched figure was dragged down from the tree. That person fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, little Fatty took advantage of the situation and stomped heavily on his chest. Qi Xianxian laughed coldly. Who is hiding their head and tail? You even have a black cloth covering your face. A gust of wind blew past that person's face and pulled off his black cloth. One of the students cried out in shock, it's you. The rest of the students seemed to have recognized that person. They all opened their eyes wide and pointed at him, shouting, We've seen you in the small base. At the same time, more than 10 figures jumped down from the tree and pounced towards the students from the royal school. One of them held a large knife and pointed it at Chao Chi's neck as he shouted, Idiot, quickly hand over the ruby on your body. Chao Chi was so scared that he quickly hid behind Duanmu Qing. He tugged on Duanmu Qing's sleeve and shouted anxiously, Duanmu, quick, he's coming. Bam! The guy who was waving the large knife was kicked by Duanmu Qing, and he fell backwards. He rolled backwards and stumbled a few times. He then used his hands to punch the ground and barely managed to stabilize himself. When he raised his head, he felt a gust of wind coming towards him. Bam! It hit his face. That guy's entire face almost cracked. Okay? He could not help but cry out in pain. At that time, he did not care about his image, mainly because it was too painful. At this moment, he felt as if his facial features had been razed to the ground. Arbor looked around coldly. With a light flick of his finger, countless vines wrapped around him and pulled at the attackers who had suddenly appeared around him. There seemed to be two groups of people who had suddenly appeared in front of him. A group of idiots from the royal school were here to rob the ruby. The other group was recognized by a few of his classmates. They were the guys who had been idling around in the small base all day long, doing business of robbing adventurers for money. Of the group of idiots who robbed the academy, only 2 were cultivators. The rest had not recovered their cultivation, so it was extremely easy to deal with them. In a matter of minutes, they would be able to make them throw away their armor and squat on the ground. The troublesome ones were the 7 or 8 Xiozha in the small base. They seemed to be in a state of disunity, but it was only when they started fighting that they realized that the other party had rich combat experience. Although their cultivation level was not as high as Duanmu Qing and the others, when they really fought, they were able to make Duanmu Qing suffer 2 small losses. Xiaomu narrowed her eyes and gazed indifferently at one of the burly men who was full of vigor. Chapter 3864. For example, just now her vines had clearly wrapped around that person's instep, but in the end, that person still nimbly escaped. It seemed a bit interesting. The little stoic's gaze coldly landed on that person. That pitiful, burly man actually felt goosebumps from the little stoic's gaze. His entire body involuntarily trembled, and he also retreated. His retreat caused a comrade behind him to suffer. That person was planning to charge forward, but he was knocked back by the burly man's broad back, and he also involuntarily retreated a few steps. Arbor's cold eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to throw out several tiny particles. Everyone thought that it was a concealed weapon, so they hastily dodged backwards. However, unexpectedly, what Arbor threw out wasn't a concealed weapon at all, but several extremely tiny seeds. Those seeds flew with a whoosh and landed on the arms and legs of 7 to 8 people in front of them. Apart from giving them a huge shock, they all involuntarily dodged to the left and right. A burly man lowered his head to look at the crook of his arm, and he couldn't help but be startled. He thought it was some formidable concealed weapon, but it turned out to be an extremely unremarkable little seed. It was black and not even the size of a fingernail, but this seed was embedded in his arm extremely accurately. Arbor sized up those people and also felt that these people looked somewhat familiar. Duan Muqing knew that the little fellow was face-blind and couldn't recognize these people at all. So he said softly to her, "We should have seen these people when we first entered the small base. At that time, they were playing Pai Gao together, so we met a few times." Arbor uttered an "oh," evidently not taking it to heart. Qi Xianxian suppressed the smile on her lips. She naturally knew very well that the little fellow in front of her would never deliberately remember those senseless people. The burly man in the lead turned his head to glare fiercely at an Imperial Academy student. "Didn't you say that these people are like you and haven't recovered their cultivations yet?" The pockmarked face of the student who was kicked out by Duan Muqing and almost flattened by a slap instantly flushed red. The few royal school students who were sitting beside him turned to look at him in disbelief. One of the students who had recovered his cultivation like Li Li could not help but roar, "Li Li, you brat, you actually colluded with this group of people and betrayed your own classmates? When did this happen? Don't tell me that you were the one who robbed us before?" Regardless of whether they were competitors on the heavenly yuan ranking, most of them still had a bottom line. How could they be so cruel to their own school's alumni? It was possible for them to cheat each other, but they would never do something that would endanger the lives of their fellow students. Li Li had colluded with the local ruffians of Small Base to rob his own classmates. This was simply inconceivable. Arbor was too lazy to listen to their accusations. He raised his hand, and the expressions of the robbers changed slightly. A few of them fell heavily to the ground and cried out in pain. The guy who had planted a seed in his arm was currently holding his arm, his head full of sweat as he cried out in agony, "Miss, please have mercy." Everyone looked up and saw that the seed on the man's arm was now sprouting from the depths of his flesh and blood. Miraculously, it had sprouted a little. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the other person. Chapter 3865. The places where the seeds had hit the rest of the people were now no different from the burly man. From the place where the seeds were embedded, they began to sprout. Green roots and leaves were shooting straight up from the bones and blood. That appearance was truly somewhat frightening. The most important thing was the feeling of the body. It was horrifying and painful, as if the pain that came from the blood vessels was innate to the body. It made people want to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. All the students of the royal school silently took a few steps back and obediently sat in a row, expressionless as they looked at the robbers opposite them. This weirdo was awesome, huh? He actually dared to blindly come and trap the young crown prince consort. Wasn't this just seeking his own death? The crown prince consort was so ferocious, terrifying, that they actually dared to come? If they weren't robbers, then what were they? Looking at the faces of the robbers contorted as they clutched their hands and feet that had poked out of the plants, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping down from their foreheads. For some reason, the royal school students, led by Chiu Fu, felt a tinge of sympathy for these robbers. This was the consequence of not being careful and not doing your homework before committing a robbery. Arbor raised his finger, and a wisp of pure wood spirit life force slowly seeped out. Following that, the 7 or 8 robbers' faces contorted as they howled in pain. Not only had the seed embedded in their flesh and blood sprouted, but it was also growing at an extremely strange speed, full of vitality. One of the robbers fell to the ground, his muscles twitching as he rolled back and forth on the ground. Everyone was shocked. All the royal school students, under Chiu Fu's lead, silently took 3 steps back and sat up straight. Wow, so many students are here. A mocking laugh sounded from behind the crowd. Chiu Fu and the rest hurriedly turned to look and saw a large group of people walking over. To be precise, this was a group formed by a few small teams from the royal school. There were probably more than 100 people. Arbor's eyes sharpened, and his left hand took out 2 divine power balls from his inner world. Eldest young, Sir Qin jumped in fright when he saw this. Twitching his mouth, he hastily waved his hand and said, Jojo, calm down. Calm down. We won't rob your team, Put the ball down, don't throw it. This guy was really a little demon. Look, this was the way to go. When he saw a student who was in great danger, he would directly throw a godly powerball at him. Did he think that he and second brother would be able to handle it? Our dear Chiao Mu was instantly on guard. She took a few steps to Duan Mu Qing's side and glanced warily at eldest Qing and Omega Katoka's group of about 100 people. How dare you rob over 100 students of their rubies? Jojo looked at them with disdain. What? Eldest young Sir Qin winked aggrievedly at her and pursed his lips. When we passed by, we saw these unlucky children being captured by some people from the fortifications. We saved them, and they willingly handed over the rubies. The little fellow glanced behind them and asked warily, Where's Lien? Are you guys together? Who's with him? Eldest young Sir Qin instinctively turned to look at the absent-minded and silent second young sir. He coughed dryly and said, We separated from the Crown Prince's team long ago. Chapter 3866. Sir Jojo glanced at them suspiciously and didn't even bother to reply with an eldest young Master Qin grinned. Jojo, what are you doing? What were they doing? Were they blind? Couldn't they tell that she was teaching these people a lesson? At this moment, the quarrel beside her suddenly grew louder. Arbor turned around and saw that it was that royal school student, Li, who was quarreling with the people in his team. Li seemed to be implying that if he hadn't dealt with those ruffians previously, how could he have protected so many people in his team? He had only come up with this idea because he had no other choice. To let these warriors, who were bored to death in the small base, go and rob the students from the other teams in the royal school. Not only did he satisfy those warriors' greed, but he could also negotiate with them to leave the ruby points for their teams. Wasn't this killing two birds with one stone? Now that the people in his team were reprimanding him like this, Li was indignant on the spot. Arbor swept a glance at Li, who was still making a big fuss. With just one glance, this fellow was completely silent. Her gaze then landed on those burly men, and she said mildly, Looks like you mobilized quite a number of people. They specialized in robbing the royal school's weak students and fled far away after obtaining a large sum of money. Even if the students recovered their strength in the future and returned to Phoenix Grove to seek revenge, they definitely wouldn't be able to find this group of people. How would the burly men dare to hide anything now? They could only hope that the plants on their bodies wouldn't grow crazily anymore. They were so scary, all right? After confessing their original plan in full detail, all the royal school students were naturally filled with righteous indignation. No wonder it was such a coincidence. A female student standing behind Omega Katoka couldn't help but curse loudly. I was wondering why our team was ambushed less than 15 minutes after setting up camp. So they were already waiting to set us up. It's so easy to identify people based on our uniforms. We can catch them all. If there were a few people in the group who had already recovered their cultivation, then it would be more difficult to capture them. If they were lucky enough to encounter a group of weak chickens, then it would really be a joke. The little crown princess silently took out a bottle of pills from her pocket and said expressionlessly, One pill costs 390,000 spirit coins. Once you take it, you'll immediately recover your cultivation and spiritual sense. If you want, you have to buy it. Everyone was speechless. Why was the sound so discordant? Chiao Fu immediately strode forward and said joyfully, Crown Prince Consort, give us 7. But I'll have to trouble you to let us take it first. He was a little embarrassed as he said, We can only give you spirit coins from our inner worlds after you recover. Arbor nodded and poured out 7 pills from the bottle and handed them to them. Chiao Fu and the others were overjoyed. They quickly reached out to take the elixir. After swallowing it, they immediately took out a large number of spirit coins from their inner worlds and handed them to Little Crown Princess. When the others saw this, they also stood up hastily and crowded around her, afraid that they would run out of pills if they were a step too late. However, these pills were very expensive, so more than half of the people were still hesitant. Little Crown Princess said expressionlessly, Don't push and shove. There's enough to eat. Those who want to recover their cultivation, line up at the back to buy. The little stoic continued expressionlessly. Only after recovering your cultivation can you go back to wreak havoc and settle scores with people. If you don't bear to part with a bit of money now, you'll be sullen on your cultivation path in the future. Everyone. Chapter 3867. If I keep feeling indignant every time I think of this experience in the future, wouldn't that become a mental demon barrier in my cultivation journey? Everyone, those who had been hesitating also got up and ran over. They could earn back 390,000 spirit coins after a few years of hard work. If the little crown princess's jinx really came true, Crown princess, why is it 390,000 spirit coins? Someone asked with a big mouth, and then felt a little uncomfortable. The little crown princess's expression was cold as she said coolly, the original price was 400,000 spirit coins. Since you're my classmates, I'll sell it at a discount of 390,000 spirit coins. Sir Jojo, you guys are getting a bargain. Classmate, I shouldn't have asked you that question. Duan Muqing and the others stifled a laugh and coughed lightly, exchanging glances with each other. They knew that their Jojo would definitely say something that would make them want to vomit blood with a deadpan expression. All right, the medicine has been taken and the spirit coins have been handed over. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Qi Xianxian chuckled and waved at her classmates before pulling Arbor and turning around with a smile. Jojo, we have to hurry. We don't know if any teams have already found the location of the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. We haven't seen it on our way here. Arbor nodded expressionlessly, tossing the wails of those burly men to the back of his mind. After the royal school students recovered their strength, the first thing they did was to settle scores with them. They were already being polite by giving them a beating. The little crown princess quietly retrieved the seeds from the hands and feet of those people. More than a dozen seeds were now in the shape of small saplings, swaying left and right in her hands. She flicked them into the forest planet and turned to look at the billowing smoke behind her. These people had previously targeted a bunch of pitiful royal school students with no cultivation. Serve them right for being so unlucky now. Jojo, let's go together. Eldest young, Sir Qin, walked over with a grin. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was blocked by all the members of the Seacone Planet team, who drew their swords and sabers as if they were guarding against thieves. Please, I really won't rob you of your rubies. Had these people become as comical as the little stoic after being with Jojo for so long? We're not on the same side as you. Jojo snorted and rolled his eyes. Xian, over there. Arbor winked at Qi Xian and used his eyes to signal her to walk behind the towering tree. Xian was a little confused, but she still walked towards the tree. Did you see anything? Lady Qiao asked. There is. Qi Xian squatted down and used a small shovel to dig out a scarlet flower. She stood up excitedly and said, There's a flower. Her voice paused as she looked in surprise at Mu Xingchen and the others, who had just emerged from the side path. What a coincidence, Jojo. We meet again. Mata cried out excitedly, but his gaze landed on Qi Xuan's small hand. Does this flower look familiar? It was a scarlet claw-shaped flower with a very flirtatious, tasseled phoenix tail. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Qi Xian retracted her hand and reflexively hid the flower behind her back. Don't even think about robbing me. Phoenix flower. Mata blurted out. The little stoic ran to Xian in high spirits and heavily patted her. She praised expressionlessly. Xian, you're awesome. You picked up a phoenix flower. Chapter 3868. Qi Xian was dumbfounded. Did she really have such good luck? On the other hand, Imo Yin's mouth twitched inwardly. Just as he was about to walk towards his wife, he heard Sir Jojo's crisp voice. Wow, there's another one here. Mata looked down and saw a phoenix flower unfurling in the soil beside his feet. It was a bewitching red and gorgeous. His brain was faster than his body by 18 seconds. He squatted down at once and carefully dug up that phoenix flower. He beamed with joy and said, As expected, it's a good thing to see me, Jojo. We also have phoenix flowers. Arbor nodded expressionlessly and praised again. Mata, your luck is also pretty good. Everyone, Omega Kitoku's handsome face was cold, and he didn't say anything, but eldest Chin almost couldn't resist laughing out loud. Heavens, Jojo, could you be any more fake? Since when did these phoenix flowers become like wild mushrooms, being plucked one at a time? So common. Most importantly, it was very casually growing under a normal tree and buried in the soil. Shouldn't phoenix flowers grow on the branches of phoenix trees? Although the spectating students had already lost their qualifications to the finals, they still couldn't resist ridiculing. Why is this phoenix flower growing in the soil? When we passed by earlier, did you guys see phoenix flowers? Xiaofu walked up to cover his team member's mouth and chuckled in embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? You're blind and didn't see it, so don't say no. Everyone, he had to be rebuked for speaking the truth. Captain Xiu's words were so untrue. Duan Yu chuckled and waved his hand in front of Arbor's face. Jojo, what a coincidence. We all picked up phoenix flowers. Sir Jojo nodded expressionlessly. MHM, your luck is pretty good. Emolian, sister, we found a phoenix tree nearby and already took a section. How about we bring you over to take a branch? Arbor silently put down his hand that was taking out the 10,000-year-old phoenix tree and nodded calmly. Lead the way. It would be considered cheating if he took it out directly from his inner world. That was why Jojo-sama had thrown the phoenix flower into the ground to make it look like someone had picked it up. Although doing this was also fake, but at least it was so fake that even if people were suspicious, they wouldn't be able to figure out what was going on. Wifey, Emolian glanced at her pitifully and held the little boy's little hand. You're ignoring me. Mr. Jojo wanted to throw him away and tell him sternly, we're not on the same team. However, when she raised her head and saw his pitiful face, she felt a little sympathy for him. Her husband was also quite pitiful. Jojo had been giving him the cold shoulder along the way. Hubby doesn't want to be part of another team either, so she raised her hand and patted him. Keep the phoenix flower that Mata picked up for your mother. She can use it to refine medicine in the future. All right, our team got first place. Jojo asked expressionlessly. Yes. My Jojo will definitely get first place. Prince Emon nodded repeatedly and surrendered without any integrity. Jojo, we collected more than 700 rubies. I'll give them all to you. That won't be necessary. Arbor belatedly looked up at him. Wow, you actually robbed more than 700 people? Hubby was truly too much of a scammer. She used the power of space to rob back and forth, but she only managed to rob 30 or so rubies. Hurry and run. The venomous bees are coming. Chapter 3869. Emolian was overjoyed as he held his wife's soft little hand. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by someone. Turning to look, sure enough, they saw a large swarm of poisonous bees rapidly floating toward their heads like a dark cloud. A brawny man, who was beaten dizzy by the Royal Academy students and finally got up from the ground with great difficulty, looked up and saw that dark, cloud-like swarm of poisonous bees. He shuddered in fright, and he almost reflexively sent out a palm strike, which landed in the swarm of poisonous bees like lightning. Wait! Omega Kitoku's expression darkened. Just as she called out to stop him, she saw that fellow's spiritual energy explode in the swarm of poisonous bees. Hence, the swarm of poisonous bees that were originally in a mess completely erupted. They fanatically flapped their thin wings and buzzed as they rushed toward the crowd. While the man who attacked earlier was still in shock, he was already surrounded by layers of poisonous bees in vengeance. The swarm of poisonous bees heavily wrapped him into a ball. After moving away in a flash, everyone was horrified to see a skeleton scattered on the ground with a crackling sound. How were these poisonous bees? Wasn't this just a swarm of man-eating bees? Sir Jojo calmly opened her eggshell defensive barrier and covered herself with it. Her small body shrunk into the round shell as she ran forward with her little legs. If she didn't run now, would she be waiting to be attacked by man-eating bees? She had no interest in fighting with these millions of man-eating bees. When a little fellow shouted, "Run!" Emolian, Duan Yu, Mu Xingqian, and the others instinctively followed her and slipped away. However, those dark clouds pressing down from the sky chased after the crowd rapidly, as if they wouldn't stop until they were all bitten to death. Ah! A mournful scream startled everyone. Someone turned to take a look and couldn't resist shouting, "It's Lily!" Lily is surrounded by the swarm of bees. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. After all, they were all classmates who had studied together for a long time. Suddenly seeing him surrounded by a swarm of bees and being gnawed into a pile of bones in a matter of minutes, everyone was somewhat unable to accept it. At this moment, all the students of the royal school, led by Chiu Fu, were filled with gratitude towards the young crown princess. If the crown prince consort hadn't made them consume the elixir to remove the seal 15 minutes ago, perhaps all of them would have ended up like Li Li and died here today. Because Li Li had betrayed the students of the royal school, he was not welcomed by anyone. He had joined forces with outsiders to rob his schoolmates, so naturally, he was embarrassed to mix in with his classmates and ask Arbor for pills. The previous battle had consumed a lot of his spirit energy, and he had also been kicked quite heavily by Duan Muqing. As he ran, he fell behind and naturally became the prey of the bee swarm. Therefore, it was said that many things were fated to happen. Assemble. The moment Lady Qiao Qiao's voice rang out, all the students from the royal school trembled and hurriedly moved closer to her. Eldest young Sir Qin dragged the taut and displeased 13th Qin to Mo Lian's side and hastily shouted, "Prince Mo, quickly think of a solution. Release the air transportation spirit artifact." "Do you think the air transportation spirit artifact will work in this place?" Mo Lian grumpily turned around to glare at him. Couldn't he see that his wifey already had a solution? Chapter 3870. Gather, gather. The little fellow hollered again. All the students from the royal school were very perceptive and tried their best to get closer to her. Everyone formed a small square formation and continued to run forward in an orderly manner. With a wave of Sir Jojo's hand, 36 purple talismans quickly lined up in front of her and flew toward the four corners of the small square formation. They instantly formed a transparent defensive barrier, enclosing everyone inside. At the same time, the swarm of cannibal bees in the sky had already swooped down. Everyone watched in horror as thousands of black fingernail-sized cannibal bees smashed into the defensive talisman array with a thump-thump-thump-thump sound, making heart-trembling sounds. A Royal Academy student stuttered, Your Excellency, Crown Princess, may I ask, how long can this talisman array? How long can it last?" "Within 15 minutes, it can withstand at most 10 attacks from 1,000,000 bees," Arbor said calmly. "So hurry up and run." Where did this bunch of weaklings get so much nonsense from? It was only right to keep up with the speed. The little crown princess exerted force on her feet and flew out with a whoosh. The talisman array naturally moved with her. As soon as she sped up, the Royal Academy students were scared witless and hurriedly chased after her. The cannibal bees in the sky buzzed as if they were blowing the horn of death. They gathered again and swooped down. Thump, 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 thump. Everyone felt their balls ache. Through the transparent defensive barrier, they could see the dense swarm of cannibal bees crawling outside. They really wanted to vomit just by looking at it. Arbor frowned and took out an apple from his pocket. He angrily took a bite and said indignantly, "It's already lunchtime." They had been busy until now and hadn't even had time to eat lunch. It was simply too terrible. This swarm of cannibal bees was so annoying. Why did they suddenly run into the forest to attack people without rhyme or reason? Everyone looked at the little stoic with black lines on their heads. Seeing her expressionlessly gnawing on the apple in her hand, her two small eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Mata twitched his mouth and couldn't help but ask, "Jojo, we have to run in the same direction. Where should we run to? I might not be able to get rid of these troublesome fellows for a while. Come with me." Mo Lian took the little guy's hand and said, "Next to the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood we found before, there is a natural moat. We can lead the cannibal bees there and attack with fire. There are trees everywhere. If they rashly start a fire to deal with the cannibal bees, I am afraid that the entire phoenix wood forest will suffer. Unless they had no other choice, they naturally wouldn't consider destroying such a good adventure holy land. Everyone, don't panic. It's good that we have a solution. Come, 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 let's all run. Run. The little fatty carried his double-headed hammer on his back and roared at everyone. He nimbly moved his two short legs and rushed forward. Qi Xianxian powerlessly raised her hand to support her forehead. She took out a bottle of pills from her inner world and tossed it to Qiu Fu. Distribute this to everyone. Replenish your spirit energy. Don't worry, we will all be able to escape safely. Qiu Fu nodded gratefully at her and quickly distributed the recovery pills. After the pills entered their mouths, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder the little crown princess teammates didn't show any signs of fatigue after running for so long. They were all equipped with supreme-grade recovery pills. Chapter 3871. How would everyone know that Arbor had already added the purple underworld herb, a medicinal herb that could speed up spirit recovery, to this spirit recovery pill? Even if one spirit power was exhausted, they only needed one pill to return to their peak state of abundant spirit power within minutes. In a battle, this was naturally a very terrifying medicinal pill. For example, the other party had already beaten you like a dog. Seeing that victory was in sight, you were about to die. Suddenly, a medicinal pill appeared. Seeing that you were full of vigor and vitality, and then come back again, wouldn't this be a very painful thing? Everyone took a deep breath. After recovering their spirit power, they continued to follow Arbor's group as they dashed forward into the forest. Along the way, they encountered two small mercenary teams. Almost within a breath's time, they were completely devoured by the cannibal bees that swarmed over and surrounded them. Everyone was secretly shocked, and their legs sped up even more. What a joke! No one wanted to die in such a lousy place in their prime. The venomous bee swarm is here. Along the way, they heard someone's miserable shriek, but that voice disappeared among the bee swarm in seconds. Wherever the cannibal bees passed, withered bones were everywhere. The bee swarm is already attacked 9 times just now, and the 15 minutes are almost up. Fellow students, what should we do next? Student Chao Chi, who was being carried by Duan Muqing, asked with a wooden expression. While everyone was running wildly, Scholar Chao's focus was indeed different from the others. However, his words hit the nail on the head and made everyone's hearts tremble. That's right, little Stoic Xiao said just now that this defensive talisman array could protect so many people for 15 minutes at most and withstand 10 attacks from the bee swarm. It turned out that they couldn't withstand it this quickly. Then wouldn't they all become ghosts under the bee swarm? Duan Muqing smiled faintly. Don't worry. Scholar Chao opened his mouth. Although the Imperial School students beside him didn't understand Duan Muqing's words, they all felt goosebumps. Boom! The bee swarm attacked for the 10th time. Arbor moved his finger and took out a defensive talisman array made up of 36 jade talismans. He threw it above his head. The bright light of the jade talisman suddenly opened up a natural barrier, replacing the talisman array that was gradually dimming. Arbor placed the talisman array that had lost its talisman power in his hand and casually replenished his talisman power as he said faintly, "How much longer until we reach the heavenly moat? It's so annoying to be chased by these cannibal bees buzzing. I really want to kill them because they're too noisy." As Mo Lien held his wife's small hand, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Even if he had to accompany his wife to the ends of the earth, as long as he could hold his wifey's hand, he would be perfectly content. Omega Kitoku snorted coldly and said indifferently, 3 miles. Duan Yu couldn't resist casting him a sidelong glance. In other words, you guys from Omega Kitoku also went there earlier? Luck. Sir Omega Kitoku coldly mocked Duan Yu. Since your team can even pick up the phoenix flower from the soil, why can't other teams find a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree before you? Ha! Duan Yu blinked and looked innocently at Sir Jojo next to him. Jojo, he's insulting me. Sir Jojo glowered and glanced at Sir Omega Kitoku. If you want to compete in luck, aim at me. Everyone suddenly had a feeling of speechlessness, and they didn't know why. Chapter 3872. For some reason, they had a feeling that they couldn't continue chatting. Everyone didn't say anything, but they all grumbled in their hearts. Don't want to talk to the little stoic face. Every time they talked to the stoic face, they always had the misconception that they would immediately be rebuked. They didn't know if they were mistaken. Qi Xian and the others secretly stifled their laughter and coughed lightly. Hey, look, there seems to be a team up ahead, the Royal Academy student team. The team of 20 or so people opposite them was also a team of 2 or 3 experiential teams. They were currently in combat readiness. Everyone combined their spiritual energy into one and formed a defensive boundary to meet the swooping horde of man-eating bees head-on. The man-eating bees landed on their defensive boundary with thumps, and they could only hear a grinding sound that made their teeth ache. The opposing team was resisting with all their might, and it looked like they were about to be exhausted. Jojo, can we throw these man-eating bees into the storage talisman? Qi Xian couldn't resist asking. It was truly unbearable to watch these schoolmates about to lose their lives here. Arbor shook her small head. A storage talisman wasn't omnipotent. If this many man-eating bees were stored inside, they would only break out of the talisman in a matter of minutes. There were too many of them. It wasn't that Arbor wanted a conspiracy theory, but she felt that something was off. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Young Sir Omega Katoku said coldly, "There are so many man-eating bees. Even if we store them in the storage space, we won't be able to suppress them." Unless his cold gaze landed on Mo Lien. "Your Highness the Crown Prince is a divine weapon master, so you should have a divine weapon to subdue them." Mo Lien glanced at him dryly. "How could I not think of what you thought of? This Crown Prince indeed has many divine weapons, but most of them are offensive and defensive." "Storage? Sorry, I have a wife. My wife has something as convenient as a storage talisman. Why would I need to waste time and effort to make a storage divine weapon? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? You single dogs without wives don't understand. Duan you haha." Young Sir Omega Katoka, eldest young Sir Qin, the atmosphere became inexplicably silent. Everyone felt a little aggrieved by this display of affection. Eldest young Sir Qin swept a displeased glance at Omega Katoku. "Tell me, aren't you asking for it? You clearly know that this guy has a poisonous tongue and a black belly. Why do you keep provoking him for no reason? Wasn't that just making things difficult for him for no reason?" Omega Katoku snorted coldly and turned his head away without saying another word. Mo Lien was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She raised her hand. An inverted bowl-shaped protective shield covered the bodies of the students on the opposite side. All of a sudden, everyone felt the pressure on them lessen, and the defensive barrier they had set up disintegrated. Everyone slumped to the ground and couldn't help but gasp for breath as they looked at the other side in surprise. "Thank you. Thank you." The students hurriedly thanked Mo Lien and the others, their eyes shining with gratitude. If it wasn't for Prince Mo's help, they would have become the cannibal bees' food. "Hurry and get up," Arbor hollered. What was a bunch of verbose weaklings spouting nonsense at a time like this? "Keep up." She waved her small hand and immediately led everyone in a mad dash forward. On the other side, the several dozen Royal Academy students protected by the defensive divine weapon hurriedly got up and followed after them. Although the stoic face was yelling at them, for some reason, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 3873. At this time, the team had already expanded to more than 200 people. Under the pursuit of the horde, everyone gathered under a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree. Seeing the cannibal bees buzzing around and swarming downwards, Qi Xian panicked. "Oh shit, will these horde bite the phoenix tree to death? Everyone hurry. Work together and quickly dig out the phoenix tree." "Arbor, Xian, aren't you worrying too much? The horde doesn't like to gnaw on wood, all right?" Qi Xian and the little fatty dashed towards the tree first and quickly took out a shovel from their inner worlds, repeatedly shoveling the soil. Everyone was instantly speechless when they saw the two's coordinated actions. Freaking! Can you guys be any more shameless? Everyone just needs to take 1 or 2 phoenix trees to accumulate 2,000 points to enter the finals. What about you guys? You want to take away an entire phoenix tree right away? You're simply deranged. Jojo. Emolian grasped her small hand and said, "Do on you, second young master, and I will lure the horde to the natural moat. You guys wait here. I'll go too." Sir Jojo was itching to give it a try. Duan Yu glanced at her and said with a grin, "You have to stay here and use the defensive talisman matrix to continue shielding everyone. We can handle such a trivial matter." Arbor thought it made sense, so he nodded. "All right then, come back quickly. Eldest young master, second young master, let's go together." Duan Yu winked and turned to smile at the two young masters of the Qin estate. Humph. Eldest young master Qin glared at him irritably. Truly, they didn't expect them to be involved in such a good thing. "Everyone is in the same boat now, so we should work together." Mu Xingqian nodded and said, "Young masters, please." The two young masters chuckled at Mu Xingqian, but didn't continue arguing with them. The two leaped up and flew out of the defensive talisman matrix together with Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and Mu Xingqian towards the natural moat's precipice. Their speed was abnormally fast, and everyone only saw a few faint afterimages streaking across the sky. In an instant, he disappeared before their eyes. At the same time, Qi Xianxian and Fatty successfully dug up the pitiful vermilion bird wood with the help of a group of hopeless royal school students. Little Fatty volunteered to carry the tree and turned back to Arbor, flashing his little white teeth. Arbor. Strange, he suddenly had a feeling that he didn't want to talk to the little Fatty. Fortunately, this tree was much shorter than the 10,000-year-old phoenix tree, but it was still 3 to 4 meters away. The tree trunk was so big that two people could wrap their arms around it. At this moment, little Fatty was carrying it on his shoulders. Like what? It was like a dwarf carrying a huge log. I've never seen anyone carry an entire tree away. Everyone thought so in their hearts. How could they have known that before this? Sir Jojo had already abducted the entire phoenix tree. On the other side, Emol Yin and the others came out of the defensive array glyphs, and sure enough, they attracted a large group of the cannibal bees, which surrounded them. These cannibal bees were all only the size of fingernail, but their movements were abnormally nimble. They arrived beside Emol Yin and the others in a matter of minutes. Emol Yin and the others looked at each other. Jump! The 5 people jumped down the natural moat's precipice one after another. Omega Kitoku paused in his steps and inexplicably looked back, only to see the little stoic's gaze focused on Emol Yin. When she saw him look over, she met his gaze. Chapter 3874. The little fellow's gaze was truly apathetic. She looked at him as if she was looking at an unknown stranger. Love and hate were always present, so it was impossible for her to be completely emotionless. Thus, the most unbearable thing was her complete indifference. She would never have you in her eyes. To her, you might not even be comparable to a beggar on the street or a passerby selling soy sauce. Indifference, this was the most painful part. A chill involuntarily surfaced in the second young master's heart, and he resolutely leaped down. Sir Jojo led the group of students and moved over with the defensive barrier above their heads. A group of students from the royal school looked down curiously with their eyes wide open. The man-eating bees followed Mo Yin and the others to the precipice. With a buzz, they spread toward the bottom of the precipice in clumps at lightning speed. However, in just a few seconds, everyone saw 2 streaks of black and white flames mixed with the soaring lightning and crushed rocks, completely annihilating large swathes of man-eating bees. The other Royal Academy students stood at the edge of the precipice in shock, staring blankly. The little stoic was expressionless. She took out a storage talisman and caught a dozen or so man-eating bees inside. Perhaps these man-eating bees had some mysteries on them after she brought them back for research. A dozen or so man-eating bees couldn't do much, so they naturally couldn't burst her storage talisman and burrow out. She also wasn't worried that these little things would cause trouble for her. Xiaomu lowered her head to look at the precipice, only to see a black and purple wheel of light emerging from the bottom of the precipice. When the wind blew, smoke and dust drifted into the air, and the smell of burning filled the air. The five of them worked together to annihilate the bees and were clearly very powerful. Most of the millions of man-eating bees were annihilated by this attack. The remaining scattered man-eating bees were also caught and killed by the Royal Academy students after they scuttled up. A moment later, the five of them jumped up together, naturally unscathed. Arbor looked at Mo Yin, and his eyes brightened. He originally wanted to reach out and run to her side, but he could only give up when he saw so many people around them. Several people led the man-eating bee swarm to the bottom of the cliff to destroy. Naturally, it would not affect the trees in the Phoenix Forest. However, when everyone looked at the empty hole beside them, they couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He wondered what the mentors would think if they saw the entire vermilion phoenix tree being moved away. "Students, I think I heard the voice of the damned dean," little Fatty said expressionlessly as he carried the tree. "An auditory hallucination." No one is hallucinating." Principal Yun floated down and smiled at the crowd. "Are you guys all right?" The swarm of poisonous bees didn't bother anyone, did it? Everyone chuckled. "Now that the matter has been resolved, you have appeared. How timely." Dean Yin turned around and saw the tree the little Fatty was carrying. His eyes lit up. "Student Ko Hong-won, what's that on your shoulder?" "1,000-year phoenix wood tree." A joyous voice rang out. Then, everyone saw a thin figure in a gray robe flash past them. Little Fatty suddenly discovered that a monk had appeared in front of him. He touched the phoenix wood excitedly and nodded repeatedly. "It's the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. It's it. The master looked excitedly in the direction of Dean Yun and nodded at him. Dean Yun immediately knew what was going on. Chapter 3875. Dean Yun turned to Arbor and the others with a chuckle and said, "Students, everyone performed very well during this training exercise. Although a portion of us encountered great danger, everyone showed their courage. However, everyone had shown their own courage and brought out the firm belief that a Shioja should have, fearlessly and courageously advancing forward." Arbor looked suspiciously at this cheating dean, suddenly praising them so generously. He felt that there was something wrong with the dean's style. "Hey, great master, what are you doing? You can't openly snatch my phoenix wood." Arbor turned his little head and saw the little Fatty hugging his phoenix wood with a flushed face, fighting back and forth with the gray-robed monk like they were in a tug-of-war. For a moment, Arbor felt speechless. Everyone also felt that the scene in front of them was a bit hard to accept. That great master grabbed one end of the phoenix wood with all his might, trying to snatch the phoenix wood from the little Fatty's hands. This scene inexplicably gave everyone a headache. Dean Yin chuckled and pressed his hands together. He coughed lightly and said, "Students, the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood is also an innocent life. We can't just dig this tree out and ignore its life and death, right? Student Ko Hong-won, give a tree to Great Master Wu Yin first. Let the Great Master bring it back to our academy to plant." Seeing that the Seekong Star Team's gazes were all drifting in his direction, Dean Yin coughed awkwardly and said, "The academy won't snatch your phoenix wood. Don't worry, our academy will put up a sign in front of the phoenix wood stating that this tree belongs to your Seekong Star Team." Everyone's mouths twitched silently. Could this cheating dean be any more cheating? The little Fatty was unwilling to let go of his tree, and his face was completely scrunched up. "Anyway, you can't snatch my tree. This tree belongs to Jojo." "Right, it belongs to Jojo." Chi Xian and the others nodded in unison. "You want to snatch the phoenix wood?" Humph. I don't care if you're a cheating dean or not. I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor." Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Arbor. However, he saw the latter looking at Yun Piaomiao expressionlessly, her small eyes full of disdain. Dean Yin instantly felt extremely stifled. He hurriedly went forward to count. 1, 2, 3. Student Xiao, your tree should be able to extract a total of 10 drops of 1,000-year-old phoenix wood heart. Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll give you 20,000 points. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. 20,000 points in this way. Which team could catch up with the points of the Stoic Faces team? Hee hee. For the sake of this tree. Principal Yun was really unscrupulous. "Dean, let's not beat around the bush. Qi Xian said angrily. The Academy came up with such a rotten idea previously, it's obvious that it's a scam. How is this for us to train in the Phoenix Forest? Your purpose is for the Phoenix flowers and Phoenix trees, right? Dean Yun blinked his innocent dog eyes. No, carry it away. Qi Xian waved her hand. Lu Yu, Jiang Shaoxin, and the others immediately rushed forward to help the little fatty snatch the phoenix wood back from the monk's hands. Hey, wait! Dean Yun looked helpless as he went forward to block the little fatty and the others. He said gently, "Students, don't be agitated." Chapter 3876. Students, if there's anything, we can discuss it properly. Dean Yun said with an aggrieved expression. Arbor pattered over with a displeased expression. She glanced at Yun Piao and shouted rudely, "Do you want to rob us?" Beside them, Great Master Wu Yin hurriedly shook his head and sized up Arbor. He coughed lightly and said, "Little fellow, this phoenix wood shouldn't be pulled out for too long. It needs a special environment to be planted. Otherwise, it might die." Arbor harumphed and walked straight to the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood. She raised her hand to touch it, and a faint trace of vitality entered the phoenix wood's body. This fellow instantly stretched its leaves in delight. Qi Xian laughed heartily. "Do you see that, Dean, this great master? This phoenix wood won't die, so you don't need to worry about it." Dean Yun helplessly glanced at Great Master Wu Yin. It wouldn't be a problem for anyone to find this freaking tree. Yun Piao could guarantee that she could swindle the tree from the other students. However, the one who found the tree was Team Seacombe, this strange team. As everyone knew, none of the members on their team had a normal logical mind. Classmate Xiao, Dean Yun called out pitifully, "Can you guys raise it?" Arbor rolled her eyes at the dean. The Phoenix Wood's growing environment has to be at least a spirit domain. You're bringing it back to a place like the Academy where there are so many people and gossip. Humph. Arbor swept him a glance, and her small eyes peeked at Qi Xian. "Give it to them." Qi Xian immediately understood and took out a phoenix flower and a phoenix wood branch, tossing them to the dumbstruck Dean Yun. "Dean, we have enough points. We don't need as much as 20,000. It's a phoenix flower." Great Master Wu Yin pounced over with an especially excited expression. Before the dean could catch the phoenix flower, he carefully reached out to hold it first. The dean spun around and pinched that phoenix wood branch. He looked at the little stoic face in front of him with a complicated expression. Did this classmate Xiao save the world in just a few short days? Otherwise, how could she have such good dogs at luck? Fellow student, may I ask where you got this phoenix flower? Wu Yin isn't dumb. It's not like he doesn't have eyes. The phoenix tree before them had never bloomed before. Thus, the phoenix flowers did not fall from it at all. Moreover, looking at the plump and translucent appearance of the phoenix flower's leaves and roots, it really didn't feel like a flower that had fallen from a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree. Arbor was expressionless. Qi Xian didn't reply. On the other hand, the group of students next to him had strange expressions on their faces as they said in unison, "Picked it up." Duan Yu couldn't resist covering his face. These students had all been dealt a heavy blow by the little stoic. Right now, their expressions and intonations were actually developing in the direction of the stoic master. Wu Yin was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating. "Picked it up?" He blinked with a look of disbelief. "May I ask, where did you pick it up? Why didn't he have such good luck?" Dean Yin Jiong, and the other instructors had wandered around Phoenix Grove countless times. Why didn't they pick up a single phoenix flower? Under a camphor tree, everyone said in unison, followed by a chuckle. Yun Piao twitched her mouth and sneaked a peek at the little girl's expressionless face. Chapter 3877. Cough, master. Let's not dwell on this. There's no point in dwelling on it. There's no way the little girl would give them the entire phoenix wood. However, with this phoenix wood and phoenix flower, it should be enough to collect the phoenix wood from the other students. Dean Yin turned his head and glanced at the monk who was staring at the phoenix flower with bright eyes. Letting out a cough, Principal Yun gave the master a few meaningful glances before he finally calmed down. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's hurry back to the academy. Since they can't trick him, They won't try any more. The people around the little girl don't look like people who are easy to talk to. Arbor looked at them suspiciously and suddenly stepped forward and asked, "You guys, you don't want the phoenix flower and phoenix wood to make the soul-returning pill, do you?" She hit the nail on the head. Master Wu Yan's expression didn't change as he chuckled. "Little girl, why do you say that?" Arbor sized up the master. "Who are you guys trying to save?" Master Wu Yan had an inexplicable feeling that he couldn't keep up with the little guy's jumping thoughts. Dean Yin hurriedly stepped forward and chuckled. No. Students, the countdown isn't over yet. Why don't you guys continue your training? Master, let's go back. Phoenix wood alone isn't enough to make the soul-returning pill." The crowd watched as the little fellow spoke slowly. With a flick of his finger, he suddenly took out a snowfield flower and a stalk of remote ghost grass from his inner world. He said faintly, "Snowfield flower and remote ghost grass are indispensable." Master Wu Yan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He widened his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Little girl, this? It really is a snowfield flower and ghost grass?" Master Wu Yan's expression instantly became somewhat disillusioned. He even cursed Yun Shuang a few times in his heart. The little girl has everything in her hands. Isn't this a waste of time? Seeing that the master unexpectedly reached for the snowfield flower, Arbor withdrew her hand and threw the items back into her inner world. These 3 items alone aren't enough to make the soul-returning pill. Even if you have the phoenix flower to increase the success rate, it still won't work. You're still missing a primer. Arbor flipped his hand and took out a small green fruit that glowed with red light. Bloodshed vermilion fruit. Wu Yan couldn't keep his cool anymore as he exclaimed, "The bloodshed vermilion fruit." A genuine bloodshed vermilion fruit was held in the little girl's hand, exuding an alluring fragrance. Principal Yin also blinked his eyes, completely unable to keep up with this girl's jumping rhythm. He had gathered all the medicinal ingredients for the soul-returning pill. What kind of luck was this? At this moment, Dean Yun was deeply suspicious. Previously, the students had said that Planet Seekong's battle team had casually picked up a phoenix flower onto the camphor tree. This matter should be true. After all, a person with such great luck might be able to dig out treasures just by casually stepping on him. Arbor retracted his little hand, his little face solemn. "Who are you saving?" Master Wu Yan's expression froze, and he looked at the little guy with a complicated expression. He hesitated and didn't speak. Dean Yin glanced at him, using his gaze to ask if he should say it. Master Wu Yan silently glanced at him before bowing and saying, "Benefactress, please bestow the medicine." Chapter 3878. Arbor's heart started pounding madly, uncontrollably. She didn't know why, but she had a strange intuition that this matter might be related to her. Who exactly were they trying to save? Who needed a saint-grade pill like the soul-returning pill? Why couldn't they just tell her who they were saving? "Jojo." Emol Yin held her small hand and shook it lightly. "What are you thinking about?" An hour ago, that great master Wu Yin solemnly asked the little stoic to bestow medicine. The little stoic expressionlessly looked at him for a long time before finally handing the medicine to him. She didn't ask anything. However, Emol Yin and the others could sense that the little fellow's current mood didn't seem to be good. After parting ways with the other Royal Academy students, a heavy and stifling atmosphere circulated among everyone. When the little stoic didn't speak with a listless expression, Emol Yin felt that his entire mood had also turned bad. How could the little fellow not be happy? Little Fatty carried the Royal Phoenix wood and walked behind everyone for a while. Suddenly, he asked weakly, Chow, can you put the Royal Phoenix wood away first?" As he walked while carrying the tree, the passing adventurers all looked at him like he was an oddball. This made him feel faintly melancholic. Arbor was startled and then stopped walking. She looked at the little fatty with sympathy in her eyes. "The star domain is still being replaced." What did that mean? The little fatty's round face revealed a strange expression. Qi Xianxian couldn't resist tugging at her lips. "It means that you still have to carry it." A bolt from blue. Little Fatty immediately revealed an expression as if he had nothing left to live for. He dragged his voice and said, "Jojo." Arbor's agitated mood improved slightly. She flicked out a purple storage talisman and put away the 1,000-year-old phoenix wood that the little fatty was carrying. Emolian looked down at her and said softly, "He's probably hungry from all that commotion just now. Let's set up camp and rest first." Arbor nodded. In any case, they had found all the mission items they needed to find on this trip. In the next 3 days, as long as he could find a fragment of her soul that his master had mentioned, everything would be fine. After the two teams settled down, Emolian took Arbor's little hand and walked around nearby, mainly to appease the little girl's mood. "Jojo, could it be that you think that the people the Dean and the others saved while searching for the Phoenix wood are related to you?" Arbor nodded and looked up at her husband with a look of annoyance. Intuition. Others didn't know the little fellow's temperament, but Emolian knew it very well. If the little girl said that it was her intuition, then it was probably not far from the truth. "Since they didn't tell you, it must be because it's not the right time yet," Emolian said softly. "Don't worry about Jojo. If there's really a need, I believe that with the Dean's character, he definitely wouldn't mind asking for your help." Xiao Mu creased her small brows and gave a muffled admission. "Jojo, do you know how I was able to accurately pinpoint your location in this boundless forest?" Xiao Mu blinked, her small hand clutching his lapel. "Fate." Emolian really didn't expect the little fellow to say this word. He nodded repeatedly and said, Right, this is fate." "Humph." The little stoic harumphed and retracted her hand to glance at him. "You must have placed a strand of divine perception on me. Don't think that Jojo didn't know that this fellow did this every day." Emolian hugged her body and nuzzled her small head, remarking with a smile, "You guessed wrong." Chapter 3879. Then why? The little stoic couldn't help but be curious. Judging from Emolian's secretive appearance, could it be that he was hiding some treasure to spy on her? Sir Jojo wrinkled his small nose. Emolian smiled faintly and took out the holy wood essence that he had been hiding with him for a long time, handing it to the little stoic. Seeing the hint of surprise in her eyes, Emolian's eyes flickered. "Jojo, are you willing to tell me the reason for your soul explosion?" he asked softly as his fingers caressed her cheek. Arbor's small face was slightly conflicted, and she pondered with knitted brows for a moment. "You might not believe me if I tell you." "I'll believe whatever you say." Emolian pulled her into his arms and whispered into her ear, "Tell me." Sir Jojo unconsciously pointed 2 fingers at each other. "Before Omega Kitoku gave me a wisp of soul remembrance, I also didn't know that my soul had once exploded." The little fellow lifted her head and stared fixedly at him. "It's true." Emolian couldn't help but laugh, and he nodded while hugging her. "All right, we'll investigate clearly in the future. Of course, if you don't want to investigate and don't want to care about the past, then we won't care." Arbor muttered to herself for a second. "Let bygones be bygones. Let's leave everything to fate. What do you think?" "Of course it's good." He was worried that the little lady would overthink things and enter a demonic state again. Now that he saw her clear eyes and completely unencumbered appearance, he was truly happy on the inside. "Omega Kitoku hasn't come to bother you recently, right?" Emolian asked solemnly. Arbor shook her head. "I don't pay attention to him." "That's good." Emolian smiled as he held up the sacred wood essence in his palm to her, his lips curling up into a smile. "Do you know how I found you?" Xiaomu inwardly rolled her eyes. Looking for Jojo, Arbor saw that the little figure in the holy wood essence immediately turned around after hearing Emolian's command and pointed at Arbor's small face through the sparkling green essence. The little one was quite interesting. It was wrapped in a round holy wood essence and kept moving forward. Its 2 arms were swinging back and forth. It was very comical. Arbor grumpily pinched him. "How long have you kept it to play with you?" This guy must have found her soul remembrance long ago and kept it by her side to play with her. Emolian blinked and replied innocently, "Not that long." Jojo was so cute. She really didn't want to give him this soul remembrance's soul. "Forget it. I'll just be a little mechanical puppet and keep Jojo by my side." Seeing the little fellow's disbelieving expression, Mo Lien quickly changed the topic. Ah, Chow Chow. I also found little 5. Here you go. Mo Lien stuffed the confused little treant into Arbor's hands from her inner world. That guy was still sleepy, but when he saw Arbor, he felt a sense of familiarity and subconsciously burrowed into her arms. Lord Jojo was pleasantly surprised. His little hand hung on his waist, and he shouted happily. When did you find it? Did you find it in the Phoenix Forest? Her husband was too amazing. He even found a piece of the little tree fragment. This time, the little tree should be able to continuously advance. She wondered if it could advance to the mature stage in one go. Jojo, did you just say that the star domain is changing and is advancing? Her two-faced husband had once again successfully changed the topic. Arbor was immediately led astray by him. She nodded and said yes. Husband, when the advancement is over, the star domain will become the divine domain. Chapter 3880. She pounced on him and pinched his face. What a pity. It's not very useful for the cultivation of the transcendent realm. Emolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's fine. The God realm has also made great progress. Also, Jojo, I'm warning you. Don't keep hanging on to me. I, your hubby, am not a saint. Sir Jojo blinked and suddenly jumped down from his body. She gave a small harumph and turned her head away. Let's go. Master said that a wisp of my soul remembrance is still here. Since I have nothing to do, I'll look around. Jojo. The little fellow turned around and saw Duan Yu and Mu Xingchen running over from the tent area. Mu Xingchen was still holding 2 skewers of roasted mushrooms, and he beamed when he saw Arbor. Sister, what are you guys talking about here? We can eat now. He stuffed the roasted mushrooms into Jojo's hands and threw an ignorant look at Emolian. Didn't you see how Sister said she was hungry on the way here? Now he just had to drag her along and nag. Emolian looked at him speechlessly. This brother-in-law of his was getting more and more annoying nowadays. He kept coming out to be a bright candle. So annoying. Big brother, I'm going to look for something with Lien. We'll be back in the evening. You guys go eat. Big brother will go with you. Big brother, stay here and help me take care of Xian and the rest. Mu Xingchen said reluctantly. All right then. He then nudged Emolian. Bring sister back soon. Emolian nodded helplessly and turned to give Duan Yu a look. The latter was speechless and turned to say to Mu Xingchen, I'll go with them. Mu Xingchen was taken aback and then nodded. After Mu Xingchen left, Arbor said a few simple words to them before spreading out her divine perception to sense the entire Phoenixwood forest. To be honest, she wasn't particularly obsessed with finding her soul remembrance, because she kept feeling that after her soul was complete, perhaps there would be something particularly terrifying waiting for her to recall. Just as she had said to Mo Lien earlier, there were many things that she did not want to recall. Whether it was right or wrong, those lost years and years should be completely buried with the passage of time, shouldn't they? His master was right. She didn't want to look for her soul remembrance. She subconsciously kept forgetting about this matter. Her soul had exploded before. Arbor withdrew his divine sense and turned to meet 2 pairs of inquiring eyes. In the easternmost part of the forest, in a small fortification. That was what she felt. 2 days later, at Wind Thunder City's Misty Peak. Today, they welcomed a distinguished guest who was famous throughout the 3 prefectures. Yun Piao personally welcomed the guest with a smile and led him to the main seat. I've heard so much about Suriwan. It is my honor to meet you today. The old man sitting opposite him had a white beard and white hair. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. At this moment, he smiled and nodded at him. Dean Yun, you flatter me. The Shan Yuanyun family has also heard so much about you. Sir, he is too polite. Yun Piao smiled and said, The person who invited you to meet today is my elder brother. Elder brother, the person you want to meet has arrived. As soon as Yun Piao finished speaking, a white-clothed man with a slow smile walked in from outside the small building and nodded slightly at the old man. Sir Hewan, thank you for your help this time. You're too polite. The old man sized him up and said with a smile, I heard that you've already prepared the medicinal herbs. Can you let this old man take a look? Chapter 3881. Great Master Wu Yin nodded his head and stepped forward. He took out 4 jade boxes and opened them one by one, placing them in front of the elder. The elder with white hair and beard looked at the items in the 4 jade boxes, and his eyes naturally lit up. It really was the heart of 1,000-year phoenix wood, snow region divine flower, remote ghost grass, and a bloodshed vermilion fruit. Hewen's beard trembled slightly. He reached out his hand and was just about to touch the bloodshed vermilion fruit. The jade box was closed by Great Master Wu Yin. The Great Master smiled apologetically at Hewen. Sir Hewen, my apologies. There is only one set of ingredients, and it is very precious. You monk are so rude. A young girl standing behind Great Master, Hewen shouted angrily in dissatisfaction. My master just wants to see the bloodshed vermilion fruit. Why are you so stingy? This girl was about 18 years old. Her small oval face was like ice and frost, and there was a trace of anger. Her eyebrows were dark, and her lips were like cherries. The girl's appearance was very outstanding. At this moment, she was glaring at Great Master Wu Yin. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she looked very displeased. Great Master Hewen looked at the girl lovingly and patted her hand with a smile. Hanji, don't be rude to the Great Master. This is my disciple Hanji. Please forgive her for being rude. Hewen turned his head towards Great Master Wu Yin and nodded with a smile. This Great Master should also be an alchemist. And Hanji snorted and turned her face to the side. With her master's identity, why is there a need to be so polite to an unknown stinking monk? There's no need at all. The girl's eyes revealed a faint trace of mockery. Great Master Wu Yin had excellent self-restraint. Although he had already seen this girl's expression, he didn't lower himself to her level. Hearing Hewen's words, he nodded and said apologetically, My apologies, Sir Hewen. We only have one set of ingredients for this soul-returning pill, so please forgive us. Hewen nodded understandingly. Of course. Don't mention the bloodshed vermilion fruit that they never had the chance to see. Even the snow region divine flower and phoenix were very rare divine level ingredients. Don't talk about collecting them for normal people. They were simply unheard of. The other party's careful preservation was indeed understandable. And Hanji snorted and retreated to her master's side in a huff. She shut her mouth in displeasure. It was obvious that these people were begging their master to do something for them. Now, they even dared to put on such a defensive face. It was really infuriating. She was one of the disciples with the most outstanding aptitude among the younger generation of Medicine King Island. His master was a consecrator of the Medicine King Island. In the past, no matter which city he went to, he was used to being respected. Who would dare to treat him and his disciple with such an attitude, not even letting them see the medicinal herbs clearly before hurriedly closing the box? For the sake of her master, she didn't explode on the spot, but she didn't give Yun Piao and the others a good look. The brothers Yun Fiang and Yun Piao didn't seem to care. If they could invite one of the consecrators of the Medicine King Island to leave the island and come to the Wind Thunder City, they would naturally have a way to invite the second and third consecrators. This pill master, one was a divine grade pill master who had been renowned throughout the 3 prefectures for many years. It is said that his alchemy skills are second only to the island master and the great consecrator. There are not many people in the 3 provinces who are better at alchemy than Hewen. Chapter 3882. If it wasn't for Great Master Wu Yan's words, his pill refining skills wouldn't be enough to successfully refine the soul-returning pill. The Yun brothers also wouldn't have directly sent out invitations to invite him over. It wasn't easy to gather the ingredients for the soul-returning pill. They couldn't afford to gamble. No one could afford to gamble. Great Master Wu Yin smiled as he glanced at Hewen, saying faintly, Sir Hewen, you've come a long way. You should take a rest today. When you're ready, it won't be too late to refine the pill. The pill refining room has already been prepared for you. As long as you give the order, we can lead you there. Thank you, Great Master. Hewen smiled and nodded, turning his head to look at his beloved disciple, smiling as he shook his head. Hanji, didn't you always say you wanted to take a look around the royal school? Master has nothing else to do here. You can go. And Hanji harumphed, looking up with an arrogant expression. It's fine if I don't look. Hewen smiled, Turning to Yun Piaomiao. Principal Yun, my disciple is still young and has the playful nature of a youth. If she offends you, please don't take offense. Yun Piaomiao nodded unconcernedly. You worry too much, Sir Hewen. Why would they lower themselves to the same level as a spoiled and pampered girl? Principal Yun, please find someone of similar age to accompany my disciple around the school. Hewen's love for this disciple was indescribable. Seeing that she wasn't in a good mood, he tried all sorts of ways to make her happy. Although Yun Piaomiao felt that Hewen's way of spoiling his disciple was a bit overboard, as an outsider, he naturally wouldn't say anything. He casually agreed and arranged for people to do the work. East of the Phoenix Forest, a small defensive structure. Compared to the small base at the entrance of the Phoenix Forest, this small defensive structure was even more pitifully small. There weren't many types of items sold in the stalls, but the price was double that of the base at the entrance. Most people treated this place as a base where they could set up camp, coming here to rest instead of to buy items. On the first day, Xiao Mu arrived, which was the night before yesterday. She had actually already found her soul remembrance inside an extremely secretive tree hole. At this point, she couldn't help but want to complain. That soul remembrance had been stuck in the tree hole for who knew how long. It was wrapped in a ball of green vines and sat like an idiot in the ball of vines. It looked serious, as if it was cultivating, but in reality, it was unconsciously in a daze. Duan Yu suppressed his laughter and asked her, "Why are you here?" But who the hell knew why she was here? It was normal for one soul to be torn apart during a soul explosion. A part of it was lost in the void, and the remaining fragments might be wandering in some corner of the three prefectures. Everything was possible. Her soul had always been unstable. Back then, she had been tricked by the soul-leaving talisman. As a soul, she had drifted all the way to the heavenly ice and snow region, a broken place at the end of the world. How could she explain this? After retrieving the 2 strands of soul remembrance, including the strand of soul remembrance given by the Omega Kitoku, she had found 3 of the 5 strands of soul remembrance that her master had mentioned. However, there weren't any major changes to his soul, nor were there any memories that he had forgotten. This is good, Arbor thought to herself. She even breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart. If the past was lost, then so be it. Wouldn't it be too painful to pick it up and think about it? Chapter 3883. There are less than 24 hours left on the countdown. Qi Xianxian supported her head with her hands and called out in a melancholy tone. For the past 2 days, they had been recuperating in this small base. They would cultivate in the morning and night and would walk around in the afternoon. Their days were really peaceful and beautiful. It was not any worse than when they were in the royal school. Anyway, they were definitely going to be first in the preliminary round. Everyone was too lazy to wander around the Phoenix Forest and look for other teams to rob red gemstones. As for Emolian's team, they did not do anything after obtaining 2 pieces of Phoenix wood and accumulating enough points for the final round. Furthermore, they had obtained more than 700 points from robbing other students a few days ago. It was more than enough for them to qualify for the final round. Looks like it will be over by tomorrow evening. Little Fatty and Lu Yu both sat lazily on the wooden window frame. They each held a wine flask in their hands and would take a sip from time to time. It was almost the 7th month. The moment the sun rose from the horizon, the weather became very hot. Luckily, they were in the depths of the Phoenix Forest, and the sunlight was blocked by the trees. They would not feel the heat until noon. It's so noisy outside. I wonder who's here. Duan Muqing, who was playing chess with Jiang Shaoxin, raised his eyes and looked out the window. For the past 2 days, they had rented the best 3-story wooden building in this small base. The rent was 30,000 spirit coins per day. The environment was not bad. In this temporary base, they should be happy to be able to find a well-built building with a forest and a water source. The boss counted the money with a smile. Naturally, his service was very good. People came and went in the small base. However, they were stopped by the boss. Basically, no one dared to disturb them. But today, looking at the time, it was not yet noon. Qi Xianxian walked out of the wooden building and came to the corridor. She lowered her head and looked down. Dozens of ragged and emaciated adventurers rushed in, and the boss of the wooden building was negotiating with them in a low voice. She did not know what they were talking about. One of the middle-aged men suddenly raised his thick hand and slapped the boss's face. The boss's face turned green. He called for his employees to have a conflict with a group of people, which attracted the person in charge of the small base to come and deal with the matter. Qi Xianxian watched for a while before she entered the house and said to everyone, "Does everyone want to go down and take a look?" Those people said that a few minutes ago, they were attacked by a wave of monsters in the forest. It seems like a lot of people are injured. Monster? Arbor frowned. She didn't know why, but when she heard those two words, she couldn't help but associate them with zombies. She didn't know if she was overthinking things. The cannibal bees that suddenly chased them before were very suspicious. Arbor wouldn't be too surprised if there were zombies here. There was nothing wrong with running to the base when there was danger. At the very least, there were more people here, plus the bamboo fences outside cough. All right, bamboo fences were not very effective against normal wild beasts. At best, in the eyes of these Xiozha, it was just a decoration. "I'll go down and take a look," Emo Lien said as she stood up. She immediately glanced in Duan Yu's direction. The guy was leaning against the brocade couch in boredom. When he saw Duan Yu's gaze, he involuntarily rolled his eyes. Chapter 3884. So annoying. You have to find darling Duan Yu for everything. This darling doesn't really want to deal with you. Owu, seeing that he was too lazy to move, Emo Lien went up to drag him away without another word. "There's something fun downstairs." Arbor expressionlessly watched the two's slender figures walk out. Qi Xianxian snuck a glance at her and stifled a giggle. She coughed lightly and said, "The Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Chun really have endless topics to talk about." That's right. The little fatty echoed with a smile, but when he saw his Chow's expressionless glance at him, he couldn't continue that. Humph. Arbor pushed open the door and walked out. He stood beside the railing and looked down. Those two fools were already standing downstairs. They were both wearing the same academy uniform, their white clothes unhurriedly spotless. Emo Lien tilted his head slightly as he chatted with those ragged-clothed team members about something. The atmosphere could be considered harmonious. After sensing the little fellow's gaze, this fool looked up and smiled at her. Duan Yu also looked up and waved his paw at her. Humph. She expressionlessly faced them with her stoic face. Is there a physician? Is there a pill refiner? Following a shout, several extremely disheveled figures with crooked footsteps once again barged into the small courtyard in front of the wooden building. It couldn't be helped. The small base outside was already crammed full of adventurers from all walks of life, and there was almost no place to stand. Compared to the crowd outside, this standalone wooden building was clearly a secluded place. Although the small courtyard was also crammed with 30 to 40 people, it was still considered spacious. Duan Yu turned around and nudged Emo Lien with his elbow with a spurious smile. Crown Prince Emo followed his line of sight and raised his straight brows. The newcomers were none other than the group from the City of Shadows. That man named Zhao, he was currently carrying junior sister Mu Xiaoxue on his back. Mu Xiaoxue had fainted again and was currently fainting on her senior brother Zhao Yi's back. Lin Zhen'er and a maidservant named Xiaoro were accompanying them. Gu Yishuan, Huang Qishan, Su Fugue, and Zhong He were also following behind them. Emo Lien and Duan Yu exchanged a look. It was hilarious. Didn't they run towards the entrance of the forest when they were scared off by JoJo's A Five Spirits Reincarnation Tribulation? After running for so many days, why did he suddenly appear in the easternmost part of the forest? What a bunch of weirdos, the two of them secretly ridiculed in their hearts. It's that woman. Lin Zhen'er pointed at Arbor, who was standing by the railing on the third floor of the wooden building, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Every time they ran into this woman, it was their bad luck. Even Lin Zhen'er was a little afraid of Arbor now. She did not dare to provoke her again. They didn't want to be so unlucky. If they had known earlier, they would have left the Phoenix Forest a few days ago. In the end, everyone's obsession with the Phoenix flower made them return unwillingly. After a few days of searching, they still couldn't find the Phoenix flower. Instead, they were attacked by a wave of monsters. They were forced to follow the crowd and retreat into the small base. "Chief, things aren't good." Two muscular men quickly ran in from the outside and went straight to the person in charge of the small base, Xia Yi. With a heavy expression, they said, "A large number of beasts have gathered outside the fortification. They are already within 1 mile." Everyone's expressions abruptly changed. "How many?" One of the muscular men said sullenly, "Several 100,000. Chapter 3885. The adventurers in front of the building nearly collapsed to the ground. An attack from several 100,000 beasts? Not to mention this small and lousy base. Even if it was a large-scale fortification outside or a city with powerful combat strength, it was impossible to withstand the attack of several million beasts. They were dead for sure. Everyone was at a loss, grief, and indignation. Some people frequently came to Phoenix Grove for training, but this was their first time encountering such a situation, so their faces were filled with dejection. It was impossible for anyone to survive such an attack. "Why don't we try and see if we can leave Phoenix Grove first with a flying spirit artifact?" someone suggested meekly. "Don't joke around. Those harpies all know how to fly, and their attacks are very powerful. They can knock down a flying spirit artifact with just 2 punches. Then, let's gather the teleportation talisman matrix in our hands and see if we can teleport some people out to seek help." A black-level teleportation talisman matrix can only teleport a distance of 20 kilometers. Right now, there are several 100,000 beasts surrounding us. Within 500 kilometers, there are beasts everywhere. Are you sure you won't be teleported directly into the beast horde if you teleport? Then what do you think we should do? That person was also enraged after his idea was repeatedly rejected. Then why don't you give us an idea? Everyone, don't quarrel. Duan Yu interrupted them with a grin. "May I ask, what are those harpies?" Appearance was everything. When everyone saw that his handsome smile was very pleasing to the eye, their tone and attitude toward him inexplicably softened. "Young sir, you may not know, but those harpies are the monsters we encountered in the forest." That's right. They look extremely strange. They have a fist-sized head on their slender necks, but the body of the harpy behind them is enormous. My heavens, they really are super monsters. Their strength and speed are very swift and violent. "Lien," Duan Yu turned his head and raised his brows as he called out to the startled Emo Lien. Emo Lien returned to her senses and glanced at him before silently dragging him out of the crowd. She simply told Duan Yu about the sculptures she saw in Happiness Village and Grayfield Village. Duan Yu creased his brows. "In that case, doesn't that mean that the harpy is an improved product of heavenly providence?" Emolien's expression turned serious as she nodded. "But as for the beasts, could it be that they have a secret method to command the beasts? Let's go back and discuss this with Jojo and the others." When the two of them reached the door, they saw Zhao Yi carrying his beloved junior sister on his back. They were already at the door of the wooden building. Duan Yu reflexively blocked him with a frown. "What are you guys doing? Get out of the way." Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Your Highness Prince Chun." Gui Xuan swiftly rushed over and saluted Duan Yu. "Our companion is sick and needs a room to recuperate. Please do us the convenience." Duan Yu looked at him with a sardonic smile and sized him up with his peach blossom eyes that emitted a chilly glint. Does this prince look like such a compassionate person? The door creaked open. The little stoic stood at the door and stared fixedly at them. She grumbled, "Let's go home." Emolian was secretly amused and ran back inside. She cried out pitifully, "Jojo, it's a mess outside. I heard that several 100,000 beasts have surrounded the fortifications." Chapter 3886. Arbor blinked and replied with an "Oh," before glaring at Duan Yu, who was outside the door. "Come here." Duan Yu walked to Arbor's side, and Zhao Yi followed with Mu Xiaoxue on his back. Just as they reached the door, they saw the little stoic raise her hand. The door slammed shut right in front of their faces with a clang, and the door almost squeezed his nose crooked. As the eldest disciple of the City of Shadows, Zhao Yi had never been treated like this before. His eyes were red from anger. and he kicked the door fiercely. "Open the door! Open the door!" Just as he was about to kick the door for the third time, the door was open from the inside. The little stoic looked at him frostily. Without another word, she swung her hand and lashed a vine whip at his face. "Senior brother Zhao." Lin Zhen'er cried out in alarm. Zhao, he was very agile, and with a sidestep with Mu Xiaoxue on his back, he dodged the oncoming vine whip. Just as he was about to speak with pursed lips, a vine whip abruptly coiled around his back, causing him to turn pale with fright. His precious little junior sister was behind him. Wouldn't his little junior sister, who was a normal person, be beaten to death with this whip? Zhao, he twisted his waist and fell backward in the blink of an eye. He pulled his little junior sister into his arms from behind and subconsciously raised his arm to block. Pa! A heavy whip ruthlessly slid across his arm. Under the stinging pain, he lowered his head to look. A fiery red mark had appeared. "Those who want to barge into court death, feel free to come." Arbor's icy voice was without the slightest warmth. The people in the courtyard all shrunk back in fright and obediently retreated a few steps. Guishuan walked forward with a sullen face. "Crown Princess, you're abusing your power to bully others. We rented this building with real money, so it's our property for the next few days," Arbor said coldly. "Who exactly is the one who doesn't know the rules and trespasses into other people's residence?" Arbor gave him a mocking expression, and his gaze shifted to Mu Xiaoxue. "What? You want to be the hero saving the beauty again?" "Huh!" That mockery was like a sharp knife falling into Guishuan's heart, making him inexplicably think of the dead Zhongli Zhuwei. "Crown Prince Consort!" Guishuan shouted angrily and furiously. "Good. Jay, just treat it as is trespassing on your courtyard. We don't know the rules. But now that Sister Xiao Shue's life and death are unknown, we urgently need a doctor to treat her. She's just an ordinary person. Can't you be kind and lend her a room?" Bang. The little stoic slammed the door shut in their faces again. "This Crown Princess is not a charity." A cold voice came out from within, like icy cold water that poured into everyone's hearts. "If you had come to discuss this matter in a friendly manner, there would have been room for negotiation. Barging in like this without any sense of reason, as if it was only natural. Huh, who cares about you?" The little stoic turned around and saw two impatient eyes gazing at her with an expression that said, "Ask me, Jojo. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Arbor rolled his eyes at them and walked up the stairs to the third floor. "Is there really a herd of several 100,000 beasts gathered outside?" Jojo, Emolien appeared in front of him in a flash. "Do you still remember the 3 sculptures we saw in the underground passageway of Happiness Village?" Arbor was startled, but immediately understood. He stopped and turned to look at them. "You saw the strange people on the sculptures?" Chapter 3887. She paused and frowned. Could it be the monsters that those people outside are talking about that attacked the crowd? If that was the case, then Tianyun was making a move again. It was unknown whether Heavenly Fate's actions this time were targeted at her, Xiao Mu, or at the Royal Academy, or everyone in the adventurer base. Perhaps it's just because they want to test the combat strength of these improved exotic breeds. Emolien said softly. Arbor nodded. If it was Tianyun, it was very likely that he had such a motive. The entire 3-story wooden building seemed to tremble slightly under the ground's tremors. A huge commotion came from outside. Suddenly, the entire door of the small courtyard fell down. Many people rushed in from outside. In an instant, the relatively spacious courtyard was filled with a sea of people. A set of defense and rebound talisman matrices flew out of the window and instantly enveloped the entire single-family wooden building. Even if someone rushed forward to kick the door or wanted to fly in through the window, they were sent flying by the rebound force of the defense talisman matrix. Guishuan and Zhao, you were guarding the city of Shadow's little princess, Mu Xiaoxue, and were squeezed to the entrance of the wooden building. Arbor, Emolien, and Duan, you stood in front of the 3-story fence and looked down at the rowdy crowd below with displeasure. "A plate of loose sand, not the least bit interesting," she said coldly. These people only knew how to make a fuss when they encountered something. Arbor didn't have the slightest intention of saving them. When encountering danger, everyone would rely on their own abilities to break free of their predicament. What was there to make a fuss about? It was useless and even gave people a headache. Everyone, stop making a fuss. Stop making a fuss. Chiu Fu, Lu Pinwan, and the others, who were sandwiched in the crowd, repeatedly shouted at the crowd while protecting fifth young Master Qin. Why are they here? Qi Xianxian walked to the fence and looked curiously at Chiu Fu and the others below. Xiao Mu's small face was taut as her gaze landed on Chiu Fu and the others, and she creased her brows in displeasure. Shouldn't they have returned to the academy with the mentors? Chiu Fu, Lu Pinwan, Qi Xianxian called out and waved at them. Chiu Fu raised his head and saw them. His face lit up. Miss Xianxian, Miss Xiao, you're both here. Come up. Qi Xianxian waved at them. Chiu Fu, Lu Pinwan, and the other two hurriedly grabbed fifth young Master Qin and directly jumped up to the third floor, standing next to Qi Xianxian without any hindrance. When the others saw this, they also jumped up quickly, wanting to follow along. In the end, however, it was very shamelessly bounced back by the defense rune array and almost hit the people down below, causing a series of curses and roars. Why didn't you all return to the academy? Qi Xianxian asked. Don't mention it. After we parted ways with you guys, the damn dean said that the air transportation spirit artifact can only carry 300 students. Chiu Fu rolled his eyes and said snappily, as for the rest of you, if you don't want to go back on your own, you can wait at the entrance of the Phoenixwood Forest for the academy to send someone to pick you up. We thought that it would be more convenient to use the air transportation spirit artifact, so we decided to wait since we had nothing to do. In the end, we screwed ourselves over. A group of strange-looking harpies suddenly flew in from outside the Phoenixwood Forest and immediately attacked when they saw people. Many students were injured, so everyone ran into the forest and ran around randomly. Chapter 3888. We wanted to take refuge in a small fortification, but the harpies attacked and massacred the place. There were no survivors in the small base. We ran out with all our might and followed the crowd to fight against the harpies. We ran all the way here. This is the small fortification in the east, right? Lu Pinwan said with a bitter face. I heard that the fortification in the center of the forest was also breached. We're in trouble now. Not only are there thousands of harpies surrounding us, there's also a large group of beasts surrounding us. Qi Xianxian nodded and patted his shoulder. All right, don't look so bitter. There's always a way to solve the problem. Lu Pinwan smiled at her. Xianxian, you're a very optimistic person. Little Fatty had been eyeing them covetously. When he saw Lu Pinwan's expression, he immediately pounced on him and squeezed his chubby little body between Xianxian and Lu Pinwan. What are you laughing at? Lu Pinwan was speechless. Did he have to be scolded for laughing? Little Fatty glanced at him and reached out to pull Xianxian to his side. Xianxian, do you want to eat the hot roasted sweet potato? Yes. The little foodie immediately nodded and turned to Little Fatty with bright eyes. Little Fatty hurriedly pulled her into the house. They're inside. Along the way, he nagged, don't be so friendly with some unfamiliar classmates. Who knows if they're beasts in human skin? Lu Pinwan and Captain Chiu Fu looked at each other in confusion. Fifth young master took a few steps forward and quietly came to Arbor's side. He said in a low voice, there are 200 to 300 of our classmates outside. Arbor was stunned and nodded casually. Is it noisy? This time, it was fifth young master's turn to be stunned. He then shook his head. It's not that noisy. It's just that many of us are injured, so we're a little depressed. Arbor, a bunch of weaklings. They're depressed just because they're injured, and they still have the face to come out for training. I'll go check on them and bring them in. Arbor snorted and was about to jump down. Emolian quickly reached out and hugged her. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jojo, there's so many people down there. How are you going to bring them in? Besides, this small courtyard was already crowded with more than 100 people, and they were already unable to stand properly. How are they going to drag in all the 200 students outside? Arbor said expressionlessly, put them in the talisman. A bunch of fellows who only know how to drag him down. Just looking at them is detestable. I'm not in a mood to care if they live or die. I just don't want to see the miserable face of the damn principal. Huh. Yin smiled and stroked the little guy's hair. Jojo, you're the best. What nonsense. She was not a good person. I'll go down with you. Yin grinned as he nuzzled the little fellow's head. Holding her small hand, the two of them jumped down from the small building and floated out of the small courtyard as light as a feather. The fortifications outside the small courtyard were already filled with people. The remnants of the Royal School Army occupied a corner. The 200-plus people were sitting in rows. His Highness the Crown Prince? Hey, the Crown Princess is here. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are here. Someone called out. The students from the Royal School, who were originally drooping their heads, raised their heads, and their eyes immediately lit up with joy. Chapter 3889. The Ability of the Crown Princess and His Royal Highness. Most of the people had already known in the process of escaping from the cannibal bees. For some reason, seeing the two coming hand in hand, everyone's depressed mood rose. It was as if they had seen their backbone and immediately had a direction to look up to. Student Crown Prince. Some people even wiped their tears, as if they had seen their loved ones that they had not seen in 800 years. Full of grievances, they suddenly had someone to talk to. It was really too bitter. They did not expect that in this preliminary round of the Tianyuan list, Feng Mulin's experience was so bitter. It was one thing for him to be beaten up and robbed of his ruby gem after that. He was chased by the cannibal bees and ran to the ends of the earth. They did not expect that after waiting for 2 days to return to the academy and comfortably stay in front of Feng Mulin to wait for the flying spiritual tool, they would encounter such a problem. What kind of sin did they commit? Men do not cry easily, but that was not sad. Thinking of the bitter experience of their own group, everyone wanted to cry a little. Yin was a little uneasy, the corners of her mouth twitching. The uniforms of the students in front of him had long been torn to shreds during the fight. Everyone was more or less stepped on, and at this time they were still lying on the ground groaning. It really looked like a tragic scene. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. He did not understand why this group of people looked at him and Lotus as if they had seen their brothers for 800 years. A group of weak guys were actually beaten by a few freak harpies? What are you crying for? Arbor roared. As a result, miraculously, all the students of the Royal Academy sat up straight in a row, and everyone tried to hold back their tears. Arbor saw that they were no longer crying, nodded with satisfaction, and took out more than a dozen bottles of ointment and pills from his inner world and threw them over. The ointment stops bleeding and treats external injuries. The pills are taken orally to stop internal injuries. Thank you, Crown Princess. Everyone distributed the medicine in their hands and silently applied the ointment and ate the pills. The Crown Princess classmate? What kind of name was that? Arbor paced back and forth in front of them, pacing back and forth. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, "You want to hide in my storage talisman so that I can bring you back to the academy? Or are you going to pick up your weapons and beat the weird thing that hurt you so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize it? Crown Princess, do you have a way to deal with them? Crown Princess, can we defeat those monsters? Fight. If there's a way, I'm willing to fight. Let's beat them back." When Arbor saw that more than half of the people were roaring in a frenzy, his originally tense little face relaxed a little. Yes, it was not so weak that it was unbearable. At least he knew how to pick up a knife to fight back. The stoic face glanced coolly at them. Since that's the case, you should first properly recover. She threw the spirit-restoring medicinal liquid to these people, then walked to the front of a few heavily injured students squatting down to treat their injuries. Most of these people had external injuries. Some had lost too much blood, some had broken arms, broken legs, and so on. Arbor's treatment was very fast. In a short while, she had treated all kinds of injuries, big and small, on the bodies of more than a dozen students. Before she could get up and give a few instructions, she saw a person rush out from the side. Chapter 3890. Without another word, that person shouted at her anxiously, "So you're a doctor? Why didn't you say anything when I asked you just now?" Zhao Yi roared at Xiao Mu in exasperation as he hugged his little princess. That matter-of-fact look on his face made the people around him frown. Mo Yin stared icily at Zhao Yi, who was hollering loudly. Just as he moved his finger, it was hooked by Xiao Mu. Ignore him. It would be a waste of effort to beat up such a crazy guy. One of the female members of the adventurer team next to them couldn't help but mock. Who do you think you are? Does everyone have to take care of your princess? When Zhao Yi rushed over with the little princess Mu Xiaoxue, he bumped into a few people without saying a word. This had already aroused the disgust of others. He's taking care of his own schoolmate. What does it have to do with you? Another person saw the actions of Arbor's group and naturally knew that they were all students of the same school. Zhao Yi's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at the two people who spoke. He then turned to Arbor and shouted, "As a doctor, how can you leave someone in the lurch? My junior sister fainted after being scared by the harpy and hasn't woken up yet. Take a look at her and see if it's because she has other injuries." Puffed. The continuous laughter made Zhao Yi turn his head and glare angrily at them. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Isn't it funny? How can you expect a doctor to save someone who fainted after being scared out of her wits by the harpy?" Ha ha. Many people around him laughed out loud. This mocking laughter naturally made Zhao Yi very angry. He raised his fist and wanted to argue with the people around him. Beside him, Lin Jiner's pupil shrank as she took a few steps back. To be honest, she didn't dare to cause trouble for that evil little girl. She didn't think well of senior brother Zhao running to that girl for treatment. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Those people were in the same team and naturally wouldn't take this lying down. They surrounded Zhao Yi and were about to fight. Gu Yishuan frowned and came up to him. "Why did you get into a fight with them? The most important thing now is to find someone to save Miss Xiaoxue." He glanced at Arbor with his cold eyes and said coldly, "Don't expect this cold-blooded woman to help you. If you have the energy, you might as well find other doctors to treat Miss Xiaoxue. Do you want to die?" Mo Yin turned to look at Gu Yishuan. Just as she was about to move her finger, Jojo grabbed it. Gu Yishuan suddenly realized that he had been too impudent in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. He immediately retreated a few steps like a quail and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. "Your Highness." Mo Yin looked at him with a cold smile, her eyes filled with coldness. Zhao Yi's face darkened as he turned to glare at Arbor. He hugged Mu Xiaoxue and pushed the people around him away. "Get out of my way. What kind of people are they?" Everyone glared at them angrily. Suddenly, a voice said faintly, "Young master, if you trust me, I can take a look at that girl." A handsome young man around 27 or 28 years old walked up and cupped his hands in greeting at Zhao Yi. He smiled and said, "I am Li City's Rejuvenation Medicine Shop, Senior Medicine Master Zheng Zhengyang. Greetings, everyone." Chapter 3891. Everyone's gazes shifted to this young apothecary and sized him up. Seeing his handsome face and gentle expression, it was hard for them to loathe this person. However, Zhao Yi glared at this young man defensively. He then lowered his head to look at the delicate and beautiful little girl in his arms and instantly became vigilant. This person was most likely willing to volunteer to save little junior sister's life because he fancied her beauty, right? Otherwise, why would he be like this? A trace of disgust arose in his heart towards this young man. Zheng Zhengyang from Li City's Huichun Medicine Shop. When Zheng Zhengyang raised his hand, Zhao Yi defensively extended his arm and blocked in front of that person. "You really know how to treat?" Zhao Yi's expression contained an imperceptible trace of disdain. Li City's Huichun Medicine Shop? He should only be an ordinary physician from a small city. Could he treat his little junior sister? On the contrary, it was the maidservant Xiao Ro who stepped forward and whispered to Zhao Yi, "Young Master Zhao, Mrs. Illness cannot be delayed. How about we let this physician examine her?" Not only was he a physician from Medicine Shop, but he had even introduced himself just now. He was a rarely seen high-level apothecary. Why did young Master Zhao block such a person who was willing to treat her miss? Arbor curled his lips and glanced mockingly at this man called Zhao Yi. What a hilarious man with complicated thoughts. She wasn't interested in paying attention to that side. Turning around, the little stoic said to the Imperial Academy students with a taut face, "Keep the spirit recovery pills I gave you well. Be more careful when you fight later. If you don't have enough spiritual energy, use them to replenish it. Don't save them, just come to me to collect them after you finish eating. Don't make trouble for me with missing arms and legs." The group of students inexplicably felt that the little stoic's reprimand was very pleasing to the ear, and they nodded repeatedly in agreement. "You all rest first. We'll go find the person in charge of this small fortification to understand the situation." When Arbor and Mo Lien walked past Zhao Yi, they swept a glance at Sang Jingyang, who was currently treating Mu Xiaoxue. Seeing his focused expression, he inserted 2 needles into Mu Xiaoxue after taking her pulse, and then started to nourish her with medicinal energy. Arbor, how humorous. Such a delicate girl had fainted because of the harpy and still hadn't woken up. Was this really suitable for training? She must have been carried all the way here. What was the point of this? Mo Yin could see the contempt seeping out of the little fellow's eyes, and he couldn't resist curling his lips into a smile. He squeezed her small hand and said softly, "Chow Chow, not everyone in this world is like you. You can obviously seek protection, but you have to fight for it yourself." He glanced to the side and looked at her gently. "My Chow Chow is the one and only woman in this world." The little guy blushed and turned his head away. How strange. Why did Jojo's Lotus start praising Jojo as they chatted? Sir Jojo stole a glance at him before turning his head away. Prince Mo couldn't resist laughing out loud. He quickened his steps and allowed her to hold his hand with a grin as they walked forward quickly. A middle-aged man with a black beard was walking toward them. When he saw the two of them, his eyes brightened slightly, and he quickly walked up to them and cupped his hands respectfully. "Xiaobin greets the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. You're the person in charge of this small fortification?" Chapter 3892. "Yes." Xiaogong nodded and said with a serious expression, "I'm sure that your highness has heard of what happened outside. The entire Phoenixwood forest has been surrounded by the beasts gathered by the harpies. There are about 500 practitioners that can be used in this small fortification. Most of them are practitioners above the 10th level of the spirit realm. 200 people from the royal school can participate in the battle." Arbor said coldly, "As for the others, if you don't want to die, go and rally them. Pick up your weapons and fight with the team. No one will sacrifice their precious life for others, and no one has the obligation to protect others without compensation. The price to pay for retreating is to be a scapegoat, and that is death. Let them think it through." Arbor's cold voice fell into the ears of the surrounding team members. They felt as if icy water was slowly flowing through their hearts, and a trace of coldness seeped from their bones. "Captain Xia, our team is willing to follow the deployment." "Captain Xia, we are also willing." Xiaogong quickly nodded towards the captains of the surrounding mercenary teams. Prince Mo smiled faintly. "Xiaogong, take out all the usable weapons in the fortification and distribute them to the combatants." "Yes." "I'll give you 15 minutes to count the number of combatants." "Yes." "Look, something seems to be flying over from the horizon." Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone hurriedly looked up. White robes flowed in the wind, as if chasing the stars and moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They landed in the small fortification at an extremely fast speed. The originally crowded fortification was now filled to the brim with people. Some of the injured had been moved to the corner, and there was no place for them to stand. "Holy Maiden!" 2 old consecrators who sang well rushed forward with hot tears in their eyes. Their faces were full of guilt, as if they couldn't wait to commit suicide in front of Arbor to atone for their sins. "Arbor, who the fuck is your Holy Maiden?" An old man dressed in green, with long hair draped over his shoulders and an air of immortality, quickly floated in front of Arbor. He stepped forward with an excited expression and quickly bowed. "Feng Hepping greets Your Excellency Saintus." One of the consecrators said excitedly, "Saintus, this is our clan's grand elder." Everyone looked at the group of Phoenix clan members who had suddenly appeared with a strange look in their eyes. Their gazes fell on Arbor again. The latter's expressionless face looked particularly comical in front of the enthusiastic phoenixes. This was just like having one of the hot ends of a shaving pole. That hot face was facing the little stoic's ice-cold small face. Saintus, this place is surrounded by a group of beasts. Why don't we go back to the tribe and talk? What do you think? Everyone's eyes lit up. Clanland, these cultivators that suddenly appeared seemed to have very high cultivation bases. Could it be that their clan was nearby? Didn't that mean that everyone here could be saved? I think you've got the wrong person. I'm not your holy maiden, Arbor said expressionlessly. Moreover, you said that the group of beasts outside is approaching. We naturally can't sit and wait for death. When Huang Chishan heard this, he hurriedly squeezed over and rubbed his hands as he said fawningly, "That Crown Prince Consort, you can ask your clansmen to bring us into the clan's land to avoid trouble first." Chapter 3893. Impudent. A youth from the Phoenix clan angrily rebuked Huang Chishan, his eyes revealing a look of disgust. "What do you take our clan's land for? Are you people worthy of entering our clan's land?" Huang Chishan and the rest revealed anger in their eyes as they glared at the Phoenix clan member. They could not help but clamor. "What are you saying?" "We slap slap." Two sudden palm winds transformed into formless palms that landed heavily on Huang Chishan's mouth that was about to provoke him. Arbor looked at him indifferently, her face full of ridicule. The entire Phoenix clan is made up of deity realm experts. You, a little spirit realm expert, shouldn't jump around in front of others, okay? Huang Chishan angrily turned to Arbor, his face twisted in anger. "Crown Princess, is this how your clansmen treat their classmates? If you spout any more nonsense, I'll make sure you won't be able to spit out another word for the rest of your life." Arbor impatiently turned her head, her eyes revealing a sharp glint. Huang Chishan was startled. He took a few steps back and stepped on someone's foot. That person cried out in pain and pushed him heavily without holding back. Feng Hepping. Arbor's cold gaze swept over the Phoenix clan's head elder. "Take your people and quickly leave this place. Return to your clan's land." These Wind clan members had been living in seclusion for a long time. There was no need to drag them into this muddy water. Unexpectedly, the head elder in green only smiled faintly. "Since the Holy Maiden insists on staying here, listen to me. Stay here and help the Holy Maiden. You must protect the Holy Maiden well." "Yes." Xiao Mu facepalmed and turned around with a headache. She might as well ignore these people. She had always been a cold person, so she was really not used to it. Suddenly, there were so many people who were inexplicably friendly to her. This caused a faint trace of fear to rise from the bottom of her heart. How could there be such a good thing in this world? What kind of people would be like her family, unconditionally good to her? Moreover, she had clearly carried away their family's 10,000-year phoenix wood. So why was she treating her so well? Didn't she find it strange? Mo Lien, who was at the side, did not say anything the entire time, but she felt inexplicably stifled. What's going on? With so many gigolos around Jojo, Mo Lien felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Jojo, Sama turned around and walked for a while. Suddenly, he found his husband standing there in a daze. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't move at all. The little fellow hurriedly stomped back to his side, reached out to hold his hand, and dragged him away. Everyone was speechless. Just how much did the little girl like her husband? She couldn't bear to leave him there for a few seconds and immediately want to pick him up and bring him home. When the two returned to the house, the person who opened the door to welcome them was a grinning Duan Yu. "How is it? The Phoenix clan is here," Arbor said expressionlessly. "If we only had a 50% chance of winning before, now we have an 80% chance." There was still a 20% chance of winning because who knew if those weaklings in the base would change sides at the last minute. "Jojo, I have a strange premonition." Duan Yu walked to her side and said softly, "The Heavenly Fate clan's actions this time seem to be just to delay us. After this matter, I have to make a trip back." Duan Yu smiled faintly and glanced at her. "I will do my best to stop all their actions." Chapter 3894. "We'll contact you when the time comes." He stretched out his hand and couldn't help but rub her little head. The three prefectures should work together to deal with the heavenly fate realm. Sangzhou won't be a burden to you. Don't try to show off. Emolian pursed her lips and glanced at him. Dealing with the heavenly fate can't be done in a day. You can only take action after planning it out. Arbor looked up at her husband and inwardly cursed. Sundara Lotus, you're clearly worried about me, but your mouth is always unforgiving. Duan Yu harumphed and cast him a disdainful look. I'm just informing you first. Of course, you still have to deal with the matter at hand first. The heavenly fate is so generous. Without my help, you won't even be able to pass. Huh. Emolian harumphed at him before turning to look at Xia Yi, who was rushing over. Is everything ready? Xia Yi nodded. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint. Your Highness, all the combat personnel are here. Emolian nodded at him. That's good. Let's also make preparations and head out. Since the heavenly fate sent them such a generous battle, they would gladly accept it and wipe out these monsters while they were at it. Arbor's head hurt at the thought of those Feng clansmen, but she still said after some thought, I'll go have a chat with Feng Heping. She really couldn't understand why these people would call her Saintess for no reason. When Feng Heping saw the little girl heading down the stairs and walking toward him, he involuntarily turned around with a smile and bowed respectfully. Saintess, did you need me for something? Arbor sighed exasperatedly. I have something to ask you. Come with me to the house. There were too many people outside, so it wasn't convenient for them to talk. Feng Heping naturally nodded and followed Arbor into the house. He said with a smile, Saintess, please ask if you have any doubts. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. Sir Jojo was at the end of his patience. You guys, can you not call me Saintess in the future? Call me Arbor. The title Saintess reminded her of Nie Yaoguang again. It was disgusting. Feng Heping immediately shook his head and refused. How can that be? How can a member of the Phoenix clan call the Saintess by her name? Then you can call me Your Excellency. The little stoic said expressionlessly, remove the title of Saintess. The corner of Feng Heping's mouth twitched. He suppressed his laughter and looked at the little fellow. He nodded and said, since the Saintess insists, then Feng Heping and the clansmen will call you Lord Jojo from now on. The chief grand elder's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Arbor! Exclamation point. Who told you to call him Mr. Jojo? Let me ask you, why do you insist on calling me Saintess? She couldn't understand this question no matter how much she thought about it. Sir has saved our clan's sacred object and our old ancestors' sacred teachings. If a woman who can communicate with the 10,000-year phoenix tree without any obstruction appears after 1,000 years, she will be worshipped as our clan Saintess. Now, not only did you save the phoenix tree, you even made it crawl out of the ground willingly and run away with you. You are definitely our Phoenix clan's one and only Saintess. Feng Heping's proud expression inexplicably stung Arbor's eyes. Don't you guys feel that running away is a pain in the ass? What's with that proud face? You guys aren't angry? She asked cautiously. Feng Heping immediately shook his head. Chapter 3895. The 10,000-year-old Phoenix wood is not a private possession of our clan. It can completely have its own subjective consciousness. No matter what it wants, we have to support it unconditionally. Arbor, as expected of the Wind clan who stood aloof from worldly affairs. If it were any other clan, after thousands of years of inheritance, who would really listen to the words of the old ancestor, the 10,000-year-old Phoenix would ran away just like that. If it were anyone else, who wouldn't hate Arbor to the core, this group of Wind clan members, if it wasn't that their brains weren't working well, then they were really naive. Looking at Feng Heping's sincere face, Arbor nodded speechlessly. All right, then pay attention to yourselves during the battle. She didn't want these Wind clan members to suffer any injuries for no reason. After all, they were a 1,000-year-old clan that had been in seclusion for a long time and had to be passed down from generation to generation. They couldn't be destroyed in such an inexplicable battle. All right, this subordinate will let the clan leader and Feng Zhangfei come over and follow Sir Jojo to protect you. No, Lady Chow Chow's voice slowly became softer, because she found that this funny, great elder Feng didn't listen to her at all. He directly ran out after saying those words and shouted Feng Zhangqing and Feng Zhangfei's names like a loudspeaker. It wasn't long before Chiao Mu expressionlessly faced Feng Zhangfei's handsome face, which had a protruding nose and vertical eyes. Feng Zhangqing didn't say anything. He just looked at the unharmonious atmosphere between his younger brother and Arbor with some amusement. "Is there anything we need to do now?" Feng Zhangqing asked. "There's nothing we need." Mo Yin walked over expressionlessly and reached out to pull her little wife to her side. She looked up and down at Feng Zhangqing and his brother with a strange expression. The 1,000-year-old Phoenix clan has been isolated from the world for a long time. You should stay in your clan's land. The world today is very dangerous. Feng Zhangqing glanced at Mo Yin indifferently and chuckled. "If you don't come out to experience the world, how will you know how big the world is? The Phoenix clan has been silent for too long. It's time to come out and walk around." Arbor looked at Mo Yin and then at Feng Zhangqing and his brother. The atmosphere between the three of them is not very harmonious. Should Jojo Sama say a few words to lighten the atmosphere? However, before he could say anything, he heard a huge tremor coming from outside. The entire 3-story wooden building shook a few times because of this tremor. The frightened voices of many adventurers came from the small courtyard. Mo Yin subconsciously reached out to hug the little fellow's waist. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she turned her head to look at the distant sky. He saw a group of harpies flapping their huge black wings. They looked like flying monsters as they led the horde of beasts to surround the small base. Amidst the rumbling, a cloud of dust was created by the stampede of beasts, wantonly filling the small fortification. The fence outside the fortifications was trampled flat in a matter of minutes. The outer circle of wooden pavilions also trembled and collapsed to the ground, with fragments flying everywhere. The people who could participate in the battle had been divided into more than a dozen teams at this time, guarding in one direction. The first elder of the Phoenix clan brought more than 300 people, all of whom were cultivators above the god realm. Their momentum was like a rainbow, naturally not comparable to the motley crowd next to them. Arbor looked up. At this time, the sky had been completely occupied by the harpies. It was just like the sculptures under the Happy Village. Chapter 3896. Harpies were extremely hideous. A head the size of a fist was supported by a slender and withered neck. Their facial features were practically all squeezed together. However, their backs were very broad, and they had a pair of enormous wings that spanned more than a dozen meters. Their malicious eyes stared fixedly at the numerous adventurers below. Kiki. The harpies let out a series of deafening screeches, and the leader suddenly flew back and forth in the air. "Quickly look, there's someone on the back of that harpy." There was someone, and it was an acquaintance. Arbor icily looked at the man who was stepping on the leader's back. A devil mask covered his entire face, and his scarlet ghost eyes were currently staring at her faintly. The Ghostface Hall Master who had led people to ambush them at the Red River Canyon had appeared again. Arbor coldly looked at him, and when her gaze landed on his ghost mask, she couldn't help but frown. This Ghostface Hall Master should be an extremely prominent person in the Heavenly Fate Empire. His appearance here further confirmed Duan Yu's guess. They must have run here to delay them. Something major must have happened in the 3 provinces if they were all kept in the Phoenix Woods. The Ghostface Hall Master coldly looked at the people below, and he raised his right hand and heavily released it. Rapid screeches came from midair, and countless harpies swooped down to attack the crowd. Mo Yin didn't say much to them. She pulled Sir Jojo behind her and pushed him 3 feet away. She raised her hand to summon Raven Moon. The sword's body was jet black and slender, and a lone light flashed past with a light wave. The Ghostface Hall Master coldly shouted and suddenly stepped down from the back of a harpy. He took the lead and charged at Mo Yin with his sword. With a ding, he had already exchanged blows with Mo Yin in the blink of an eye. With just one strike, the Ghost-Faced Hall Master felt the web between his thumb and forefinger turn numb. When he looked down, he saw that a gap had appeared on his spiritual weapon after just one exchange. His heart shuddered, and he didn't dare to clash with the sacred weapon. The sword light circled around Mo Lien. "You're quite bold, aren't you?" Mo Lien sneered. Instead of hiding behind the harpy's back, this guy actually dared to jump down and throw his life away. "Heh, then let him fulfill his wish." The bombardment of the Red River Canyon's spirit stone cannons was still vivid in his mind. Mo Lien liked to settle any grudges with her own hands. Mo Lien's sword technique had a total of 7 moves, the essence of which was that it was unpredictable and fast. At the end of the move, you simply couldn't see his shadow. The sword technique was covered with a layer of black fire. Everywhere it went, only dark sword shadows could be seen. It was almost invincible. 2 masked men stood on the back of the harpy and watched anxiously. One of them sneered. "We told him not to go down, but he insisted on going down. How can that crown prince of the divine land be such a good-natured person? Hall Master won't lose to Prince Mo, right?" The masked man who sneered said, "We're not his match." Speaking in hindsight, the other man turned and glared at him angrily. "Why didn't you say so earlier? What should we do now? Do you think Hall Master will listen to me if I say so?" The masked man sneered. "You're the one who was trained by Hall Master. He's been suspicious of me for a long time. That's because you were disrespectful to Hall Master. You're clearly placed by Master to monitor Hall Master." Chapter 3897. The masked man let out a cold laugh. "That's because you guys aren't decisive enough. What did I say last time in the Red River Canyon? Did anyone listen to me? You clearly knew that there was no hope of capturing them alive, yet you still did that. Master's meaning is that we don't care if they live or die." The masked man looked at the person beside him coldly. "That's what I'm thinking right now." "No, Hall Master Gong didn't say that he wanted their lives." "Them." The masked man laughed mockingly. "I think that you guys have become muddle-headed because of that little girl." The masked man said coldly, "I saw it last time in the Red River Canyon. If it wasn't for that little girl, would you guys be so hesitant and wishy-washy? Right now, I have reason to suspect that because of this little evildoer, you guys won't sincerely work for Master this time. After all, last time in the Red River Canyon, the situation was clearly good and everything was arranged properly. But in the end, you guys were still killed and escaped safely. Vice Hall Master Gue, don't forget that from the beginning to the end, Hall Master Gong was the one in charge of this matter. You don't have the qualifications to talk nonsense here." The other person said angrily. The masked man called Vice Hall Master Gue sneered and raised his hand, taking out a token with the image of a harpy on it. "The dispatch token is in my hands. If you guys are still hesitating today, I'll give you the best order." The other masked man's pupils shrunk, and he subconsciously clenched his fist. "Vice Hall Master Gay. Vice Hall Master Meng." Vice Hall Master Gue's malicious gaze locked onto him. "What are you worried about? From your current performance? I have reason to suspect that you guys are just playing with Prince Mo and not sincerely completing the mission." Vice Hall Master Meng's cold gaze fell on Vice Hall Master Gay. "You're thinking too much." "Ha ha." Vice Hall Master Gay stopped laughing and said coldly, "It's best that you're not." He lowered his head and glanced at the ghost-faced Hall Master, who had already exchanged dozens of blows with Prince Mo and was clearly at a disadvantage. With a sneer, he raised the harpy token in his hand. "All members of Heavenly Fate, listen to my command. Kill everyone below with all your might." Vice Hall Master Meng glared at the masked man. At this moment, the ghost Mask Hall Master who was fighting with Mo Lien naturally heard Ghost Vice Hall Master's voice. She turned to look at him coldly. Vice Hall Master Gue only raised his malicious eyes and revealed a cold smile at him. On the other hand, Sir Jojo's eyes were fixed on the sword light, his face expressionless. Duan Yu glanced down at her and reassured with a chuckle, "Jojo, don't worry. Crown Prince Lien's skills aren't something this fellow can handle." Jojo, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear him. His big, watery eyes were fixed on the field, and his face was expressionless. Duan Yu looked down at her and let out a long sigh. Jojo's thoughts were truly extremely easy to guess. If she fell in love with someone, then she would give her heart and soul to that person. Nothing else seemed to be able to enter those big, bright eyes of hers. Duan Yu was irritated and couldn't resist roaring at Mo Lien. Are you done yet? Can't you see that the others are fighting among themselves? Hurry up and kill the next step. Chapter 3898. She was still in the mood to tease others at a time like this. At this time, the two of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. Duan Yu couldn't help but feel impatient, so he grumpily roared at Mo Lien. The two swords collided violently, and a dang sound was heard. The Ghost Face Hall Master looked down and saw that his perfectly fine spirit weapon had been broken into two from middle. Mo Lien pointed her sword at the Ghost Face Hall Master's chest, and the scorching black flames were about to strike him. Suddenly, there was a rapid whistle, and a flying dagger as thin as a cicada's wing flew over and blocked Raven Moon's momentum with a clink. However, who could withstand Raven Moon's might? It merely blocked its momentum slightly. Raven Moon abruptly flew up and clashed with that thin dagger in the sky. With Raven Moon's ferocious strength, it naturally knocked that dagger to the ground. It hovered in the air, and the sword hummed. It was like a peerless monarch overlooking everything with disdain. Mo Lien beckoned with her hand, and Raven Moon swooped down and landed firmly in Mo Lien's hand. On the other side, Vice Hall Master Meng, who had jumped down from the harpy's back and saved the Ghostface Hall Master at the critical moment, didn't care about the pugilistic rules of winning with numbers. His figure flew diagonally into the arena, and he slashed a wooden spike in Mo Lien's direction. However, he swiftly retreated and pulled the Ghostface Hall Master back onto the harpy's back. Sir Jojo glared at them darkly. The little fatty had already jumped out from the side and cursed loudly. Fuck you. Heavenly luck really isn't anything good. He actually disregarded the pugilistic world's rules and wanted to win with numbers. Fatty, don't overestimate them. It's not the first time these people won with numbers. Which time didn't they throw away their armor and obediently retreat to their nest? Lu Yu echoed with a smile. Vice Hall Master Meng's face darkened. Huh, you guys are too confident. Lousy will kill all of you today. Naturally, no one will know how many times Tian Yun has failed before. This is the song of victory played by the victor. Swish! Suddenly, a ball of divine power flew towards the group of harpies in the sky. Vice Hall Master Ghost's eyelids twitched, and he shouted, Everyone back off! After a loud rumble, a thick black smoke appeared in the sky. Some of the harpies were burned and fell from the sky unsteadily. When the people below saw this, they hurriedly put up their own defensive barriers and tried their best to kill the harpies that were falling from the sky. I don't care about anything else. I'll just hack them to death when they come down. Everyone, there's no need to talk about morality with them. Everyone has the right to kill evil spirits. The little fatty roared and swung his double-headed hammer, smashing the head of a harpy. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone turned around and saw that their surroundings had turned into ruins. It was originally a small fortification, but after the fences outside were flattened and the wooden building was smashed into pieces, all of them were standing in ruins. Behind them, only the small wooden building and arbor remained. The rest had turned into ruins. Everyone's pupils constricted as they looked over. From afar, they saw a black horde of beasts, big and small, flying and crawling, surrounding the few thousand of them. It was as though they were struggling to survive on a desolate island with no one to rely on. Their surroundings were completely surrounded. Chapter 3899. They could only escape with their lives if they opened up a path of blood. Other than this, there was no other way. Everyone took a deep breath and raised the weapons in their hands. One by one, they moved toward the vicinity. When the beast horde started to attack the crowd, the people on the periphery started to panic. They wouldn't be human if they didn't panic when they saw ferocious beasts more than 3 feet tall, trampling toward them. Don't panic. Xiao Mu's icy voice was tinged with a faint chill. As long as you don't panic, they won't be able to charge over. Following her words, everyone saw the beast horde that blotted out the sky and covered the earth crash into a barrier 1 foot away from them. As expected, they were all blocked outside. A large-scale defensive talisman matrix was erected around everyone. Under the faint sunlight inside the forest, this defensive barrier emitted a transparent luster. It flickered as if light was flowing through it. Everyone's shrunken hearts finally relaxed slowly. Their eyes shone as they looked incredulously at the defensive barrier that appeared around them. Heavens, when did this defensive talisman matrix be reinforced? They really didn't know anything about it. Boom, boom. The first batch of beasts that crashed into the defensive barrier was actually sent flying and crashed heavily into the beast horde in the distance. After a wave of tearing and roaring, this batch of beasts that fell into the beast horde clashed with the beast horde in the middle and killed each other for a while. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Under the lead of their respective team leaders, they pounced at the beast horde at the front and brandished their swords without hesitation. The defensive talisman matrix protected them. If they didn't attack now, when would they? Nearby, superhumans and body cultivators pounced forward to fight with the large beasts at the front. In the distance, rows of spiritual cultivators stood solemnly as they launched waves of the 5 spirit powers into the distance. Water, fire, earth, wood, and thunder, the 5 spirit powers complemented each other. When they crashed into the beast horde, they immediately caused a large-scale massacre in a large area. Vicehall Master Ghost looked down at this scene from above, and a cold glint appeared in the corners of his eyes. His extremely severe gaze landed on the little stoic, and he suddenly pointed at her. Vicehall Master Meng was supporting the Ghostface Hall Master. When he saw the Ghostface Hall Master's actions, his eyelids twitched. "What are you doing?" This person actually dared to lay his hands on a young lady. Was he crazy? Vicehall Master Gue laughed coldly and said, "Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. This subordinate is helping Hall Master Gong to cut the Gordian knot. If he killed this little stoic, the defensive talisman array would naturally be broken, and killing those good-for-nothings would be as easy as catching turtles in a jar. Furthermore, when dealing with this young lady, he was able to cause the minds of the experts by her side to be greatly disturbed." Vicehall Master Gue could not help but secretly praise himself. This was simply killing many birds with one stone. "Stop!" The Ghostface Hall Master shouted coldly. "Hall Master Gong, your subordinate has the Eagle Body dispatching order. I hope that you can forgive me for not listening to your orders during this critical period." After saying that, Vicehall Master Gue waved his hand, and a few more harpies swooped down and surrounded the little girl. "You? Yes. Search. Die." The Ghostface Hall Master shouted angrily. "It's you who harbored disloyalty and refused to work for Master obediently." Vicehall Master Gue's face instantly contorted. "If it weren't for your indecisiveness in handling matters last time." Chapter 3900. How could Elder Tan's clone and a part of his soul be so easily annihilated? Hall Master Gong snorted. "This Hall Master has already received the punishment due to my erroneous decision." "That's right." Vicehall Master Ming also said furiously, "Since Hall Master Gong has already come out of Purgatory Valley, that means the Red River Canyon incident has already been completely covered up. What exactly are your intentions for harping on it so relentlessly?" Vicehall Master Gue waved his hand and sneered. "This subordinate is doing this for Tianyun's sake. If we don't get rid of this girl today, she will only increase our troubles in the future. This subordinate is merely making an early decision for everyone's sake. Kill her." With this command, countless harpies swooped down. Arbor expressionlessly watched the harpies swooping down. Her small face was devoid of joy, anger, or grief as she watched coldly from the sidelines. From beginning to end, besides throwing out a ball of divine energy, she hadn't made a move. She had been firmly protected behind the Crown Prince, Duan Yu, Mu Xingqian, and the others, so she didn't have a chance to attack. Although their cultivation bases were high, they were now facing an overwhelming number of eagle-bodied monsters. As the saying went, even two fists would find it difficult to fight four hands. let alone now that so many harpies were swarming over. As time passed, even the little fatty and the others couldn't help but feel chills run down their spines. They inwardly grumbled bitterly, wondering how long they could last. The little stoic's face was icy, and the fury in her heart climbed up bit by bit. So infuriating. They actually dared to gang up on her while she was advancing to the star domain realm. Did they really think that she, Arbor, was a pushover? Jojo, take Xian and the others, and leave using the transportation talisman matrix first. Mu Xingqian pulled his sister back a few steps. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off half of a harpy's head. Those harpies moved at lightning speed, and their claws tore through the people present amidst the swishing wind. If it weren't for the defensive talisman matrix, the teams inside the base would have suffered countless casualties. I'm not leaving. Madame Jojo threw away her brother's hand and raised her head. Her cold eyes stared at Vice Hall Master Ghost, who was hovering in the air. This person wanted to take her life, so how could she let him leave Phoenix with force alive? Jojo. Duan Muqing grabbed her hand. It's too messy here. Don't be rash. When he saw the look in her eyes, he knew that the little girl wanted to take revenge on the spot. That ghost Vice Hall Master kept sending the harpies down to attack Jojo, and it was obvious that the little girl hated him. He was worried that she would impulsively jump into the air and go deep into the enemy's territory, falling into someone's trap. Of course, Arbor wasn't that stupid. He turned around and glanced at Duan Muqing. I have an idea. Duan Yu put away the crow bone fan in his hand and looked back at the little fellow. Those harpies seemed to hold a grudge against him, and Mo Lien for being ruthless and killing several of their companions without any hesitation. Right now, they were wantonly attacking him and Mo Lien. With the addition of new enmity and old hatred, the harpies attacked even more ferociously. Duan Yu couldn't help but frown when he couldn't send the guy who was hit by a concealed weapon flying with 3 consecutive penetrating bone nails. What a valiant physique. It was unknown what kind of medicine was used to create these monsters, but their current physique could rival that of a half-step immortal bone. Swords and sabers were useless, so they could only use the 5 spirit origins to attack. Of course, it was completely useless if they only attacked their limbs. Chapter 3901. The sword in Mu Xingqian's hand glowed brightly as he sliced off the arms of a few harpies. He turned around and shouted to everyone, "Don't slack off." How could they not slack off? The few square formations that were barely organized in the small base were like a plate of loose sand. It was still all right in the beginning of the battle. Everyone was full of energy and had the ability to resist the beast horde. However, as time dragged on, after 4 hours, everyone's arms were so sore that they could not lift them anymore. Naturally, the speed at which they slashed also slowed down. Although the defensive talisman array had disappeared once and almost caused panic when they realized that the defensive talisman array had not disappeared and was immediately replaced by a new set of defensive talisman arrays, they heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was somewhat exhausted and tired. Therefore, it was really said that they were exhausted. Once they heaved a sigh of relief, it was really difficult to lift it up again. Arbor also knew that this group of weaklings could not hold up. In fact, she had already thought highly of them for being able to last for 4 hours until now. Anyway, from the beginning, she did not care if these people could withstand the attacks of the harpies. Disperse in all directions, Arbor ordered coldly. Other than the Imperial school students and the Phoenix clan members who were following behind her, everyone could not help but flee in all directions when they heard this cold voice. The crowd ran in all directions, and finally, there was an empty circle in the middle. Although they were separated by the defensive barrier and looked at the dense horde of beasts outside, it was really a little frightening. However, they were still very confident in this defensive barrier. After 4 hours of battle, they were very clear that just relying on the horde of beasts outside would not be able to break open the defensive barrier above their heads in a short period of time. Seeing the horde of beasts charging at the defensive talisman array with all their might, in addition to the attacks of the harpies in the sky that caused the wind to howl. Actually, it was really a joke to say that they were confident the group of exhausted adventurers in the defensive barrier was really a little scared. However, once they slacked off, it really seemed like they could not even lift a finger. Xiao Mu gazed coldly at the several harpies who had swooped down and once again broke a hole in the defensive barrier before swarming toward her. Those things could only concentrate all their strength to tear a hole in her defense rune array and attack her. Otherwise, it was naturally impossible to shatter her entire set of defensive talisman arrays in a short period of time. The most interesting thing was that they liked to stare at the defensive barrier above her head, which clearly showed how much they disliked her. Their intention to gang up on her was clear as day. Ganging up? Arbor couldn't help but sneer. It was good that they had the intention to beat her up, but did they have the ability to do so? With a flash of light, everyone turned around to take a look, and they were all dumbfounded. In the empty space around the little stoic, 10 stone statues over 30 feet tall abruptly appeared. As soon as the statue appeared, the sounds of fighting in the small fortification fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the 10 statues that had appeared out of thin air, and they were all dumbfounded. Why did the little stoic put so many statues in her storage talisman? Of course, no one would believe that the little stoic had taken out statues from her inner world. After all, how could such large statues be placed in her inner world? Chapter 3902. Whose inner world could contain such colossal creatures, and as many as 10 of them? Don't joke around. No one could do it, all right? The little crown princess stood at the foot of the statue, expressionlessly. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a golden statue that had completely peeled off the stone statue appeared beside her again. Honestly speaking, the sudden appearance of these 11 statues in such a small place could no longer contain anything else. Arbor floated up and pointed at the harpies in the sky. Kill them. Everyone's eyelids twitched slightly. After several explosions, the stone powder on the outer layer of the 10 statues peeled off, revealing the golden skin inside. Like female generals wearing golden armor, the 10 golden men rapidly broke free from the restraints of the defensive barrier and leaped into the air. Arbor climbed onto the 11th golden man's shoulder and sat down. She said expressionlessly, "Uncle Master, they ganged up on me just now." A large sword appeared in each of the 10 golden men's hands at the same time, and they slashed at the harpies without any explanation. Viceal Master Gui's pupils constricted, and he simply could not believe the scene before him. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of loud tremors in the air, the harpies were caught off guard and scattered rapidly by the 10 golden men. A golden man that was 30 feet tall turned to look at the harpies expressionlessly. Under their incredulous gazes, he slashed down with his sword, and a sword gleam quickly split the heads of 3 harpies in half. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the scene before them in disbelief. Was this the young crown Prince Consort's strongest trump card? Could it be that these golden men were also created by soaking them in medicine? Did the little crown princess create them herself, or something else? Everyone was puzzled, but they could not help but click their tongues when they saw the sudden, one-sided collapse of the battle before them. Too powerful. There was actually such a pure power attack in the world. A golden man that was 30 feet tall raised his sword, and the sword gleam instantly expanded, sweeping past the harpies. The exploding radiance drew a circle of light in the air, almost blinding everyone's eyes. If there were only 10 golden men, they might not be able to turn the entire battle around. What about 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 more than 100 golden men rushed into the sky one after another to fight the eagle-bodied swarm? When the 300 golden men leaped into the air and crashed into the harpy men, they completely scattered the harpy men. The crowd below was silent. The 300 or so phoenixes who were fighting the beast horde also stopped and looked at their holy maiden in disbelief. The first elder, Feng Hepping's face was flushed red as he praised, "You are indeed worthy of being our holy maiden. It turns out that she has taken in so many golden men with super strong combat power." Feng Zhongfei silently closed his mouth, momentarily speechless. When he recalled how he had previously looked at the little stoic's nose and her eyes weren't her eyes, Why did he suddenly feel like his balls hurt? If he really pissed off the stoic face, he could summon a few golden men at any time. He would definitely be beaten up until he couldn't find his bearings, right? When the 800 golden statues fought against the harpies at the same time, not to mention whispers, even the sound of breathing was suppressed. The little stoic sat on Ant Master Golden Man's shoulder and raised her head to watch the vigorous battle. Chapter 3903. She sighed with some melancholy in her heart. Unfortunately, Uncle Master's golden statues could only last for 24 hours in the outside world, which was one day. However, after storing them in the star field, she could temporarily stop the calculation of time. However, they could only last for 24 hours at most, so she had to use them sparingly. There were only about 2,000 statues left in her inner world. Moreover, judging from the situation, the golden statues were stored in her inner world because she had used them at some point in time. Although she had no recollection of it now, her instincts should be correct. She didn't know how much time the statues in her inner world had left. Perhaps they would disappear in a few hours. Melancholy Mo Lien blinked and put away the Raven Moon sword in his hand. His figure floated in midair as he met his wifey's eyes. He reached out his hand. "Jojo." Arbor glanced at him and reluctantly jumped up. He smiled and reached out to embrace her. "Little rascal." He smiled and held her hand as they landed on the ground. At this moment, the harpies in the air were being chased around by the 800 golden statues. They were beheaded as soon as they saw them. Arbor watched expressionlessly for a while, then turned to look at the beasts outside the barrier that were eyeing them covetously. She frowned and said, "Why haven't these beasts retreated?" If they had been summoned by the harpies, then it was obvious that the harpies were retreating in defeat and couldn't even take care of themselves. However, these beasts were still squatting there, as if they wouldn't stop until they were bitten to death. Arbor waved her hand. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the Godstone cannon that had suddenly appeared in front of them. With a loud boom, the Godstone cannon blasted a hole in the middle of the beast horde. A thick smell of blood wafted through the air. The beast horde began to charge toward them in a frenzy. Arbor had purposely opened a door in the defensive glyph array. The beast horde that had surrounded them from all directions shrank toward the center and ran toward this door. They thought they could break through this door, but what awaited them was 3 consecutive cannon blasts. Even peak immortal venerables didn't want to fight against the Godstone cannon, let alone these little beasts of the spirit realm. After a few shots, all the beasts seemed to have come back to their senses from the bombardment. They straightened their butts and ran back like rats. Thus, those in front turned around and ran, while those behind swarmed forward. With this collision, both sides suffered casualties, and the scene became even more chaotic. All they saw was a cloud of dust and smoke, and the beasts were retreating at a very slow speed. Xiaomu leisurely stopped and unhurriedly put the divine stone cannon back into her storage talisman. Who would have thought that a ferocious beast would suddenly rush in from the door and bite the person's arm when it saw him? The other party was startled and hurriedly raised his sword to fight with the beast. With the help of everyone's spirit energy, he was finally able to kill the tiger wolf-like beast. Panting heavily, he looked at the few shallow claw marks on his arm that were left by the beasts, revealing a faint trace of blood. That person's face trembled, and he was in a rage. He couldn't help but roar at Arbor without thinking. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know to throw more godstones and blast the beast horde away?" With his roar, everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. Chapter 3904. This person was Zhao Yi from the City of Shadows. He felt that he was extremely unlucky throughout the journey. As a proud son of heaven in the City of Shadows, he accompanied his little junior sister to the Phoenix Forest to pick herbs. In the end, what exactly did they encounter along the way? Not only did they not pick any proper herbs, but they also encountered danger everywhere. After finally waking up his little junior sister, he was forced to fight against the beast horde with this motley crew. His arms were so sore that he almost couldn't lift them up. He was actually attacked by a ferocious beast. Not only did he almost lose his life, but his arms were also scratched. He didn't know if he would be infected with something bad. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and now that he caught that stoic face, it was truly a new grudge and old hatred. He couldn't help but curse at the slightest disagreement. He didn't have to be afraid of the crown princess of the divine prefecture. Their city of shadows was a colossus that transcended the 3 states. If they really went up against each other, it wasn't as if he didn't have the ability to resist. Seeing that everyone was looking at him as if he was crazy, Zhao Yi almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. Isn't that the case? Why are you all looking at me? Zhao Yi pointed at Arbor and said angrily, "Didn't you all notice? She could have summoned those golden figures from the beginning, but she waited until the end of the battle. She was only willing to summon them to fight against those harpies when she had no other choice. And the god stone cannon, she kept it in her storage talisman all this time. She clearly didn't care about the use of the god stone cannon, but were they looking down on Sir Jojo for not doing a good deed and not summoning the golden figures from the beginning to help them fight against those harpies? But on what basis? Martial Uncle's golden figures had a time limit. Once they were used up, they would be useless. On what basis did they think that they could enjoy the fruits of victory brought by others without paying any price? How laughable! Arbor threw out a purple storage talisman without saying a word, temporarily storing the golden figures in it. An indifferent gaze swept over Zhao Yi, who was still cursing. His icy, cold gaze instantly shut Zhao Yi's mouth, and his face turned a little red from holding back his anger. The little stoic's disdainful and apathetic gaze made him feel as if he was an underground sludge that was being disliked. "You, what's with that look? Can't you see the look of disdain in my eyes?" Qi Xianxian pushed Zhao Yi away with one hand as he stepped forward. She crossed her arms and sneered. "Look at you, what do you look like? Flustered and exasperated. You're complaining that we're too late? Who has the obligation to do these things for you? What does your life or death have to do with our team? Why don't you just die far away?" Zhao Yi's eyes were red, and he looked like he wanted to eat someone. "What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? Who do you think you are? We can attack whenever we like. What can you do about it?" Little Fatty and the others were worried that Xian would be taken advantage of, so they quickly rushed forward. They frowned and blocked Zhao Yi, who was charging forward, shoving him rudely. "I'm warning you, punk. If you dare to attack now, we'll kill you. Senior brother Zhao." A weak voice slid past everyone's ears like the buzz of a mosquito. Xiao walked forward while supporting her young miss, Mu Xiaoxue, who looked like she would fall with the wind at any moment. "Everyone, I'm truly sorry." Chapter 39:05. Senior brother is also impatient and is afraid that those beasts will charge in and hurt me. Senior brother only wants to protect me. Please forgive me if my words are too extreme. Qi Xianxian saw her sickly appearance and didn't want to continue arguing with her. She was a spirit realm cultivator, and I didn't need to bicker with a normal girl. Qi Xianxian shut her mouth and left in a huff. Little Fatty and the others looked at Zhao Yi warningly for a few seconds before they all turned and left. Mo Lien cast a cold gaze from afar, causing Zhao Yi's expression to change slightly as he shut his mouth. Lin Zhen'er saw this and hurriedly advised, "Senior brother Zhao, don't provoke that crown princess anymore." She didn't want to provoke such a terrifying person with countless trump cards. To be honest, it was all thanks to the Crown Prince Consort's group that they were able to survive the beast tide this time. Zhao Yi glared angrily at Lin Zhen'er. "Junior, Sister Lin, even you are scared out of your wits by that woman. Am I wrong? This woman could have used the golden statue to fight against the enemy earlier, but she waited until we were all so tired that we couldn't even lift our arms before she was willing to release the golden statue." Zhao Yi said angrily, "I think she has a vicious heart and doesn't care about the lives of others." "Senior brother," Mu Xiaoxue called out softly, "we should think a way to leave this place as soon as possible. We could talk about other things later. That crown princess has an eccentric personality and doesn't know much about the world. She does things according to her own preferences and does as she pleases. However, she has many experts by her side. We shouldn't act rashly." Mu Xiaoxue glanced at Arbor. With so many Phoenix clan members and the Imperial school students all on their side, They had no chance of winning in terms of numbers. Senior brother, let's go back to the City of Shadows first. We can talk when we get back. Mu Xiaoxue's face was full of worry. Zhao, he immediately felt very comforted and patted his junior sister's soft hand. Don't worry, junior sister. I will protect you well. We'll listen to you. We'll go back now. He would think of a way to deal with that woman when he got back. The crown princess of the Divine Land. Haha, without this title, she would not be able to be so proud. Why is he so annoying? Mo Yin frowned slightly and retracted her gaze from Zhao Yi. She held Arbor's hand and complained softly. Such a vulgar person should be dealt with as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Ignore people with mental problems, Arbor said faintly. The horde of beasts has retreated. The royal school's students exclaimed in joy. Just now, everybody had fought against the beasts for more than 4 hours with the help of the defense rune arrays. Although their clothes were even more ragged now, their faces were brimming with vigorous smiles. No matter whether they made it to the final round of the preliminary round of the Heaven Yuan ranking or not, they all felt that it was worth the trip. Zither, young master, and the others are here. A student suddenly called out. Everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. They saw Zither, young master, and second young master strolling over from the ruins. Wearing the elegant academy uniform, the two of them were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. As they walked through the ruins, it was as if they were walking on a street full of flowers. Chapter 3906. Both of them had very leisurely expressions as they walked over unhurriedly, looking like they were stepping through ruins and soaking in the prosperity of the world. Sigh, truly beautiful people. They were beautiful no matter where they walked. This thought inexplicably popped up in everyone's minds. Whoever wore the same clothes would be the ugliest and most laughable. The two brothers walked over with their clothes fluttering. The eldest young sir's grinning gaze landed on Mo Yin and the others before finally settling on the little stoic. He waved a claw at her. Jojo, what happened on your side? What a coincidence. Duanyu lightly waved the raven bone fan in his hand and said with a grin, we just finished a group fight on our side, and you guys came. TSK, you really know how to rush to a gathering. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled and cast a sidelong glance at Duanyu. He spread his hands and said, it can't be helped. This is probably just luck. Fuck luck again. Previously, because they picked up 2 phoenix flowers under the camphor tree, they couldn't get over this freaking luck joke anymore, right? Everyone glared angrily. Duanyu even turned his head and complained to the little girl, as usual. Jojo, eldest Qin insulted me. The little girl didn't even think before shouting at eldest young Sir Qin. Why did you insult him? Everyone. Mo Yin twitched her mouth and tugged at her wife's small hand before irritably glaring at Duanyu. What is wrong with this punk? Where did he learn this bad habit? Qiao, who habitually looked for him whenever something happened, had the same deep-rooted bad habits as Zhichun. The eldest young sir glanced at the little stoic aggrievedly. Stoic face, you're unfair. When did I insult him? He insulted me first. Arbor thought about it and agreed. But she just didn't like eldest Qin and Omega Kitoku, these 2 fools. She humphed and didn't say anything else. At this time, 7th young Sir Qin, who was standing behind Omega Kitoku, couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. He stared at the person behind Arbor's group and nearly blurted out in shock, what happened to you? Omega Kitoku's gaze landed on him at the same time. When they saw 7th Qin's expression as if he had seen a ghost, they all cast their gazes in the direction he was looking at. On the other side, the 5th young master, who was as calm as water, was also dressed in the academy uniform. At this moment, he was standing behind Arbor with a tranquil expression. His cold gaze met 7th Qin's, and a trace of mockery tugged at the corners of his lips. Naturally, Qiaomu also turned around to take a look. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and abruptly turned to look at 7th Qin. Why do you look so shocked? Oh, I understand. Arbor gently patted her husband's hand to make him let go of her. The little stoic took small steps forward and stared coldly at that 7th young master. It's you. The eldest young sir looked back at 7th Qin in confusion. What is it? Of all the people he could provoke, why did he have to provoke a little girl? Eldest brother, I don't know what she's talking about. Seventh young Master Chin promptly feigned innocence and shrunk behind eldest Chin Omega Kitoku. Come out. Arbor pointed at seventh Chin and disdainfully waved at eldest young Sir Chin, who was blocking her path. Get out of the way. Eldest young Sir Chin blinked innocently. What is it, Jojo? The little girl raised her hand, and a shining black ferrule appeared in her hand. The eldest young Sir was involuntarily startled. From the looks of it, the little girl was really going to beat little 7-Up? The second young Sir silently took a step back. His retreat was truly mindful, and he immediately opened up a path. Eldest young Sir Chin abruptly turned to glare at his second brother. Chapter 39:07. This guy was quite sensible. When he saw that the little stoic was about to make a move, he immediately gave way to her. The second young master silently glanced at eldest Chin and completely ignored his contemptuous gaze. He silently retreated 2 more steps and didn't make a sound. What exactly did you do to provoke her? Eldest young Master Chin glared at his 7th brother in exasperation at his failure to live up to his expectations. At the same time, he kept signaling him with his eyes to hurry up and plead for leniency for him. Based on his familiarity with the stoic face, the little lady was actually a person with a hard face but a soft heart. If 7th brother was willing to give an eldest brother, I really didn't do anything. 7th young Master Chin retreated while running half a circle around the Chin family's team. He glared at Arbor and said, on the other hand, she robbed our team not long after we entered the forest. A Royal Academy student rolled his eyes in exasperation and scoffed. Is it strange? Our team was robbed 3 times by the Crown Princess. So what do we say? Isn't robbery normal? That's right. Robbery is normal. How can victory be determined if we don't rob? How can we obtain enough points to enter the finals if we don't rob? 7th young Master Chin was stupefied. He turned to those students who were talking noisily with an expression of, are you still human? How can you say that? Don't you think you're going overboard? 7th young Master Chin's eyes revealed fury. You've all been brainwashed by her. I'm clearly the victim, so why are you all standing on her side? The Royal Academy student who spoke earlier rubbed his nose and said, it's you who said it strangely. That's right. It's a competition. Isn't it just you scamming me and I scamming you? You guys. 7th young Master Chin was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Shut up. Xiao Mu grumpily rebuked him. She then grimaced as she pressed closer to him with her ferrule. Was I talking to you about that matter? Don't change the topic. If you're a man, then stand out if you have the guts. 7th young Master Chin's originally innocent face stiffened in an instant. No matter which man it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Naturally, he could no longer continue to beat around the bush and change the topic, much less run away or retreat. 7th Chin braced himself and slowly walked forward from the Chin family's ranks. He glared sternly at Arbor and said in a threatening manner, what do you want to do? Since you like to break other people's limbs so much, I'll give you a big gift. You dare. 7th Chin jumped in fright, and he retreated 2 steps in succession, adopting a fighting stance. Arbor took a step forward and looked at him with a sneer. He raised the ferrule in his hand and rushed forward like a ghost. Originally, he didn't want to meddle in the affairs of the Chin estate, but little 5th Chin's ghastly appearance from before truly poked at her heart. She wanted to see what this person was capable of. Even if he obediently stayed out of trouble and lived his life obediently, would others still roll their eyes at him? Did the weak not have a way to survive? Did everything have to be done according to the preferences of the strong? Did ordinary people not even have the chance to take a look at this great world? The ferrule fell down from above, carrying a wisp of fire as it intensely rolled towards 7th Chin's body. An enormous force abruptly bombarded 7th Chin's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 39:08. She flew out like a sparrow hawk with its string cut. The 5th young master didn't know how others felt. He watched as 7th Chin's figure drew a splendid arc onto the sunset glow. He truly couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Looking at that wanton figure in front of him, He took a few steps forward and coldly said, I'm more proficient than you at using my strength to bully the weak. A ferrule broke that person's left arm. Little 15 inexplicably felt that this little lady's wanton demeanor was dazzling and eye-catching. He felt that he seemed to understand this person a little. At this time, the beast horde had all retreated. Night slowly descended, and the night breeze assaulted them. Coupled with the bloody stench on the ground, it was truly indescribable. Myers and his group, who knew how many beats slower, finally reached this small base. They looked at the wreckage on the ground with subtle expressions. Did no one tell us what happened? Alex turned to look in the little lady's direction. When Xianxian saw this, she immediately glared at him. What kind of expression is that? These corpses on the ground have nothing to do with our JoJo. Alex chuckled. How could it have nothing to do with them? Half of the corpses on the ground are probably your team's handiwork, right? Arbor didn't take Alex's slightly provocative gaze seriously and turned to ask Duanyu softly, You're leaving right now? Duanyu nodded and smiled at her. Don't worry. We'll meet again at the academy very soon. Then let's also make a trip back. Arbor nodded and glanced at Emolien. The latter naturally nodded. Duanyu was probably right. That ghost-faced hall master of all Seer Academy must have other considerations for leaving them in Phoenix Grove with so many people. It was only right for them to make a trip back to Dragonflame City. They wouldn't receive any news if they stayed in Phoenix Grove. Even if they returned to the academy now, they wouldn't feel at ease. Then we'll part for now. Duanyu glanced at them with a smile, before glancing faintly at Emolien. Take good care of her. Afterwards, he didn't dare to linger on the little stoic's face for too long and did his best to look away. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Long and frustrated, endless thoughts of love. He felt that if he stayed for even a moment longer, his reluctance to part would deepen, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The little fellow pursed his lips and looked at his departing figure. He couldn't help but frown. In fact, she didn't know that the world was unpredictable. After this farewell, things would remain the same, but people would change. Can he do it alone? The little fellow asked worriedly. Emolien couldn't help but twitch her lips. She squeezed her little hand and said, Jojo, what are you doing? The little fellow asked snappily. Can we not always ask others if they can do it? Xiao Mu's small, expressionless face instantly cracked, and she turned her head to glare at that guy before spitting at him. Emolien looked at her with a smile. Seeing that her heavy heart had calmed down a little, she smiled and said, Don't worry. He grasped her hand and pulled her along as he softly comforted. He's not stupid. If he encounters any difficult problems, he'll naturally send us a message. Do you think he's a little white rabbit? He's more cunning than anyone. Arbor was silent for a moment before nodding and saying softly, I only hope that everyone can live well. As for anything else, he didn't ask for anything else. Arbor restrained his gaze. Chapter 3909. In a corner of Phoenix Grove, several harpies fell from the sky in exhaustion and continuously rolled into the thicket. After a while, they stretched their bodies and crawled out with ashen faces. Vice Hall Master Meng supported Ghost-Faced Hall Master with one hand and staggered out. Hurry, hurry, hurry. On the other side, Vice Hall Master Ghost, who had escaped from the fortification, was in a sorry state as he berated the harpy beneath him. He kicked and poked at him as he reprimanded. Get up. That harpy was clearly exhausted and couldn't get up at all. Vice Hall Master Ghost turned his head, and his eyes shot out a piercing light. What are you doing? Ghost-Faced Hall Master coldly put away the communication talisman he had written and turned to look at him with ridicule in his eyes. Of course, we're properly reporting this incident. Report? Vice Hall Master Ghost anxiously stepped forward, wanting to snatch the communication jade talisman from Ghost-Faced Hall Master's hands. What did you say? Hall Master Gong, what did you say? What did you say to the higher-ups? On the side, Vice Hall Master Meng sneered. Are you still scared? Didn't you even go against the Hall Master's wishes? Now that something happened, you're scared again. Vice Hall Master Meng sneered. Look at your cowardly appearance. You actually dare to mock me. What? Am I wrong? I already told you that the little stoic isn't as easy to deal with as you imagine. If you can't lock her divine sense and take away all the storage talismans on her. You'll definitely surprise me. She'll keep giving you surprises. Vice Hall Master Meng sneered. You. Vice Hall Master Ghost was so angry that he couldn't speak. How could he have known that this damned stoic face could actually hide so many gold figurines on her? Vice Hall Master Ghost turned his head and glared at ghost-faced Hall Master. Hall Master Gong, did you already know about this stoic face's methods? What did you report to the higher-ups? Don't push all the responsibility onto me. You also have an undeniable responsibility for this incident. I'm only speaking the truth. The Ghost-Face Hall Master coldly glanced at him and said, You didn't listen to orders and ordered the Harpies to attack without permission. As a result, 3,000 out of 4,000 Harpies have died. How is it my responsibility if it wasn't for your indecisiveness? Master's intention is to trap them. For the time being, they won't be able to leave Phoenix Grove for 3 days. The Ghost Mask Hall Master interrupted him and said coldly, You've ruined everything. No, Hall Master Gong. You could spend the next 3 months in Purgatory Valley. Ghostface Hall Master sneered. He turned around and left with Vice Hall Master Meng without looking at him. Vice Hall Master Gue was left behind, and he was so angry that he kicked a harpy. Feeling that one kick was not enough to vent his anger, Vice Hall Master Gue continued to kick the harpy, who was groaning in pain. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. He roared furiously in the forest. He turned his head and glared at the ruined fortification with a venomous glint in his eyes. That damned little stoic face. One day, I'll definitely cut you down with my sword. I'll make you pay the price you deserve. The next morning, the person in charge of the fortification, Xia Gue, and a group of Imperial School students sent Arbor and M.O. Lien to the entrance of Phoenix Grove. I feel like someone is talking about me behind my back. Chapter 39:10. The little fellow raised his hand and rubbed his little nose as he muttered to himself. M.O. Lien smiled and released Yin Qi, allowing him to transform into a dragon and fly into the sky. She carried the little fellow and leaped onto the dragon's back. Arbor lowered his head and waved at Qi Xian and the rest. You guys go back to the academy first. Okay. Qi Xian, Little Fatty, and the rest stood beside a group of Royal School students and waved at her. Finish your business early and return to the academy early. Arbor nodded and waved goodbye to them. Yin Qi swung his dragon tail and brought the two of them out of the Phoenix Forest, leaping into the fluffy white clouds. M.O. Yin looked back helplessly. Why do these people have to follow us? Arbor looked back and could not help but raise his hand to his forehead. More than 2,000 members of the Phoenix clan rode on their flying spirit beasts and followed them back to the city. She had told Feng Hepping before that she hoped that they would stay in the Phoenix Forest and cultivate properly. After all, that was a place that could only be found by chance. In the end, Feng Hepping rejected her and even vowed to her, wherever Sir Jojo goes, the Phoenix clan will follow. What else could she do? She had to drag more than 2,000 people back to the city. You don't have to care about them. Sir Jojo coughed softly and met M.O. Lien's pitiful gaze. He could not help but twitch his mouth. I will make arrangements for them. Ow! M.O. Lien glanced at him. Do you know that the great elder in your family looked at me, strangely, for almost an hour? Arbor quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, don't be angry. The great elder is not sensible. Why are you angry with an old man like him? M.O. Lien hugged her in exasperation and amusement, and he repeatedly nuzzled her head. Why are you so annoying? Can't you be good and not go around provoking people? Sir Jojo immediately became angry. Who did I provoke? Do you know what else your clan's grand elder said to me? What did he say? Arbor looked at him in confusion. Feng Hepping said that you are the holy maiden of the Phoenix clan, and all the men of the Phoenix clan will be proud to marry you. There are more men in the Phoenix clan. There are 2,000 men in the Phoenix clan. The remaining women don't mind being your concubines. What? The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched. He quickly raised his hand and stroked his chest to calm him down. At the same time, he used his little fist to help him calm down. Feng Hepping, that old fool, don't bother with him. Later, he would beat this stinky old man to death. How could he scare Jojo's lotus like this? Don't worry, Jojo doesn't want anyone else. Jojo wants Jojo's lotus. As soon as the little fellow was done muttering, he looked up and saw Mo Lian's enlarged handsome face right in front of him. His eyes were filled with a deep smile. Oh, you lied to me. She knew it. How could the great elder be so disrespectful? How could he say such things to Jojo's lotus? Mo Lian pursed his lips. He had only repeated part of what Feng Heping had said. Feng Heping had obviously gone overboard. Okay? He knew that with so many pretty boys by Jojo's side, nothing good would come out of it. Why was he so pitiful? He had to compete with humans, with beasts, and now with an entire clan of birdmen. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, he had the foresight to settle down with Xiao Yin in the lower star field. Chapter 30-911. Otherwise, how many people would he have to fight for his Jojo in the upper realm? If he didn't keep an eye on her, she might be caught and run away. By then, he would really go wherever he wanted to go thinking about it. He shuddered and quickly hugged his little wife tightly. Jojo, if we train in the future, you must be in the same team as me. Arbor suppressed the smile on her lips and rolled her eyes on purpose. That won't do. I can't leave Xian and the others behind. They're my teammates for life. I'll be your husband for life, too. Why am I so pitiful? Mo Yin thought to himself. He lowered his head and looked at her pitifully. Jojo, your husband will feel bad if you say that. If we're not in the same team in the future, what if you create another dragon, turtle, or Qilin in the Holy Land? What do you want your husband to do? Arbor buried her head in his arms and could not suppress the smile in her heart. Don't be funny, okay? I'm serious. Okay. I'm serious too. Arbor looked up and held his face. She blinked and looked at him. Husband, you're Jojo's most important person. I'll bring you with me wherever I go in the future. Emolian was instantly overjoyed and reached out to hug her. He nodded and said, Wife, I'm relieved to hear that. Wife, you're the best. I can't miss a second. Grand Elder Feng Ping, who had been following behind the young couple, had to eat the dust left behind by Seventh Yan's tail. His elderly face was tense. Her gaze fixated on the lovey-dovey couple in front of her, and she glared resentfully at Feng Chongqing, who was standing beside her. Chongqing, in terms of appearance and cultivation, you don't lose out to that crown Prince Mo by much. Why don't you work harder? Feng Zhongfei twitched his mouth and looked up at his elder brother. Along the way, he had been listening to Feng Heping's nagging so much that his ears were about to grow calluses. But Feng Zhongqing had an indifferent expression. He let out a long sigh and said, Elder, don't come up with bad ideas. How could Chongqing steal someone else's love? I didn't ask you to snatch it. First Elder Feng blinked her dog eyes and said angrily, Our Phoenix Clan Saintess can have as many husbands as she wants. Feng Zhongfei burst out laughing and turned his head away, not looking at his elder brother's slightly twisted handsome face. It turned out that the great elder wanted his big brother, the current patriarch of the Phoenix Clan, to be the little girl's concubine. Zhongfei, what are you laughing at? The fire inexplicably burned Feng Zhongfei's body. Feng Zhongfei looked over innocently. You two brothers look pretty good, but why are you both so stubborn? When it's time to make a move, you must make a move. If we pass this village, how can we find that shop? The great elder immediately activated his demonic voice, which pierced through one's mind. Chongqing, it's not easy to find a girl these days, and it's even harder to find a good girl. Zhongfei, you should persuade your elder brother more in the future when you have time. And you're more quick-witted than your elder brother. Why don't you go and get close to the little girl first and lead the way for your elder brother? If you don't go, our Phoenix Clan has so many good men, and many people are lining up to marry the Saintess. Don't blame this old man for not reminding you. The Saintess is such a good girl. You can't find one outside. First Elder, please let me off. Chapter 39-12. Listen, Mo Lian poked his wife's head. Great Elder is reprimanding clan leader Feng and the others again. It must have something to do with you. Xiao Mu adjusted her posture in his arms and leaned against him comfortably. She absent-mindedly reached out to draw a talisman stroke by stroke in the air. After drawing one, she drew another. 2 defensive purple talismans floated around her. Emolian hugged her and asked with a smile, "What do you want to try?" "I want to see how long these talismans drawn in the air can last if they are not used. The talisman's power will not dissipate." Emolian raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, his fingers suddenly paused. Then, he took out a jade communication talisman from his sleeve. Something happened in Dragonflame City? Arbor turned to look at her husband. Seeing that his expression had suddenly turned cold, Jojo's intuition told him that something must have happened in Dragonflame City. Was Tianyun's action so fast? The Mu family was attacked in the middle of the night last night. Arbor's eyes narrowed dangerously. Tianyun? Emolian nodded. The two of them did not say anything more. They only urged Little Seven to speed up. There was nothing much to say. Since Tianyun had attacked the Mu family, then the Mu family was naturally doomed. It was hard to tell how he felt. Arbor did not expect that Tianyun's first target in Dragonflame City would be the Mu family. Among the 6 major aristocratic families, the Mu family was neither ranked at the top nor the bottom. Such a mediocre family was targeted by Tianyun and attacked first. Arbor could not help but suspect that everything Tianyun had done had something to do with her. Of course, although she thought so in her heart, she would not say it out loud. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. "How's the ancestral hall?" Emolian was startled. Then, he shook his head and said, "Do you want me to ask?" Arbor thought about it and shook his head. "We'll talk about it when we get back." If those little beasts didn't have eyes and provoked her mother's peaceful sleep, she would let them know that sometimes death wasn't too scary. Living would only make people feel more pain. Her aura instantly turned cold, and her icy face was covered with a layer of killing intent. It took about 2 days to fly from Phoenixwood Forest to Dragonflame City. When Arbor and the others entered the city, it was already noon. Before entering the city, they contacted Xiao Yi and asked him to arrange for the Phoenix clan to rest in a mountain forest. Originally, he didn't have many people by his side. In terms of manpower, he mainly relied on the Crown Prince's Hidden Night Pavilion and Shadow Guards. Master Jojo was a little amused by the sudden appearance of more than 2,000 Immortal State followers. After making arrangements for the Phoenix clan, Arbor and Emolian rushed to the Winter Moon Mountain Forest in the western suburbs. At the foot of the mountain gate, the guards who were supposed to be stationed here were gone, and there were a few pools of blood on the ground. A group of guards was investigating here. Seeing the two of them, the guard captain hurried over and led the guards to bow respectfully. "Greetings, Crown Prince, Crown Princess. Fong Su, did you find anything?" Fong Su shook his head with a serious expression. "Crown Princess, Tianyun's men acted 2 days ago at night. They came quickly and left quickly. By the time the palace sent reinforcements, they had all retreated." Arbor nodded. Since it was a surprise attack, they naturally needed speed. "The Mu family? Crown Princess, go take a look." Fong Su sighed. Chapter 39:13. He didn't know what to say after such a thing happened. The little Crown Princess didn't have a good relationship with the Mu family. But now the Mu family was in such a miserable state that anyone who saw it would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, based on his observations along the way, the little Crown Princess was clearly a stubborn and soft-hearted little fellow. She wouldn't be happy with the Mu family in such a state. Arbor glanced at Fong Su and nodded. She casually instructed him, then pulled Prince Emo to the mountain gate. After entering the Mu family's mountain gate, Arbor frowned and whispered, "Should we call eldest brother back?" "I've already sent a message to eldest brother." After such a big thing happened, it was naturally not good to hide it from Mu Xingqian. If he didn't tell him after finding out about such a big thing, wouldn't he be upset for no reason? Arbor nodded and didn't think too much about it. As she walked over, she saw that the flowers and trees were all stained with blood. The corpses should have been cleaned up by the guards, but the bloodstains were all left behind. Arbor and Emolian walked all the way to the main hall. She stood there with lowered eyes and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "That's not right." "What's not right?" Emolian lowered her head and asked her. The The bloodstains are not right. Emolian blinked and then nodded in understanding. You're saying that the Mu family has more than 1,000 people, but the bloodstains outside are less than 100 people? Arbor nodded and looked up at her husband with sparkling eyes. Her husband was always the first to understand Sir Jojo's meaning. He was very smart. Then where are the Mu family hiding at this moment? Ask old man Xiaoyang, he should know. Can we still enter Xiaoyang Pavilion? Arbor immediately frowned. That's right, we can't enter Xiaoyang Pavilion yet. But after knowing that most of the Mu family was actually fine, she wasn't so anxious. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for 10,000 years. The Mu family was probably like this. Arbor snorted. Forget it. We'll talk about it when Big Brother comes. Arbor tugged at Emolian's hand and said, Big Brother should know about the tunnels and secret places here. She was too lazy to open the talisman to look for those people, so she just let them hide inside for a few more days. From the looks of it, they were probably scared out of their wits by Tian Yun's people. But it made sense. How could a great talisman clan that had been passed down for 1,000 years not have any methods to protect the lives of its disciples? They had worried for nothing. When Fong Su saw the two of them come out not long after entering, he couldn't help but ask in a daze, Crown Prince, Crown Princess, have you returned to the palace? Arbor nodded. I haven't seen my father for a long time. Let's go and see him. Fong Su's mouth twitched. It was a little strange that the little Crown Princess was suddenly so sensible. Emolian couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll send a message to Big Brother and tell him not to worry. Things shouldn't be as serious as we think. Arbor nodded noncommittally. He glanced at Fong Su and casually tossed him a pill. I see that you're about to advance. This is a level 10 spirit breakthrough pill. How did it feel to suddenly be hit by a pie that fell from the sky? It was exactly this feeling right now. Fong Su turned his head dumbly and stared blankly for a long while before shouting at the young couple's departing figures. Many thanks to the Crown Princess. Many thanks to Your Highness the Crown Prince. The group of small guards who were whispering beside him all looked at their commander with envious eyes. Commander Fong is really lucky. Chapter 39:14. Mo Lucian was a bit speechless as he gazed at the young couple sitting in his study. Here, the little fellow threw a small jar of ointment in front of the emperor and cast him a sidelong glance. If you have a headache, just pick your fingernail and smear it on your temples. In the future, don't use that shoddy powder of Madame Guaz to drive away the pain. Treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. The more it is treated, the more inferior it is. The veins on the emperor's forehead pulsed faintly, and he silently put the item back into his inner world. He asked his son and daughter-in-law coldly, You went to see the Mu residence? How is the situation there? It's all right. The little fellow's tone really made the emperor wish for nothing more than to slap her to death. Glancing at his son, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, the emperor pressed between his brows and asked speechlessly, How exactly is it? They probably used a talisman matrix to transport them out. Or they hid in an underground talisman matrix that we didn't discover. The little stoic expressionlessly stated. Then she said, It won't be too late for Royal Father to summon them to clarify the situation when they are willing to crawl out of their rat hole. Mo Lucian speechlessly glanced at the little fellow. He was certain that if the Mu family's patriarch was sitting here and heard the little fellow say rat hole, he definitely wouldn't be in a good mood. How much did she despise the Mu family? The Mu family is just like that. They walk the path of the middle and shrink back in whatever they do. They don't even dare to stand up for their wife's family when others bully them. That's right. Prince Mo immediately nodded in solidarity with a common enemy. Our Mo family absolutely won't be like this. The Emperor, just how strong is your desire to live? The little lady didn't beat around the bush to criticize you, yet you just had to blurt out this sentence. The Emperor missed his wife a bit again. How did he feel stifled when he kept seeing his son and daughter-in-law flaunting their affection in front of him? The little stoic then took out a small box from her inner world and tossed it to the Emperor. This is a phoenix flower. As long as you refine it into a liquid, add a drop every time you refine pills. and you can guarantee a 100% success rate. Mo Lushing was instantly excited, and his stern face couldn't be maintained. He looked joyfully at Arbor. Is that the meaning? It's not what you think. With this flower ground into juice, even if it's a soul-returning pill, the success rate can reach 100%. Arbor said indifferently, "In 2 days, I will be able to make the soul-returning pill." Really, Mo Lusheng excitedly stood up. Yes. Xiaomu nodded faintly. With the phoenix flower in hand, refining something like a resurrection pill above her level was a piece of cake. Mo Lusheng immediately turned his gaze to his son. Mo Yin pouted unhappily. Of course it's true. Xiao Xiao wouldn't joke about this. You're not allowed to doubt my wife. Mo Lusheng laughed loudly. Good. The great emperor's laughter alerted Hu Dequan, who was standing outside the door. Eunuch who staggered and almost lost his balance. What did he hear? The great emperor was actually laughing so happily? How many years had it been since the great emperor laughed so heartily? A trace of joy surfaced in Eunuch Hu's heart. It looked like the crown princess and His Highness the Crown Prince brought some exceptionally good news to the great emperor. I think the godly realm's advancement should be completed in these 2 days, Arbor said softly as he held Mo Yin's hand on the carriage heading to the Eastern Palace. Chapter 39:15. When the time comes, I'll go to Fish Orchid Planet to refine the pill. I can also save some time. Moreover, that place will definitely be rich in divine energy, so it'll be convenient for me to replenish my divine energy at any time while refining the pill. Mo Yin gazed at his wife tenderly. As she spoke, he listened and nodded repeatedly. His wife had thought of everything just so that they could succeed in refining the soul-returning pill on the first try. Don't worry, even if we can't do it the first time, we'll definitely be able to refine it a few more times. You and your mother will be able to see each other very soon. Jojo. Mo Yin pulled her into his arms and gently caressed her soft little face. It's my fortune to be able to hold hands with you in this life. Arbor tilted her head and pinched his cheek. What silly things are you saying? She nuzzled in his arms and suddenly giggled. Mother will definitely call you little glutinous dumpling, right? You must have looked strong and chubby when you were young. Just thinking about it makes me a little cute. Mo Yin. The two returned to the Eastern Palace hand in hand to rest. Before going to bed, Arbor recalled something and instructed Li Yi to call Chun Yi over tomorrow. She thought of some things, so she still planned to clarify them. Song Prefecture. The water veins that meandered like jade slowly flowed past, following the current towards the direction of the Sea of Forgetfulness. Rushing forward without turning back, it had been raining in the imperial city for the past few days. The continuous drizzle was like a faint mist that dissipated with the wind the moment it touched the body. Duan Yu walked towards noble consort Duan's residence with a smile while holding a small brocade box. He thought to himself, I haven't seen my mother for a long time, so I must properly coax her later. In the winding corridor, a cool breeze accompanied by the drizzle slid past his handsome face. Hurried footsteps came from behind him. Duan Yu glanced to the side, and a long purple robe slowly brushed across the ground. Behind him, little Kuzi and Aunt Yuanjun hurried over. Both of their faces were slightly pale. Xiao Kezi even went up to stop him without thinking. Your Highness, where are you going so early in the morning? Duan Yu glanced at him suspiciously before replying aloofly. Of course I'm going to see Mother. Aunt Yuanjun was not as flustered as Xiao Kezi. She took a few steps forward, steadied herself, and bowed in greeting. Your Highness, it's still early. Imperial Consort Yang Yang might not have woken up yet. Moreover, you've been traveling for several days and only returned to the palace late last night. It's better for you to return to the Limitless Palace and rest for 2 days before going to greet. The more Aunt Yuanjun spoke, the softer her voice became. She almost didn't dare to meet the man's sharp gaze. Duan Yu tilted his head slightly, his doubtful gaze circling the two of them. You're obstructing us in every way possible, but did something happen? He was a very intelligent person. A change in the expression of the palace maids and eunuchs around him could immediately attract his attention. Duan Yu's heart tightened, and he coldly berated, Move aside. Xiao Kazi scrambled to his knees and hugged his leg. He anxiously said, Your Highness, don't go, don't go. Don't, Your Highness. I beg you, don't go. Xiao Kazi wept bitterly as he hugged his leg, but Duan Yu stubbornly dragged him along. Aunt Yuan Jun turned her head slightly and secretly wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. She braced herself with reddened eyes and stepped forward. Your Highness, please listen to this servant. Even if you go to the Imperial Consort bedchamber right now, you won't be able to find her. Duan Yu abruptly turned his head. Hurry and hand over all your monthly tickets. Chapter 39:16. Duan Yu abruptly turned his head, and his icy gaze landed on Yuan Jun. His voice trembled, and his brows furrowed. He enunciated each word clearly. My mother, where is she? Yuan Jun heavily kowtowed to the ground and replied in a trembling voice, I don't dare to deceive your highness. Her Majesty is currently in the Imperial Mausoleum on Lonely Mountain. She has been buried. Duan Yu staggered and nearly fell backwards. Xiao Kezi, who was hugging his leg, hastily reached out to stop him and called out in a trembling voice, Your Highness. Duan Yu shook his head and tightly gripped the small brocade box in his hand. His complexion instantly turned as white as a sheet. You're lying. He coldly muttered these 3 words over and over again. Soon after, he harshly shouted, You're lying. This servant doesn't dare to deceive your highness. Yuan Jun heavily kowtowed to the ground again and said with tears in his eyes, You're lying. Duan Yu harshly shouted and retreated several steps. He abruptly turned around and rushed out. He casually pulled over a spirit horse under the corridor and galloped away. His long purple robes glided in the wind, leaving behind an arc of shadow. Your Highness! Your Highness! Xiao Kezi immediately scrambled up in a panic and ran after him in a panic. He hastily turned around and shouted to the group of dumbstruck eunuchs behind him. Quickly report to His Majesty. Quickly find guards to follow His Highness. Duan Yu galloped out of the Imperial Palace and urged his horse towards the Imperial City's north gate. His fingers gripped the reins, and his knuckles were slightly white. His pair of peach blossom eyes, which were as gentle as water, were currently flashing with intense anxiety and disbelief. Impossible. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. He had even seen his mother before he left the palace for Phoenix Grove. At that time, his mother was still fine and completely fine. What kind of joke was this? Why would a perfectly fine person need to be buried? They must be deceiving him. He galloped towards the city's north gate, and a group of Featherwood guards galloped behind him. They repeatedly shouted at the city gate, Quickly open the city gate! Quickly open the city gate! His Highness Prince Chun has left the city. It was still early, and a large group of people had gathered outside the city gates, waiting to enter and exit the city. After the sound of horse hooves rang out in the morning light, everyone subconsciously retreated to the 2 sides. The rotating shaft of the city gate creaked as the heavy gate was pushed open to both sides by the city guards. Everyone looked back and saw a young man dressed in purple with a black horsewhip in his hand. He was handsome and graceful as he took the lead and rushed out of the city gate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A large group of Featherwood guards immediately went out to catch up with the spirit horse in front of them. After a long time, the dazed crowd finally let out a series of soft exclamations and exclamations. Who is that? A gentle voice came from a small green sedan by the side of the road. The maid stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Miss, it was Prince Chun who passed by just now. What a handsome and elegant Prince Chun. 2 jade-like fingers gently lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and her gaze slowly looked towards the city gate. The young man's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had already left. Duan Yu galloped out of the north gate, and a light drizzle in the air rolled into beads and connected into a line, gradually becoming heavier. He had no time to care about anything else. His fingers tightly gripped the reins, and his thin lips were tightly pursed as he looked down at the small brocade box in his hand. Chapter 39:17. Mother, son has returned. Mother, you must wait for son. Duan Yu spurred his horse to gallop wildly, not caring if the cold rain gradually increased in intensity. He only felt that his entire body was ice cold, and his face was also inexplicably damp. Your Highness! Your Highness! The Featherwood Guard commander galloped over and tried his best to persuade while shouting, Your Highness, the rain is too heavy. How about we wait? The rain was so heavy, so going up the mountain right now really felt like asking for trouble. However, Duan Yu turned a deaf ear to their voices and urged his horse up the mountain. Halfway up, a small mudslide occurred due to the torrential downpour, so he simply abandoned his spirit horse and continued to gallop up the mountain path. How could anyone dare to avert their eyes? They could only stare intently at the purple-robed figure before them. How could they keep up with his sudden burst of speed? The group of people also hurriedly abandoned their horses in a panic and followed His Highness up the mountain with flying steps, shouting, Your Highness, Your Highness! At this time, Duan Yu couldn't hear anything. The sound of wind, rain, and shouting were all no longer in his world. Only a sheet of pale white remained in the world before his eyes. White, everything was white, so white that it was dazzling to the eye. The several hundred people in front were busy with the noble consort's burial. Some were weeping, while others were singing, and all of them appeared extremely pious as they prostrated on the ground. But he couldn't see a single one of them. Duan Yu only saw a coffin placed in the center and 2 rows of guards standing ramrod straight in front of the imperial mausoleum. At this moment, the wind and rain seemed to be especially silent. Duan Yu's body swayed, and the small brocade box he tightly clutched in his hand also crashed into the rain with a bang. Tears that had not been shed for a long time flowed freely and silently. That pair of beautiful eyes that usually flowed with extraordinary splendor was now gray and desolate, as if a gust of wind could push them heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Perhaps they didn't expect His Highness the 4th Prince to suddenly appear. His sudden appearance caught them off guard. Duan Yu staggered over from the kneeling crowd like a wandering soul. He extended a pale finger and slowly brushed it across his mother's coffin before heavily kneeling on the ground. Your Highness! Noble consort Duan's personal old nanny, Lin Shi, instantly threw herself in front of him and sobbed, You're finally back. Thank the heavens and earth that you were able to rush over and send off the imperial concubine on her last journey. Mother Lin was sobbing uncontrollably. However, Duan Yu turned a deaf ear and only gently pushed open the coffin lid. As he gazed at his mother's peaceful sleeping face, his lustrous tears landed on the back of his mother's hand with a plop. Mother! Duan Yu sobbed as he leaned against the coffin. Son has returned. Mother, your son is back. He reached out his hands, wanting to carry his mother out of the coffin. Mother Lin and the others hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness, her ladyship is about to be buried, Your Highness. Mother, your son is back. Duan Yu forcefully pushed aside the countless hands around him and insisted on carrying noble consort Duan out of the coffin. He hugged her tightly in his arms and said in a choked voice, Mother, your son has returned. Your Highness, my condolences. The Empress had already passed away. Please let Her Highness leave in peace. Your Highness. Liar. You're all lying. Duan Yu forcefully pushed away Mother Lin and the other's arms and shouted harshly, My mother didn't die. My mother won't die. Where are the pill alchemists? Where are the physicians? I want to find the best pill alchemists in the world. They can definitely save my mother. Chapter 39:18. Duan Yu hastily stood up with noble consort Duan in his arms. As if recalling something, he shouted sternly, Prepare the carriage, prepare the carriage. I want the fastest flying spirit beast in all of Tsang province. I want to go to the Divine Province. I want to go to the Divine Province. Find Jojo to save his mother. Even if the whole world couldn't save his mother, Jojo definitely could. Jojo would definitely help him. She would definitely help him. Resurrection pill. The resurrection pill will definitely save my mother. The resurrection pill will definitely, Your Highness. Nanny Lin knelt on the ground while weeping bitterly. She tightly hugged the corner of Duan Yu's robe and stammered. Her Highness is only a normal person. She's gone, she's gone. She's long gone, and her soul has scattered. Nanny Lin had never heard of that resurrection pill, but she presumed that it must be a cultivator's superb resurrection method. But Her Highness Noble Consort Duan was only a normal person. It was useless for normal people to eat any kind of pill. At most, they could eat some pills to extend their lifespan while they were alive. As for after death, cultivators could recover their souls. Where would normal people recover their souls? Duan Yu staggered and fell next to the coffin. He hugged his mother in a daze. Your Highness, Your Highness. Duan Yu shook his head and hugged Noble Consort Duan's icy body. His tears dripped onto his mother's face. Mother, don't abandon your son, Duan Yu murmured softly. As he hugged Noble Consort Duan's icy body, he forcefully pushed away the hands of others who came to support him. Don't abandon your son, Mother. Duan Yu shook his head. Don't abandon your son, Mother. Don't abandon me. Duan Yu shook his head again and muttered pitifully, I'm all alone now. He lowered his head and hugged Noble Consort Duan horizontally with both hands. His entire body was curled up next to the coffin. He was as lonely as a wandering little beast, making one's heart uncontrollably break. Your Highness, don't be like this, Your Highness. Her Highness won't be able to leave in peace with you like this, Your Highness. Duan Yu pressed his head tightly against Noble Consort Duan's head, as if he could feel that his mother's breathing had not stopped. Like this, as if he could be closer to his mother. He pushed away Mother Lin's hand and stubbornly hugged his mother. He shook his head, then shook his head again. No matter how cold the rain was, it couldn't be colder than his heart right now. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Those madams wearing straw raincoats were secretly complaining incessantly. He then stole a glance at the fourth prince and couldn't help but sigh. According to the records of later generations, the four sons of Emperor Song were exceptionally gifted and intelligent. When his mother, imperial concubine Duan, passed away, the fourth prince held her coffin and cried for 3 days and 3 nights in the imperial mausoleum. He observed mourning for 30 days and did not leave the imperial mausoleum. His filial piety could set an example for the world, the dividing line of my oak. After Chun Yu walked through the door, he bowed. Chun Yu greets the crown princess. Chun Kei, between you and I, master and servant, there is no need for such formalities. Take a seat. The little crown princess pointed to the seat below and said indifferently, Yes. Chun Kuei agreed with a smile. He looked up and carefully examined the little crown princess before praising. The crown princess looks increasingly radiant these days. Did the trip to Phoenix Grove go very smoothly? The little crown princess pursed her lips. It didn't go smoothly at all, but that's all in the past. The little crown princess harumphed. In any case, no one can truly harm me. Chun Kuei immediately nodded jubilantly. The crown princess herself is valiant. The mischievous consort of the crown prince. Chapter 39:19. In the future, even if I have to go to a dangerous place to train, this old servant can rest assured. I'm sure Mrs. Spirit in heaven must be very happy. Arbor grunted, took the teacup handed to her by the little palace maid, and raised her eyes to ask, I'm sure you know about the Mu family. Chunny nodded. I went to the Mu family's ancestral temple yesterday. The ancestral temple's gate was tightly locked. I thought I couldn't break it at will, so I didn't go there to disturb them. Xiao Mu remarked dryly. Where exactly did that bunch of old fellows and little fellows from the Mu clan hide? Do you know what to do? Before she went to bed yesterday, she thought that Chun Yi might know which mouse hole the Mu family would hide in to take refuge. So today she specially called her over to ask. The ancestral temple is protected by the strongest talisman array. Fortunately, little miss didn't break it violently. Otherwise, she would have suffered some hardship. Oh, Arbor was somewhat disapproving. With the Mu family's talisman technique, it was indeed difficult to make her suffer. Chun Yi said with a smile, I know where they are hiding. The Mu family has always had an underground secret room all these years. I know. The Mu family dug many secret passages. Previously, the fifth madam of the Mu family used them to trick her sister-in-law, Mu Dongni, Arbor said expressionlessly. Chen-yi, her little miss despised the Mu family. She could even remember these miscellaneous trifles clearly. Chen-yi coughed and quickly changed the topic with a smile. Miss, do you want to go? Chun, he can take you to check it out. Arbor nodded. I wanted to wait for Big Brother to come back and let him find the Mu family in the underground cave. Now that I think about it, it's better to find them as soon as possible, lest they starve to death in the mouse hole when Big Brother comes back. Chun. Little Miss felt uncomfortable if she didn't say something mean to the Mu family every 3 sentences. The little girl was mainly afraid that after the advancement of the divine realm, Ancestor Chuyan would cry and make a fuss at her when he found out about it. The main thing was that Ancestor Chuyan was too annoying. That's good. When is Little Miss going? Let's have breakfast, Arbor said faintly. Early in the morning, the Crown Prince was invited by the Great Emperor. She thought that since she had nothing to do, she might as well go and greet the Mu family. Chen-yi, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together. Chen-yu respectfully bowed and saluted. Chen-yu does not dare. Let Chen-yu serve little Mississippi. The little guy had a natural fondness for food. She didn't have high standard for the taste of food. So the cooks in the Eastern Palace's small kitchen all felt that their little Crown Prince consort was quite considerate. Today's breakfast was 8 dishes of desserts and 4 dishes of porridge. This was all ready because the little Crown Princess had purposely ordered them to make fewer dishes. As such, this fellow wouldn't be able to finish everything in one go. Chen-yi, don't be so busy. Sit down and let's eat together. The little Crown Princess pointed at the seat beside her. After eating half a mouthful of a small bun and drinking a mouthful of porridge, the little Crown Princess asked expressionlessly, those who died should be the disciples of the Mu family's side branches, right? When they moved, they would definitely move the direct line of descent first. Although it was very cruel to say it, it was indeed something that every aristocratic family would do. Chen-yi almost choked on the Crown Princess's cough. He quickly shook his head and laughed. At that time, it happened so suddenly that the old man probably didn't have the time to plan.